Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 281. What the wind swept in one. Cal's chair screeched as he stood up. He started to walk away as he asked Tunka a question. When are we leaving? Their destination was, of course, Maple Castle. Tomorrow. We will go after the king's speech. The Empire had declared war first. The Whipper Kingdom's king had to say something as well in order to keep the morale of the soldiers and citizens up high. That was the way to lessen the fear and uncertainty in the minds of everyone. Cal nodded his head and walked out of the room. I guess I'll see you at the location of the speech tomorrow. Tomorrow was when they would all head to the battlefield. A spring breeze was blowing. Human, I can see the soldiers and warriors standing in the distance. It feels like we are finally going to fight. Cal took in the scent of spring as he headed toward where the numerous Whipper forces should be gathered. Priestnim, I am not walking too fast, right? Not at all. I am okay. Cal responded gently while the 1,000-man commander started to smile. The 1,000-man commander clenched his fist after taking a look at Cal and the priest behind Cal who was covered in a white robe. This 1,000-man commander was responsible for escorting the disguised Cal. He had seen Cal before. The 1,000-man commander thought about that moment before he cautiously started to speak. Priestnim, I saw you at the Battle of Maple Castle last time, and I just wanted to say that it is an honor to meet you again like this. The 1,000-man commander had not forgotten about the priests who had come to Maple Castle. They had given their all in order to heal the wounded. The images of the priests were clear in his mind, as they had seemed angelic, as if they had come because a god had called them to come help. The person who had seemed to be the leader of those priests had returned to the Whipper Kingdom. They said that he is someone Commander Tunkanim knows. This priest was said to have come at Commander Tunka's request. It was also said that the other priests would soon arrive as well. Thank you very much, Priestnim. The 1,000-man commander was truly thankful that this priest had come to the Whipper Kingdom just as they were about to fight the Empire. I do not deserve such gratitude. I just came where I needed to be. Wow, the 1,000-man commander was in awe at the priest's modest response. On the other hand, Cal felt a bit burdened. Why is he looking at me with such sparkle in his eyes? He was disgusted by the 1,000-man commander's respectful gaze. Cal wanted to quickly head over to where the soldiers were and get through the king's speech before heading to Maple Castle. However, the 1,000-man commander who needed to escort the two priests could not run nor show any signs of urgency and thus leisurely continued to walk. He cautiously started to speak again as well. Priestnim. Cal flinched at the earnest tone of the 1,000-man commander. It was at that moment. It was right as Cal, the robed Choi Han, and the 1,000-man commander were about to turn a corner and head toward the large plaza in the distance. Human, I can feel Tunka's presence behind the corner. He seems to be happily heading toward you. Ah, so annoying. Cal was annoyed at the fact that Tunka was happily walking toward him. However, he still maintained the priest's smile on the outside. Naturally, the 1,000-man commander, who did not notice Tunka's presence, cautiously spoke to Cal. Thank you in advance for all of your help this time as well. Human, Tunka is right around the corner. He seems to want to surprise you. I want to surprise Tunka. Tunka will probably faint if he sees me. I want to try it. Egu, my head. Cal almost let out a sigh, however. He could not let that sigh out. It was because of the 1,000-man commander's cautious voice. I'm sure it is burdensome for me to tell you this, but... Cal looked toward the 1,000-man commander. There were no priests on the western continent that were willing to come to the Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom's forces had a lot of concerns about healing because potions were expensive as well. That was why the 1,000-man commander was thankful for the priests who showed up to help with potions, even if they had no healing powers of their own. The man who was in charge of 1,000 soldiers now felt the weight of this upcoming war. That was why he decided to say what he wanted to say after debating it all night, after being told that he would be escorting the two priests. But he was worried that he was out of his lane to say such a thing. Priestnim, people who used to be farmers became soldiers so that they could survive, so even after a few battles, they are still very lacking. The 1,000-man commander thought about the soldiers in his unit. The majority of them were soldiers who started with the non-mage faction, who were originally from the ignored natives or the regular citizens who were suppressed by the mages. They need to go back home and farm again once the war is over, so their limbs are very important. Please, please take good care of them. The Whipper Kingdom had been constantly at war for the past 2 years. They had always been the ones to attack and had achieved victory. However, the enemy was taking the initiative to attack them this time. And now, it was about time that they stopped going to war. The 1,000-man commander was thinking and worried about the peace that would come after the war. He was also longing for it. Human, Tunka stopped at the corner and is not moving. Cal held back another sigh. He then looked toward the 1,000-man commander. The commander's desperate gaze was making him feel uncomfortable. He had seen many gazes like this when he had been Kim Rok-Soo. 1,000-man commander him. The commander quickly waved his hand and responded back as Cal called out to him in a low voice. It was just some ramblings about what their situations are like, so please just let it in one ear and out the other. I feel like I may have burdened you by saying something I should not have said. Ah, this was not an order from my superiors. I just said it because I was worried it'll be fine. The 1,000-man commander stopped talking after hearing the priest's response. He could see the priest's gentle smile. I heard that the grains grown in the Whipper Kingdom are very high in quality. I look forward to seeing the plentiful fields. Priestnim, the 1,000-man commander, was extremely thankful for the priest in front of him. However, Cal was uncomfortable seeing that odd expression and turned away as he continued to speak. Please lead us there. Yes, sir. The 1,000-man commander vigorously started to walk. Cal held back yet another sigh and followed behind him while Choi Han peeked toward the corner before pushing his hood down and starting to walk. Human, Tunka seems to be frozen. Cal was ignoring Rayan's comments as usual. Cal soon arrived at the location where many soldiers and warriors were gathered. He could not smell the fragrance of spring in the winds here. All he could smell was the scent of dust and dirt. That was normal for this spot. The 1,000-man commander who escorted Cal over headed toward his unit, while Cal and Choi Han headed toward Harol and the other chiefs. Harol stood close to Cal and slowly started to speak. There's less than you expected, right? I assume that the rest of the soldiers are over at Maple Castle, Chief Nim. Harol accepted the respectful demeanor of priest Cal as if he was used to it before responding back. That is correct. Over half of them were moved to Maple Castle once the Empire declared war. The plan is to move the rest of them there today. Cal lowered his voice so that nobody else could hear. You somehow managed to get the soldiers to buy into using magic scrolls. The Empire could invade at any moment. They needed to move as quickly as possible, and there was nothing better than teleportation magic for that. Once Cal pointed at the soldiers while turning toward Harol, Harol avoided his gaze and responded back. The Whipper Kingdom's citizens hate and despise magic. However, they still fear dying. The soldiers did not want to die. They had already suffered from the pillar of fire that was at Maple Castle last time. That was why they knew about the dangers of alchemy and magic more than anybody else. That was why they had determined that it was fine as long as they were not working directly with mages, thus allowing teleportation magic scrolls and other magic scrolls to be used. They were inconsistent. Both Harol and the soldiers were inconsistent with their beliefs. That was why the leaders and even the soldiers were trying their best to keep their use of magic scrolls hush-hush. Good decision. The Foreign Kingdom's commander applauded their inconsistency. Staying alive is the most important thing. Commander Cal, who was saying that as if it was the truth, made Harol hold back his laughter. Yes, you can only do whatever it is you want to do if you are alive. Harol had been thinking about something these days. Did he really want to create a world without magic? Or did he want to create a world where nobody was oppressing people using magic? The two of them were different. If he chose the latter, he could accept magic. However, if it was the former, the Whipper Kingdom was currently walking down a path of inconsistency. Chief Nim, the commander Nim, is here. Harol turned his head after hearing one of the leaders calling him. Tunka had shown up alone. He did not say anything before standing in front of the soldiers and warriors. I guess His Highness should be here soon. Cal mumbled quietly and looked toward the platform in front of Tunka. Tunka would give the order to march once the king raised the morale of the soldiers. Cal was imagining a sight of tens of thousands of people shouting at once. It was quite a magnificent image. That was why he was waiting for the king. But something was weird. Everyone was here, but the king was not visible. He didn't even see the knight's brigade that was responsible for protecting the king. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed by. The agreed-upon time was passing by. Nobody was saying anything. However, the eyes of the soldiers and leaders who were standing at attention were quickly looking around. The chiefs who were gathered to one side had terrible expressions on their faces. Supreme Chiefnim, one of the chiefs, called out to Harald. They all seemed to be in a state of panic. On the other hand, Harald had no expression on his face, but his eyes were sparkling in anger. The chief that called for him did not say anything else after seeing that angry gaze. It was at that moment. Ahum! One knight entered the plaza. It was the vice-captain of the king's personal knights' brigade. He headed toward the chiefs by the entrance as soon as he entered. What is going on? The vice-captain flinched at Harald's cold tone that was directed at him before opening up a parchment and starting to speak. His voice was quite loud. His Highness is not feeling well, so he is unable to make the speech. Ha! Cal heard Choi Han scoffing behind him. It was not just Choi Han. The gazes of the chiefs turned hostile. The person who was screaming in the strategy room just yesterday is suddenly ill, and ill to the point that he cannot give a speech. Total nonsense. The chief's gazes started to turn into sharp glares. There was no way the king was ill. He was the type that considered his body to be the most precious thing on the continent. Forget being ill, he was probably extremely healthy, but just choosing not to take part in this speech. Was it because of Harald and Tunka's actions yesterday? That can't be it. This king cared as much about his dignity as he did about his health. Such a king got upset at how Tunka threatened him yesterday and didn't show up today. There was no way that would happen. He's probably just afraid of the Empire. Giving a speech here would be accepting a direct confrontation with the Empire and declaring war. However, if he avoids giving a speech, then there would be no official word from him, giving him an excuse to save himself from the Empire if the Empire won and charged into the Whipper Kingdom's palace. The king was giving himself a way out while remaining neutral, just as he had done for the war between the mages and the non-mage faction. That was why Harald was extremely angry. Ice Captain, do you know how this comes off? The soldiers were in a state of chaos. They were going to war. They were going to war to protect their kingdom. They were going to war to protect this land. But the owner of the land claimed that he was ill and didn't even come to see them off as they went and put their lives on the line for their homeland. He wasn't even cheering them on. What did that mean? How would that seem to the soldiers and the citizens? Did he think that the soldiers were idiots? Anybody would be able to tell that the king seemed to be scared. No matter how strong a warrior was, their morale would be broken if their leader was scared. Both the king and the vice-captain here should know about this. Harald's gaze turned as vicious as it had been when he had aimed for the magic tower. Since he had always been crazy, he had no issues fully revealing that crazy side as he glared at the vice-captain. The vice-captain avoided Harald's gaze as he continued to read what was written on the parchment. Although he cannot come to give a speech in person, he asked me to deliver the message that he is cheering for you. Cheering for us. Not hoping for victory, but cheering us on. Harald could not believe it. Damn bastard that deserves to be beaten to death. He thought that the king was even worse than the tower master of the magic tower. Harald's lunacy and cruelty started to be aimed toward the king. He seemed ready to kill the king right now. However, he could not do as he pleased right now. The soldiers started to whisper to each other. There were many voices that were full of concern. The soldiers are getting agitated. Their morale was going down. Harald started to frown. I should have moved them all to Maple Castle right away if I knew it would end up like this. It was at that moment. Boom, there was a loud noise that shook the ground. Harald then saw Priest Cal pointing toward the top of the platform. Cal was smiling. Harald turned his head. The person who had made the ground shake was heading to the top of the platform. Tunka. He stood on top of the platform. He then started to shout, "I am stupid." Agu. Cal chuckled and facepalmed. A voice that was loud enough to drown out the whispers of the soldiers could be heard. I do not know any fancy words, and my head doesn't work very well. However, I do know one thing. The soldiers and knights all looked toward Tunka. Why did you all choose to follow me? The warriors were all natives who were ignored and called barbarians. The soldiers were mainly regular citizens who were originally farmers. They had followed behind Tunka in anger when they were fighting the civil war against the mage faction. Why did you hold up your farming equipment, clench onto rocks, and follow behind me? Tunka's question filled the plaza. It was different than the charismatic speech most leaders gave before a war. The choice of words was bad, and he looked terrible as he stood up there. Furthermore, his gaze seemed ready to pounce and kill anybody that bugged him. Tunka was indeed angry. Why did we fight? Why had the Whipper Kingdom's citizens attacked the strong mages in a frenzied state? The expressions on the faces of the soldiers, who did not know what it meant to fight 2 years ago, slowly started to change. The chiefs looked toward Tunka. Harald subconsciously walked toward Cal. Cal whispered to him in a quiet voice, "This is a chance." Tunka doesn't seem to realize it, though. Harald heard the warm voice that was quiet to the point that only he could hear. "This is your chance. It is the chance to get the citizens and soldiers to come together." The angry mob was reminded of how they had sought out blood while being in a state of frenzy. A new gaze, different than the angry, crazed gaze from earlier, appeared on Harald's face. Tunka and Harald. They were the center of the non-mage faction, and now the center of the Whipper Kingdom. Harald could hear Tunka's voice again at that moment. "I will only charge forward this time as well." Tunka looked like the crazy tyrant that had drawn people to him in the first place. The soldiers and warriors started to think. This was their leader who only fought while looking straight ahead. Your opinions are not important. Yes, they had all followed him because they were charmed by Tunka's style. "Follow behind me." The soldiers and warriors' eyes instantly got larger. Their leader, who always charged forward, continued to speak. "Chase after me." He was telling them to follow him. These were the words of their leader, who had brought them victory over and over again. A state of heated frenzy started to surround the soldiers. Tunka was extremely angry right now. He was angry at the Empire and at the king of the Whipper Kingdom. That was why he wanted to destroy everything. However, Tunka had indeed changed. His gaze headed toward one side. He could see Cal. He could see Cal smiling leisurely as he continued to speak. "Do not worry about your back. Only look forward. Do not worry about your back." Tunka was the same yet different Tunka from before. His subordinates sent him their responses. Boom, boom, boom. Woo 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 woo. The warriors, who seemed ready to charge into battle, once more stomped their feet as the soldiers shouted out loud. Other people might even have thought that they had all gone crazy. "Human, are we bringing the bears and flame dwarves now? Are we bringing them to Maple Castle?" Cal nodded his head. The frenzied mob that had scared the other nations of the Western continent had gathered together without thinking about anything else. No. Cal processed the thoughts on his mind. All that was left was to burn everything down. It was at that moment. You want to make it into a sea of fire. The fiery thunderbolt that had been in shock and quiet for a while after eating 10 billion gallons suddenly shouted out. "My heart is beating fast. What do I do?" That crazy bastard. Cal ignored the fiery thunderbolt. Chapter 282. What the wind swept into. Maple Castle was located on the western border of the Whipper Kingdom. Sharara wind brushed past the top of Choi Han's hood. The chilly winter air was gone, and a slightly warmer air was surrounding Maple Castle. However, it still felt like winter at Maple Castle. "So the king threw us away." "Hey, talk quietly." "Why should I be quiet? There's no need. The only thing we trust are the things we accomplish with our own 2 hands." Choi Han, who had been stealthily walking around the corridor, stopped walking after hearing those voices. It was not a regular winter for Maple Castle. The king had chosen not to give a speech and officially declare war. Thanks to that, the atmosphere around Maple Castle felt as if you were standing in the middle of an extremely cold area. The people who had to face this coldness started to slowly show a single emotion. "I will follow Commander Tunkanim until the end." "Hey, forget the Maguru or Muguru or whatever they're called. Do you know what I had to do to get here? Aren't you in a similar situation?" "Of course I know. I know very well. A venomous intent. The soldiers were starting to turn evil. This was only possible because the Whipper Kingdom's wars had originally started from a civil war." Oh, Choi Han and the soldiers made eye contact at that moment. "Hello, Priestnim. Hello, Priestnim." The expressions on the soldiers' faces quickly changed to that of respect, as if they had never had that evil look in the first place. Choi Han slightly bowed his head to greet the soldiers before starting to walk again. "Choi Han, it's different than how I imagined it would be." Choi Han remembered what Cal had said on their way to Maple Castle. Cal had seemed to be happy about something as he was smiling. "I think the Whipper Kingdom's people are more rational than I expected. The soldiers are angry at the king and the empire, but they don't seem to have gone crazy. Cal's eyes had been sparkling. It was as if he was happy that he had originally come just to work, but now he could do it with more sincerity. The Whipper soldiers are all properly trained warriors. Who do you think would win if they fought against the Empire's soldiers? Choi Han looked back toward the soldiers who had greeted him. Their hearts were full of maliciousness. However, they had not gone mad. They were all looking toward the future. These people had won against strong enemies like the mage faction already. That was why Choi Han had been able to answer Cal's question without any hesitation. The majority of the Whipper soldiers have less than 2 years of training. Their system is less than 3 years old and is awkward as well. The Empire soldiers would be properly trained in their system that has lasted through their extensive history. But I believe that the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers would win in a one-on-one battle. Training was important in a battle where your life was on the line, however. There was something else that was more important. You're right. Choi Han, they have no fear. Cal agreed with Choi Han's answer and happily smiled. Although Cal did not seem conscious of it, he seemed to be relieved. Choi Han thought about that memory and raised his head. The teleportation magic circle installed in Maple Castle. This was where the soldiers had teleported into Maple Castle. But the Whipper soldiers who had personally felt the usefulness of magic were actively avoiding this area. The soldiers chose practicality, even when they knew it would make them inconsistent. Parat. The teleportation magic circle lit up. A number of people wearing white robes soon appeared. Long time no see. Elf Pendrick, who was covering his elf ears, as well as some of the sculptor assassin Frisia's subordinates had come. Frisia and the Sun Guard twins remained at the Empire. Choi Han looked around. The expressions on the faces of the soldiers lit up at the appearance of new priests. They were even happier knowing that Pendrick, a priest with healing abilities, was coming. Choi Han started to speak to Pendrick and Frisia's subordinates. Please follow me. The people who were here as priests to heal the soldiers followed behind Choi Han. Tap, tap. Choi Han walked down the stone path toward the castle wall as he thought about his conversation with Cal. Do I not need to do anything during this war? Choi Han could not reveal his black aura. Why wouldn't you do anything? Cal, who was in his priest robe, responded back with a shocked expression. Is saving people not work? Cal casually threw a bag with potions inside to Choi Han. Even without healing abilities, we need to heal the warriors and soldiers with potions. We'll probably be pulled in many directions as soon as the battle begins. We will be very busy, so stay focused. All Cal got back was a blank expression. Do you not want to do it? There was no way that was the case. No, not at all. I will definitely do it. It was more difficult to save people than kill people, however. Saving people suited Choi Han's style more. Choi Han would not fight during this war. However, he would be saving people. That weighed heavier on Choi Han's heart. Is it really okay for me to not fight? That question floated in his mind for a bit, however. He soon realized there was no need to think about it. Choi Han looked up once he stood in front of the staircase that led up to the central tower of the castle walls. Rosalind, who was wearing a mage's robe and had a smile that was as bright as the sun on her face, was also standing there. Behind her was Mary, who was wearing a brown robe, unlike her usual choice of color, as well as a few others who were covering themselves up as well. There were also some people who were not covered up and stood there while looking only straight forward. These were the mages originally from the Whipper Kingdom. They were now citizens of the Roan Kingdom and were only looking at Rosalind's back. The soldiers around them looked toward the mages with complicated expressions: anger, fear, hatred, gratitude, and relief. These gazes held all sorts of emotions behind them. However, the mages' gazes were stern, fight in the war. The way that their gazes were focused on one thing made them seem like swordsmen standing there with their swords drawn. Rosalind looked toward Choi Han and flicked her chin toward the staircase. Shall we go? Yes. Choi Han and Rosalind started to walk up the stone staircase together. Choi Han felt the presence of the people following behind them and started to think. Although he could not fight, there were his friends he trusted to do it for him, and Choi Han raised his head. Tap, tap, tap. Many footsteps were heading toward one direction, and Choi Han heard a voice as soon as he arrived at the top of the stone staircase. You're all here. The white-haired Cal greeted them while leaning on a ledge. This spot has a good view, doesn't it? They could see the tens of thousands of troops at the distance behind Cal's back. The Margaru Empire's forces. They were aiming for the Whipper Kingdom's Maple Castle. Damn, there are many more than I had expected. Choi Han started to frown. 1 hour ago, the Empire's forces had arrived in front of Maple Castle. An oppressive wind was blowing in from them. That wind was putting Maple Castle on full alert right now. The Whipper soldiers were clenching their weapons and giving off venomous vibes while smiling toward the priests and showing complicated expressions toward the mages. Their conversation was no more than something to help relax them. Boo woo woo woo. Cal stopped leaning on the ledge. Tunka and Harol were at the tower as well. Chief Harol made eye contact with Cal. The Empire is making a move. That trumpet sound had come from the Empire's side. They could see a person standing in the front of the Empire's forces. Harol immediately started to speak. Duke Houghton is leading the Empire's forces. Duke Houghton, the Imperial Prince's right-hand man and the Empire's only sword master. He was the one leading the knights. Boo-woo-woo-woo, they could hear the neighing of horses along with the trumpet sounds. Shoot, there's a ton of knights. Tunka started to frown. It quickly turned into a smile. His name is Duke Houghton. I can rip that human into pieces. Keh. Duke Houghton had not taken part in the last battle of Maple Castle. That meant that the Empire was being serious this time. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to shake. It was not because of magic nor anything of the sort. It was just that tens of thousands of soldiers were moving along with the cavalry behind them. This is no joke. Rosalind started to frown, Sword Master Houghton. It was not that she was afraid of him. This is even more than the Perun Kingdom, the three northern kingdoms. Knights numbering close to the amount of knights from the land of soldiers, and knights were currently raising their swords and spears toward Maple Castle. However, there was something different about these knights than the knights of the north. The armors of the knights are all fortified with magic. They all have at least a high-grade magic stone in them. Rosalind informed the others on top of the tower. The Empire. Why was it called the Empire? Rosalind recalled the information she had learned about the Empire when she had been next in line for the throne. Her teacher, who had taught her about royal traditions and politics, had stopped a lesson for a moment to tell her something. An empire must be better than average in all aspects. It refers to a nation that is above all others when combining all aspects together. You must remember that. The Rhone Kingdom was above average in magic. The Perun Kingdom was above average with their knights. There were many nations that were talented in one area. Above average magic, above average troops, above average strength of knights, and finally, the continent's only home for alchemy. Rosalind recalled the weight of the empire that she had forgotten about. They are scary because all of those aspects are gathered together. The empire's knights alone were not scary. The empire's magic was fine to take on by itself. Even the empire's alchemy could be handled if you were cautious enough. However, her teacher had warned her. You may hate me for saying something like this, however. I am telling you this because you are someone who is going to be a ruler. The empire is a nation where everything is above average. A kingdom that is below average in any aspect would not be able to defeat the empire. Her teacher had finished off by saying the following. You will thoroughly realize that if you become the empire's enemy. The empire that was actually serious this time had brought knights that were at the level of the Perun Kingdom's knights, with magic armors that had high-grade magic stones, something the Perun Kingdom would not be able to do. Boo-woo-woo, then, the Empire's mage brigade appeared from behind the knights. This mage brigade had a longer history than the Rhone Kingdom's mage brigade. Chief Harol let out a scoff. They brought all this just to take back a castle. Harol could sort of understand the Whipper Kingdom's king's fear. Anybody would be scared after looking at these troops. They truly came, not just for Maple Castle, but to gobble up the entire Whipper Kingdom. Harol completely understood the Empire's true intentions. He also realized that the Empire looked down upon the Whipper Kingdom and didn't try very hard during the last battle. Boo-woo-woo-woo, the sound of the Empire's trumpets cut through the battlefield. On the other hand, Maple Castle was completely silent. Soldiers and warriors were already in formation at the castle wall since about an hour ago. Their pupils shook and clouded over for a moment. The venomous aura they had around them seemed to disappear a bit. It was because of the large number of knights and mages led by Duke Houghton. They felt pressure that was incomparable to what they faced in the last battle for Maple Castle and the Pillar of Fire. Fighting against that many mages alone would be hard enough, so can we win against them when they have so many knights as well? Some of them were having these kinds of thoughts. It was at that moment. Ah, boo-woo-woo-woo, a shout that drowned out the trumpets could be heard. At the same time, they could see their commander leaning over the ledge of the tower. Ah ha 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 ha. The commander was swinging the iron club in his hand while laughing. His eyes seemed like those of a madman. The soldiers all returned to their original gazes after seeing this. That craziness in Tunka's eyes was infecting the soldiers. There was a way for the weak to defeat the strong. The way to do that was to go crazy. There we go. Cal commented while looking at Tunka. He then slowly walked toward his group. Rosalind started to speak. It looks like the Empire will march forward soon. We will head to our stations now. It looks like I should head to the chiefs as well. Harold quickly added on. Cal calmly responded to the two of them. Watch until the end first. Excuse me, it was when Harold asked in confusion. Boo woo 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 woo, another blaring of the trumpet could be heard, and the ground started to shake. Harold looked toward the enemies in the distance. Cal was looking at them as well. There's still one more left, mages and knights. That was not the end. Cal recalled the palace that was falling because of the terrorist attack when he went to the Empire. Cal's shield had supported the large tower that was falling. However, someone else took over in the middle in order to prevent it from crashing down. Alchemists. They had created a new pillar in the palace to support the roof. Cal recalled that unique way of using alchemy. That was why he had contemplated prior to this battle against the Empire. Would the Empire want a short battle, or would they try to drag it out? They would want it to be short if they were aiming for Maple Castle, but they would want it to be long if they were aiming for the Whipper Kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started to shake. Dirt pillars started to rise up from nothing, similar to the pillar that had supported the roof of that palace in the Empire. One by one. The combination of alchemists and mages that had supported the palace through Sir Rex's group's terrorist attack were revealing similar large and sturdy pillars into the world. Rosalind gasped as she commented on it. They are as tall as Maple Castle. These pillars had shot up as high as Maple Castle. Alchemists and mages were standing on top of these pillars. Knights and soldiers were gathered underneath each pillar as well. Their formation seemed to be one that could take care of both long-range and short-range attacks. Harold subconsciously started to mumble. It looks like another castle has appeared. This now became a battle between two castles. He suddenly felt as if he could not breathe. The Margaru Empire was ahead of the rest of the Western continent in terms of military might, magic, and technology. The true appearance of the imperial prince who had pretended to be a good person was finally revealed. Cal started to speak at that moment. Good. That's what I wanted to see. He sounded as if he was waiting for the Empire to come out like this. Harold, as well as everybody else on top of the tower, looked toward Cal. However, Cal ignored their gazes and put his hand on the shoulder of someone wearing a robe. This person was covering themselves completely in a robe similar to Mary. Cal took off the hood that was covering the person's face. A middle-aged man's shaking pupils appeared from underneath the hood and looked toward Cal. Cal had prepared for this war against the Empire as much as he had prepared for the war against the Indomitable Alliance and their alliance of 3 kingdoms and 2 tribes. It was even possible that he had prepared more for this war against the Empire than for the Indomitable Alliance. Cal looked down at the middle-aged man in front of him. Now, do you understand why I called you here? Canel, the chief of the Flame Dwarf tribe. He was looking up at Cal. The dwarf chief Canel felt chills while looking at the indifference on the priest's face. The cold commander in front of him did not even believe in a god, however. His pupils had no signs of fear. He did not seem to fear the Empire nor the war. The chief's shaking voice started to speak. Do we have to destroy alchemy? The Flame Dwarf tribe's chief could see the priest smiling brightly as if he had said the answer. It was so bright that it gave him chills. Chapter 283. What the wind swept in 3. Boom. The alchemists and mages created another dirt pillar. Cal didn't need to see the battlefield to know what was going on. The alchemists and mages had appeared to support the roof of the palace when Sir Rex and his group had used magic bombs to blow it up. They had scattered some unknown fluid which responded to the alchemists and mages' mana and had shot up into the sky. Then the alchemists put a black thread of unknown origin around the pillar. Once the black thread disappeared into the dirt pillar, it had turned into a sturdy black pillar. Cal was only looking at the flame dwarves as he started to speak. An alchemist's job is to always come up with something new. Boom! The black pillar continued to become larger until it turned into a tower. The towers continued to grow in number until there was a total of 7 towers. The mages and alchemists would get to the top of these towers and launch long-range attacks from there. Boo woo 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 woo. Cal looked toward the dwarf chief through the sound of the trumpet. Alchemy. The alchemy of this world was similar to alchemy on Earth. Their goal was to create gold. However, the methods to do that were different. The alchemist of the Western continent sought to use natural elements to create gold. That was why these alchemists could not help but become close to mana, which had the purest natural element. But according to the dragon half-blood, the alchemy that the White Star is looking for is not aiming to create gold. The ancient dragon Iruhaben's voice could be heard in Cal's mind. Do you know why they are researching dead mana? Dead mana bombs. That was completely unrelated to alchemy if their goal was to create gold. However, the White Star's alchemist's bell tower had partnered with the Empire for around 20 years to research dead mana bombs. I originally thought that they just wanted dead mana bombs to use as weapons, but I realized that I was wrong after hearing what the dragon half-blood had to say. Cal had never seen the ancient dragon looking so serious. Iruhaben had a shocked yet fearful expression on his face as he explained, "What the alchemist's bell tower wants is mana, not gold." Cal stiffened up after hearing that as well. The reason they researched dead mana. They want to create mana, water, fire, wind, earth, and wood. Mana exists like each of these 5 basic elements of nature. It was one of the foundations for power in the world, and they were a group that was trying to create mana. After hearing about that from the dragon half-blood, I learned that the alchemist's bell tower is a higher-ranking organization than ARM. Cal completely understood. He could not figure out what the crazy White Star wanted, however. That bastard had done all sorts of crazy shoot, and creating mana was just one of them. What would happen if that crazy bastard, who would even attempt to create a chimera, was able to create mana? It'd become a total mess. There would be no chaos like that one. That was why Cal made up his mind once again. He was going to completely destroy the alchemist's bell tower. This was the first step to getting that done. Cal looked toward Kanel, the chief of the Flame Dwarf tribe, and started to speak. He could see the shaking pupils in the chief's eyes. "Yeah, I get it. I'm sure war is scary." Cal tried to be the calm and collected commander and tried to speak with a majestic air as he understood what the Flame Dwarf chief might be thinking. However, Chief Kanel's reaction was strange. "Chief Kanel, what are you looking at?" Kanel was not looking at Cal, but behind Cal. Someone urgently rushed toward Cal at that moment. It was Choi Han. Cal Nim. He seemed to be in such a shock that he called out Cal's name. At the same time, Kanel's mumblings reached Cal's ears. Kanel was currently scared. The king of beasts is what? Cal quickly turned around. He could see the battlefield as he heard Choi Han's voice. "It is the lions from last time." Cal could see a few people flying to the top of the black tower made by the alchemists using flight magic. 2 of their faces were familiar. Calnim, they are the ones we saw up north. They had seen these lions when they had visited Guardian Knight Clope Seca's house to steal the crown. Those arrogant lions had ended up kneeling in front of Choi Han's blade. They were currently not in their berserk transformation as they had appeared from within the Empire's forces. Nobody would have realized it if Choi Han, Cal, and the Flame Dwarves were not there. "See, Commander Nim." Chief Kanel's expression became desperate. The lions were talented in leadership and adept at large group battles. Unlike the tigers who lived alone in their own mountain, the lions lived in large groups in order to maximize their strength. "Commander Nim, those bastards are stronger than the bears. The lion tribe even has 2 potential successors for the Lion King position in this generation. They are super strong." Flame Dwarf Chief Kanel's eyes could not stop shaking. If the bear tribe was the ones who had annoyed the Flame Dwarf tribe in arm every day, then the lion tribe was the ones that treated the Flame Dwarves as if they did not even exist. They considered themselves the greatest tribe and considered the dwarves to not even be worth their gazes. It was kind of true. The lion tribe was like the whale tribe on land. The tigers could be the best if they did not have the tendency to be alone. However, the lions who lived in a pride were considered to be the strongest. I didn't expect the lions who didn't appear with the Indomitable Alliance to appear with the Empire. The Flame Dwarves became extremely scared after seeing the Empire's might as well as the lion tribe. Why? The Roan Kingdom and that sword master, even the Commander Nim. None of them can join this battle. This would be a war without the main characters for victory in the last war. This was like fighting without any limbs. Commander Nim. The dwarf's expression did not look good. He had already chosen to be on Cal's side. He had chosen to join this side in order to survive. In that case, they needed to win this war. We need to make it a defensive battle. I will go work with the other dwarves waiting in the castle to build tools for defense. Rosalind had brought Mary, some flame dwarves, and some mages to the tower. However, there were still plenty of flame dwarves inside of Maple Castle. They were probably busy right now building tools for defending the castle, like putting together more of these wings. The chief bit down on his lips while thinking about the dwarves who would be working hard to complete these wings without knowing about the Empire's strength and the lions. However, the wings were useless in the current situation. Commander Nim, it is useless to take care of just the alchemists right now. The lions, mages, and knights that are fortified with magic. Those tens of thousands of soldiers are going to invade. The flame dwarf chief was afraid. How could they defeat so many enemies with less than 5,000 on their side, especially when the Whipper Kingdom had so few warriors? The only way to survive was to lock up the castle gate and resist. Rosalind agreed with that statement. Rosalind was the only one who could openly fight along with the Whipper Kingdom's forces. That was why Rosalind shared her thoughts as well. He's right. Young Master Cal, we need to choose safety first. She looked toward Tunka and continued to speak. She thought about Tunka as well as the native warriors on their side. Their armors and weapons were terrible compared to the Empire's knights' equipment, and as they did not have any magic fortification, it was as if they were naked compared to those knights. I'm sure you agree with me, Commander Tunka and Chief Harral. We need to preserve the number of warriors on our side. They needed to defend first and lower the enemy numbers before sending the soldiers and warriors out when they saw an opening to launch a counterattack. They needed to use the flame dwarves and Mary's strengths during that time as well. That is the only way to reduce the difference in numbers. This is the only way to effectively defeat the Empire's overwhelming numbers when we are fighting without our limbs. Rosalind's analysis was blunt. She looked toward Cal with that blunt and cold gaze, while the flame dwarf chief looked toward Cal with fear and urgency. It was at that moment. Someone started to laugh. Rosalind's eyes opened wide. Commander. Tunka was laughing like a maniac who had a screw loose. Rosalind and Chief Canel did not get angry at Tunka's actions. It was because he was not laughing at the two of them. Chief Harral was smiling as well. There was also one more person who was smiling. Young Master Cal. Cal was also smiling with them. He could not help but smile at this feeling that he had not felt in a while. Rayan, who had been quietly invisible for a while, asked Cal in confusion. Human, what is going on? What is going on? It was making him think about the past. Long before Kim Rak-Soo was a team leader, the newly employed Kim Rak-Soo had gone out to take care of some business with his team leader when they were beaten to a pulp. Naturally, they had failed their mission. Kim Rak-Soo had spoken to his former team leader when they were both still on the ground in pain. Team leader. Ah, listen to that tone of yours, you bastard. What is it? When do you think we will be able to fight using overwhelming strength? Do you think it is possible? I don't know. Don't talk about the impossible. That's too bad. What is? Kim Rak-Soo had thought it was too bad at that time. His company was always lacking manpower and had to fight against large organizations or strong individuals, even though they were weak. That was why they never had enough strength. Kim Rak-Soo had never fought against an enemy while possessing overwhelming strength over that enemy. That was why he had said the following to his former team leader. My style is to cause a damn ruckus with overwhelming strength. You crazy bastard. Crazy bastard. His former team leader's voice brushed past Cal's ears. Kim Rak-Soo had been disappointed at that time, and that disappointment continued even when he followed in the footsteps of his team leader and became the new team leader. The Empire was in possession of an overwhelming advantage. Miss Rosalind. Cal looked toward Tunka and Harral. He then turned toward Rosalind and continued to speak. Do you know what makes the Whipper Kingdom so scary? Excuse me. Rosalind asked in confusion, while one of the mages who came with her responded back. He was one of the mages who had escaped from the Whipper Kingdom. He calmly answered Cal's question. The Whipper Kingdom is scary because there is no defense. There is no defense. Does that mean they don't ever defend their castles? Cal started to speak while the flame dwarf chief and Rosalind stood there in confusion. The Whipper warriors have magic resistance. Ah, Rosalind gasped as she remembered that fact, while the flame dwarf chief's eyes opened wide from this fact he just found out. Some of the Whipper Kingdom's natives were born with magic resistance. That number only grew as time went on. It increased significantly after the magic tower conducted their cruel human experiments. Tunka was someone who was at the peak of those individuals. His physical strength was overwhelming, but his magic resistance was even greater than that. Armor that is fortified with magic. It was just like regular steel to the Whipper Kingdom's warriors. They had innate abilities that allowed them to resist magic for a while. That was why they could charge forward without any fear. Even if the Empire happened to be caught off guard last time, the Whipper Kingdom's forces had still fought against the Empire's knights and mages during the last battle at Maple Castle, and they managed to win. The overwhelming difference in number. Why did the Empire need to prepare such a large number of troops in order to conquer the Whipper Kingdom? It was because they knew they needed at least this much to be victorious. Chief Harol, who made eye contact with Cal, started to speak. Defense is not in the Whipper Kingdom's dictionary. Keh, keh, ha ha. Tunka's laughter shook the tower. He could see the Empire's forces. The Lion tribe and alchemists were not stepping up, but the knights and soldiers who were wearing armor fortified with magic, as well as the mages, were prepared for battle. However, Tunka turned his head and looked toward Cal. Cal nodded toward Tunka. Do not worry about your back. Tunka understood what Cal meant with that nod. That was why he started to move. In fact, he jumped off the tower. He laughed as his large body flew off of the tower. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. His crazed voice reached both the Empire's forces and the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers. These soldiers did not have magic resistance like the native warriors. They watched their leader fall from the tower. Boom! Tunka landed on the ground with a loud noise, outside of Maple Castle. He was now face to face with the close to 100 troops from the Empire. He could also see Duke Houghton in the distance. Kehehe, an overwhelming difference in numbers. Had that not been the case when they went up against the mage faction, it had been even worse back then. They had nothing when they went up against the mages. However, he had won. No, we won. Tunka opened his mouth and shouted out loud. Open the gates. Defending, staying cooped up and defending the castle. They wouldn't ever do something like that. Screech, the castle gate opened. The warriors, who were just as crazy for battle as Tunka, appeared from behind the gate. Soldiers were following behind them. There were only a minimal number of people staying back to guard the castle. The rest of them were giving off either a venomous presence or a crazed look as they followed behind Tunka. Tunka remembered what Cal had told him before Choi Han and Rosalind had arrived. He looked down at his waist. There was a small but sturdy pouch securely tied on him. There was a small marble inside the bag. All of the soldiers had one as well. Young Master Cal. Rosalind noticed the pouches on the sides of the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers as they headed toward the Empire's troops. She flinched and looked toward Cal, who picked up one of those marbles and started to speak. Iruhe Benim worked very hard. The marbles were filled with a fluid that was the same color as Rayan's eyes. He turned his head and looked toward Flame Dwarf Chief Kanel. Ya'll be able to see it soon. The Flame Dwarf Chief flinched at Cal's gaze. He had not been able to see Cal's gaze clearly because he had been shocked by the Lion tribe. Cal's pupils were not shaking at all. The commander confidently continued to speak. Ya'll be able to see just what you need to do. We need to get rid of alchemy. Cal continued to speak as the chief thought about that. Ya'll also be able to see how the weak are able to defeat the strong. The Flame Dwarf Chief's body started to shake. The Whipper Kingdom's forces seemed weak compared to the Lion tribe that ignored the Flame Dwarves and the Empire that was showing its overwhelming strength. The Flame Dwarf Chief, as someone who had always been a weakling, felt his fingertips starting to shake. There was a way for the weak to defeat the strong. What is that method? Going crazy and fighting without looking back. Kanel subconsciously gasped after seeing Cal's gaze. However, Cal had turned his head. There were times that you needed to run while only looking straight forward. That was the case for the Whipper Kingdom right now. Cal started to shout as he knew how the Whipper Kingdom must be feeling right now. Priests, start moving. However, honestly speaking, both the Whipper Kingdom and the Empire had the wrong idea. Mary, you go back inside the castle as well. Go gather the flame dwarves. People on the tower started to quickly move. Cal was at the center of those people as he observed Tunka, who was heading toward the Empire, and addressed Choi Han. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim, follow me. There would be no need for the warriors and soldiers to worry about their back, as Cal had told Tunka. Human, I will go to save people as well. I will go with you no matter what you say. This was because Cal had prepared some overwhelming strengths for it. There's no reason, Cal Henitus. No, there is no reason that I need to fight as I had fought when I was Kim Raksu. The fire of destruction started to twirl on top of his palm. Chapter 284. What the wind swept in four, dwarves were a race that dealt with steel. As someone who could not live without dealing with fire, Kainel gasped after seeing the fire on Cal's palm. It was different than the fire he used to melt steel. All he could feel was a wicked fire that seemed to want to gobble everything. Commander-in-Chief Kainel called out to Cal, however. Cal just glanced at him before starting to walk. Choi Han, who was dressed as a priest, lowered his hood and followed behind Cal. Is it okay to just leave him like that? Choi Han asked Cal with concern. It was obvious he was talking about the flame dwarf chief who was blankly standing there. It's fine since Mary went. Cal coldly commented that it was fine since Mary already went to gather the other flame dwarves, and that punk will move soon as well. Cal sounded certain as he said that. Cal headed down from the castle wall and entered the staircase to head back into the castle. He turned back around and looked out past the castle wall before descending down. He'd be stupid to just stand there after seeing that. Choi Han also turned to look. He then followed Cal and headed for their destination. Behind Cal and Choi Han's back was Tunka, who was charging toward the Empire's knights with just a club in his hand. Bearing, the iron club and swords created loud noises as they clashed. Kehehe, the vice-captain of the Margaru Empire's 3rd Knights Brigade. He started to frown after hearing the laughter through his helmet. I didn't expect that he would suddenly dash out like this. He knew that Tunka held the title of the Whipper Kingdom's strongest individual. He was also the commander for this battle. Normally, in a battle like this, both sides would try to gain the psychological advantage or start with a small clash between the leaders. There were usually some formalities and class to start things off. However, this barbarian commander didn't care for any of that. He just immediately charged toward them. Go take him on. The glorious sword master Duke Houghton, the captain of the 1st Knights Brigade as well as the commanding officer of the Empire's Royal Knights Brigade. He had ordered the 3rd Knights Brigade to handle Tunka and the warriors who charged forward without any strategies. Teach that wild calf the strength of the Empire. The members of the 3rd Knights Brigade were wearing armor fortified with magic and riding on horses. The vice-captain scoffed while seeing Tunka running toward them without a horse. War was not child's play. That was why they were looking down on this barbarian who was rushing toward them without any support. However, the vice-captain's face had a frown that could not disappear. How is he so stupidly strong? He could feel a strong vibration from his sword that was fortified with magic once it clashed against the iron club. The vice-captain almost dropped his sword. It was not just Tunka's strength that was scary. Tunka's ability to jump up to his level when he was riding on a horse was shocking. Where is he? The vice-captain tightly grasped the shaking sword and caused aura smoke to rise. It was the moment aura smoke was spreading out from the sword of this high-grade expert. Barang. Ah! The vice-captain's eyes opened wide as his helmet started to shake. His neck was then jerked back. Someone was holding onto his helmet. Herehe! The vice-captain could see the barbarian leader smiling with his teeth showing. Crackle, crackle. Electricity started to come out of the helmet. The magic spell that was imbued in the helmet, along with enhanced durability, was causing these currents to protect its owner. It did not matter. The vice-captain's pupils started to shake. He soon heard something that sounded like thunder by his ears. Crackle. This out-of-this-world strength ripped the helmet apart as if it was a piece of paper. The destroyed helmet slowly fell off of his head. A wind brushed by the vice-captain's face. The barbarian leader who was standing on the back of the vice-captain's horse let go of the helmet. Clang! The destroyed helmet fell to the ground. The knight froze up after seeing Tunka's crazed face and glaring pupils. Tunka's hand grasped the vice-captain's neck. Magic sparks flew out of the armor as he did that. However, Tunka did not feel a thing. Why, you barbarian? Let go of our vice-captain, Nim. Another knight rushed toward Tunka. Even though he was just an average knight, electricity was flowing out of his sword because of magic enchantment. However, his sword could not reach Tunka. Bang! Ah! A large-bodied woman's spear parried the knight's sword. It was Pelia, Tunka's left-hand woman and the tribe's greatest spear user. She was the one who parried the attack. The electricity did not affect her either, as she also had magic resistance. It was not just her. The Whipper warriors had all charged toward the 3rd Knight's brigade. Although they only had leather armor and simple weapons, with some of them just fighting with their bare hands, they all had no hesitation as they charged into battle. These crazy barbarians. The knight who had tried to rescue the vice-captain became anxious. They were smiling. Both Tunka and his left-hand woman Pelia were smiling with their teeth showing. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Tunka's laughter shook the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Tunka and the warriors, the soldiers who had not entered the fray just yet were hitting the ground with their spears and causing the ground to rumble. These soldiers seemed as if they were celebrating one of their festivals that had been deemed to be barbaric, as they were breathing heavily from the excitement. None of them are sane. They were different than the Whipper Kingdom's forces from last year's battle at Maple Castle. They seemed to be even crazier than that time. This was especially the case for their leader. Ah! The vice-captain was suppressed before he was flung off of the horse. The barbarian leader took control of the horse before glaring toward the knight who had tried to save the vice-captain. The knight found it hard to breathe as Tunka stared at him. However, Tunka was not looking at him. Commander Tunka. The knight flinched and started to shiver after hearing the voice coming from behind him. He was relieved at the same time. Duke Houghton, the sword of the Empire. Duke Houghton had slowly approached Tunka while riding his horse. His voice was calm, however. The arrogance in his voice that showed that he did not consider Tunka to be his opponent was clearly visible. It's been a while. I feel like it was just yesterday that I saw you in the Empire. Where is he? Tunka did not seem to care about Houghton. Houghton's eyebrows twitched, but he calmly continued to speak. He could be this relaxed because of his strength. Who are you looking for? He. Tunka laughed at Duke Houghton's question and wet his lips as if he had found a prey before answering the question. Adden, I'm talking about Adden. This was followed by a moment of silence. Only Tunka continued to speak. Where is that damn coward, Adden? Adden, the Margoru Empire's imperial prince and the future king. Tunka was calling his name as if it was the name of a random thug. The Empire's forces seemed to be in shock. And one more person. Chief Kanel from the Flame Dwarf tribe was standing on the castle walls with a blank stare. Hey, coward, stop hiding and come out. I'll crush you with my fist. Ka! Tunka's shout. Coward, stop hiding. Tap, tap. The Flame Dwarf chief slowly started to move. His body was starting to get farther away from the battlefield as he took some steps back. He could hear Cal's voice in his head. You'll be able to see it soon. You'll be able to see just what you need to do. The Flame Dwarf chief took a couple more steps and finally let out a breath. Huo. Duke Houghton also let out a deep sigh. However, there was anger in his eyes. Commander Tunka, I am following proper etiquette right now. No matter how strong Tunka may be, Duke Houghton could still see how strong Tunka was. That meant that he was stronger than Tunka. He had been maintaining respect and following proper etiquette as the stronger person. However, he started to get angry after seeing Tunka show no respect at all. Etiquette. Heh. Tunka just shrugged his shoulders and started to laugh. He recalled the conversation he had with Cal at the tower before Choi Han and Rosalind arrived. I'm sorry, I just seem to be receiving without giving anything this time. Is there anything you want? Tunka could see Cal being shocked at his question. However, he soon returned to his usual calm expression and answered back. It's not enough with Duke Houghton. How disappointing. Tunka could not help but think Cal really was a strong person pretending to be weak. Who else could say such a thing while looking at the Empire's forces? The Imperial Prince. Drag him into this into this pit of fire. We can't be the only ones to take a hit this time. Tunka liked that answer very much. That was why he sneered at the Empire who feigned following etiquette and being respectful in front of the public while threatening the Whipper Kingdom and being greedy for their land in the back. You should have brought that Imperial Prince bastard if you are aiming for the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka, who had been standing on the horse, suddenly shot forward. Barang! A loud noise could be heard. Knights were blocking Tunka's path. There was a wall created by the knights' swords. Tunka looked toward Duke Houghton behind them and continued to shout. I'll let you roll in this mud now, in this pit of fire. You bastards will have to stand on even ground with us. It didn't matter if someone was a noble, king, emperor, or anything else. None of it mattered if you beat them up. Our Whipper kingdom is not weak. Tunka's shout filled the battlefield. It reached everyone's ears. Cal laughed, saying Tunka has got a loud voice, while Dwarf Canel, who had been stepping backward, clenched his fists and turned around before starting to run. He was heading away from the battlefield and heading into the castle. Bang! The wall that was made of 5 swords broke at the same time. Tunka ignored the blades hitting his body as he moved forward. If there were people above him, if there were people stronger than him, then he just needed to pull them down to his level. They were all the same when they were standing on the ground. Magic, aura, the only thing given to a human at birth was their body. Tunka was someone who had fought against nature and developed his body. He had no fear because he trusted this body of his, and now he didn't have to watch his back either. Clang! Duke Houghton took out his sword. His aura shot out as well. Although Tunka had magic resistance, he did not have aura resistance. Defeat was the only possible ending for him. Wang, the First Knight's brigade that consisted of the strongest experts, started to let out their aura smokes. They were all at minimum high-grade experts. They raised their swords toward the warriors behind Tunka. Then the captain of the magic brigade shouted from behind them, "Prepare for the first wave of attacks." The mana around the Empire's mage brigade started to rumble. Duke Houghton looked toward Tunka, who was running in a straight line toward him, and started to laugh. "Commander Tunka, your warriors will die at our knight's hands, while your soldiers will die at our mage's hands. The warriors with magic resistance would be dealt with by the knights, while the soldiers without magic resistance would be killed by the mages." The horse Duke Houghton was on started to rush forward as well. Bang! Duke Houghton's sword and Tunka's iron club clashed against each other. Slash! The iron club was cut by Duke Houghton's aura. This was the law of nature. The strong suppress the weak. Duke Houghton lightly swung his sword around as he asked Tunka a question. "Can you feel the direction of the wind?" The wind was blowing from the Empire toward the Whipper Kingdom. The spring wind travels from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom. The western continent's spring winds always traveled from the west to the east. Tunka picked his sliced club back up and rushed toward Duke Houghton. Bang! The moment the sword clashed against the sliced club, Duke Houghton smirked toward the barbarian, whose hair seemed worse than a lion's mane, and whispered to him, "You should have just thrown away 80 years. 100 slaves for 80 years. Houghton removed one layer of his pretense. It was at that moment, what bullshit spring winds. Kahehe. He could hear Tunka's laughter. He could feel the wind at the same time. There was a different wind than the spring winds that were blowing from the west to the east, from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom. Duke Houghton's gaze headed toward behind Tunka. The wind was blowing. The wind was blowing from Maple Castle. The wind was blowing from inside Maple Castle to the outside. Screech, screech, he could hear some weird noises as well. It sounded as if some old machines that had not been used in a while were starting to move again. It was almost like the sound of a gear that had been off returning to its spot. That sound could be heard along with the wind. Kahaha, it's here. I knew it. Tunka laughed and then glared at Duke Houghton as if he wanted to rip the Duke into pieces. My back is strong now. Kahaha. Shara, a rough wind ate up the naturally flowing spring wind and changed the flow of the wind. It was now going from the east to the west. The wind that was blowing from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom had instantly changed directions. However, the Empire's forces could not even feel the wind that was blowing toward them now. Something was floating up. Something was floating up from the center of Maple Castle. White birds started to rise up from Maple Castle. These white birds were completely made out of bones. They were flapping their bone wings and causing the wind. They looked toward the largest of the birds. The white skeleton bird that had highest-grade magic stones at multiple spots around its body opened up its half-folded wings. Someone was holding onto the reins on that bird. One of the lions on top of the black tower subconsciously shouted out, "Chief Canel, why is that dwarf bastard over there?" Canel, the chief of the flame dwarf tribe, was the one holding onto the reins. He had headed from the castle wall to where the other tribe members were making the wings. He had heard what Tunka had said. "Hey, coward, stop hiding and come out. Our Whipper Kingdom is not weak." What Cal said also repeated itself in his mind. "Y'all be able to see it soon." You'll be able to see just what you need to do. Chief Canel grabbed the reins to control the white skeleton bird with one hand while clenching onto a video communication device with his other hand. The flame dwarves that were controlling the other four white skeleton birds looked toward the small chief's back. The dwarves were tiny compared to the size of these white skeleton birds. The person on the other side of the call talked to their chief, who was on the largest bird. Do not worry about your back. The chief looked behind him. He looked toward the highest spot on Maple Castle. Their commander was looking at them from that spot. The direction of the wind had changed. The wind will bring the fire with it. The commander's voice disappeared along with the wind. Chapter 285. Without front or back one, the largest bird was about 15 meters in length. The large birds made out of bones unfurled their wings. Their wings blocked the sunlight. A shadow fell over the Empire's knights. That's. Duke Houghton turned his gaze toward the sky and then looked back forward again. Heh. As the Duke unsheathed his sword, the barbarian who had been blocked by a wall of knights burst into laughter. Tunka looked like he was dying of laughter. However, Duke Houghton couldn't laugh along as he looked at Tunka's expression. 5 in total. 4 birds rose up together along with the one large bird in the center. Duke Nim. Behind him came the urgent voice of one of the Empire's mage. This is the energy from highest-grade magic stones. Those are bones embedded with magic stones. The leisurely look in Duke Houghton's eyes changed. There was no urgency, however. There was a look of sharp fury in his eyes. He observed the barbarian, Tunka, who was looking at him, and started to speak. Flame dwarves and magic stones. It was probably the flame dwarves who had assembled those bones together. Houghton knew the face of that flame dwarf tribe's chief. As an excellent sword master, if Houghton concentrated his aura into his eyes, he could see the face of that dwarf in the sky that the other knights could not see. After all, would it make sense if Duke Houghton of the Empire didn't know the face of the leaders affiliated with the Indomitable Alliance? The flame dwarf chief who wasn't supposed to be here had appeared. In addition, there was a skeleton that was moving through magic stones. There was only one thing missing from the equation: mages. Anger was visible on Duke Houghton's face. The Whipper Kingdom was a place where all magic was supposedly eradicated. He was not talking about the Whipper Kingdom's mages. Duke Houghton looked past the barbarian warriors who were laughing at him and focused his gaze. It seems like the Breck Kingdom dared to interfere in this battle. The flame dwarves were captured and taken prisoner by the Breck Kingdom. Flame dwarves were weak in creating magic devices, yet those bastards were able to create a bird like that. That was impossible without the help of mages. Duke Houghton's gaze headed toward the top of Maple Castle's walls. He could see a woman at the center of the walls who was openly making her presence known by stirring the mana around her. That woman, Rosalind, was looking down at Duke Houghton. Is this the Breck Kingdom's decision? Houghton's voice was quite loud after being amplified through his aura. It was so that Rosalind, who was standing above the castle walls, could hear him. Tunka was no longer the focus of his attention. The Margoru Empire, which had built up its strength over hundreds of years, was not afraid of an enemy like the Whipper Kingdom that did not have an established history and just ran wild with someone like Tunka as their leader. However, things changed if the Breck Kingdom entered the fray. Houghton could see the smile appearing on Rosalind's lips. Rosalind then responded cheerfully, matching the bright smile on her face. We are mercenaries. What? Houghton couldn't help but blankly question her statement. He could then hear Tunka's voice. I hired them. ... Commander. Houghton turned his attention back to Tunka. Tunka snickered with a look that seemed to say, what are you going to do about it? I hired some mercenaries and bought the dwarves from the Breck Kingdom. Such nonsense. It was utter nonsense. Rosalind, who was banished from the Breck Kingdom, was technically free from the Breck Kingdom's rules. In addition, if the Whipper Kingdom had bought off the prisoners of war from them, then the Breck Kingdom would have mentioned it to the Empire out of formality. That way they would be able to say that they didn't support the Whipper Kingdom and play off the exchange as a mere transaction between kingdoms. Are you telling me to believe in such bullshit? Houghton suddenly started to speak to Tunka in an unrestrained manner. It was your imperial prince who spouted bullshit first. Tunka gritted his teeth as he glared at Houghton. A correspondence demanding a slave transaction. That was the biggest bullshit out there. Houghton snorted and looked towards Rosalind as he started to speak. Rosalind, you and the Breck Kingdom have a lot to explain to our Margoru Empire. The Breck kingdom, who dared to support the Whipper kingdom and point its blade at the Empire, must explain today's occurrences to the Empire and bow down to them as an apology. That was the weight of going against the Empire. Houghton could see Rosalind's smiling lips parting to speak. Her voice that was infused with mana rang out, "Prepare to attack." Houghton's expression hardened. At the same time, the sound of a group of people swiftly climbing up the stone steps of the castle wall could be heard. Clack, clack, clack. Their attires symbolized that they were mages. Robes of all colors started to appear on top of Maple Castle's walls. Furthermore, these robed mages were channeling their mana as if they were ready to fight at any moment. None of them has the same outfit or even mana on the same wavelength. Everyone was prepared to channel all of their individual abilities. They stood on top of the castle walls. Their numbers were small. However, the few soldiers who remained to defend the castle looked at the mages and suppressed their complicated emotions. The soldiers of the non-mage faction that rose up to destroy the magic tower and kill all the mages didn't know how to respond to the native Whipper Kingdom mages that came to help them. The same went for the mages that came to help toward the soldiers. Although the mages that belonged to the magic tower had committed terrible deeds, the fear induced by the crazed group who killed them was still lingering on these mages' minds. It was at that moment. Everyone, pull yourself together. The chiefs in charge of the military operations began to travel back and forth across the castle wall. They were the ones who received orders from Chief Harol and Cal. The soldiers could hear their voices. The Empire holds above-average magic skills. There are many of them as well. The soldiers subconsciously turned toward the mages after hearing those statements. The chiefs around the wall all said the same thing as the soldiers looked toward the native Whipper Kingdom mages. However, the Whipper Kingdom's mages are here. Those words were enough. The kingdom with the greatest magical combat abilities on the Western continent. Although the Roan Kingdom may have that title now, it belonged to the Whipper Kingdom in the past. The Whipper Kingdom had powerful mages who were known to be unrivaled on the entire Western continent. The ones who knew that the best were neither the Empire nor the other kingdoms. We know their strength better than anyone else. The Whipper Kingdom's soldiers, who were the only ones to have fought against those mages, knew that best. The chief started to shout, "Everyone, focus and stay in formation." The soldiers immediately turned their attention back to the battlefield. Duke Houghton glared at Rosalind, who was leading the mages. "Are you planning to do something that you can't take back?" Duke Houghton spoke to Rosalind as red mana began to be melded by her hands. She then started to speak. What kind of idiot kindly explains themselves to the enemy? Rosalind, who had the proud face of royalty despite abandoning the crown, shouted toward Duke Houghton. At the same time, a voice started to speak in her mind. "Rosalind, the human says to start. Begin." Woong highest-grade magic stones started to cause ripples in the air as they floated up from the Maple Castle walls. The mages that had come from the Roan Kingdom had followed military orders impeccably during the war up until now. However, Commander Cal had said something different to the mages who had come here for their break. "Don't you think it would be nice to run wild and free at least once?" After observing Tunka, "I think the people of the Whipper Kingdom are strongest when they are free." "That's right." One mage mumbled to himself as he recalled that conversation. "Our Commander Cal is right. Everyone here were loners. Whether it was because they hated what the magic tower was doing or because they were in agony. All of them had fled from the magic tower and lived away in seclusion with those who didn't belong to the mage faction. Nevertheless, the mages couldn't let go of magic and had to conduct their research while living in poverty or in solitude. Those mages had gathered in the Roan Kingdom and coordinated with each other in preparation for war. Although they became strong as a group after abandoning their lifelong loner lifestyles and coordinating with each other for 2 years, they weren't able to use their individual powers to their heart's content even a single time since the start of the war. However, they could do that now. Woong, the trains of the mages' robes fluttered in the wind. They raised their hands. Their specialty, offensive magic spells, soon left their hands. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of consecutive explosions could be heard. Shield, the Empire's mages cast shields and blocked the magic attacks. The Empire versus the Whipper Kingdom. It was a fight between several hundred on one side and less than 100 on the other. However, the soldiers could see it. Again, they could see the looks in the eyes of the native Whipper mages as they pulled up their sleeves and prepared their next spells at Rosalind's order. There was no fear in their eyes, even when they were against the hundreds of enemy mages. That was something they held in common with the Whipper Kingdom's warriors. The mages seemed excited as the spells they had trained in solitude shot up into the air again. Duke Houghton shouted at that moment. Attack! The second mage brigade, which was standing behind the first mage brigade that put up the shields, shot out long-distance magic spells that they had been preparing since the moment the shield went up. Mages on the towers, start your attacks as well. The high-grade mages on top of the black alchemy towers started to attack as well. Bang! The magic spells from the Empire's side exploded. The ones that hit the incoming Whipper Kingdom's spells exploded mid-air, causing the area to shake and causing gusts of wind to blow. Duke Houghton's expression contorted. The flame dwarves. Screech the birds made of dead bones opened their mouths and let out strange sounds. These birds, surrounded in layers of white bones that looked like birds from hell, were flying quickly. Hidden deep within the white bones, where no one could see, was the black-colored dead mana that was lumped together and beating like a heart. These were the flame dwarves, Rosalind and Mary's masterpieces. Chief Canel heard a voice in his ear through the video communication device. Block it. The chief raised his voice as he pulled on the bird's reins. Strike. Bang! The largest skeleton bird drove its body into the two black towers. Bang! 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 The four skeleton birds followed suit and struck the other black towers with their bodies one by one. Ah! My mana got disturbed. The high-grade mages on top of the black towers had to recompose their wavering bodies. However, their spells had either been cancelled or flown in random directions. A total of 6 towers were shaking. Canel quickly retreated from the 2 towers that he had struck and stared at the sole tower that had not shaken. The high-grade mage on that tower was not casting offensive magic. He was instead continuously creating shields. It was as if it was more important to protect someone there than to attack. Canel could see the one person being protected by the shield. It was a member of the Lion tribe. The Lion tribe had treated the dwarves, specifically the flame dwarves, as if they did not exist in this world. Canel made eye contact with one of those lions. The lion's golden hair that was like a mane was fluttering in the wind. How dare these flame dwarf bastards? The lion's face contorted. Chief Canel recognized that bastard. That lion was Edrich, one of the candidates to become the next Lion King, and next to him was Granica, who supported him. Edrich and Granica. Those two were the ones that Cal had encountered in the north at Clope Seca's residence when he stole the white crown. Edrich glared at Chief Canel as they made eye contact. Do you think you can win with such a crude object? You're just a damn dwarf. You must have a death wish. Chief Canel subconsciously clutched the reins that he was holding onto after he saw the murderous look in the lion's eyes. Cal's nonchalant voice came through the video communication device at that moment. That lion bastard is always so noisy. Grin. The corners of Canel's lips started to go up. Cal's voice returned as Edrich started to frown at Canel's smile. Lions can't fly. However, you flame dwarves are flying in the sky right now. The wings did not fail this time. Although the results were not out yet, Canel was certain because Cal gave the order to begin. Fly up when I give the signal. That order was conveyed to both Canel, who was in the sky, and Rosalind, who was on the ground. Rosalind entrusted Tunka to the knights for the time being and made eye contact with Duke Houghton, who was looking at the mage brigade. Duke Houghton was wary of Rosalind. The Whipper Kingdom used magic twice so far, however. Rosalind had not used her magic even once during those 2 attacks. Uwang, however, more and more red mana gathered around her. A bewitching red glow swayed around as if it was waiting for the right moment. That barbarian is also too relaxed. Tunka did not seem to be giving it his all, as if he was waiting for something to happen. What could it be? Duke Houghton subconsciously passed his hand over his scabbard. It was something he did whenever he was troubled. Duke, I plan to swallow the Whipper Kingdom this time, as well as the Caro Kingdom if the chance arises. Imperial Prince Aden's ambitions passed through Duke Houghton's mind. I am a bit concerned about the Roan Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, and the North, though. I think it'll only be at ease if the Empire takes over the central area. As such, make sure to show overwhelming strength as you wipe them out. The Imperial Prince wanted a one-sided battle, and he had prepared accordingly. However, Duke Houghton had a strange sense of déjà vu. He felt that this battle wouldn't be easy. There's something going on. Rosalind, Tunka, the Whipper Kingdom, and the Flame Dwarves, they were all definitely waiting for something. What could that be? It was at that moment. Rumble, the sky began to rumble. The clear sky started to darken. At the same time, the red mana that had surrounded Rosalind instantly shot up into the sky. Duke Nim, it's a magic spell, an enormous one. What? Houghton looked up at the sky and started to frown as listened to the high-grade mage's urgent words. The high-grade mage quickly added on. This magic isn't being cast by one person alone. There is another person. An overwhelming amount of mana could be felt from where the black clouds were forming in the sky. It felt as if all the mana in the area was gathering over there. The Empire's mages felt stifled by such power. It was a natural response. The black cloud was made by a dragon. A cloud resembling the black dragon was made by Rosalind. We must avoid it. What? Houghton saw Tunka as he asked the question. He was running away. No, he was stepping back. He then heard Rosalind give an order as well. Put up the shields. All the mercenary mages who had been on the offensive started to put up shields. Houghton started to speak. Avoid it. Put up shields. He could see the skeleton birds soaring higher into the sky. It looked as if the skeleton birds were running away for their lives. Clack. A person covered from head to toe in a brown robe appeared beside Rosalind. The person's hand drew a vertical line from the sky downward. Houghton got goosebumps at that moment. The Empire's mages started to create shield after shield. Rumble. The roaring in the sky came to an end. And then Houghton's world, no, the world of all those who were here, became dyed red. A single streak of red. It was different from the flash of lightning. It was the true form of the fire of destruction. It wasn't a rose-gold-colored thunderbolt. It was blood red. A blood-red flame struck the ground. Bang! A deafening roar violently shook the earth. Cal, who was the one wearing the brown robe and standing beside Rosalind, heard Rayan's astonished voice in his mind. Human, didn't you say that you would only use a little bit of your power? Are you trying to collapse again? Rayan's two small front paws propped Cal's back. Cal could see Rosalind's shocked expression. He had previously spoken to Rosalind and briefed her on his plan. I'm just going to strike them with a small thunderbolt, so all you have to do is match me. Young Master Cal, you will cough up blood and faint if you use the fiery thunderbolt. I will only use a little bit this time. I can't let this power be exposed to the Empire too much and gain their attention. It was really just a little bit. He really had just thought of releasing a small thunderbolt. Cal's hands started to shake. What the hell? His body was fine. I only used a little, though. Cal truly used only the smallest fraction of strength he had ever used of the fire of destruction. That's why he was just slightly hungry. However, that fire's light had dyed his vision red. A strong red pillar that seemed to drown the battlefield in a sea of blood had shot down, and a lava-like heat swallowed up the spring air. The breathtaking power of the fire of destruction revealed itself on the battlefield. He heard the fiery thunderbolt's voice at that moment. Oh man, why did you only use a little? I still have to pay you back for the money. The existence that had enough destructive power to turn the frozen northern part of the western continent into a sea of fire. The fiery thunderbolt that had regained its true strength felt disappointed that Cal didn't use more of its strength. This crazy bastard. Cal was so shocked that his legs almost gave out. This unfathomable and overwhelming strength slammed everyone in the back. Chapter 286. Without front or back, 2. The Empire's side had retreated back as well. There was just the empty ground between the two sides that had their shields up. Fire! The fire that had shot down from heaven was burning in that space. The legends said that a god had sent down the first fire to help the people, however. This time it felt like a punishment from heaven. Duke Houghton was subconsciously clenching down hard on the hilt of his sword. Duke Nim. He could hear the shaking voice of the high-grade mage behind him. It was the person in charge of the Empire's first mage brigade. That is not magic. What? That is just pure fire. I believe it must be an ancient power. The brown robe. Duke Houghton couldn't help but think of that person. That person had been standing next to Rosalind. Ancient powers and Rosalind. Duke Houghton naturally thought about someone as he put those two together. Cal Henitus. He couldn't help but think of that name. At the same time, he remembered how the Roan Kingdom had helped out at the Breck Kingdom's battle. It made him suspicious. At the same time, he didn't think that it was possible. If he had to name the two kingdoms that currently had a good relationship with the Empire, it would be the Karo Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom. Furthermore, Cal Henitus had even received a Medal of Honor from the Empire. No need for useless suspicions. However, he knew he needed to be wary of that brown-robed individual. The arrogance slowly started to disappear from Houghton's eyes. On the other hand, Cal had to put some strength into his legs that almost gave out from being so shocked. His body swayed a bit. Car. Rosalind quickly shut up as the soldiers were nearby and grabbed his arm. She then observed Cal's face underneath the robe. Ha! Cal looked fine. Forget fine, he looked extremely energetic. Here's a good comparison to what it looked like. It was similar to when a bookworm who had been studying indoors all the time decided to take a walk because it was a beautiful day. Once they come out and do some light stretching, color returned to their pale face, and they looked much healthier than seconds prior. That was how Cal's face looked right now. His face that had been getting paler and making people worried had a slightly red tint to it, making him seem very healthy. Are you okay? Rosalind asked as she looked toward Cal's eyes with concern. On the other hand, Cal came to his senses after seeing the shock and nervousness mixed on Rosalind's face. He looked around. The soldiers seemed shocked, and the mages seemed even more shocked. Chief Harrol had an odd expression on his face. Cal looked down below as well. Tunka was looking at him from inside the shield. Human, are you really okay? You do seem okay, but that is weird. No, I got it. That fortification with the rain of gold must have been amazing. Rayan's relieved voice could be heard. If it is like that, let's fortify all the other ones as well. Then our human will never be hurt. He then heard Rayan's voice turn sad. Never mind. We can't do it right now. Fortification requires a lot of money. I do not have much in my piggy bank just yet. However, Cal did not pay attention to what Rayan was saying. Cal was looking at Tunka. Tunka was the only one who had a reaction other than shock. The bastard was looking at Cal while mouthing something silently. Are we not doing it? Smirk. Cal started to smile. He moved Rosalind's hand away from his arm and started to speak. Please start. The gaze in Rosalind's eyes changed. The pillar of fire was still burning. This pillar of fire was almost as tall as the black towers made by alchemy. It was something that was giving off an aura that made it difficult to approach. However, the lonely pillar of fire looked shabby. Put out the fire. Move the formation. Duke Houghton's voice sounded like thunder as he commanded the Empire's forces. The soldiers quickly came back to their senses and started to move their formation. They were going to dodge this pillar of fire. I don't know why the pillar of fire struck down over there, but it is useless toward us. The pillar of fire had not struck the Empire's formation. It had just hit down on empty ground. It was a useless power if it didn't kill anybody. There are many other paths toward Maple Castle. Maple Castle was located in the middle of a plain. You could approach it on all sides. It would not be difficult for the Empire's forces to surround Maple Castle based on their numbers. In addition, the number of Whipper Kingdom's warriors and soldiers were not enough to take on the large number from the Empire that could easily surround the castle. This was especially the case, as only tens of soldiers and mages were on the castle wall. We just need to be cautious of the dwarves and that pillar of fire. It was just a matter of time before they won. It was at that moment. Ruyumble, the quiet sky, started to rumble again. Ah, Duke Houghton realized something. He had forgotten about it because of the shock that was caused by this fire that they believed was an ancient power. Rosalind and the unknown person's magic. Black clouds were still covering the battlefield. Shoot! Duke Nim! Duke Houghton urgently started to shout. Activate the magic shields. It was now the magic spell's turn to strike toward the Empire's forces. Just take a look. Even the mages on top of the castle wall that was not covered by the pillar of fire were preparing red fire attribute magic spells. It was so that they could protect Tunka. That red pillar was used to separate Tunka from the Empire's forces before they launched these spells. Houghton finally realized Rosalind and the Whipper Kingdom's chief strategy. That was why he was frowning as he urged the mages to cast shields as the soldiers and knights curled up together and lifted up their shields toward the sky. Ruyumble. It happened once the sky stopped crying once again. Barang, barang, red lights started to pour out from both the sky and Maple Castle. It was different than that fire of destruction that looked like flowing blood. Fire and electric magic spells filled the area. Ah, The mage next to Duke Houghton stumbled as the ground continued to shake. It was intense. Even Duke Houghton got the chills as he watched the rose-gold-colored thunderbolt coming down from the sky. However, Duke Houghton was able to slowly straighten himself back up. He looked around where the magic spells had struck. Duke Nim, nobody died. None of the Empire's forces had died. There were some who were injured, but nobody was dead. However, Duke Houghton could not laugh about this situation. What is that? Duke Houghton could not hide his shock as he looked forward. A wall was created with the blood-like pillar of fire at the center. A furiously burning wall of fire appeared in front of the Empire's eyes. This fire with electric currents that was made from magic was burning up in the form of a wall. Duke Nim, all directions are blocked. Houghton heard the knights shout. He could see it as well. A wall of fire was surrounding Maple Castle. It looked as if nobody could enter. The Whipper Kingdom had repeated the same thing that the Empire had done in the past when they had left a wall of fire before retreating. However, one thing had changed. They didn't block all of it. They left an opening. The Empire had left the everlasting flame made from alchemy on all sides of the castle in order to prevent the Whipper Kingdom from approaching Maple Castle. However, the Whipper Kingdom had left an entrance. It was the spot that the blood-like pillar of fire and the rose-gold thunderbolt had landed. There were no fires in those two locations. Only dust was flowing around in that area. He could also see the gate into Maple Castle beyond that area as well. The Empire could try to take Maple Castle without touching the wall of fire if they went past that area. Ha, ha ha, Duke Houghton let out a laugh. Right in front of the gate, in the area without fire, he could see people starting to fill that area. Tunka was the one in the front. Behind him were his subordinate warriors with the soldiers behind them. The mercenary mages and Rosalind were on top of the castle wall above the gate. He could also see the brown-robed individual. The brown-robed Cal looked toward Tunka's back. Tunka felt his gaze and stood in the only opening within the wall of fire and glared at Duke Houghton and the enemies. He recalled the conversation he had with Cal prior to the battle. Cal, thank you for helping us out, but the warriors and I will fight. Chief Harol agreed with Tunka. We just ask for your support. We will ask you to help if we are put in a dangerous situation, however. We want to try fighting with our own strength first. A fight against the Empire. The Whipper Kingdom needed to show that they could hold their own for a while. That would raise the soldiers' morales and make the Empire not try to aim for the Whipper Kingdom ever again. In addition, Harol was planning on using this war as a chance to kill the king or turn him into a complete puppet. They needed results in order to do that. That was why they decided to fight. Of course, Tunka had a different reason for choosing to fight. That is the Whipper way. It was the Whipper Kingdom's style to fight. There was a reason that they were labeled as barbarians. Cal had smiled at the two of them. I wasn't planning on taking part in round one anyway. Tunka could feel the heat of the fire, but Duke Houghton's bloodshot eyes were still clearly visible. Cal's voice tickled his ears. I will provide you a battlefield for you to run wild. Tunka, think about a narrow and deep gorge. Cal wanted Tunka to think about the enemies coming into a narrow gorge that was filled with their allies. An extremely deep but narrow gorge. It was narrow because both sides were blocked by high cliffs. Not only that, but these steep cliffs were made of fire. Of course, fighting here at Maple Castle was different than actually fighting at an actual gorge. However, the results should be the same. The enemy will meet the Whipper Kingdom's warriors at the end of this narrow path. No matter how large the number of enemies may be, they only had one way to get through to the Whipper Kingdom's side. They had no choice but to go through this wall of fire. Tunka, if they can't get past you and the warriors, then they cannot step into the Whipper Kingdom territory. Tunka touched the pouch hanging on his waist. Cal had said that the marble inside this pouch was the ingredient for the pillar of fire used in the battle against the indomitable alliance at the Gorge of Death. The fire in the gorge will not go out. I will make it that way, so just look forward. What do you think? Is this the battlefield you wanted? What do I think? It was perfect. Tunka liked this battlefield a lot. He could feel the warriors lining up next to him, as well as the people standing on the castle wall behind him, and noticed himself becoming confident. He was not scared of the large number of enemies. They would not be able to get past this path as long as he was alive. Tunka found this battlefield to be amazing. He heard an unexpected noise at that moment. Screech, the castle gate opened. Tunka saw someone coming out dressed like a soldier and standing next to him. This person was wearing a helmet. Tunka started to smile. He could tell who it was even without seeing the person's face. Didn't you say you can't use your aura? Choi Han, the helmeted man, took out a normal sword and stood up straight. Choi Han, you want to fight? We need to go heal people soon. Kalnim, healing is important, but I think using my sword is a way to save them as well. Is that the only reason? Duke Houghton uses aura. Tunka does not have any aura. It will be difficult by himself. But you can't use your aura right now. Tunka and Cal had wondered about the same thing. Choi Han held back a laugh as he recalled the answer he gave Cal and calmly answered back. It is still better for me to be there with him rather than for him to do it alone. I am still strong without it. Tunka started to laugh. The person who could not use his aura because he needed to hide his identity, the person who had beaten him up in the past, was standing next to him right now. That was the truth. Choi Han was strong even without his aura, and that strong person was on his side. Tunka felt an unknown emotion filling his heart. Choi Han, you're my friend too, right? Shut up. Clang. The tip of Choi Han's sword pointed toward Duke Houghton as he told Tunka to shut up. Choi Han and Duke Houghton had never met before. It was because Cal had made Choi Han move separately from him in the Empire, as he was worried that Duke Houghton would realize the level of Choi Han's strength. However, there was no need to worry about that. Although they were both sword masters, Choi Han's level and Duke Houghton's level were worlds apart. Duke Houghton started to shout, "Third Knights Brigade, follow behind me." The Empire's Knights Brigade moved their horses forward as they charged toward Maple Castle with the Duke in the lead. Oolong. The Empire's Mage Brigade started to cast spells as well. Their mana headed toward the only entrance to the castle, as well as to the Wall of Fire. They were trying to kill everyone who was at that gap, as well as destroy the Wall of Fire. Tunka was standing in the front as he thought about the people standing behind him, and he shouted wildly, "You'll only get past here over my dead body." Choi Han was already rushing forward at that time. A battle between the few and the many. The battlefield that the few had wanted had been created. Chapter 287, Without Front or Back 3, Get Off Your Horses. Duke Houghton jumped off his horse as he shouted. The horses were getting scared while looking at the red fire. Anybody who was scared was useless in battle. They are more of a hindrance in that small opening. Duke Houghton rushed quickly toward the opening in the fire after quickly making that judgment. Clang! His sword now, his aura shot up toward the sky. His silver-gray-colored aura that resembled the color of his sword shot up to the sky. The Sword of the Empire. Duke Houghton had been given that title because he was a sword master, and because the color of his aura was the color of a sword. Follow the Duke Nim. The captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade gave the order, and the knights who had gotten off their horses wrapped around the Duke as they headed toward the castle gate. Ah ha ha, you came down to the ground in the end. It's only fun when we are on the same level. Ka. Duke Houghton could see Tunka charging toward him. Once Tunka and the warriors moved forward, the soldiers behind them put up long spears and bows to cover the gap. You cocky bastard. Duke Houghton grumbled as he kicked off the ground with the aura-covered sword in his hand. Tunka and Houghton. The two of them were only looking at each other as they ran toward each other. You're just a damn arrogant barbarian. I'm going to kill you. Houghton's pride had been hurt. They kept getting toyed with by the Whipper Kingdom, and even the flow of battle had changed when he was the one to come with the overwhelming numbers. He had rushed forward to change the flow of battle once again. It was also to buy some time. And finally, I will kill you. It was to kill Tunka. Tunka was now within Duke Houghton's range. Duke Houghton could now attack Tunka at a range that a stupid barbarian without aura could not reach him. He could do so because of his aura. Just like how mages and regular citizens had different values, people with aura and people without aura had different values on the battlefield as well. Oolong, the silver-gray aura shot up toward the sky. It then shot down at a quick speed. Kill Tunka. Duke Houghton's first attack that had the desire to kill Tunka had started. I will step all over you, it was at that moment. He suddenly got the chills. Duke Houghton could feel it. An attack is coming. A sharp blade is heading my way. Houghton turned his head to the right. He could see a black helmet. This helmet even covered the eyes area so that he could not see anything about the person behind it. When? When did that person get here? I didn't sense him at all. A sword master like me couldn't sense him. However, he could not question it any longer. The helmeted swordsman was running like an average person toward him with an average sword in his hand. Duke Houghton quickly moved his arm that was covered in goosebumps. However, the black helmeted swordsman was faster. Ah! Houghton's body staggered. His eyes opened wide. He could see the person quickly moving toward his right side with a sudden burst of speed. How is this kind of speed possible? Is he a regular swordsman? Is he an assassin? Or is he a sword master? The silver-gray aura started to come out of Houghton's sword again. He tried his best to look at the person's eyes through the completely covered helmet. It was because he knew that the Whipper Kingdom didn't have a swordsman like this. He could barely make out the eyes underneath. They were red. He could see the red pupils through the gap in the helmet. These eyes reminded him of a snake that had crawled up from the fires of hell. Houghton subconsciously thought that he could see those fires of hell behind the black helmet. He then urgently swung his arm. The silver-gray aura headed toward the black helmet. The black-helmeted swordsman, Choi Han, jumped back as soon as he saw the aura. Slash. However, a bit of his clothing ended up getting cut. As expected, Choi Han started to frown while looking at his cut clothes. He then tightened his grip around his sword. He observed Duke Houghton with his red pupils that had been colored this way with magic. Rayan, change Choi Han's eye color. We don't want him to get caught. I understand, human. Choi Han, I will make it a color I like. I will make it whatever color I want. Although Rayan had just changed it to a color he liked, it unintentionally had the effect of leaving a deep red image on Duke Houghton's mind. However, Houghton was an experienced sword master. Who are you? Choi Han answered Houghton's question by pointing his sword again. Houghton stared at the crude black helmet. This person was wearing a regular outfit instead of armor. Furthermore, he was using a regular sword without any aura. Duke Nim, I will handle him. Commanding Officer Nim, I will deal with that pest. Two of the knights who moved away from the larger battle approached the Duke. However, the Duke did not give any kind of response to them. His body just shot forward. Bang! Another loud noise that sounded like an explosion rang on the battlefield. Duke Houghton's eyes were full of mockery. The swords did not hit against each other. The regular sword dodged the silver-gray aura. It then slid down Duke Houghton's sword. The hilts of the two swords slammed hard against each other. Why aren't you using your aura? Duke Houghton stared at the helmeted Choi Han and asked. It could not be helped. He could not completely tell his opponent's level, however. He could make a guess after exchanging blows one time. That person is at my level, which means that they are a sword master. Houghton let out a chuckle. You are not going to use your aura in a battle between sword masters. I guess you want to lose. A sword master was not using their aura. That was like fighting with their eyes closed. Sharara, the silver-gray aura cut through the wind. Choi Han took a step back. He looked down at his sword. I guess you don't want to lose. Duke Houghton looked arrogant as he activated his aura and approached Choi Han. He looked at Choi Han and spoke with certainty. Looks like you want to die. Fighting against a sword master without using aura. That was the truth. That was the same as saying you wanted to die. Choi Han clenched the hilt of his sword. His red pupils focused on Duke Houghton's stance. He was observing Duke Houghton's movements. He was like a snake waiting in the grass for prey as he carefully observed each and every one of Duke Houghton's movements. He returned to the Choi Han of the past when he couldn't use aura. Duke Houghton was said to be someone who followed the typical course of an elite. He was born in the greatest Duke household of the Empire and learned from the Empire's greatest swordsman as soon as he showed a talent for the sword, with his results being that he became a sword master. That was why his style was elegant and full of formality. However, Choi Han's style was on the opposite end of the spectrum because he had learned to survive. He did not know of any sword arts until he developed his dark destruction sword art. He had just done whatever he needed to do to survive. Choi Han's body shot forward. Duke Houghton and Choi Han clashed once more. Choi Han thoroughly dodged the aura again, however. He was not able to land any attacks on Duke Houghton. Those useless clashes continued. You studied a refined sword art. Duke Houghton was leisurely commenting on Choi Han's attacks. He had become calm once again, as if he had never had the goosebumps earlier. Who? He then heard a sneer. The helmeted swordsman was sneering at him. Choi Han was laughing at Houghton, calling his sword art refined. He then stretched his helmeted neck. Now I'm getting the feel for it. His senses had finally returned. Choi Han started to smile. The forest of darkness. His senses from back then had returned. Choi Han had decided to fight in order to help Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom. However, there were other reasons as well. He had a sudden thought after he saw Duke Houghton on the battlefield. What if I fought without using my aura? Choi Han wanted to get control of the complete darkness. In order to do that, he needed to return to when he had created this incomplete darkness. When had that been? It was when he was living in the forest of darkness. Choi Han was a weakling until he became a sword master. He was always living in despair and fear. However, those emotions had settled down once he became stronger. That was why he needed a situation like this. He needed to go back to when he had a weakness. Wouldn't that help him see past this wall in front of him? Choi Han charged toward Duke Houghton again. Block them. Shoot the arrows. Warriors, do not stop. He could hear the voices of the soldiers and knights fighting in front of the entrance. The Empire's soldiers and knights were rushing in like flowing water, with the 3rd Knights Brigade in the front. The soldiers were pushing forward and aiming for the gate as Houghton, and the Knights' brigades fought against Tunka and the other strong warriors. Do not allow the enemies to get to the gate. Feet, tie their feet up. He could hear the Whipper side's crazed voices. They were crazy, but just from the urgency of the situation. Point the spears. Block the swords aiming for the warriors. Choi Han decided to go crazy from the urgency of the situation as well. He could see Duke Houghton. He could see the swordsman who, unlike himself, gave off elegance and class with every step. His senses had returned. His aura was tied down, but he still needed to kill this bastard. Choi Han started to smile. He could not see the answer, however. He could clearly see the problem. Shoot the areas. Don't let them cross over to the Whipper Kingdom territory. Cut the knights' necks. Chaos. He could hear the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers through the chaos. Choi Han believed they were in this state of urgency for similar reasons. Defend our land. The Whipper Kingdom is done for if we give up. Protect. Others will get hurt if I go down. Choi Han had not felt this sense of urgency ever since he came out of the forest of darkness, as he had become too strong. However, he now had a home and a new family. He once again had something to protect. That was why he believed he was in this state of urgency. No, I don't feel any sense of urgency at all. He figured out the identity of this wall. Choi Han realized why his progress had stalled. It was because of these voices. Choi Han, raise your hand if you think you are about to get hurt. I will create a shield for you. Choi Han, the human says don't overdo it. Activate the shields. Put a shield around Pelionim, Rosalinim. Round 2 of the electricity magic is going. Fire, don't let them put out the wall of fire. Continue to use fire magic. Point the spears. Soldiers in the rear support the soldiers up front. We'll all be stomped to death if we are pushed back. Move to the back if you are injured. The rest of you, keep firing the arrows without stopping. It was because he was the only one who was not in a state of urgency. Choi Han could see Duke Houghton's sword. He seemed to have prepared properly as the aura around the sword aimed for Choi Han's openings. It was an attack that was filled with elegance. Choi Han rolled on the ground in front of that sword. He would do anything he needed to do in order to survive in front of a strong enemy. Choi Han was covered in dirt. Houghton was glaring at Choi Han as if he could not believe that Choi Han just rolled on the ground to escape. His gaze seemed to be asking how a swordsman who had trained in such a refined sword art could use such dirty tactics to dodge. How pathetic. He also did not miss the opening that appeared from Choi Han rolling on the ground. Houghton's sword once again aimed for Choi Han's heart. Houghton looked toward the black-helmeted swordsman with ridicule. Choi Han's stance was broken because he rolled on the ground in order to dodge the aura. It was easy to catch someone like this. It was at that moment. This is why I couldn't get past the wall. What? It was the moment he heard the odd statement from the helmeted swordsman. Kehe, he could hear laughter. Crap. Tunka. It's Tunka. He had forgotten about Tunka. Duke Houghton's sword flinched. In front of him was the helmeted swordsman. Behind him was Tunka. There was a slight hesitation at the tip of the Duke's sword. However, he decided to swing the sword as he had originally planned. This bastard comes first. He would start with the helmeted swordsman. Duke Houghton made eye contact with those red eyes behind the helmet at that moment. Those eyes were smiling. The Duke flinched again. Choi Han was smiling. He could see Tunka charging toward the Duke's back. Tunka was bloodied from the knights chasing behind him, but he still charged toward the Duke while laughing. He could see the sense of urgency to kill the Duke in Tunka's eyes. This was the problem. The problem was that he was the only one who didn't feel this sense of urgency. It was because he saw many paths to win, even without doing things on his own. He could see this path when he was fighting with Cal and the others. He could see a path where it was okay, even if he wasn't that strong. Tunka kicked off the ground. The iron club that was sliced in half was aiming for Duke Houghton's head. Damn it. In that slight instant that he flinched, Duke Houghton decided to turn away from the helmeted swordsman and turned his body around. He needed to get rid of Tunka first. The silver-gray aura moved toward Tunka's neck. It was at that moment Duke Houghton heard a chilling voice. "Where are you looking?" Slash. Duke Houghton's body stiffened up. His eyes started to move. He could see the helmeted swordsman standing there as if his stance had not been ruined earlier. He could also see the regular sword stabbed into the side of his body. Snakes bite down on their prey without making any noises. They then release their venom. Ah! Black aura started to come out from the tip of the sword that was inside the Duke's body. However, nobody could see the black aura because it was being released inside the Duke's body. He was able to use aura this whole time. The Duke could not say that out loud, and the only thing he could see were those cold red eyes. It was at that moment. Beep, beep, he heard the sound of a flute coming from on top of the castle wall. The wall of fire around the castle prevented the enemies from attacking, however. It also locked the Maple Castle's forces inside the castle. Screech, it was the white bird that had disappeared above Rosalind and Rayon's black clouds. That white skeleton bird had returned. Screech, screech. The white bird cut through the black clouds and looked down at the ground. The Whipper Kingdom's forces on the ground had locked themselves in, however. The Whipper Kingdom's forces in the air were the freest. Cal calmly started to speak after seeing Duke Houghton managing to stare at him, even with Choi Han's sword stabbed into his body. Destroy the Black Towers. His voice was delivered to the dwarves on top of the white skeleton birds via the video communication device. The first battle would end soon. It didn't matter if the Empire didn't want it to be that way. Cal and the Whipper Kingdom wanted a prolonged war. This was just the first step in dragging Imperial Prince Adin out here. There was no reason to extend the first taste, but once the Imperial Prince comes down to the edge of the pit of fire, a true fire devil will gobble him up. You'll use my power properly later, right? Cal responded back to the cheapskate fiery thunderbolt with silence. Chapter 288. Conductor 1. The white skeleton birds were crossing above the fire. Cal could feel Rosalind and Chief Harrol looking at him. However, he continued to look at Duke Houghton and the white skeleton birds as he started to speak. An orchestra without a conductor will fall into a state of chaos. He could see Houghton starting to cough up blood. Duke Nim, Captain Nim, the Empire's knights started to shout. There were also soldiers who looked anxious. Who could have expected this? Who could have expected the sword of the Empire to be defeated by a barbarian who couldn't use aura and an unknown swordsman? They were now in a state of chaos. For the orchestra that has lost its conductor, we just need to instill fear into their hearts. It didn't matter whether the melody was destroyed or not, as it was over once fear was in their hearts. Cal had been pushing for battles with the lowest death count until now. He especially made sure that the innocent soldiers were not killed if possible. That was the reason for it. Priest Nim. Cal nodded his head and looked toward Choi Han as Harol called out to him. Cal gave an order to the set of red eyes underneath the helmet that were looking at him for a different reason than why Duke Houghton was looking at him. He was the other conductor on this battlefield, whose music would sweep over the battlefield. That would depend on the ability of the conductor. Drag him and run. Rayon delivered his order to Choi Han. Choi Han, the human says to drag him and run. Choi Han started to run. His sword was still stabbed in Duke Houghton's side, while his hand was around Duke Houghton's neck. Duke Nim, see, Captain Nim. The chaos had reached its peak. They could hear knights shouting from around the battlefield. All of the members of the 1st and 3rd Knights Brigades were in a state of chaos. Ah, why, you bastards? What are you trying to do? Duke Houghton raised his hand that was still holding onto his sword and activated his aura once again, even as he was being choked by Choi Han, and had Choi Han's aura causing damage inside of his body. He then tried to swing his sword toward Choi Han, who was dragging him. Not so fast. Ah! The wrist that was holding the sword twisted in an odd direction. Duke Houghton could see Tunka smiling after twisting his wrist. Tunka then smacked the Duke in the face. Pow! Ah! Kahaha! You're nothing. The sword of the Empire is nothing. Tunka sneered at the bloody Duke. He was sneering so much to the point that it was annoying. The chaos in the minds of the Empire's knights quickly turned to anger after seeing Tunka's actions. That whipper barbarian dares to mark the sword of the Empire. The captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade, who was heading toward Maple Castle's gate, turned around and shouted toward the others. "Save the Duke Nim." "Yes, sir." "Why, you barbarians? Stop right there." The 3rd Knights Brigade started to move with their captain in order to rescue Duke Houghton, their commanding officer, and the sword of the Empire. Even the 1st Knights Brigade followed behind them at a distance after hearing their vice-captain's orders. "Soldiers, stay alert. The Knights Brigade will rescue the Duke Nim and punish those 2 barbarians." The vice-captain of the 1st Knights Brigade, who remained with the soldiers, tried to rally them forward. "Let's open the gate for the Duke Nim to see when he returns." "Ah!" The Empire's soldiers shouted as they rushed toward the narrow pathway once again. They looked like a tsunami made of people. "Block them. Poke them with your spears." 1,000-man commander Nim. "The injured enemies just end up being pushed toward us because too many of them are coming at us. Resist. We need to persist until the commander gets back." Maple Castle's gate was filled with chaos. "Rosalind Nim. The enemy mages are using water magic." The Empire's mages were not just standing still. They were creating water in an attempt to get rid of the wall of fire. "Resist. Continue to cast fire magic." Rosalind continued to cast fire magic in order to prevent the wall from going out. Ooh. The highest grade magic stones slowly roamed around the top of the Whipper Kingdom's mages' heads. However, the mages were focused more on maintaining the wall of fire than on the highest grade magic stones. The enemy's water spells seemed to be endless. It was at that moment Rosalind and Harold heard Cal's voice. "Move the warriors." Harold closed his eyes. The main gate into Maple Castle. The reason that the Empire's soldiers and 1st Knights Brigade were unable to get through the gate was because of the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers and warriors. Tunka and Choi Han were running in the opposite direction of the main gate with Duke Houghton. However, the warriors maintained their positions by the main gate, while the 3rd Knights Brigade and half of the 1st Knights Brigade chased after Tunka and Choi Han. It will be difficult for the soldiers to hold on if the warriors are moved. It would be difficult for the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers. Harold knew that this would be the case. He then slowly opened his eyes. He was smiling. He picked up a trumpet. This was the first time. This was the first time that the Whipper Kingdom side would use a trumpet. It would also be the first time the chiefs would head out to battle. Boo-woo-woo-woo, the sound of the trumpet sounded over the battlefield. Tunka's left-hand woman, the spear warrior Pelia, responded to the trumpet. "Save Commander Tunkanim." The warriors started to move away from the main gate as soon as she shouted. They started to run toward Tunka and Choi Han. Chief Harold moved toward the gate at the same time before using amplification magic in order to start giving orders. "Activate the first layer of defense." The gazes of the 1,000-man commanders quickly changed. The Whipper Kingdom fought without much strategy involved. The Empire looked down on them because of that. They called them a gathering of fools. However, almost close to 3 years had passed since their first battle with the Magic Tower. Although they did not have much history, it was still enough time to set their foundation. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers started to activate the first layer of defense. Chief Harold's voice sounded throughout the gate. "Persist. Attack." The soldiers started to use their bows and spears to survive even with the inconsistent order. The vice-captain of the Empire's 1st Knights Brigade shouted at that moment. "The warriors are not there. Sweep them away." It was time for them to aim for the gate. The vice-captain of the 1st Knights Brigade fully believed that the Empire's Knights Brigade would be victorious even if the Whipper Kingdom's warriors went to help Tunka. "Ah, just what are you planning?" Duke Houghton glared at the helmeted Choi Han even as he was being dragged. The aura that was attacking inside his body was stronger than his own. The bastard who was hiding that aura was slowly running away on purpose. Duke Nim. The Empire's knights who caught up to Choi Han and Tunka created a circle to surround them. "Everybody, focus on rescuing the Duke Nim." The captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade gave the order. "You can kill the 2 of them if we cannot rescue the Duke Nim without doing that." "You crazy bastard." Duke Houghton tried to open his mouth and say something to the captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade. "Kill him. You think you can kill a sword master? They might be able to do so, but the majority of the attacking knights would be seriously injured even if they succeeded." There was also Tunka. The Whipper warriors were headed over as well. Duke Houghton had to give an order to the captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade after knowing about all of this. Don't step in. That was what he needed to say. He opened his mouth to speak while trying his best to suppress the pain from Choi Han's stronger aura. Don't pow. Tunka's fist smashed into Duke Houghton's face again. He then sneered toward the Empire's knights. Forget the sword of the Empire, he's just a weakling of the Empire. Why, you damn son of a beach, how dare you? The pupils of the knights were about to roll over in anger. The captain of the 3rd Knights Brigade shouted toward Tunka, who was still running in the opposite direction of the main gate even though he was surrounded. You are surrounded. Release the Duke Nim. You will be the ones to die if we fight. Duke Houghton could see the helmet heading toward him at that moment. Boo-oo-oo-oo, he could hear the Whipper Kingdom's trumpet. The red-eyed sword master grabbed Houghton by the hair and made him look up. Look, he could see the clear sky. And no, Duke Houghton's pupils started to shake. He could see a large white spear cutting through the sky. It was a spear made of the 5 white skeleton birds. That spear was aiming for one specific spot. The Alchemy Tower. The tip of the white spear was pointed toward the Black Tower. Chief Canel, who was at the front of that spear, started to shout. Aim for the Black Tower with the Lion Tribe. The other Black Towers had mages and alchemists who were focused on attacking, but the Alchemy Tower with the Lion Tribe was focused on protecting the lions. That was why they were aiming for this tower first. Although Chief Canel could not see behind him, he could feel the emotions of the 4 other dwarves behind him who were controlling the other birds. It was probably because they were aiming for the lions who had oppressed them in the past. That was why he clenched his fists and shouted as Edrich the lion glared at him. We can do it. Canel's body flinched at that moment. Shara, he could feel the wind touching his body, becoming less powerful. He could feel an invisible barrier being created around him. It was covering his body, as well as the bodies of the other dwarves. It was also covering the white skeleton birds and this entire white spear formation. Chief Canel grabbed onto the white skeleton bird's reins. He's here. That esteemed sir is here. It had happened when they had arrived inside Maple Castle with Rosalind. That was when Commander Cal had introduced them to the great and mighty individual they wanted to hide away from because of fear. Cal had said the following: he'll be there with you. The flame dwarves controlling the birds all heard a voice in their heads. Little dwarves, I will help you. They could hear the voice of a dragon. The dragon's invisible shield covered the dwarves and the white skeleton birds. Chief Canel recalled what Cal had said. Although this is an incomplete bird, and not the firebird that I had in my mind, this should be enough for the first battle. The dragon will protect your wings. Chief Canel opened up the white skeleton bird's wings. The tip of the large white spear opened up. Do they want to die? Crazy bastards. The lion Edrich was feeling astonishment and contempt toward the dwarves that had not disappeared. You think you can take down our lion tribe like this? You weak bastards who only know how to serve others. Edrich and the other lion were quickly covered under a magic shield. The Empire was choosing to protect the lions. The dwarves did not attack. They would get hurt as well if the white skeleton bird spear crashed into the alchemy tower. Regular bones could not destroy that tower. However, the dwarves recalled a conversation that they had in the past. Paint the bones white. White skeleton birds. However, their true identities were that they were black skeleton birds. The bones that were fortified with the necromancer Mary's dead mana were stronger than that black tower. Furthermore, the dwarves and the white skeleton birds would not get injured. Little dwarves, I will protect all of you. The dragon said that it would protect them all. This was the first time. A dragon had never protected them before. The lion Edrich started to shout, You'll only be killing yourselves, you stupid dwarves. Chief Canel shouted at the top of his lungs in return. He had never shouted that loud before in his life. Everybody around them could hear him. You dumbass lion bastards. I will make you fall flat on your asses. That shout made it difficult for the lions to hear the voice of the pale mage who was looking at the spear. There's a large barrier protecting those birds. What? The alchemists and lions responded too late. Boo-oom. The white spear pierced through the alchemy tower. The white spear and the dwarves controlling it were fine because of the dragon's barrier. The flame dwarf chief laughed at the slowly falling lions while he floated in the air with flight magic and shield magic. They shouted once more. One more. This was just the beginning. The dwarves could feel the strength of their allied dragon and realized how strong the black skeleton birds made by a necromancer were. They did not have anything to fear. The sky is ours. The chief shouted that out loud as he opened up the bird's wings. Bang, bang. The black towers started to fall one by one. Duke Houghton could only blankly watch it happen. However, his head was lowered before he could watch all 7 towers crumbling down. There was black blood flowing out of his mouth. The helmeted swordsman was staring at him. The red-eyed Choi Han slowly started to speak. I dragged them here on purpose. Ah, the Duke let out a gasp. Choi Han was saying he had drawn the 3rd Knights Brigade and the 1st Knights Brigade here on purpose. Houghton could see Maple Castle behind Choi Han. Boo-oo-oo-oo. Duke Houghton's gaze lost all strength after hearing the trumpet. Magic spells were shooting up from the castle. Tens of offensive magic spells were headed out of Maple Castle. Rosalind shouted from on top of the castle wall. Everybody attack. Something had happened to the highest grade magic stones that were roaming above the Whipper Kingdom's mages who were focused on maintaining the wall of fire. Those magic stones let out bright lights before starting to crumble. Crackle, crumble. The Whipper Kingdom's other strength and the past dominating strength of the kingdom. Magic. The spells of the mages who had focused on their research for tens of years shot up into the sky. They were all heading for the same spot. They were aiming for where Duke Houghton was located. The spells all charged toward that area. It was headed for this area that was away from the crumbling black towers and the battling soldiers. It was aiming for where only the Empire's knights and the Whipper Kingdom's warriors were currently located. That was where the magic spells were headed. Houghton closed his eyes. He could hear Tunka's crazed voice. There is no class or elegance in hell. War is hell. The Whipper Kingdom's spells then landed on the ground. Barang, barang, bang, barang, plop. The Duke was dropped onto the ground. Once he opened his eyes, he could see the area that was reduced to ashes. Ah, the armor that was fortified with magic. Put up your shields. He could hear the desperate shouts of the knights through the explosions. Although their armor had been fortified with high-grade magic stones, they could not compare to spells that were cast with highest-grade magic stones and tens of years of experience. The knights who were persisting with their shields and destroyed armors were like the poor souls who had fallen into the depths of hell. However, some of the warriors were used to this kind of battlefield. Rip them all to pieces. Kill them all. Don't stop. The Whipper Kingdom's warriors. The people who had magic resistance. They responded to Tunka's shout and jumped into the battlefield that was exploding with magic. There were many volleys of spells that some were still headed over. The Whipper Kingdom's warriors who did not have full magic resistance like Tunka were also getting hurt and bleeding. However, they let out crazed shouts and laughter as they charged toward the Empire's knights. Look, all that is left in the end is the human body. Tunka shouted loudly as he grabbed a couple knights by their necks and flung them onto the ground. The Whipper Kingdom's warriors focused on killing the Empire's knights while not caring that they were using stupid and barbaric ways. They used their hands if their weapons broke, while they used their heads or legs if their hands were blocked. Kill them. Tunka's shout made the warriors move into the hell-like pit of fire as if they were crazy. The Empire's mages could not help the knights. They were too busy dodging the pieces of debris falling from the black towers or creating shields in order to protect themselves. Ha ha ha! Duke Houghton was flung to the ground and could only blankly stare at what was going on. He could not see the well-trained and classy Empire's forces. Everything was destroyed and burning. The only ones moving around were the bastards who were jumping into the destruction without caring for their lives. The destroyed conductor could only stare at the red-eyed swordsman who had defeated him. However, that swordsman was looking at his own conductor. He was looking at the only person who was still standing on top of Maple Castle's wall, the person who was standing still as if time had stopped just for him. Cal Henitus. Choi Han started to speak once Cal raised his hand. Looks like this is the end. The first battle was over. All of the Black Towers had disappeared, and the Empire did not manage to break through Maple Castle's gate even after losing the majority of their knights. Furthermore, Duke Houghton was captured as a prisoner of war. The sword of the Empire, the strength of the Empire, was destroyed. Chapter 289. Conductor 2, probably read to match Cal's hair. The Western continent is in shock. Crown Prince Albrew Crossman was laughing from the other side of the video communication device. Cal looked at him from the military operations room as he leaned back against an empty couch. The first battle had ended. The Western continent heard some surprising news. The Empire's crushing defeat. The empire that was supposed to be overwhelmingly powerful crumbled before the Whipper Kingdom's warriors. Rumors of Duke Houghton's capture as a prisoner of war are spreading rapidly across the Western continent. Aren't you laughing a bit too much? Cal turned his head away from the lively Albaru, whose glibness seemed to have spread from his tongue to his entire face. He could then see the fire of destruction that was still burning strong even after all of the other fires had been put out. He, isn't our fire beautiful? Ah, this crazy bastard. Cal ignored the fiery thunderbolt's voice. He then turned his head to see Albarus' bright face once again. The Margaru Empire contacted us. That was expected. They asked if we provided the Whipper Kingdom with mages, and Albaru replied with a cheerful expression. I told them that I never did. Isn't that the truth? That is true, although you technically gave them a vacation. The black dragon Rayan shook his head after seeing Cal and Albarus' expressions. Cal didn't care about Rayan's reaction as he nonchalantly added on. The results of the Empire's battle seem to be spreading a bit too quickly, though. It's strange. Albaru snorted and responded back after seeing that Cal's gaze was calm contrary to his statement about things being strange. Yeah, I spread the news. The news of the Empire's defeat, and detailed information of it at that, were quickly passed on to the people of the Western continent. In other words, it was spreading to the general public, and not to the leaders of each kingdom. Less than half a day had passed since the end of the first battle. However, the defeat of the Empire was an interesting story in the capitals of each kingdom. Isn't this how we get the Empire to become even more panicked? That's quite superb, Your Highness. You're as quick as a swift flying squirrel. Albaru frowned as he couldn't tell if Cal's words were a compliment or banter. He spoke to the punk who shared a similar personality as his own with a sour expression. You say that now, but you'll be going to the Empire in order to spread the news as well, aren't you? Albaru turned his gaze to the person behind Cal as he said that. Well, our Sword of the Empire seems to be quite shocked, so you probably have to take care of that first. There was a man bound with all kinds of restraints and magic spells. The man showed no strength in his eyes, as if he had aged a few decades over the span of a few hours. His cheeks were quivering in shock. Duke Houghton, the Sword of the Empire. He dejectedly looked at the white-haired Cal and Crown Prince Albaru, who was displayed through the video communication device. Choi Han, who had the dye magic removed by now, was standing behind him while keeping a close watch over him. MMFH, MMFH, MMFH. Duke Houghton, who couldn't utter a word because his mouth was gagged, nevertheless uttered a cry or some sort of muffled groan-like sound. The Roan Kingdom. Your own kingdom bastards were the masterminds all along. How dare you bastards try and usurp the Empire's position? Unfortunately, none of his thoughts could be said out loud. Duke Houghton's eyes became bloodshot from resentful shock. However, that didn't bother Cal. A good person might have a guilty conscience, but both of them were people in positions of power who had played a role in the lives of many during the battle. Those who had blood on their hands were pretty much the same. Creek Cal rose from his chair and saw Crown Prince Albaru gently waving his hand at him as he straightened out his priest robe. Do a good job spreading the news in the Empire. Let the people know that the Empire suffered a crushing defeat so that they can grumble and complain to the Imperial Prince. Duke Houghton's whole body trembled. He couldn't imagine anyone as evil as them. Crown Prince Albaru nonchalantly commented at that moment. That way we'll be able to destroy the alchemist's bell tower, right? Duke Houghton's body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. He could see that both Cal and Albaru were looking towards him. The white-haired Cal's voice was then heard. Don't act so surprised. We know everything, Duke Nim. Cal pointed at his white hair and uttered a single phrase. The White Star. The look of resentment and anger in Duke Houghton's eyes changed. He had a look of fear toward an unknown existence that could not be comprehended. How much do they know? No, what do they know? His mind drew a blank as he looked at Cal and Albaru. However, there was no one to answer his question. Click. Albaru hung up after saying what he needed to say as usual while Cal prepared to leave as he gave Choi Han an order. Lock him up. Duke Houghton stared at Cal as he was dragged down to the prison. The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up into a smile that seemed to resemble the smile of a holy priest. Cal arrived at the slums of the Margaru Empire's capital with that smile on his face. The Margaru Empire's capital. Jam, who had been walking over to open the vegetable store early in the morning, slowly stopped walking after hearing some voices. The Empire's army lost. The sword of the Empire was captured. He lost to that Tunka. Jam's gaze turned toward the alley's walls. He could see some ripped papers as he heard some more whispers. I don't know for sure either, but didn't you see the notice that was plastered on the walls last night too? They said that the Empire had lost. I didn't see it because I wasn't walking around last night. When I went to see it at dawn, the Capitol guards were ripping them all down. Last night, each and every alley wall in the capital had a notice posted on it. The Margaru Empire's crushing defeat, the contents were shocking. It didn't help that the soldiers were hurriedly taking the notices down early in the morning and that the imperial palace did not have any official response toward it. Were we really defeated? I don't know. Since when did our Margaru Empire begin to only have events like this occur? The morning scenery that was supposed to be lively was rather dreary. No, it was in a volatile state. There had only been bad news ever since the terror attack on the Church of the Sun God. The people of the Empire were beginning to feel uneasy. Perhaps it was a foreboding omen of ruin. Was something big going to happen to the Empire? They say that the soldiers are looking for the people who posted those notices. Right. I heard that they were scouring the area while looking for them. Jam's mouth shut tight after seeing the torn notices on the walls. He quickly started to move. There was a place Jem had to visit before opening the vegetable shop. He passed by the business district and headed for the slums while furtively scanned the surrounding area. There were many people similar to him out and about. They all looked ordinary, albeit dressed a bit shabbily, and seemed to be in a hurry as if they were all only briefly stopping by on their way to work. In addition, they all had smiles on their faces. A smile slowly formed on Jam's face as well. He slowly headed for the old but clean house near the entrance of the slums. Krieg. He opened the old wooden door. Mr. Jam, you're here. A middle-aged woman with a warm expression happily clasped Jam's hand. Jam greeted her gentler than ever. Priestess Nim, have you been well? The middle-aged woman in a white priestess robe handed over a small glass bottle with a smile. The smile on Jam's lips was bright, but it quivered a bit at that moment. Thank you, Priestess Nim. Thank you so much. Jam clutched the bottle containing the potion with a tearful expression. This would stop his daughter's cough a little bit. A rumor has been secretly circulating among the people of the slums and the slums itself for a while. Healers who cure illnesses have appeared. No one knew when or where the rumor began. However, this rumor was true. Healers in white robes appeared and hid around the capital while handing out potions or providing free simple treatments that didn't need healing abilities. That title is a bit burdensome, Mr. Jam. Priestess, no, healerim, I understand. Although these healers wore priest robes, they refused to be called priests or priestesses. They also did not have a symbol inscripted on their robes to indicate which church they followed. Jam was grateful for these people. That was why there was only one thing that he could do. The middle-aged woman requested a simple favor from Jam that could easily be done. Mr. Jam, if you meet anyone who is sick or encountering difficulties, please let them know of this place. How could there be such good people like this? The healers always asked others to bring those that are sick to them. Just make sure it is done secretly. You understand, right? The Empire has been a bit noisy these days. And as you know, people like us are being heavily ostracized. I know, I understand. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jam. The middle-aged woman put on a bitter smile. Who will be able to treat the sick if we are chased out? Jam's heart was full of admiration for the priestess' dedication to the sick, even as he prepared for another long and tiring day of work. He bowed to the benevolent priestess and headed out through the old door. Healerim, ill be careful and make sure that they don't find out about this place. Yes, thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Jam. Creak, click. The old door closed. There was no one else coming to find her. You're pretty amazing, you know. The middle-aged woman turned her head toward the source of the voice. She could see a person coming down the stairs from the second floor of the old house. It's nothing, young Master Nim. I'm just proud to be doing such good work. Cal snorted. He spoke bluntly to the woman with a benevolent smile, the assassin Frisia. I think that you are full of vitality after doing some stealthy tasks last night for the first time in a long while. Ha ha ha, surely not. Frisia dodged Cal's gaze with a slightly awkward expression on her face. The assassin who sculpted the rabbit that resembled a guard dog from hell did an excellent job imitating a benevolent priestess. You did a pretty good job writing the notice as well. In addition, she did a good job carrying out her original duties. The notices from last night were the works of Frisia and her subordinates. The imperial prince is probably in a bit of a fix. Although the attention that the empire's defeat was getting from other countries was probably concerning to the imperial prince, it also probably wasn't as concerning as the attention it was getting from within the empire. That was probably why he tried to control the release of information about the war as much as possible. However, his control was broken by Cal before he could even begin. Fresha spoke with a refreshed tone as she knew this was the case as well. The Imperial Prince will have to do some damage control about this war soon. He obviously had to do that. Wasn't he the one who declared war? Was that it? There was also the correspondence that he had sent to the Whipper Kingdom. The moment the Whipper Kingdom makes that correspondence public throughout the Western continent, the Empire will become a laughing stock among the people. He only has two options. One is to give up the war and concentrate on stability within the Empire. Frisia shrugged her shoulders and continued to speak. Or he and his army can utterly crush the Whipper Kingdom and display the Empire's strength. Of course, it'll be the latter. Right. Even if the sword of the Empire has been broken, its pride still remains the same. If that was the case, how could the Empire crush the Whipper Kingdom? How would they bring relief to the people of the Empire and steady their wavering hearts? It seems like the Imperial Prince will have to go on the battlefield himself. That's right. The Empire needed someone more impactful than Duke Houghton. Of course it had to be the Imperial Prince. The assassin Frisia spoke as if she was enjoying herself. Then the Imperial Prince will creak the door opened. Frisia quickly stopped talking. However, she resumed speaking as soon as the door closed, after seeing who it was that walked in through the door. Then the Imperial Prince will soon be captured at Maple Castle, right? Cal looked over Frisia's shoulder and gazed at the person standing in front of the closed door as he answered her question. Exactly. Hell be like a rat trapped in a jar, and a cat will catch that rat. Cal shifted his gaze towards the man standing behind Frisia with a concerned expression on his face. Sir Rex, young Master Nim, did you have something to say to me? The cat knight Sir Rex had run straight here the moment he heard of Cal's arrival. He responded to the white-haired Cal with urgency in his voice. Yes, there is something I must tell you. Follow me. Cal headed toward the second floor, and Cal and Rex soon sat down on the couch facing each other. Cal could see Rex's tightly clenched fists. He looked quite tired and had dark circles under his eyes, as if he had a big concern. So Rex bit his lips at Cal's gaze and then started to speak. Young Master Calnim. Sir Rex remembered what Cal has previously said while pointing toward him. Sir Rex is the man who will defeat the Emperor and the Imperial Prince and rise to the throne. Rex had been greatly shocked by that remark. At the same time, those words kept him unable to sleep at night. The contents of the books that Cal gave him filled his head. Leadership, public administration, and emperor studies. The information that he had read after Cal told him to study were all getting jumbled up in his head. The empire seemed to be tilting away from its stable foundation due to large and small incidents. Rex had been noticing that change in atmosphere these days. That was the reason that the things that he learned were dominating his mind more and more. However, Cal, the person who could put the chaos in his mind to rest, was extremely busy, so Rex could not see him until today. He slowly began to speak. I don't have what it takes to be a king, I know. Rex flinched. Cal gave a simple answer to the words he spoke with great difficulty. And I am a commoner. Someone who was neither a member of the royal family nor a noble could not become the emperor. I know. Cal answered nonchalantly, as if he was questioning why Rex was asking something so obvious. Rex suddenly became speechless. Why did Cal say those things to Rex if he knew? Although I may look like a just person and seem a bit smart, I am timid and easily scared. Cal paused unnoticeably for a moment. Oh, what is this? Cal looked at Rex with a peculiar expression and began to speak. Yeah, you seem that way to me too. Rex started to frown. Then why did you choose me? Why did you choose me to become the Emperor? Rex, who couldn't even utter the word Emperor easily, was staring fiercely at Cal. He looked frightened. It wasn't the look of someone who was unwilling, but rather the look of someone who was frightened at the weight of the title. Say it in reverse. Excuse me. Rex flinched at Cal's words and asked again. Cal repeated what he had said. I said say it in reverse. Say what in reverse? Say although I may look like a just person and seem a bit smart, I am timid and easily scared, but in reverse. Rex's mouth closed. Cal smiled at Rex's reaction. Rex was someone who unfairly judged himself. So Rex slowly started to speak after seeing Cal's relaxed gaze. Although I am easily scared and timid, I am a bit smart, and although it was through the form of a cat, Rex was someone who had escaped from the alchemist's bell tower without being caught. He even managed to become a knight through sheer tenacity, even though he was from the slums. In addition, he organized a group and aimed for the heart of the empire without any hesitation. Rex was able to finish his sentence after some time. I am a just person. That's right. That's you, Sir Rex. Rex's expression turned hard. On the other hand, Cal felt strange about this unexpected situation. How many people could call themselves smart and just? What a funny guy. Cal sat up on the couch with an unexplainable expression on his face. Either way, he came to the Empire to say what he had to say. Of course, the one he had come to talk to was Sir Rex. If you don't want to become the Emperor, you can refuse. It is okay to not become the Emperor. Cal continued to speak as Rex's eyes opened wide. However, if the alchemist's bell tower is destroyed and the Imperial Prince falls, if what Sir Rex and his group desires is accomplished, then the Empire will fall no matter what. It will fall into ruin. It may even vanish completely. The Empire had many sins, from the Caro Kingdom to the Jungle and even to the Whipper Kingdom. There were many who were out to get the Empire. Although there was an alliance between the Roan Kingdom, the Four Kingdoms, and the one tribe, desire was still a scary thing. Rex's expression darkened. Even he thought that would be the worst result. However, Cal just said that it was possible. It was at that moment. Plop. Rex could see the document that Cal had placed on the table. Cal got down to business once Rex's eyes were filled with confusion after seeing the title of the document. The Roan Kingdom is offering you a proposal. It was a proposal where the Roan Kingdom could expand its territory without going to war while giving the Empire time to stand back on its feet without being invaded by the other kingdoms. The very front page of the document was a map. Cal pointed to a spot on the map, the northwest part of the Empire and the southwest part of the Roan Kingdom. In other words, it was the border between the Empire and the Roan Kingdom. Cal drew a circle there. Compared to the total size of the Empire, it was a very small circle. We create a free city in this spot, a free city, a place like Liban City that was on the eastern continent, a free city. Cal smiled and responded as Rex asked with a blank expression on his face at the unexpected development. Yes, a free city for magic and alchemy. Rex's expression changed. Roan Kingdom's magic and the Empire's alchemy. It was each country's most famous strengths. The fallen magic tower and the alchemist's bell tower that will fall. Cal recalled his conversation with Rosalind. Young Master Cal, it would be great if land became available. It's actually something I've needed. Cal thought about the new beginning after the destruction and collapse as he started to speak. Won't they need a new land to live in? Chapter 290. Conductor 3, the Cat Knight Sir Rex, did not know much about administration or politics. A land for magic and alchemy, that was why he could only imagine a vague idea of that rather than pinning down the details. What do you mean by that? It's simple. Of course, it was not a simple issue. However, Cal was thinking about it in simple terms. Magic and alchemy have a lot of similarities. The small city will have a way to protect itself if we can gather people and provide a strong foundation for them. He could hear the invisible Rayan's voice. Human. Will Rosalind get a new home? Let's build one for Goldie Gramps too. Cal simply ignored Rayan. What he didn't know was that he would end up regretting this in the future. Rayan was being serious. Young Master Nim, why is that beneficial for the Empire and the Roan Kingdom? For the first 20 years, the Roan Kingdom's palace and the Margaru Sides leaders will work together to select the mayor. The mayor. It was the person with the most power in a city. Doesn't that just mean that the Roan Kingdom wants to recommend a mayor for 20 years in order to control the city? So Rex was certain that, although it was called a partnership, that there would be no recommendations that were from the Margaru side. Cal nodded his head and added on. You're right. A Roan Kingdom's person will be the mayor for 20 years. It meant that the land belonged to the Roan Kingdom for 20 years. After that, we guarantee that we will help support the city to become a truly free city where the citizens will have a say on the leadership. This will all be announced to the Western continent. Rex's expression turned odd as if he could not believe Cal. Just tell me flat out that you want me to give you some land. His voice sounded sharp and critical. Although it is called an offer, aren't you basically telling me to give you land for making me the emperor? Well, Cal crossed his legs and leaned back into the chair. Roan has the strength to do that. Cal followed that up by shaking his head. However, if we do that, the empire would disappear. Just what? The jungle, Whipper Kingdom, and Caro Kingdom. Do you think these three places would leave the Empire's land alone? They will try to make deals to steal land, just like the Roan Kingdom is doing, or they would start wars in order to steal the land. So Rex was at a loss for words. The other three kingdoms had more negative feelings toward the Empire than the Roan Kingdom did, preventing Rex from antagonizing the Roan Kingdom as well. The crazy priestess Cage had already explained everything the Empire had done in the Western continent to Rex. Then, do you truly mean that you want to turn it into a free city after controlling it for 20 years? Yes, he answered without any hesitation. That's the only way for the other kingdoms to accept it. That was also the only way to get the Magic Tower and Alchemist's Bell Tower to be created in the city. Our own kingdom plans to provide all of the foundational necessities and spend as much as necessary for magic and alchemy to develop in this city. Who would have something to say against it if the Roan Kingdom says they will help out until the new free city is settled and were willing to spend a ton of money on it? They'll probably just call us stupid for spending all that money and then taking our hands away from it in 20 years. Who would believe that you would really take your hands off after that time? I'm sure that the other kingdoms will probably ask us to make a vow of death. Are you planning on doing that? Yes. Rex was completely at a loss for words. However, Cal was not done talking just yet. Furthermore, we will be on friendly terms with the Marguru, as we will be creating this free city together. That is why we will work hard to control the issues that the new Marguru has with other kingdoms. Rex wondered if he was hearing correctly that the current rising star of the Western continent was willing to be the sturdy shield for the Marguru that was the setting sun. We will also provide the funds for the Empire's Alchemist's Bell Tower and for alchemy itself to stand back up. Ha! Rex was shocked. He subconsciously said exactly what was on his mind. What is left for the Roan Kingdom? Aren't you just giving and giving without receiving anything back? Cal heard Rayan's voice in his mind at that moment. That's not true. You're wrong, little cat knight. The human and crown prince will not just be giving. I saw the two of them laughing. Cal naturally ignored Rayan's voice. Why do we get nothing back? Well, to build a city and bring in both magic and alchemy, both of which are expensive to maintain, would cost a lot of money. Would there be anything left? Cal leisurely shook his head and answered back. It's fine. We have a lot of money. Rex didn't even have the capacity to be shocked anymore. However, the Roan Kingdom really did have a lot of money. They received money for helping the Caro Kingdom. They were also going to receive a lot of money from the defeated three northern kingdoms. In addition, the Roan Kingdom was going to trade food to the Norland Kingdom up north. They had more money than ever, and also had a lot of money that should be coming in. I can't understand it all. Why would the Roan Kingdom make such an offer? The Empire would need to give up some land. This would be very painful to do. However, the things that they would get back in return were worth quite a bit. They would also not need to fight a bloody war nor have to sign humiliating agreement. It was a deal where you gave something to get something back. That was why Sir Rex could not understand the Roan Kingdom and Cal. However, Cal recalled the conversation he had with the Crown Prince at the Gorge of Death. It was one of the conversations they had inside Alberus' tent. I wish for a larger Roan Kingdom. Cal started to speak. He could not tell someone else the complete truth. First, we will gain strength. He recalled what Rosalind had said right after the battle at Maple Castle. Young Master Cal, my former teacher, told me this. The Empire is a place where everything is above average. This was something that Cal, Crown Prince Alberu, and the Roan Kingdom all knew about. Alberus' voice was going off in Cal's mind. Cal Henitus, I want to make alchemy ours. The first thing that they would earn was alchemy. Second, we will gain people. There should be a large number of people flocking to the Free City, its new magic tower, and its new alchemist's bell tower. Although Cal didn't tell Rex about this, the Roan Kingdom was planning on creating a bank as one of the foundational services in the Free City. They would provide funds for anybody in the Western continent who wanted to learn but did not have the means to do so. They could later choose to remain in the Free City, return home, or come to the Rhone Kingdom. Although they had the freedom to choose what they wanted to do, they would not forget about the Rhone Kingdom. The mages and alchemists who would learn and grow in the Free City for 20 years would remember the Rhone Kingdom. They would be the only kingdom that offered them a home and financial support. Third is control. Sir Rex quickly understood this part. The Rhone Kingdom would control the Magic Tower and the Alchemist's Bell Tower for 20 years. The original Magic Tower in the Whipper Kingdom and the Margaru Empire's Alchemist's Bell Tower. Both of these places had done a lot of evil deeds. The Rhone Kingdom would try to control these two towers by using their past as justification, even if they were not the mayor of the city. This third reason was the biggest reason that Cal was moving forward with this free city. There was a low chance of Rosalind's Magic Tower or the new Alchemist's Bell Tower committing evil deeds. However, both of them would be organizations with technology and power. Nobody knew what they would be like in 20 years. They needed someone to keep them in check to maintain the peace. Sir Rex started to think about the two powers that would take shelter within the Free City. He knew a Rhone Kingdom's person would take charge of the new Magic Tower, while it seemed reasonable that the alcoholic alchemist Ray Stecker would lead the Alchemist's Bell Tower. In the end, Mr. Ray Stecker is one of young Master Cal's, no, one of the Rhone Kingdom's people. Rex's pupils started to shake. The Rhone Kingdom's influence will be strong even after removing your hands from the city 20 years later. Cal started to smile. He then calmly started to explain. Conquering territory is not the only way to expand your territory. The Rhone Kingdom's territory would become a bit larger for 20 years. There were three things the Rhone Kingdom wanted during that time: strength, people, and control. The Northern Kingdoms and the jungle have a lot of territory. The three northern kingdoms and the jungle had significantly larger territories compared to the other kingdoms. The jungle especially had land that was multiple times the size of the empire's territories, but nobody fears or respects them. However, the empire was different. There were many places around the western continent that feared and respected the empire. That is because the empire had a lot of strength, lots of people connected to them, and worked as the control tower. That was how the empire had been until now. That was the empire of the past. So Rex started to think about the future. A new place came to mind to replace the empire: the Rhone Kingdom. Those two words kept popping up in his mind. Their goal was not to expand their territory for 20 years. They were aiming for what the Rhone Kingdom would achieve in 20 years. Cal had no issue saying it out loud. Our influence will become greater. The power to influence the Western continent. Influence was a different name for politics. It was a very strong power that was not visible, but definitely existed. The Rhone Kingdom will have access to a lot of power. There will be people connected to the Rhone Kingdom throughout the continent, and we would have the power to control two strong organizations. In 20 years, there would be people talking about the Rhone Kingdom as Rosalind's teacher had spoken about the Empire. That is the larger Rhone Kingdom we desire. If that happens, then the Rhone Kingdom that was located on the eastern side of the continent would become the Rhone Empire. The land of boulders would have power that rivals their sturdy and long history. The Rhone Kingdom's name would spread in the hearts of the people throughout the continent. People who fear and respect the Rhone Empire would exist everywhere. That was the way to expand the Rhone Kingdom's territory. The benefits from the free city are not just external either. The Rhone Kingdom's technology and culture would develop at an explosive rate by being near the free city. That would serve as the foundation to better the quality of life for the Rhone Kingdom's citizens and change their ways of thinking. There was nothing in the Rhone Kingdom to prevent that from happening. It's not like they have a national religion like the Empire. The Rhone Kingdom had freedom of religion. Furthermore, it was a kingdom where all sorts or races from tigers to dark elves were gathered together. Many different things would work together in order to help the kingdom grow. All of that is possible when there is no war. They needed at least 20 years of peace. Cal could see Sir Rex slowly opening his mouth to speak. The cat knight slowly started to speak after seeing the look of certainty in Cal's eyes. I am envious. He could see how the Rhone Kingdom would sparkle in the future. Why? Do you think it is impossible for the new Margoru? Sir Rex slowly nodded his head. He looked down at his scarred hands and started to speak. All of the corruption, starting with the Church of the Sun God's terror incident and the terrible truth about the alchemist's bell tower and the royal family will soon be revealed. The alchemist's bell tower will be destroyed and the empire will lose strength. Rex slowly reached his hand out and picked up the document that Cal had handed over. Of course, we will gain a new Church of the Sun God and a new alchemy if we accept the Roan Kingdom's proposal. The citizens' hearts would be at peace through the new Church of the Sun God. The Roan Kingdom would help them maintain alchemy and prevent any foreign kingdoms from trying to invade the new Margoru. However, that was not the issue. Rex started to frown as he asked, "Do you think the citizens can still love their nation after the evil deeds of the alchemist's bell tower and the empire are revealed? Could they be proud of the place they call home? Would the empire remain the same in the citizens' minds once the royal family, alchemy, and their religion were gone? They'll feel like their home has disappeared." Rex believed that a home wasn't just a piece of land with a name. My nation, my hometown, the land that I am proud to call the place I was born and raised. That was what he considered to be a home. Would the emptiness in their hearts allow them to see their home recover? Rex had no way of knowing. Cal had a profound expression on his face as he looked toward Rex, who had his head down. He was surprised at Rex right now. He's better than I expected. He was someone who knew what was important. Cal was thinking that he made the right decision by making Rex study those books, and that maybe Rex was able to do everything he had done until now because he had such thoughts. That was why Cal started to speak to the knight who still had his head down. "There's the real one in front of me." "Excuse me." Sir Rex slowly raised his head. He could see a face that was not smiling, but still had a look of certainty. "The real one, real. Yes," Cal casually added on, "the real pride of the Empire." Rex subconsciously gasped. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. "All of you have put your lives on the line." While revenge was partially responsible for their gathering, they had started everything in order to fix the things that were wrong. They were trying to let people know about the truth. Isn't that the true Margoro? Rex felt as if he could not breathe. Cal started to smile while looking at Rex's reaction. He had dragged Sir Rex into this operation so that he could let the citizens of the Empire know about what was going on. Screech, Cal stood up from the chair that he was sitting on. Sir Rex looked toward him with a complicated expression as Cal pointed to the document in Rex's hand. "You can reject the offer. It is an offer because that is possible." Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises suddenly filled the room. Cal looked toward the entrance of the second floor. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was banging on the door. What is it?" Sir Rex jumped up in shock. A voice responded from the other side of the door. "Young Masternim. It's me, Billows." It was the Flynn Merchant Guild's Billows. He seemed to be gasping for air outside the door. There was a sense of urgency in his voice. "What is going on?" Cal walked up to the door and grabbed the doorknob. It was at that moment. Human, we have a message from the Crown Prince." A message was left on the video communication device. Cal flinched after hearing that it was from Crown Prince Albaru and stopped turning the doorknob. "Young Masternim." However, Cal ended up opening the door in the end. Billows, who seemed to have rushed over, couldn't even catch his breath as he started to speak. "Young Masternim, the Imperial Prince and the Vice Tower Master of the Alchemist's Bell Tower are supposedly heading to the western border." Cal's face brightened up. However, it immediately turned to a frown as if he was a wet tissue that was crumpled up. "Human, the message says that the Imperial Prince asked for reinforcements." Rayan's voice could be heard in Cal's mind. He also said, "Cal Henitus, the Imperial Prince is looking for you." "Human, why is the Imperial Prince looking for you? Damn it. Now what the hell is going on?" Cal's frown became even deeper. Chapter 291, playing the drums and the jangu doing everything. "One, you're screwed." Ha! Cal brushed his face with both of his hands after seeing Albaru smile while saying that he was screwed. Albaru seemed to be enjoying this right now. On the other hand, Sir Rex and Billows had turned pale. Their gaze was on the black dragon who was patting Cal's leg. "Human, do you not want to see the Imperial Prince? Cheer up." Pat, pat. Rayan's chubby front paw continued to tap on Cal's leg. Sir Rex and Billows just turned away in shock. It's a dragon. I really did find a golden thread." Billows was mumbling, but nobody was paying any attention to him. Albaru just chuckled and shook his head. "This is bad. The Imperial Prince is asking for you." As an honorary citizen of the Empire who received a Medal of Honor, shouldn't you go? Damn it. Cal held himself back from saying that out loud. But it really seems like the Imperial Prince is in a rush. He needs you to put out the fire. That was the reason. The Empire was looking for Cal because of the fire. The fire that Cal's fire of destruction had started in front of Maple Castle was still burning strong. The Empire knew about the pillars of fire in the Gorge of Death. Seeing as how Rosalind, who had been at the Gorge of Death, was with the Whipper Kingdom's forces, they were worried something similar might happen to them. That was why they were looking for Cal, who had put out the jungle fire. It's not like I can say no. Cal commented as if he was sighing. Why can't you say no? Sir Rex cautiously asked. Cal shrugged his shoulders and started to explain. They will start to get suspicious if I don't go. They'll think that the Roan Kingdom is supporting the Whipper Kingdom. The Margaru Empire was already pressuring the Breck Kingdom. The Breck Kingdom keeps telling them that Rosalind has long been kicked out of the royal family, but that only continued to fuel the Empire's suspicions. Of course, they couldn't officially do anything as nothing was proven. It puts you in an awkward position. That is the case. It was when Rex, Cal, and the Pale Billows all nodded in agreement. You don't have to go. Excuse me. Crown Prince Alberu did not hesitate to say that. Miss Rosalind had some precious footage. Precious footage. Yes, and I have a copy of it too. He understood once I showed it to him. What could it be? Cal felt chills on his back for the first time in a while. However, Crown Prince Alberu was calm. Miss Rosalind recorded you suffering on the bed in the Eastern Continence Inn. Ah, Cal started to frown. Suffering on the bed in the Eastern Continence Inn. That was when he had been coughing up blood and shivering after earning the sky-eating water. Ran had shown Rosalind a short glimpse of his suffering when she had called. When did she record that? More important, why did she record that? Rayan shouted as Cal's face filled with shock. I didn't see that. My eyes were closed, so I couldn't see it. Rayan Nim, it has been erased. Erased my ass. Both Rosalind and Alberu still had the footage, however. Alberu brushed it off like this while knowing that it was not something to show to a 6-year-old, even if that 6-year-old was a dragon. Rayan had not been able to see Cal in pain because he could only hear things at that time. That's too bad. Cal watched the conversation between the Crown Prince and the dragon with disbelief. Alberu made eye contact with him at that moment and happily added on. I told the Imperial Prince you are in recovery and in a lot of pain. He seemed to be so shocked and said that he hopes you survive so that he could see your smiling face again. Alberu did not like that footage at all, but could not forget the Imperial Prince's shocked expression. Anybody would find it to be shocking. I understand what kind of sacrifice the Roan Kingdom's hero had to make in order to protect the Roan Kingdom. Alberu had responded back to Imperial Prince Aden's comment. We can't ever forget about all of his sacrifices. That is why the Roan Kingdom plans to protect Commander Cal Henitus and let him focus on his recovery. I understand. I would do the same thing. Alberu added on to the frowning Cal. So you don't need to worry about the Imperial Prince. He would never imagine that you would be helping the Whipper Kingdom. We can't do that. Crown Prince Alberu flinched and looked toward Cal. The corners of his mouth were slowly going up as if he had never been frowning. Alberu could not help but ask after seeing that expression. You're going to go. You're going to the Empire's side in order to see the Imperial Prince. Yes, sir. Ho! Cal heard Alberus' shocked gasp, but he was calm. What would the Empire think about me if I went to help the Empire, even when I was in so much pain? They would think that he was not just an honorary citizen, but someone who truly loved the Empire. You sly bastard. Cal simply turned away and looked toward Billows. Billows seemed shocked, but Cal coldly asked a question. Billows, when are they saying the Alchemist's Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master and the Imperial Prince are planning on leaving? Billows recalled the information he had heard and quickly answered back. Within the next week, young Masternim. That's what I would guess based on how they were packing the supplies. He had used his network as a merchant as well as bribes in order to find information on the military supplies when he had learned about this. It was not a secret. It is supposedly already decided, and they will soon announce it. They need to calm the hearts of the citizens after all. Only the Alchemist's Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master is moving. Yes, sir, but obviously alchemists are going with them. Cal and Crown Prince Alberu made eye contact. We never seem to see the Tower Master. That does seem to be the case. The tower master of the alchemist's bell tower had never publicly shown himself after taking on the disciple from the slums. Either way, isn't the vice tower master the actual leader of the bell tower right now? I believe so. That person will be out of the capital during the war. Cal responded back. It'll be an empty house. Although they didn't know where the tower master may be, the effective leaders known as the Imperial Prince and the Vice Tower Master would leave the capital. Well, the Emperor would still be there. Cal turned his gaze toward Sir Rex. We need to loot an empty house. Flinch. Sir Rex could not help but shiver. It was at that moment. Are we looting again? We always loot whenever we come to the Empire. Let's just loot them all. Silence filled the room after the 6-year-old dragon's shout. Cal held back a sigh and shook his head. It's not like that. Human, it's not. Yes. Then what is it? Cal put a hand on Sir Rex's shoulder and gently patted him as he started to speak. Let's kneel for a bit. Excuse me, what? Rex's pupils were shaking, however, Cal's pupils were firm. Gather some people. Excuse me, I will send you the signal within a week, so gather some people who'll be willing to kneel. What? They needed to make the move when the self-proclaimed owners of the Empire were not present. They would take the first step to destroy the bell tower by having these average or poor citizens kneeling in front of the alchemist's bell tower. And you know the path, right? The path. Cal answered with a serious expression after seeing Sir Rex become flustered at this incomprehensible flow of conversation. The path you took to escape from the alchemist's bell tower. Sir Rex's face stiffened up. That path, that dirty and scary path that he had escaped through in his cat form while leaving his sister and brother behind. It was one of the underground sewers coming out of the alchemist's bell tower. There were a significant number of corpses in those underground sewers. I am certain that you remember that path. The path to secretly enter the alchemist's bell tower. Of course, Rex still knew about it. He had gone back to that path when he made up his mind to get revenge for his siblings and reveal the truth to the world. He had gone back to that path before he made up his mind to become a knight. However, there were now guards watching the sewers, while the path had become even narrower and had been blocked with iron bars. He could not fit any more after growing bigger in the past few years. He had hated himself at that point. He thought that he should have come a bit earlier. He might have been able to see his sister and brother one more time if he had done that. I cannot fit there any more, even in my cat form. It doesn't matter. ... It will be narrow for your two cats as well. That's fine. Cal confidently answered back to Sir Rex's concerned expression. Wouldn't a rat fit in there? I suppose so. Then that's enough. Cal knew a rat who was a coward, but listened to his orders well. The mixed-blood dwarf rat Mueller. He was able to transform into a rat form even as a mixed-blood dwarf rat. Albaru interjected at that moment. You must be Sir Rex. Your Highness. Albaru knew Rex's face, but had been pretending not to know until now. Rex still had the Roan Kingdom's offer in his hand. Crown Prince Albaru put on his majestic princely smile on his face. Just relax and think about it without feeling any pressure. Nobody is forcing you. Your Highness. Rex had a complicated expression on his face after seeing the majestic but warm smile on Albaru's face. He then lowered his head and responded back. There are many issues, but the royal family is the biggest issue. Rex raised his head back up and looked at Albarus' hair through the screen. Albarus' hair was a beautiful blonde color that resembled the sun. I don't know if the Empire's citizens would accept someone like me who does not have the golden hair. Albaru had an odd smile on his face. The Roan Kingdom's Crossman royal family had been known to have the sun god's love since a long time ago. Their blonde hair was the symbol of that love. That golden glow was the symbol of royalty. I guess the Empire does puts emphasis on gold as well. The Margaru Empire had the Church of the Sun God as their national religion and had a story similar to that of the Roan Kingdom. The bloodline of eyes that glow gold underneath the sun. That was the symbol of the Margaru Empire's royal family. Eyes that glow only underneath the sun. It didn't matter what color their eyes were most of the time. However, the fact that only glowed gold underneath the great sun had been a reliable source of support for the royal family. Billows chimed in at that moment. But hasn't that symbol existed much longer in the Roan Kingdom? The Roan Kingdom had the longest history on the western continent. That was why the Roan Kingdom's citizens like Billows believed that the symbol of the sun had originated from the Roan Kingdom before it was stolen by the Empire. Sir Rex. Yes, Your Highness. The outside does not matter, while history is meant to be changed. There is no need to linger in the past. Rex bit down on his lips after hearing Alberu tell him that his outer appearance was not important. He became energized hearing this prince, who seemed to fit the position better than anybody else trying to cheer him up. No need to linger in the past. Rex repeated that statement in his mind. On the other hand, Alberu made eye contact with Cal and shrugged his shoulders. It was ironic, because Alberu was the quarter dark elf who cared more about the outer appearance than anybody else and was hiding his true appearance. Cal slightly nodded his head toward Alberu. What Alberu was saying to Rex was something that he was telling himself as well. Cal started to speak once the room became silent. Then I will hang up now. I am busy, Your Highness. He truly was busy. He needed to hurry up and prepare before heading back to Maple Castle. Pad. Cal stepped out of the teleportation magic circle once the bright light had disappeared. Young Master Calnim. He could see Rosalind and Choi Han standing there. Chief Harol was with them as well. Rayan was naturally in his invisible state. Rosalind urgently started to speak. Young Master Cal, I heard that the Imperial Prince and the Vice Tower Master were heading here. But are you really going to the Empire's side? Are you going to help the Empire? Rosalind quickly stopped talking after seeing the gaze in Cal's eyes. His eyes looked serious. She could see a glimmer of his blood-like red hair, even though it was currently white. Yes, I will be going to the Empire. Rosalind opened and closed her mouth a few times after hearing Cal's response before finally managing to speak. I thought you were going to show the Empire a sea of fire. Her voice sounded shocked as she asked. But you are also going to put out that sea of fire. Cal was the one to start the fire. Cal would also be the one to put out the fire. Rosalind couldn't really understand it. Choi Han was not talking, but his pupils were shaking. Cal was flabbergasted himself, but answered after a long time as he had no choice. Yes, I am doing it all. He would play the drum and the jango. He would play every single instrument in the damn band. 1. This is a Korean idiom about how one person does everything. Usually you have one person playing the drum and one playing the jango, a Korean instrument. But in this case, he would play both, which means he is doing everything, hence the title. Chapter 292, playing the drums and the jango, doing everything. 2. All three of them were at a loss for words. Cal seemed to agree as he nodded his head. I think it is crazy as well. But what else could he do? This was the best way to really smack the Imperial Prince in the back. Human, why aren't you telling them about the kidnapping you discussed with the Crown Prince? Cal pretended not to hear Rayan. He then calmly started to speak to the three people. Do not worry, I won't get caught. He wasn't like Choi Han. He could deal with that much acting. Young Master Cal, that's not the issue. Excuse me. Cal looked toward Rosalind's frowning face and asked back. If that wasn't it, then what was the issue? It was at that moment. Bang! The door to the room with the teleportation magic circle slammed open. A person with a large body rushed into the room. You. He then looked around until he made eye contact with Cal. The large-bodied person, Tunka, started to shout as soon as he saw Cal. Why are you trying to go into the lion's den alone? Cal became anxious. Why? I'm asking why you need to go into the most dangerous place alone. Do you want to die? I don't want to die. Cal started to wonder why Tunka was suddenly acting like this. However, Tunka started to frown even more after seeing Cal's nonchalant expression. That stupid expression on his face. There was no way that the smart Cal Henitus would not know about it. Tunka believed that Cal knew and was pretending not to know. Going to the Empire's side, where the Imperial Prince and the Vice Tower Master are on his own. That was dangerous. Cal Henitus's life could go out like a candle in front of a storm if he showed the smallest of openings. Tunka shouted angrily at Cal, who still had the "I don't know anything" expression on his face. I may be an idiot, but you are even more of an idiot. Damn. Cal started to get angry. He tried to say something, but Chief Harol stepped in. Commander Nim, please calm down. He calmed Tunka down and looked toward Cal. Cal flinched. Harol seemed to be a bit emotional. Cal started to feel uncomfortable. Commander Nim, I'm sure that you are tired from going to the Empire, so please get some rest. It didn't sound out of the ordinary. Cal relaxed and was about to nod his head. And the spy strategy. We will definitely remember your sacrifice. The soldiers don't know about your sacrifice yet, but you will be etched in history for all of the Whipper Kingdom citizens to remember forever. Our Whipper Kingdom will definitely defeat the Empire and take the Imperial Prince's neck for you. Hm. Our Whipper Kingdom can smile as we enter that pit of fire that you are willing to enter first. Why would I go into a pit of fire? Why is he so vicious? Cal had a lot to say but could not get himself to say anything. It was because Harold was a bit faster once again. Then, goodbye, Hoo-woo. Harold bowed before dragging Tunka out of the room. Tunka let out a deep sigh, and his shoulders were hunched as he grumbled and followed behind. Clack. The door closed. Now only Choi Han, Rosalind, and the invisible Rayan were left with Cal. Why are they playing the drums and the jango? Cal's gaze was focused on the door that closed behind Tunka and Harold as he stood there in shock. Rosalind looked toward Choi Han after seeing Cal's response. Her expression seemed to be asking what they could do about this person. Choi Han slightly shook his head and started to speak. Calnim, am I going with you? No, as expected. Choi Han knew that he needed to stay with the Whipper Kingdom as the helmeted swordsman. Then Rayan will be with you, right, Calnim? The invisible Rayan answered that question. Of course. I will be with the human. You don't need to worry about that. Choi Han and Rosalind nodded their heads in relief after hearing Rayan's response. Cal would be fine no matter what happened as long as Rayan was with him. Cal did not seem happy to see the faces that were frowning after hearing what he had to say returning to normal after hearing a 6-year-old's response. He then nonchalantly added on, Rayan, what is it? You can tell me anything. I need to call the Imperial Prince. The gazes of the people in the room changed. Rayan, can you make it look like I'm in the Henitus territory when you connect the call? That is as easy as drinking cold soup for the great and mighty Rayan Muro. Amazing. That's right. I'm the great and mighty Rayan Muro. Rayan fluttered his wings at Cal's praise, while Rosalind and Choi Han could not hide their anxiety. This was especially the case for Rosalind, whose eyes were sparkling as she was quickly figuring things out in her head. Imperial Prince Adden was not an easy person to deal with. Young Master Cal, what are you planning on doing? Laying down. Excuse me, Cal brushed his pale-looking face. Patients were meant to be laying down. I apologize for greeting you like this. Ha! He let out a sigh after every sentence. He was trying to make it look like it was difficult for him to even speak. That sigh sounded very loud in the silent room. Not at all. Are you feeling a bit better? Imperial Prince Adden's face was on the video communication device screen. He seemed to be concerned. It was not the fabricated expression he usually had on his face. It's serious. Cal seemed to be seriously injured to Adden. What he could see through the screen was a typical luxurious room, with Cal laying on the bed, with Choi Han supporting him to sit him up. I ask for your understanding for looking so shabby like this. Cal slowly lowered his head and raised it back as he spoke to the Imperial Prince. I didn't think it would be good for the Roan Kingdom's citizens, no, the 3 northern kingdoms, to learn about my current situation. I understand your desire to think of your kingdom. Thank you very much. Adden thoroughly inspected Cal's face. It's very pale. He's seriously ill. He was not faking it. Adden could be certain about at least that. There's also no magic being used to make his skin look like that of a patient. He's not lying. Adden's gaze turned toward Choi Han, the youngest sword master. This strong individual who suddenly appeared on the Western continent was someone they needed to be wary of, to the point that he made it on the Empire's watch list. His expression is too realistic for it to be an act. Choi Han was not saying anything as he supported Cal to sit up, however. His pupils were shaking, as if his mind was chaotic from being worried about Cal. Adin was good at reading people's emotions, as he pretty much had none himself. However, even his adept observation was telling him that Choi Han was worried about Cal Henitus right now. Both of them make it very likely that they are telling the truth. That meant that the chances of Cal Henitus being that brown robe were going down. Imperial Prince Adin had heard everything about the battle at Maple Castle. The people to pay close attention were not the Breck Kingdom, Rosalind, nor even the Flame Dwarves. It was that brown robe, an ancient power, a fire ancient power. The person that released the fire that would not go out had suddenly appeared on the Western continent. He also did not reveal who he was by wearing the robe. That was why the Empire had placed Cal Henitus on their list of potential suspects. It was because Rosalind was there, and because it was an ancient power. I'm relieved. However, seeing Cal like this made him almost want to stop being suspicious. That was because the Empire's mages had informed him that the brown robe was fine after using the ancient power. However, the Cal Henitus in front of him, as well as the one he saw in Crown Prince Albaru's video, looked as if he was going back and forth between life and death. It wouldn't be weird if he died right now. He was relieved that Cal was not an enemy, but whether he was an enemy or not, if Cal was also in possession of a fire ancient power, we would need to kill him. Cal was currently known to have 3 ancient powers: the shield, water, and stone spears. It would be bad for the White Star if Cal managed to get another one. Adin was looking at Cal with an honestly concerned expression. Would you be overdoing it to participate in the war? I am okay. Like hell you are. Adin was truly concerned. It'll make things complicated if he dies during the Empire's war. He needed to die later. He recalled what the Tower Master of the Alchemist's Bell Tower had told him. You're saying that this person, this Cal Henitus, has 3 ancient powers. Ho, Tusk, Tusk. The Tower Master had commented on Cal Henitus's situation with a sad expression. He's going to die soon. Cal Henitus would soon explode and die from the clash of ancient powers. The Roan Kingdom's growth would completely stall if Cal disappeared. How fun. That was why Adin was enjoying it. However, he was just hoping that this weak person would not die in the Empire. That would turn the Empire and the Roan Kingdom's relationship instantly into one of animosity. The Tower Master's voice echoed in his mind again. He'll probably die after using his ancient powers a few more times. This is very sad. The Tower Master was sad about this, but Adin liked it. That was why he was using a gentle voice to tell Cal how he felt. Thank you for being willing to drag your injured body to help the Empire. I do not wish to ask you for a lot, especially when you are in so much pain. Adin looked toward the pale Cal. Cal seemed to be having trouble using his power just once. Just once. I hope you can use your strength to help us just once in order to put out the fire. One time. The Empire would be happy to put out the fire without using magic nor alchemy. And I would personally be happy to be able to make Cal Henitus die a bit sooner. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It is fine to use my powers for the Empire as much as you want. The Empire and the Roan Kingdom are friends. I also wish to help the Empire out as I have received a Medal of Honor. Adin had to hold back from laughing at Cal Henitus, this hero of justice. That kind of mindset is useless. If you took a look at it, people were emotional creatures who put their lives on the line for trivial things sometimes. Like this Cal Henitus, who was saying that he would heal himself as much as possible and that he would come as quickly as possible. Whether it was for the kingdom, for others, for fame, or even for justice. Adin found these people who ignored their limits and charged forward to be stupid. His pupils that were brown, because he was not currently under the sun, focused on Cal Henitus. I will not forget your sacrificial mindset. He would never forget it, but only because Adin found it amusing to watch people die because of such sacrifices. Then I look forward to seeing you soon. Yes, Your Highness, I will see you in a few days. Cal bowed, and the call was soon terminated. The first call with Adin had been completed. Choi Han was looking at the bowing Cal with concerned eyes. Cal slowly raised his head. His gaze headed toward the video communication device that just had Adin's face on it. The device was off right now. However, Cal was looking past the video communication device as he started to speak. I believe you saw everything. There was something behind the video communication device that was off. A second video communication device was located there. The person on the other side of that call had watched and heard everything Imperial Prince Adin and Cal had just said. The man on the other side of the screen brushed back his shoulder-length hair as Cal called out his name. Your Highness, Prince Valentino. The Caro Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino. He did not hide his vicious gaze. He glared at the off-video communication device in front of him as he slowly started to speak. See you soon, Commander. The Caro Kingdom was responsible for transporting the priests of the Light Affinity churches to help the Empire. It was known that Valentino would personally lead the priests there for his close friend Adin. Cal and Valentino would meet with Adin at the Empire. Yes, Your Highness, I will see you there. Commander, I know you are hurting, so don't overdo it. All right then. Valentino hung up the call. Cal stood up from his seat. He then headed past Adin's video communication device, as well as the table with Valentino's video communication device. He could see the flabbergasted Rosalind and the excited Rayon sitting there. There was a third video communication device in front of the 2 of them. Cal picked that one up. He could see a third person in this video communication device. He was the only one who had watched all of this. Cal called out his name, Clope Seca. Yes, Calnim. The white-haired man on the screen smiled brightly as Cal continued to speak. You heard everything. Yes, Calnim. Of course he had heard everything. The white-haired man nodded his head, and Cal gave him an order. Then go pretend to be me. The brown-robed, white-haired priest. The person who fit that description almost perfectly smiled and answered back. Any time for you, Calnim, as long as it is an order from the one and only Calnim on this continent. I will do my best to pretend to be you even though I know that I am not worthy. Ah, something feels iffy. Cal thought it would be fine, but felt iffy about Clope's response and looked at him with concern. However, he could only sigh as the crazy bastard smiled brightly and added on. It looks like the end is near for the Imperial Prince. That was the plan. Chapter 293, playing the drums and the jangu, doing everything. 3. He was standing on top of the tower of one of Maple Castle's castle walls and looking out. Command, no, Priestnim. Ah, Chief Harrol. Cal pointed to the person next to him as Chief Harrol approached. This is Guardian Knight Sir Clope. Ah, Harrol let out a gasp. He could see the white-haired man with a concerned look on his face. This was the Guardian Knight of the North, who was the symbol of the defeated Indomitable Alliance. It was already well known that he had decided to serve the Roan Kingdom. However, Chief Harrol still could not help but be anxious around him. A sword master. He is also the captain of the Wyvern Knights Brigade. Although this Guardian Knight may have fallen because of the Roan Kingdom, no, the Henitus territory's miracle-like strength, his strength was real. Harald respectfully greeted this strong individual who came to help the Whipper Kingdom. It is an honor to meet you, Guardian Knightnim. Harald could see Clope Seca smiling back at him. Clope's smile had the class and elegance of a knight, such that Harald could not help but gasp. Clope seemed to have even more class than their prisoner, Duke Houghton. He was finally able to understand why the people of the Perun Kingdom held their guardian knight in such high regard. That sacred knight slowly started to speak. How could my lowly self say no to the great and mighty Calnim's request? Harald flinched. Clope didn't care as he smiled brightly and continued to speak. In fact, I am extremely happy that I can assist him in creating his legend. Legend. Chief Harald's pupils started to shake. However, Clope's gaze was as firm as a boulder. For me to have to pretend to be Calnim. My heart is beating fast just thinking about how my name will go down as a part of his legend. Harald's endlessly shaking pupils headed toward Cal. However, Cal avoiding his gaze made Harald contemplate things before finally starting to speak again. He truly seemed like a chief who was serving a troublemaker like Tunka. The Whipper Kingdom is just thankful that someone like you, who is a sword master and the captain of the Wyvern Knights Brigade, has come to help us. Heh! Harald suddenly heard laughter. Harald's eyes opened wide as he looked back toward Clope. The Guardian Knight lifted up his hand that was not holding a staff and started to speak. I apologize. I suddenly felt the need to laugh. Clope barely managed to hold back his laughter that kept coming back and apologized to Harald. Harald was about to get upset, but calmed himself down after seeing Clope looking extremely apologetic and Cal looking at Clope as if he was stupid. Clope and Cal made eye contact at that moment. Clope recalled the conversation he had with Cal through the video communication device yesterday. Clope, the people of the Western continent still believe that you are a sword master and can control the wyverns. Isn't that right? I knew it. Just as I suspected. Clope could not hide his joy. He could not use aura anymore. It was because of these ticking time bombs he had as arms and legs. As for controlling the wyverns, that was a lie that they had spread throughout the continent from the beginning. However, the majority of the people still believed his lies to be the truth. I knew my name would be lifted high if I followed Calnim. He really would be able to etch his name into a legend. Adin, you stupid bastard. The Perun Kingdom would go down on the right side of history for choosing to surrender to the legend named Cal. However, as for the Empire and the Imperial Prince, it's the end. Clope was not excited because of the Imperial Prince's upcoming demise. There was just one reason he was excited. I can live. The fact that he had fake limbs did not matter as long as he and the Perun Kingdom managed to survive. Cal Henitus was someone who knew how to make deals. He was someone who used both the carrot and the stick effectively. Clope, the Roan Kingdom will make it so that the Perun Kingdom will be the leader of the northern three kingdoms. if you do a good job this time. Just following the legend gave them benefits. Clope barely managed to stop his laughter and looked toward Cal with a calm expression. I will do my very best, Cal Nim. He returned to his handsome but concerned expression. But the fact that the crazy bastard went from laughing to concern in seconds made him really seem like a lunatic. Cal had a look of disapproval on his face, but just nodded his head. He's someone who would do the job right for the benefits. Clope was someone who was still oddly rational even though he was crazy. Cal had to now know how to effectively use this crazy bastard. Chief Harrol, I'm sure you're aware of it already, right? Harol's gaze changed from the chaotic expression he just had while looking at Clope. Cal continued to speak. Imperial Prince Adden and the Vice Tower Master will soon arrive here. Harol gulped after hearing that. Clope's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Cal. The two of them were both thinking about the same thing. How does Commander Cal know about that top-secret information? Most of the Western continent's power players knew that Imperial Prince Adin had departed from the Empire for the battlefield. However, nobody could tell the moment they would arrive on the battlefield. That was why Harol had to hold back his shock at Cal's information network. I wouldn't trust it if it was anybody else, but it was coming from Cal Henitus. He had to believe it. Clope also believed Cal. Of course, he had an idea about how Cal might know this. I'm certain the Caro Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino gave him that information. Clope had seen the conversation between Valentino and Cal. Clope was correct. Cal had heard from Valentino, who was supposed to meet with Adin on the battlefield. The Caro Kingdom had been allies with the Margaru Empire for a long time, and Valentino was known to be Adin's eternal close friend. Furthermore, the Caro Kingdom had been willing to come assist the Empire on a moment's notice. Clope didn't know for sure, however. He started to get the chills. Just how far do Cal Nim's hands reach? He imagined Cal controlling all of the power players on the Western continent. He then heard Cal's voice again. Let's get started. Cal needed to move quickly before going to meet with the Imperial Prince. He looked toward Chief Harol and started to speak. I need to show him the fires of hell as soon as he gets here. Harol looked down at the gate. Commander Tunka. He was stationed with the warriors outside the closed gate. Next to him was the helmeted swordsman, Choi Han. We will strike first this time. Cal's voice echoed in Harol's ears. The majority of the Empire's knights are gone right now. There were some casualties as the Black Towers had fallen during the first battle. However, the soldiers, alchemists, and mages were all pretty much still there. However, Duke Houghton, as well as the Knights' brigades, were almost all gone. The Imperial Prince is leaving the minimum number of knights at the capital and coming with the 2nd Knights Brigade and all of the other remaining Knights' brigades. The knights that Adin was coming with were not just the royal knights. In addition, the Empire's nobles are bringing their family knights' brigades as well. Harol's expression stiffened. He was afraid of the Empire's royal family, but the nobles who had supported the royal family until now were strong as well. The Imperial Prince is planning on finishing off the Whipper Kingdom. He had recruited the nobles for this as well. The alchemists Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master and some hand-picked alchemists are coming as well. The Empire was coming at them with full force. However, the Whipper Kingdom did not have any way to increase their numbers. In fact, they were less than before due to the injured soldiers from the last battle. Harol looked toward Cal. Is that why we need to strike before they get here? Cal nodded his head. They needed to do it before the Imperial Prince got here. Let's turn this place into a mess. Harol picked up the trumpet. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. We are aiming for the Empire's remaining knights and the lions. The Whipper Kingdom's strategy was the same as usual. The greatest defense was offense. Boo-woo-woo-woo, the battlefield had been quiet after the first battle. Harol's trumpet broke that silence. It was at that moment. Screech, the closed gate to Maple Castle, opened. Boo-woo-woo-woo, Edrich, one of the Lion Tribe's successor candidates. He flinched after hearing the trumpet. Are the Whipper Kingdom bastards blowing the trumpet right now? His gaze went toward the vice-captain of the 1st Knights Brigade, the highest-ranking knight remaining. Shoot! However, the vice-captain did not have time to pay any attention to the lion's gaze. He immediately got up. The leaders of the alchemists and the mage brigade got up behind him. His Highness is about to arrive soon. Damn it! Why are the Whipper bastards doing this now when they have been quiet all this time? The alchemists and mages could not hide their shock. The Whipper Kingdom's forces that had run wild, as if they had wanted to rip them all into pieces, had not shown any reaction ever since the end of the first battle. Plop. The vice-captain of the First Knights Brigade opened the flap of his tent and headed out. He could see the desolate land with the debris from the destroyed Black Towers. He could also see the damaged and charred ground. The Empire had set up camp right next to that area. There was naturally a temporary wall that the alchemists and mages made for them between them and the Whipper Kingdom. These walls that were made of dirt and not stone gave the Empire's forces a sense of relief from the Whipper Kingdom's attack. Why are they moving now when they didn't even move when we made this wall? The Whipper Kingdom's forces had not done anything, even when they made this dirt wall. So why now? Why did it have to be right before His Highness arrived? The vice-captain immediately started to walk up the stairs to the top of the dirt wall. The leaders of the alchemists and mages followed behind him. Ah, so annoying. The lion Edrich looked at their movements with boredom. Granica, his cousin from his mother's side, approached him at that moment. Why don't you go up and take a look? Edrich didn't feel like it. It was one thing if the Imperial Prince was here, however. It would be a waste of his energy to take action when it was just these small fries were around. However, Granica said something to get Edrich to start moving. Did you forget about the flame dwarves? Ha! Those bastards. Edrich had not forgotten about how the flame dwarves had mocked him when he was falling from the tower. He started to walk behind the vice-captain. I came here because of my father's orders, but Edrich had come here just to maintain his position as an heir, but he didn't plan to work very hard. However, the existence of the Flame Dwarf tribe was extremely annoying to Edrich. I will kill those bastards. Those useless bastards needed to pay the price for messing with the Lion tribe, the most glorious tribe on land. He slowly walked up the dirt wall. Boo-woo-woo-woo, he heard the Whipper Kingdom's trumpet as he finally made it up the wall and looked out to the battlefield. Screech, the silence on the battlefield was broken as Maple Castle's gate opened. He could see Tunka. The commander was standing in the front as usual. The Empire's vice-captain started to shout, "Gather the knights, prepare the soldiers." The mage and alchemist leaders started to shout as well. Mage, brigade, time to get ready. Team 1, prepare the fluids. We need to properly use alchemy this time. His Highness and the Vice Tower Masternim will be here soon. The leaders of the Empire's forces became alert. The Imperial Prince was coming. The Vice Tower Master was coming. They could not show the two of them a terrible sight. However, the soldiers had different views. They said that His Highness would soon be here with the nobles. Can't we just fend them off with the dirt wall for now? The soldiers had not forgotten about the terrible sight of the Empire's unbelievable defeat. Everything had been destroyed, and they could only watch as the Empire's knights burned to death. That memory instilled a strong sense of fear toward the Whipper Kingdom's forces. Hurry up and move. However, the soldiers had no choice but to move. They could not disobey their superior's orders. One of the knights approached the vice-captain and reported in. Vice-Captain Nim, the First Knight's brigade is prepared. The knights who had barely managed to survive wished to go back onto the battlefield. The vice-captain looked at the battlefield and responded back. We will head out soon. Yes, sir. His gaze headed toward Tunka, the warriors, and the helmeted swordsman. The lion Edrich was looking at them as well. The helmeted swordsman. This swordsman, who was not a sword master, somehow managed to easily defeat a sword master like Duke Houghton. This unknown person was the variable in this battle. The lion Edrich looked past the helmeted swordsman toward the sky above Maple Castle. Dwarf Canel, is that bastard going to come out as well? I will definitely kill him if he comes out. I will find a way to bring him down from the sky and kill him if he shows up on that white skeleton bird. Kehehe. Edrich could not hold back his laughter as just thinking about killing Canel was making him excited. It was at that moment. Boo-woo-woo-woo, the trumpet blew one more time. Ha! The vice-captain rubbed his eyes. Edrich. Granica called out to her cousin Edrich. However, Edrich could not respond to Granica's shout as he stared at the battleground underneath the dirt wall. No, he was looking at Maple Castle's gate. Kahaha! This is the second battle. Tunka was casually walking out with his arms opened wide. The helmeted swordsman pointed his sword at the Empire's forces. However, that was not the issue. There was Tunka, Choi Han, and the warriors, but behind them, there were others coming out through Maple Castle's entrance. The vice-captain started to shout. The bear tribe. There were hundreds of bears in their berserk state. They walked through the gate and broke the silence of the battlefield. The lions became nervous. It wasn't just the flame dwarves. Even the bears that went to the gorge of death betrayed betrayed the other bears. Edrich, damn it. Edrich grumbled as he thought about the bear tribe's ruler. At the same time, he looked at the bears coming out of Maple Castle. They betrayed their king. As someone who also aimed to be a king, Edrich started to frown. Boom, boom, boom. There were iron balls at the end of the chains around the bears' arms and legs. Hundreds of these iron balls rolled on the ground behind the bears and caused some vibrations. The ground started to shake. Then they noticed someone else on top of Maple Castle's castle wall. That person is here as well. Edrich observed that. Brown robe. One of the mages ran up the stairs to the top of the dirt wall and shouted at that moment, "His Highness will arrive soon." The Empire's forces heard Tunka's shout at the same time, "We will show you hell for a second time." Hell was another name for war. The second battle started as the countdown for the Imperial Prince's arrival was nearing its end. Chapter 294c, Crazy Bastards. The Vice-Captain unintentionally started to swear. Vice-Captain Nim, it's the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers. Damn it, I can't believe the soldiers are coming out too. Are they planning to have an all-out battle right now? It looks like only the mages are planning to remain in the castle. All the soldiers are coming out. The voices of the knights, alchemists, and mages all jumbled together. However, everyone's eyes were fixed onto the battlefield. Behind the bears came tens of thousands of armed soldiers with stiff expressions on their faces. It was an incredibly small number compared to the Empire's army, but it was still tens of thousands of soldiers. Most importantly, crazy bastards. They were a group of crazy people. They were the ones that had laughed and ran amok in the pit of hellfire. The soldiers were running forward with nothing but their bodies and their weapons. It's frightening. The vice-captain was frightened by the sight. Unlike the other kingdoms, the Empire possessed magic and alchemy that were both developed to the highest level of technological prowess. However, those from the Empire were afraid of the soldiers that ran towards them with nothing but their bodies. Focus on defense as much as possible while using the dirt wall as our line of defense. Vice-Captain him. The vice-captain looked at the knight that was calling him. His Highness will be arriving soon. How can we show him such passive defense like this? Let's fight bravely, because the Imperial Prince will arrive soon. The vice-captain looked into the knight's eyes. The knight had seen his colleagues being torn to death by the Whipper Kingdom warriors in the pit of hellfire. There was fear in his eyes. It was an emotion that someone from the Empire shouldn't be showing. We had a long period of peace. It had been a long time since the world had last experienced a war. That was why they didn't understand the meaning of war. However, the Whipper Kingdom knows it. The period of peace. Tunka's group was the first to start fighting during that time of peace. We didn't realize that. What good were swords made of gold if you never used them? How could they defeat the warriors that didn't even hold swords made from dirt, but instead plowed through the mud with their bare hands? The Empire's army had no experience going past their limits. No, we're going to hold out. That was why the vice-captain chose to defend. However, several dissenting voices immediately started to speak up. We can't do that. They were the leaders of the mages and alchemists. Vice-captain, we must fight in order to maintain the Empire's pride. That's right. We cannot show people that we are being pushed back. It will be bad if our already low fighting spirit decreases even further. We need to boost our morale. These scumbags. Anger rose within the vice-captain's mind at the sight of the leaders of the mages and alchemists. Basically, you're saying that the knights and the infantry are the ones who will die, right? The mages and alchemists would remain behind the dirt wall's line of defense. However, the knights and the infantry, including the vice-captain, had to step outside the line of defense and clash with the Whipper Kingdom's army. Vice-Captain Nim, His Highness will arrive soon. We will look incompetent to His Highness and the nobles even if we are splendidly holding down the line. That's right. We have to show them that we're fighting hard in order to reduce the liability of our last defeat. Two of the knights looked earnestly at him. The vice-captain closed his eyes after seeing the knights who were wary of the Imperial Prince's impression. Damn it, our liabilities aren't the issue here. We might die. How do these knights plan on defeating the Whipper Kingdom's army that are putting their lives on the line when they shake in fear merely at the thought of their liabilities? However, the vice-captain was not someone who held the authority to command the entire army as he was only a vice-captain. Prepare for battle. The wooden door between the dirt walls slowly opened a few moments later and revealed the Empire's army. There stood the remaining half of the First Knights Brigade and the Empire's soldiers who had swallowed their fear. The ground was rumbling. The earth rumbled more and more as the enemies approached. Kahaha, did you finally come out to fight? Such cowards. Tunka jeered at the Empire's army. The battlefield was already filled with the Whipper Kingdom's forces. The soldiers, bears, and warriors filled the battleground between Maple Castle and the Empire's base while maintaining a wide formation. The vice-captain steered his horse forward. Your formation is sloppy. The Whipper Kingdom that didn't have enough troops, even if they gathered together, was continuously widening their formation. The vice-captain immediately recognized what they were trying to do. It seems like you want a melee. He slowly raised his sword and stepped forward. It was possible that he was the only one in the Empire's army who was willing to risk his life like those from the Whipper Kingdom's army. That was why he shouted, "Concentrate our forces. Our role is to survive until the Imperial Prince arrives." He chose to survive. Vice-captain him, he ignored the knight's protest. It's okay to be passive. Soldiers, hold up your shields rather than your swords. They are devils. They're a devils. Kahaha. Tunka bursted into laughter and applause and stared at the vice-captain after hearing that shout. He then stopped in front of the Empire's troops. You have the right mindset. He's the only one of those evil Empire bastards with his head on straight. You're a warrior like us. Tunka raised his head as he shouted that. What do you think? Who do you think will win, Imperial Prince? The vice-captain flinched and looked back. Above the dirt wall, a grey-haired man wearing a uniform was looking down at the battlefield. His eyes shone with a golden glow under the sunlight. Imperial Prince Adden. He made eye contact with the vice-captain. The Empire must not yield. The vice-captain lowered his head. I'm done for. The vice-captain probably looked like a coward in the eyes of the Imperial Prince. Although he looked nice, Imperial Prince Adden was someone who led administration and politics strictly based on ability. Everyone was afraid to be on his watch list. I am probably on that list now. The vice-captain lost strength in his hand that was gripping his sword. You've been through a lot, vice-captain. The Empire's Second Knights Brigade. They were the knights that the Imperial Prince directly administered. They appeared on the battlefield in golden armor. Tunka started to speak at that moment. It looks that the bastard that will bow his head to us has a lot to say. Tunka did not hide his ridicule for Imperial Prince Adden. Why, you bastard? All of the Empire's nobles that came with the Imperial Prince frowned at Tunka. However, the Imperial Prince's eyes were cold. He slowly scanned the battlefield. Tunka, the bears, the warriors, the soldiers, and Rosalind. In addition, the helmeted swordsman. Lastly, there was the man in the brown robe standing on the castle wall. Your Highness, I know, Vice Tower Master. The Vice Tower Master who was standing closest to the Imperial Prince was also looking at the man in the brown robe. She opened her mouth to speak. We have to kill him first. The Imperial Prince looked toward Vice Tower Master Metalona. He also looked at the young man dressed in an alchemist robe standing beside her. Do you agree with her, Haunt? I think Vice Tower Master is right, Your Highness. I see. Haunt. He was the star pupil of the Tower Master and the future successor of the alchemist's bell tower. He was originally from the slums and was the miracle created by the alchemist's bell tower, gathering the children from the slums, making him the main character of a beautiful story. The Imperial Prince kept him at his side this time to make him the new hero for the people of the Empire, the war hero from the slums. It was a good way to bring back the lost positive public sentiment for the Empire, the Imperial Prince, and the alchemist's bell tower. There's also Cal Henitus and one more person. The Imperial Prince looked at the person next to him with a warm but serious expression. Valentino, I'm sorry that you have to see something like this from the beginning. He couldn't use these two to draw in the people's hearts. Of course, Valentino thought differently. He licked his lips and turned his attention towards the Whipper Kingdom's side. No, no, I should help a close friend. He'll go to where the priests are. Thank you. I am grateful that you came to help me for the sake of our friendship. Valentino sincerely laughed at Adden's reply. How could there be such a bastard? Valentino lamented the time he spent as Adden's close friend. You'll pay for messing with the Caro Kingdom. Valentino left Adden's side and headed towards the priests with a stiff expression on his face. Adden looked at him and started to think. His expression is easy to use. It's useful. Valentino seemed to have a stiff expression as he was worried about the war. Adin was keeping him by his side because he found Valentino to be useful. Where are you looking at? Imperial Prince Adin. Adin looked back at Tunka, who was shouting directly at him. He gave Tunka a gentle smile. It was the smile of someone looking at his prey. He opened his mouth and shouted out an order. All knights, aim for the necks of the Whipper Kingdom's army. Rumble, the sound of the horses' hooves, shook the earth. The knights came pouring out. Over 1,000 of the Empire's nobles, knights bearing their own emblems, appeared in large numbers, starting with the 2nd Knights Brigade. Yuahaha! Tunka laughed at them and raised his club. Let's go! His shout pierced through the sound of the hooves and covered the battlefield. Tunka looked toward the Imperial Prince as he said that. The Imperial Prince flinched at the look in Tunka's eyes. As someone who was good at discerning the emotions of others, he felt that the look in Tunka's eyes was strange. A sneer. The Imperial Prince opened his mouth and started to speak. Halt. The knights came to a sudden halt. Tunka started to speak as they looked toward the Imperial Prince in shock. Clever bastard. Adin heard a sound at that moment. P-I-P-A, it was the sound of a flute. The man in the brown robe was blowing a flute. The tens of thousands of the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers began to move. They raised their hands. They raised both of their hands high into the sky. It was as if they were raising their hands for a cheer. What is that? Ha! What's that marble? Each of the warriors, soldiers, and bears held dark blue marbles in their raised hands. The Empire's knights looked blankly at the Whipper Kingdom's army, who were all holding a marble in each hand. Shah, shah, the wind blew past them. It was a wind that blew in a different direction from the spring winds that blew from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom. A huge white skeleton bird appeared in the midst of that wind. 4 more followed behind it. Ha ha ha! Adin bursted into laughter in amusement. There's a lot. 1, 4, and the following dozens that appeared. Dozens of white skeleton birds smaller than the 5 in front appeared in the sky. The flame dwarves that were piloting them stopped above Maple Castle. Shah, the wind blew down the hood of the man in the brown robe at that moment. Imperial Prince Adin fixed his eyes on the man. He could see white hair and blue eyes. He could see those eyes that resembled the sky through the man's mask. The white-haired man was wearing a mask that extended from his nose to his forehead. The man with a mysterious air around him raised his hand. The moment his hand went down, Tunka shouted out loud, "Run away! What? Run away!" The people from the Empire were surprised. It started with Tunka. His hands that were up went back down. Shatter. The marble broke and a dark blue liquid came out while Imperial Prince Adin shouted in response, "Turn back. It's the fire from the Gorge of Death." Tunka and the Imperial Princes made eye contact. Tunka spoke as he ran away. Annoying bastard. He recalled the dark blue fire that covered the Gorge of Death simply from the dark blue liquid. The knights that numbered over 1,000 opened their mouths and hurriedly conveyed the Imperial Prince's order. Turn back. It is His Highness' order. Turn back. However, the people behind Tunka lowered their hands as soon as Tunka turned around. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Tens of thousands of dark blue marbles were thrown throughout the battlefield. Kahaha! Laughter burst out everywhere starting from Tunka. It was laughter full of madness. The Empire's army began to see fire in front of them as the wind blew toward them. It was a dark blue color like the night without a sun. The tens of thousands of marbles that contained the dragon's rage began to emerge one by one. It started small. However, the tens of thousands of individual flames gradually merged and grew in size. The Gorge of Death. Adin frowned. It looks bigger than the one from the Gorge of Death. The small fire that had started at the size of a person began to grow bigger and taller. It was as if a tranquil beach was getting covered by a storm. The dark blue fire dyed the land in darkness under the sunny sky. Tunka started to run. Kahaha, it's hell. This is hell. He heard Rosalind and Harold shout, "Retrieve the soldiers that are falling behind with flight magic. Open all the doors. All soldiers and warriors go inside." The mages, soldiers who remained in the castle, and the chiefs all assisted the soldiers who were fleeing in their predetermined order to escape. Flight magic and haste magic were both used on those that either fell down or were falling behind. They also lowered ropes and ladders from the castle walls for the gates that were narrow in order to let people in quicker. It was done quickly, but calmly. The Whipper Kingdom prepared for this scenario, while the Empire's army was busy building the dirt wall. Rosalind and Harold both shouted, "The fire is about to flare. The wind is going to blow harder." Tunka stopped walking. He could see the black helmet-wearing Choi Han standing next to him. The two raised their heads as they watched the soldiers and warriors get back safely. The white-haired man standing above the castle walls picked up the flute again. Adam could see the white-haired man. They were far apart, but he could feel it. The two of them made eye contact. He's the leader. He was the conductor. It was the moment when Adam smiled. Pi, the white skeleton birds spread their wings out wide. Whoosh, whoosh, a strong wind that differed from the one before began to blow. It was a wind that blew against the spring wind that blew from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom. The wind from the dozens of white skeleton birds changed the direction of the fire. The dark blue fire began to flare up. "Your Highness, the flames are growing stronger. The fire is spreading toward the Empire. This fire is as tall as a mountain." The nobles' voices spilled out everywhere. However, Adam kept his eyes fixed on the white-haired man. Boom, boom, boom. The dark blue flames struck each other and began to create even bigger flames. It was becoming a sea of flame that was large enough to engulf a city. That fire blew towards the Empire's army. The fire mixed with the wind as it exposed its dark mouth and roared toward the Empire while destroying the natural flow of the wind in the process. I can't see it. The dark blue fire tsunami filled Adam's vision. Maple Castle was no longer visible. "Why, Your Highness, let us move the mages." How could there be a fire like this? "Let us move the alchemists as well, Your Highness." The nobles slowly started to move down the dirt wall as they urgently shouted. It was at that moment, "Your Highness." Adin, who was standing still, turned his head toward the voice of one of the knights. A man with a pale complexion was walking up to the top of the dirt wall. However, he barely ascended the wall even with the support of his knight. Adin started to speak. "It's been a while, young Master Cal Henitus." "Your Highness." Cal Henitus came to see the battlefield with the help of Vice Captain Hilsman. He replied in a voice that sounded full of strong will due to his calm demeanor. "Of course I had to come. Don't we have to save everyone?" Ah, one of the nobles let out a gasp. They were already aware of Cal Henitus's condition. He was a righteous man who came to save the Empire despite his current condition. The Roan Kingdom's hero has come. The nobles could not hide their admiration. They couldn't help but think that a hero was a hero, even as the dark blue flames that looked like the flames of hell were surging towards them. They couldn't take their eyes off of the hero that drew their attention. Cal heard a voice in his mind at that moment. "Human, I feel sorry for Goldie Gramps. He worked extremely hard for nothing." Cal easily ignored Rayan's voice. The Imperial Prince started to speak to Cal. "Will you help us?" Cal stepped away from Hilsman, who was supporting him, and barely managed to stand firmly on his own. The commander of the Roan Kingdom, who had saved the Roan Kingdom while wearing a black uniform, was wearing the same uniform today as he slowly nodded toward the Empire's Imperial Prince. The look in his eyes were as firm as rocks. He opened his mouth and started to speak. "I will move for the sake of peace." Cal heard the invisible Rayan's voice. "You're going to put out the fire and then start a fire. You are strange, human." Cal was going to move for the sake of his peace. Imperial Prince Adden spoke to Cal with a soft smile on his face. "Thank you, young Master Cal. I'll leave it to you." Cal had a thought in his mind at that moment. "Let's become the hero of the Empire." Cal drew the righteous but sorrowful smile of a commander. "Human, you're good at acting. Saab, our young Master Nim. The talkative Hilsman is also good at acting." Of course, Cal ignored the voice that interjected in between. Chapter 295. Back 1. Commander Cal responded to Imperial Prince Adden before turning around. The nobles could see the dark blue hellfire that covered Cal's reddish-brown eyes. Some of the nobles exchanged glances with one another. "Do you think he can do it? Especially when his face is so pale." "I don't know. He looks even skinnier than when he received the Medal of Honor, too." Cal looked paler and skinnier than when he had received the Margoru Medal of Honor last year. Adden thought to himself as he observed Cal. Looks like he is reaching his limit. A death from the clashing of ancient powers. Adden could feel Cal reaching his end. How entertaining. He found it to be entertaining. He doesn't seem like an idiot and seems to know what he is doing. So why does he always try to do the just and good deeds? Adden approached Cal and asked with a concerned look on his face as he found all this to be entertaining. How much of the water power can you use? I'm sorry for asking for this, but please use as much as you can. He wanted to quickly see how Cal would look as he died. Cal turned away from the dark blue flame and made eye contact with Adden, not knowing what Adden was thinking about. To be honest with you, I faced that fire once when I was fighting with the Breck Kingdom. I know, we believe that it is the work of the Breck Kingdom as well. Cal put on a concerned expression. This fire is even stronger than that fire. Ah, some of the people around them let out gasps. Cast water spells. Use wind spells as well. Prevent the fire from spreading. The Empire's mages quickly started to move. They stopped the wind as much as possible, but the fire could not be stopped with water spells. The fire is getting bigger. In fact, the clashing of the Empire's wind with the Whipper Kingdom's wind fueled the flame even more to the point it looked like a fire tornado. Cal put on a distressed expression on his face as that happened. The people around him knew what that expression meant. He can't put it out completely. What do we do if you can't put it all out? Magic did not work against this fire. The chaos in their minds continued to grow. However, what they didn't see was that Cal's eyes were slowly moving, although he had that distressed expression on his face. Some of the nobles don't seem to know about it. Magic-resistant fire. Some of them did not seem to know that the Empire had that same type of fire. Of course, the alchemist's bell tower was the one to make it. However, the Imperial Prince had already used it at the jungle and at the first battle for Maple Castle. It's the Vice Tower Master. That was why Cal's gaze headed over to Vice Tower Master Metalona. She probably met frequently with the alchemist's bell tower's tower master. Who is that next to her? Cal's gaze headed toward the man next to the Imperial Prince. The man slightly bowed and greeted Cal once their eyes met. Nice to meet you. It is an honor to meet a hero. My name is Haunt, and I am the Tower Masternim's disciple. Ah, that person. The miracle alchemist from the slums. Probably one of the few people from the slums who survived. This is great. He found another person to drag into the alchemist's bell tower destruction project. Cal slightly nodded his head. Let us save the greetings for later. Right now the hero spoke with a stiff expression. We need to put this fire out first. It was at that moment. He suddenly heard Rayon's voice. Something is weird. Human Haunt seems to be dead. Rayon's comment came in like a hook. How does a dead thing move around? What did you say? Cal's pupils shook for a moment. Human, this is weird. He smells similar to Mary, but there's no life coming from his body. There's no what. I don't know what that is. Oh my goodness. Cal was completely anxious. There's no life. He's dead. Cal turned toward the Imperial Prince. He could naturally see the Vice Tower Master and Haunt there as well. Haunt was looking toward Cal and smiling. He also seemed to be concerned about the Empire and the fire. How can that be dead? Is he a zombie? What is going on? Cal observed how Haunt's gaze was focused on Hilsman and himself. The Imperial Prince approached him at that moment. No need to put so much pressure on yourself. Your Highness Adden could see Cal's eyes shaking and his face turning paler, making him realize how much Cal wanted to save the Empire. Is he going to become enemies with Rosalind? There was something else he was suspicious about as well, but there was something more important. I trust you. Having the trust of the only imperial prince on the Western continent. The weight of that trust was heavy. The nobles could see Cal's eyes starting to calm down. They were starting to feel pride for their empire after seeing Cal calm down from hearing the imperial prince's words. Trust me, my ass. However, contrary to what the nobles were thinking, Cal had calmed down after seeing how fake the imperial prince was being. Hoo-woo. He let out a deep breath and headed toward the center of the dirt wall. He quietly walked over to the ledge of the dirt wall as the Empire's forces, the nobles, and everyone else around were looking at him. Vice Captain Hilsman followed behind him with a sad expression on his face. He gave off the vibe of a knight who was following behind his liege who had decided to sacrifice himself. Human, you said you'll control yourself. You promise me. I'll destroy everything if you don't. Ah, I really can't set the mood with him yapping like this. Cal sighed at the mumblings of the 6-year-old as he brushed the side of his eyes. He seems to be afraid. The nobles misinterpreted why Cal was acting like that. Commander. Cal turned his head after hearing a familiar voice. The Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince Valentino. He appeared on the dirt wall again. He had a sad expression on his face. I can't understand how Commander Cal must feel right now. Cal was controlling everything on this battlefield, but still cutting away at his own life. Valentino felt as if Cal was extremely tall as he felt the weight on Cal's shoulders. However, Valentino could see Cal reaching his hand out toward the large flame with a smile on his face. Swoosh magic and the white skeleton birds. The wind caused by both sides crashed against each other. The dark blue dragon's rage that was extremely hot heat up Cal's body. Pretty much everyone here is the enemy. Hilsman, Rayan, and Valentino. Everybody else other than the three of them were enemies. That was why Cal made up his mind. Let's just use enough to cough up a bit of blood. There shouldn't be any danger since Rayan was here. However, the battlefield would become extremely chaotic if he used a lot of his strength and fainted. Cal closed his eyes. Are you looking for me? Yes, I was looking for you. The sky eating water. Her clear voice could be heard. The water started to move following Cal's will. Shara, the wind was blowing. The Imperial Prince looked toward Cal. This is my first time seeing him use an ancient power other than the shield. He had heard a lot of things from other people. However, he had never personally seen Cal using this water ancient power. Ha! One of the nobles subconsciously blurted out. He's sparkling. No, it is the water. A half-transparent blue water was wrapping around Cal's waist. Oh, young Master Nim. Vice Captain Hilsman was watching that happen with admiration in his eyes. One small person against the large fire. The sparkling water that surrounded that human. It didn't seem like much in comparison to the fire, but it was beautiful. Cal naturally had no idea about this as his eyes were closed. He was currently making a deal. Are you trying to eat up the XXX-like sky? No. Cal thought about what he wanted and tried to make a deal with the sky eating water. Her clear voice rang inside his mind. Aha! That fire tornado must be hindering your freedom. Should I destroy it and make it XX so that it XXX? This crazy water. Cal shared his intentions with the water. Let's just use enough power to barely put out that tornado. All right, I will put out that tornado as you wish. Just enough so I don't fall over or faint. Cal could feel the water starting to move following his will. It was different than the dominating water. It was smooth. It was like the slow spring rain or the drizzle that slightly wet your cheeks. This was the first time Cal had this thought as he used an ancient power. It's quiet. He felt the power being as quiet as the lake he found it in. He was worried at first because it was his first time using this power, however. He was relieved now. He heard the Super Rock's voice for the first time in a long time. The predator stealthily and silently approaches before snapping the neck of its prey. Ha! The sky eating water. Don't forget the meaning of its name. Perhaps it was the moment Cal flinched. One of the Empire's mages shouted as his closed eyes squinted. I feel an extremely large power. That was the beginning. Something seems to be flowing underground. It is gathering together. They're all gathering together in one spot and creating an extremely large source of power. Underground. Water was flowing underground. The small streams of water underground were all gathering together in one spot. Only the high-grade mages around the Imperial Prince could feel this flow of water. Their pupils were shaking as they turned toward Cal. A power different than mana. The source of this power was nature. A strong force was gathering underground, and once that large force finally stopped growing in size, Cal opened his eyes. The Empire's forces could see something at the same time. Crack, the ground was cracking. They could hear the sound of the ground cracking. They could then see water shooting up from underground. No, a sharp water spear shot out from the ground. They could see the large, dark blue fire tornado caused by the clashing of winds. They turned toward that hellfire that was large enough to swallow up a city. Boo-woo-woo-um, the water spear cut through that hellfire. The spear made of blue water cut through the center of that dark blue tornado from the bottom up. Barang, barang, the flash and noise of the explosion made it so people could not properly use their ears or eyes for a moment. The water ate up the dark blue fire. The spear pierced through the center of the tornado and ripped it apart. My goodness, all of the Empire's forces were looking at one spot. That hellfire was slowly disappearing. The water spear slowly started to disappear into the sky as well. However, there was one existence that was not disappearing. Their gazes all headed toward one person's back. Commander Cal Henitus, the Roan Kingdom's hero. They could personally feel the miracle that the Roan Kingdom's hero had created. They all had goosebumps on their skin. Cal also got goosebumps. What the hell? The fire was completely out. No, it had disappeared without a trace. He could clearly see Maple Castle in front of him. That was a fire made by ancient dragon. It was able to get rid of that this easily. I didn't even use that much strength, did I? The sky-eating water took less time than the dominating water to eat up the dragon's rage. I can eat up anything and everything, including the sky. He could hear the clear voice of the water again. Cal slowly lowered his head and looked at his hands. His hands were shaking. He had a question as he looked at his hands. He was not the only one. Human, are you not coughing up blood? You're fine even after using that much power. That's exactly how I feel. Rayan and Cal had the same question. The super rock chimed in at that moment. Water moved stealthily and quietly before launching a single hit. Cal flinched. It'll be calm until everything rushes in at once. Cal started to frown. His hand was slowly starting to shake faster and faster. Perhaps, really, the aftershock of the water has always been strong. Be strong. Cal started to shout in anger. Son of a cough. It was at that moment. The dark red blood coming out of Cal's mouth caught the attention of everyone as the dark blue flame and the blue water had all disappeared. The hero who had sacrificed himself was slowly falling to the ground. 1. Remember, these are just the author censoring himself. Chapter 296. Back 2. A spell circle summoning a demon young masternim. Hilsman quickly supported the falling Cal. The vice-captain's face was pale. Both of Cal's hands were shaking, and there was blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Cough. Ah. Cal continued to cough up dark red blood and could not control himself. All of the Empire's people could see it. These goddamn useless ancient powers. Damn it. Cal was not in pain. He was also not hungry. His body became stable almost right away thanks to the vitality of the heart, however. He was still bleeding for some reason. He heard the super rock's gentle voice at that moment. The water has started using its power in your body. You'll become healthier. Ducking lies. How am I getting healthier when I am coughing up blood? However, Cal had felt it as well. The vitality of the heart was moving more energetically than ever before. He could feel it working hard as if it was happy, while it was in less pain than when he had used the fire or the rock. However, dark red blood just kept pouring out of him. It didn't even feel like the amount was decreasing. Boom, boom. His heart suddenly started to beat wildly. New blood was spreading throughout his body. However, that was not the issue. Cal could not help but frown as he continued to spill out dark red blood in this process of getting healthier. Why, young masternim? How can this be? My goodness, my goodness. You said you were only going to use a little. My heart is ripping into pieces. The Roan Kingdom's hero cannot look like this. Vice-Captain Hilsman continued to support his body as he shouted, You woo-woo-wung mar-aster near him. This Hilsman feels like I'm going to die. Sob. There's so much blood. Healer, healer. Where is the healer? Hilsman's eyes were red as if some veins had popped. His veins in his neck were also visible as he shouted with a red face. Hurry up and call the healer to save our young masternim, to save the Roan Kingdom's hero. It's dangerous if he faints again. Cal was getting nervous. Did he go crazy? He had told Hilsman to play along, but not to overdo it like this. But Hilsman seemed to be writing a drama or something as he exaggerated it quite a bit. Human, are you okay? I want to say something too, but I can't because of the talkative vice-captain. It was to the point that the 6-year-old young dragon had to hesitate and not say anything. Human, are you okay? However, dragons really were vicious. If you feel like you're going to faint or like your plate is going to break, just let me know. I will destroy everything and take you to the eastern continents to loot all of the baddies' safes. I'm warning you. Rayan continued on before letting out a small sigh after seeing the way Cal was looking at Hilsman. I'm relieved. Our human is looking at the talkative Hilsman as if he's crazy. Human, you really must be okay. I'm glad. Suwab. Young Masternim, our Henitu's territory's most precious and brightest star. Suwab. Cal found Hilsman and Rayan to be too loud. He wanted to tell them that. You're too, cough. However, he was bleeding too much and could not say anything, driving me nuts. He was going crazy from being unable to speak. Commander Cal. Cal raised his bloodied face. He could see Valentino approaching him with a priest. The Caro Kingdom's crown prince seemed ready to cry at any moment. Drip, drip. Dark red drops of blood dripped down Cal's chin and onto his black uniform. Crown Prince Valentino was extremely sad. I think I know what you are trying to say, but it's not like that. Cal had a lot to say to Valentino, who couldn't get any words out but had to hold himself back. It was because someone else approached them. It was Adin. Adin was frowning as he walked over with the alchemist's bell tower's vice tower master and haunt. He knelt on one knee and made eye contact with Cal. Cal's dark red blood dirtied the Imperial Prince's gold uniform, but Adin didn't seem to care about that as he reached his hand out. Grab. He grabbed Cal's bloodied hand that was shaking. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I wasn't asking for this much. Adin seemed to be both thankful and in pain. I think my saying that I trust you must have been a burden on you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Imperial Prince's gratitude made the Empire's forces, and the nobles finally managed to look around. They could see the clear spring sky and the wind that was once again blowing from the Empire to the Whipper Kingdom. The hell that was approaching them had disappeared, and the sun was shining properly once again. We made it. One of the nobles mumbled to himself. He heard the Imperial Prince's voice at that moment. Priest, save him. We must save Commander Cal. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Highness. One of the priests of the Church of the Sun Guard, who came with Crown Prince Valentino, sat down and put his hand on Cal's body to heal him. However, the priest's hand was stopped by someone before it could reach Cal. Knighten him. The priest looked toward Vice Captain Hilsman in shock. Hilsman looked toward Imperial Prince Adin with a sad expression as he started to speak. Your Highness, I am sorry, but could you please get a medic without divine powers or healing abilities? The Imperial Prince's eyes clouded over for a moment. He looked toward Hilsman and sounded almost as if he was scolding him. How could you just ask for a medic in such a dire situation? You need to use divine power or healing abilities. That Hilsman seemed hesitant as he looked toward Cal. Adin also looked toward Cal, who had a faint smile on his face as he shook his head. He was saying that he didn't need divine powers. Adin could hear Hilsman's voice once again. The young Masternim's body has gotten significantly weak, so it is bad for foreign powers to come in. Your Highness, please get a medic. Cal coughed up more blood and weakly nodded his head. Yes, divine powers or healing abilities are not good. It would be bad if they realized that he was fine. Furthermore, the vitality of the heart had restorative and healing powers. Everything would be ruined if a high-ranking priest showed up and realized that. Ho, someone gasped. It was Crown Prince Valentino. I didn't know young Master Cal's body had weakened that much. He couldn't hide his disappointment. Adin had a similar expression. However, Adin was laughing on the inside. He really is going to die soon. How badly must the ancient powers be clashing within his body for him to not even be able to receive divine power into his body? He was probably not allowing divine powers because he is afraid of the aftershock of adding a new power into his body. Adin looked at the blood that Cal had coughed up. There was a significant amount of blood. It was quite amazing that he was still alive. However, all living beings will eventually succumb to death. Death does not even spare the heroes. Cal Henitus would die a little bit faster because of this incident. He was quite happy about that fact. The fire was out. He also moved forward the death of a person with 3 ancient powers. That also puts a halt on the rising Rhone kingdom. Finally, he could cruelly and mercilessly punish the Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom must pay the price for standing up to the Empire, no, to Adin himself. Commander Cal. He was still holding Cal's hand. He had not let go of his suspicions that Cal and Rosalind were working together until just this moment. However, all of his suspicions minus about 1% were gone now. That was why Adin put on a sad but smiling expression as he looked toward Cal. We will definitely remember your sacrifice and respond to it with positive results. Cal put on a faint smile that seemed to be saying, thank you and I am okay. He then started to think, results my ass. Cal looked toward the Imperial Prince, as well as the Vice Tower Master and Haunt behind him, and continued to think. Things are going as planned. Things were fine even though he had completely put out the dragon's rage. Cal's group had been moving while expecting the full force of the Empire's alchemists, mages, and knights. They also considered a large number of lions being a part of the Empire's forces. Their plan was to have the Whipper Kingdom defeat the Empire at its full power. P.E.I. He could hear the sound of the flute coming from the Whipper Kingdom. Cal let go of Imperial Prince Adden's hand and started to speak like a general of justice. Your Highness, I trust you. Peace peace will come. Of course, he also peeked at Crown Prince Valentino, who was behind Adden. Valentino bit down on his lips. He repeated Cal's words in his mind. I trust you. Peace will come. This was not talking about the Empire's victory, but the Western continent's peace. Many emotions, including his desire to get revenge on the Empire, filled Valentino's mind. Cal was naturally looking at Valentino. Yes, do it right. Do it as we planned. Cal was relieved knowing that Valentino looked like he would do things properly. It was at that moment. Yes, Commander Cal. The Empire's strength will soon sweep away the battlefield and the Whipper Kingdom. Agu, you're so wrong. Cal held back a chuckle and looked toward Adin. He then flinched. He was smiling. Adin was smiling differently than before. Something felt different. Cal felt his back getting cold. Adin then started to speak. I will let you know about something. I will show you the Empire's secret weapon. What did he say? A secret weapon? Cal's eyes opened wide. An alchemist ran up to Vice Tower Master Metalona at that moment and whispered in her ear. She blinked before informing Imperial Prince Adin. Your Highness, the preparations are complete. What preparations? Cal looked toward Adin. Adin lowered his head and got close to Cal. He then whispered in Cal's ear. Golems. What? The alchemists managed to restore one of the lost ancient civilization's technologies. Golems. They were made of dirt or gold and resembled humans, although their size depended on the creator's desire. There was a core instead of a heart inside a golem's body, and the controllers used this core to move and control the golems. Cal was starting to get nervous. Golems. It was something that often came up in fantasy novels. That comes out in The Birth of a Hero as well. There was no information about golems until Volume 5. The word itself had never been brought up. Cal felt the tips of his fingers start to shake from this unexpected development. The Imperial Prince gave Vice Tower Master Metalona and the Tower Master's disciple Haunt an order. Go ahead and start. The Vice Tower Master shouted out. Activate. Cal soon saw a giant magic circle light up around the Empire's base. Ooh-wong, the magic circle started to rumble. Tens of mages and alchemists were surrounding that magic circle. Human, something is very odd. Something odd is about to come out. Come out. Something was being summoned to the magic circle. The ground continued to shake. Cal started to get an ominous feeling, and once that rumbling finally stopped, boom, a bright light flashed as large beings were summoned onto the battlefield. My goodness, Cal could feel Vice Captain Hilsman's shaking hands. The golems appeared. There were approximately 30 of these black golems that were between 10–15 meters in height. Each of them was large enough to take your breath away and were ready to fight. They were scary to look at. Humans would seem like ants if these things were on the battlefield. Cal could hear Crown Prince Valentino's voice. His voice was shaking. Adin, are those really golems? Those golems that disappeared during ancient times? Valentino continued to speak without waiting for Adin's response. Are you going to sweep away the Whipper Kingdom with those things? Cal took his eyes off of the golems and looked toward the Vice Tower Master and the Tower Master's disciple. They were calm. Finally, Cal stopped his gaze on the Imperial Prince. The Imperial Prince was looking at Cal. Adin started to speak once the two of them made eye contact. What do you think? Doesn't it feel like the war will end soon and peace will return? Damn it. Son of a beach. How do we defeat these things? Cal felt his back getting cold. His eyes sparkled at the same time. He put on a gentle smile on his face and responded back. Yes, Your Highness, it does seem that way. Cal. Whether it was a golem, a flying pig, or whatever else it may be, Cal was someone who was only satisfied by paying his enemies back at an exponential rate. Chapter 297, Back 3, I'm relieved. I'm glad you and I are on the same page, Commander. Adin started to smile. I hope you fall down and break your back, you bastard. Cal's mind was boiling. However, he didn't let it show on his face. His gaze then turned toward the golems. Why, young Master Nim, I've never seen such disgusting things in my life. The usually smooth, talking Hilsman was stuttering. He could not hide his fear. The golems were not moving. There were just 30 black human-like things that were 10–15 meters in height, standing there and putting pressure on people. They were scary and disgusting. Vice Captain Hilsman looked toward his allies. Crown Prince Valentino could not hide his shock, while Cal was not saying anything. Choi Han, Mary, and Miss Rosalind. Hilsman thought about his allies in Maple Castle. Mary could not show herself. Rosalind had to lead the mages. Choi Han could not use his aura. Would they be able to survive fighting against these golems with their restrictions? Hilsman was getting scared. He can't even use his shield. Would the mages be able to stop the golems as they slammed on Maple Castle's walls with their large hands and feet? Even if they could defend against it, they probably wouldn't be able to attack back. If young Master Kalnim's shield was there, then they would at least be able to defend. Vice Captain Hilsman bit down on his lips. It was at that moment. Vice Tower Master. Yes, Your Highness. Imperial Prince Adden called Vice Tower Master Metalona, who immediately started to speak. Everybody stepped back. Vice Tower Master Metalona's voice echoed throughout the base. Step back. Make way for the golems. No, run. Run if you don't want to be stomped to death by the golems. Kree-okay. The large-bodied golems slowly started to walk. Be-uum, just their walking made the ground start to shake. The Empire's forces and the nobles could not hide their astonishment as they quickly moved as far away as possible from the gate of the dirt wall. Commander, can you get up? That much is doable, Your Highness. Cal wiped his mouth that had stopped bleeding before standing up. Hilsman quickly supported him. The pressure is even worse watching them walk toward you. Cal pretended to be hurting as he moved away from the center of the dirt wall. His eyes were quickly moving. Most of them don't know about golems. It was possible that only the royal family and the alchemist's bell tower knew about the golems. Bang! Loud noises could be heard as the golems destroyed the gate and the dirt wall around it. They could not fit through the gate. The dirt wall that was close to 10 meters tall allowed Cal to clearly see the side of the golems as they walked by. There are the controllers. There was a seat for the controller on the golem's shoulder. Alchemists were sitting inside half-transparent glass domes. Young Masternim, they seemed to be the Contro Hilsman, who was urgently speaking to Cal in a low voice, suddenly stopped talking. He could see the look in Cal's eyes. Contrary to the shocked Crown Prince Valentino, Cal's gaze was the same as usual. Hilsman was able to tell because he had served Cal for a long time. It was a calm and collected look. Cal was more rational and calmer than ever before. He also didn't seem like he had given up. Hilsman started to calm down as well. Cal was observing the golems that were walking by him to the battlefield. He was looking for something. It was something that should exist if it was like any other golem that appeared in fantasy novels. Where is the core? The golem's core. It was the golem's weakness and the easiest way to destroy it. Cal was looking for that. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Imperial Prince Adden was observing Cal. He seems to be shocked. The fact that Cal was looking at the empty sky and not at the golems let Adden feel that Cal was extremely shocked and astonished, even though he had a calm expression on his face. Human, however, Cal was looking for something invisible in the sky, the golem's cause. It was the being that would be able to quickly find the hidden cause. Rayan Meru. Human, are you looking for the orb that is the source of the golem's powers by chance? I knew it. Our Rayan Meru is great and mighty. Cal stealthily nodded his head. He made it look like he was admiring the golem's strength. Of course, Cal and Rayan were looking for the golem's weakness. Human, they are all located in different spots. One is in the arm, one is by the heart. They are all different. They use their brains. That was what Cal was thinking. Now they would need to try multiple times per golem in order to find the golem's core. But we have Rayan. We have a damn dragon. Our dragon was better than a ghost at tracing the source of power. Cal's mind started to calculate things as he finally saw a way out. It was at that moment. Human, but something is weird about those orbs. What? Weird? Cal hesitated. What was there that Rayan would call weird? Cal suddenly had a question. What is the golem's core made of? What was making the golems move? Human, it is not mana or magic stones. Yes, I expected that much. Cal thought about something else. Is it dead mana? However, Rayan's answer told Cal he was wrong. It is different than dead mana as well. There's something else in there with it. Something else along with dead mana. Cal started to frown. All living beings eventually die. Dead mana comes out of them upon their death. That was just another side of nature. However, that core had something else in addition to that. It's depressing. Rayan's voice filled his mind. Rayan was talking about the thing that was mixed in with the dead mana. I can sense anger, sorrow, and grudge inside of it. They're shouting. I can hear them. There are all sorts of things intermingled inside the orb. Rayan's voice was slowly getting louder. The young dragon was able to feel the things inside the orb better the more he inspected it. Human. This is terrible, this is so sad. The things inside the dead mana. I heard the voices of children, and no, I hear all sorts of voices inside the small golems. Cal started to frown. Perhaps. He quickly recalled the alchemist's bell tower's past. The alchemist's bell tower had gathered children from the slums 15 years ago to experiment on and kill. They also gathered slaves throughout the Western continent to experiment on after that. What was the alchemist's bell tower experimenting on, and what were they trying to create? Why did they research dead mana? Cal's eyes started to fill with anger. He looked toward the large, human-shaped golem. What if these golems were what they created through those experiments? Cal was almost certain about what they were made of. You scummy bastards. Cal himself was not a good person, but he wasn't a total scumbag like them. Hilsman looked toward Cal after feeling Cal's hand tighten around him. Young Master Nim. Cal's face was calm contrary to his clenched fists. His eyes headed toward the battlefield. Boom, boom. The atmosphere around the battlefield quickly changed with the appearance of these large golems. Knights, hold your positions. Mages, support the golem brigade controllers. Excited voices could be heard throughout the Empire's formation. Cal looked toward the Imperial Prince, Vice Tower Master, and Haunt. They were heading into the battlefield as well. He made eye contact with Adden in the process. The Imperial Prince feigned a concerned expression and started to speak. Commander, step back and get some rest. We don't need you to hurt yourself even more. I will do as you wish. Oh, how wonderful. Cal pretended to be disappointed as he stepped back. He walked far away from the Imperial Prince to a spot where Adden couldn't see him. Commander. It was right next to Crown Prince Valentino. Only Valentino's guards were around him as the priests were quickly moving as well. This was the safest spot for Cal. Something happened as soon as he got there. Vice Tower Master Mitalona's voice shook the battlefield. Golem Brigade, destroy Maple Castle. Cal quietly said something at the same time. Persist. The hidden video communication device inside Vice Captain Hilsman's chest pocket flashed. His voice was delivered to the other side. Persist. Chief Harold blinked after hearing those words. The close to 30 golems were charging toward Maple Castle. What a monster. Even monsters aren't as disgusting as those things. What are they? Giants have appeared. Scared voices could be heard throughout Maple Castle. The Whipper Kingdom's forces had been full of confidence after creating that hell-like fire. That is the strength of the Empire. However, they couldn't help but be suppressed by the Empire's hidden true strength. How could they defeat these extremely large golems? Could hundreds of ants defeat a human? The soldiers' fears were delivered to Harald. Harald's hands were shaking as he held onto the ledge of the tower. It was at that moment. Open the gate. He heard Cal's quiet whisper. Open the gate, not guard the castle. He wants us to fight against those golems. Harald flinched and turned around. The video communication device that was connected to Cal. There was a total of 5 people by the device. They were Chief Harald, Commander Tunka, Mage Mercenary Leader Rosalind, Choi Han, and Clope. Cal called for one of them. Choi Han. Choi Han's gaze headed toward Chief Harald. Choi Han started to speak. Cal could hear him through the video communication device as well. Open the gate. Cal started to smile before it quickly disappeared. He lifted his head up. The Empire was excited while the Whipper Kingdom was completely quiet. Cal started to speak again. Clope, we are changing the order of things. Start with the Firebird. Rosalind's urgent voice could be heard as well. We will persist. Mages, hurry up and put shield magic and offensive magic in your memory banks. We will use all of the magic stones. Chiefs, spread out and observe the golems. Find their weaknesses. You can use the remaining dragon's rage as well. Harold's voice could be heard as well. Choi Han's voice was the last to be heard. Calnim, are we just holding on? The corners of Cal's lips went up in the end. Or are we destroying them, this smart bastard? Cal turned his head after hearing a noise. P-I, P-I. It was the sound of a flute. The white-haired masked man wearing a brown robe was blowing the flute. Screech, screech, white birds slowly started to rise up into the sky. The white skeleton birds started to fly up as the black golems were approaching the castle. Imperial Prince Adden was nonchalantly looking at this before he flinched. Perhaps the largest white skeleton bird. That bird lowered its body toward the tower in Maple Castle. The bird did not fly up. The imperial prince could see something else as well. It's not a dwarf. There was indeed a dwarf on the white skeleton bird. However, there was someone else who got on as well. Swordsmen. Swordsmen were climbing on top of the white skeleton birds. Screech. Screech Chief Canel, who was on the largest white skeleton bird, reached his hand toward the tower. He grabbed someone's hand and helped the man to get on top of the bird. Long time no see. Canel handed the reins over and greeted him. Nice to see you again, Wyvern Knights Brigade Captain him. The North's legendary Wyvern Knights Brigade. They had looked ready to dominate the air. Those individuals had shown up on the battlefield. It was a combination of the Perun Kingdom's Wyvern Knights Brigade and the Flame Dwarf Tribe's wings. They were working together. Clope had gathered up all of the Wyvern Knights Brigade members who did not take part in the Henitus territory battle and remained alive. He recalled a conversation he had with Cal. The Perun Kingdom should be the strongest when it comes to fighting in the air. Show them your strength. The white-haired priest started to laugh. I have to put off pretending to be Calnim until later, but this is good too. The priest shouted toward the Wyvern Knights. Here are your orders. Clope, the white-haired priest, recalled his past as a Wyvern Knight and the Guardian Knight. It sent electricity throughout his body. He felt as if he was going to go crazy. He felt like he could do anything. How could he not when a legend was behind him? He repeated Cal's order word for word. Fly up, and then, aim for the monsters on land, aim for the monsters on land. Screech, screech, the wings of the white skeleton birds opened up. They started to flap their wings and move to cover the sky while remaining in formation. The indomitable alliance's power to dominate the sky was finally revealing itself to the world in its proper form. Boom, boom, the Golem Brigade stopped walking and lifted their heads up. There were large birds in the sky. In contrast, there were their large golems on the ground. They started to prepare for battle. It was at that moment. Screech. The main gate to Maple Castle opened. Someone who looked like an ant in comparison to the monsters on the battlefield appeared. Only a single human was walking toward these large monsters. It was a swordsman wearing a black helmet and holding an average sword. He appeared on the battlefield alone. Clang! The black-helmeted swordsman unsheathed his sword. The order he had just received went through his mind once again. Choi Han. Choi Han pointed his sword toward the golems. He had asked Cal a question. Calnim, are we just holding on, or are we destroying them? Cal's response became etched in Choi Han's mind. Destroy them. Choi Han rushed toward the golems. Chapter 298. The back of the neck. 1. However, the majority of the people were not looking at Choi Han. The beings on the battlefield were beyond the limits of human imagination to focus on a regular human. Why are the swordsmen? No, are they knights? The people of the Empire could see the people wearing white armor on top of the white skeleton birds. There were tens of these white skeleton birds. Although they were smaller than the original 5, they were all at least 3 meters in length. It was obvious what they were aiming for. They were most likely aiming for the golems. The Vice Tower Master motioned to the Tower Master's disciple Haunt with her eyes, and Haunt immediately gave the order to the alchemists and the mages. Everybody, attack those birds, no, attack the controllers. The Empire's mages immediately started their casting. They were trying to attack the white skeleton birds and their controllers. One of the nobles looked toward Imperial Prince Adden and blurted out at that moment, Your Highness, that person has white hair. Is it possible that the Perun Kingdom is getting involved? The largest white skeleton bird at the center of the formation. The brown-robed man with white hair and blue eyes was holding the reins of this bird. It naturally made them think about the Perun Kingdom's Guardian Knight Sekka household, who were famous for their white hair, as well as the Wyvern Knights Brigade. It is suspicious that the white-haired man is wearing a mask and that the controllers are all wearing armor with no insignia. Anybody would think that they looked suspicious. The noble raised his voice after seeing Imperial Prince Adden not saying anything. Furthermore, the Bear Tribe and the dwarves who were part of the Indomitable Alliance are all with the Whipper Kingdom. Is it possible? The noble started to frown. He suddenly thought about a terrible possibility. Is it possible that the Indomitable Alliance and Breck Kingdom are planning something? Did they decide to side with the Whipper Kingdom? The faces of everybody around the noble started to become gloomy. They were worried that the war may grow to reach the continental level if things went awry. It was at that moment I'm not so sure about that. Imperial Prince Adden responded as he turned around. He looked toward Cal and Valentina, who were standing at the end of the dirt wall away from the soldiers. He was especially focused on Cal. Is that white-haired man really someone from the Perun kingdom? Is it really someone from the Sekka household? He had no way to tell. However, although the nobles didn't know about it, the imperial prince and the empire's leaders all knew an important piece of information. Clope Sekka is a fake wyvern knight. Made people believe that. In addition, Adden believed that Clope had chosen to side with the Roan kingdom after his defeat at the Henitus territory. The Brek kingdom and the Perun kingdom. The two of them could be planning something. However, the Roan kingdom could be leading the two of them as well. That made more sense when you considered the strength of the respective kingdoms. Which was the truth? He had no evidence to back either theory. Imperial Prince Adden and Cal made eye contact. If that is the case, why did the Roan kingdom send their hero to the Empire knowing his life may be in danger? The Roan kingdom's crown prince cherished the Roan kingdom's hero, and that Roan kingdom's hero did not care for his own life to help the Empire. Adden's mind was a complicated mess. It was at that moment. A chilling sound of a flute cut through the air. The Imperial Prince looked up to the sky after seeing Cal look up with genuine shock. The Imperial Prince could see a brown robe falling to the ground. The white-haired man had taken off his brown robe. His appearance was clearly visible now. Imperial Prince Adden's eyes opened wide. A priest. It was a spotless white priest robe. Cal became anxious the moment he saw the robe. That bastard. Clope Sekka had happily thrown away the brown robe. Cal had not told Clope that it was fine to take the robe off or given him the permission to show that he was a priest. That was the reason for it. You intelligent, crazy son of a beach. Cal had to work hard to prevent the corners of his lips from moving up after suppressing his shock. He could hear Rosalind's voice quietly coming through the video communication device in Hilsman's pocket at that moment, activating voice changing and amplification magic. They're all so smart. Everybody else was focused on the white priest robe and the white armors. Cal was full of admiration for Rosalind's decision-making abilities. The reason for that soon filled the battlefield. Look to the sky. Clope's voice was changed to an eerie voice. It was the type of voice that gave you the chills and made it hard to forget. Cal could see Clope Sekka raising his hands up. He had let go of the reins. The others soon followed. The white-armored knights raised their hands up as well. They then pointed to the highest spot in the sky. They were pointing at the sun. Their empty hands were pointed toward the sun, similar to how the believers of the Church of the Sun God pointed to their God. Clope shouted out at the same time, "We will head toward the light." That was a famous phrase left behind in the Church of the Sun God. Necromancer. It was what the Church of the Sun God had shouted as they cleared the world of the necromancers and the darkness. This bastard. Cal truly liked what the crazy Clope was doing right now. Of course, none of this was planned in advance. However, the golems weren't in their plans either. If they throw us a curved ball, we'll throw one right back. The people who cause chaos on the battlefield are likely to be the ones to win. Cal, Clope, and Rosalind all knew this to be the case. Their experiences as commanders had allowed them to experience it in the past. Clope was sitting on the bird above everyone else as he looked down. They're all so small. He had felt something similar when he had led the Wyvern Knights Brigade as the fake Wyvern Knight. Humans looked so small when you looked down from up here. They looked so useless. That is why I thought I would become a legend. Clope felt as if he would start to laugh. He had repeated what the Church of the Sun God had said toward the necromancer, as he was worried that he would start to laugh like a maniac. "We will obliterate the darkness in the name of our Lord." Yes, obliterate them. All of them. Of course, Clope did not believe in a god. He did not believe in religion. However, there was just one thing he believed in. Clope then looked down once again. He could see the red hair. His sword master's eyesight allowed him to clearly see Cal's face. He could see Cal's relaxed expression. Clope was so excited that he said something that the Church of the Sun God had not said. "We will become legends. I can see the legend. I can follow behind him. I can survive." That was the only thing he believed in. P. The sound of the flute filled the air again, and the knights clenched onto their swords while the dwarves grabbed onto the reins. The Wyvern knights who managed to live but never had the chance to fight shouted out loud after getting the chance to fight in the air again. We will become legends. The guardian knight Clope Seca, the loyal knights who followed his orders, started to move. The Church of the Sun God. Did they really say the Sun God? The ones that fought against the necromancers in the past. Chaos was present on the faces of the Empire's forces. Some of the nobles, as well as the majority of the soldiers, could not hide their anxiousness. No matter how much the trust in the church had fallen because of the past few incidents, it was still their religion. People who looked like a priest and holy knights of their religion were pointing their swords toward the Empire's forces. Imperial Prince Adden started to speak. "Meet Ilona." The Vice Tower Master shouted out. "Attack." Tens of magic spells shot out into the air toward the white skeleton birds. Barang, bang, bang. The spells started to explode in the air. Ah! Some of the white skeleton birds shook from being hit, making the dwarves and knights almost stumble. However, none of them were hit properly. Commander Rosalind. Vice Tower Master Metalona looked toward the Whipper Kingdom's castle wall, where Rosalind should be located. However, Rosalind was calmly giving orders to the Whipper Kingdom's mages. Cal could hear her voice through the video communication device. "We will focus on defending against the Empire's spells. Use our spells to explode theirs in advance before it can touch the white skeleton birds." Barang, bang, barang. The sky was covered in explosions from the two sides' attacks. The entire sky was filled with explosions. They then led to dark gray smoke filling the air. "Attack! Keep attacking!" Vice Tower Master Metalona continued to shout. "The white skeleton bird controllers will not be able to see because of the smoke from all of the explosions, and it might even be more difficult to control the white skeleton birds because of the aftershock of the explosions." Spells that seemed to number in the hundreds, more than the Whipper Kingdom, covered the sky. Nothing was visible in the gray sky because of that. "Shouldn't we be okay now?" It was the moment the soldiers and nobles blurted out what they were thinking. Vice Tower Master Metalona was dutifully observing the sky. She heard the Imperial Prince's voice at that moment. "Not yet." These bastards Vice Tower Master Metalona could hear the wind. She could see the white birds cutting through the gray smoke as if they were arrows. "These bastards are strong." It was the moment they heard Imperial Prince Adden's oddly heated voice. Boo-oom. Tens of the white birds that cut through the magic explosions crashed into the black golems. Barang, barang. The white bird's beak and wings aimed for the golem, while the golem's large hands aimed for the white birds. They crashed into each other over and over. Neither side worried about being destroyed. A battle of giants. One of the nobles commented in fear. The ground continued to shake, and their ears were numb from the loud noises. There was no room for humans to get involved. However, the people controlling these large objects were fiercer than ever. This was especially the case for Clope, whose voice was back to normal, who continued to crash toward the golem's controllers without caring about how his white hair was fluttering in the wind. Keek, ka-ha-ha. He could not stop laughing. However, his eyes were cold. "You're so strong. You've got such a strong body." The golem's bodies were strong. They were so strong that they could laugh at the sturdiness of the white skeleton birds that were fortified by a necromancer. However, Clope shouted without any hesitation, "Crash into them. Knights, take out your swords. Destroy the cockpits." They had no reason to fear. Barang, barang. The battle of giants continued to intensify. No, it was just the white skeleton birds that were flying around as if they were crazy. The golems were trying to swat these white skeleton birds away. Their goal was destroying Maple Castle, and not these white skeleton birds. So annoying. Contrary to what he was saying, Imperial Prince Adden was smiling. He then reached his hand out toward Haunt. Haunt quickly took out a grey orb and handed it to the Imperial Prince. Adden started to speak. His voice was delivered to the cockpits of the Golem Brigade. "The Golem Brigade will ignore those birds. Those birds were probably trying to delay the golems than to destroy them. Why? It would be hard to find the golem's core, even if they managed to destroy the cockpits. How could they find the hidden golem's cores in this chaotic time? Furthermore, the golem's body was extremely sturdy that it would be hard to destroy pieces to get to the core. The Imperial Prince gave the order. The Golem Brigade will quickly move forward. Your number one priority is taking down Maple Castle's walls. Screech. The golem's movements started to change. The large golems started to ignore the attacks of the white skeleton birds. Boom, boom, boom. The smallest golem was 10 meters tall, while the rest of them were taller than that. They started to run toward Maple Castle without any hesitation. It was at that moment. The Imperial Prince started to speak again. He was speaking into the grey orb. What is going on? 15 meters. The largest and darkest golem at the center that was leading all of the other golems suddenly stopped. Cal quietly mumbled so that only those right next to him would manage to hear him. Help Choi Han. The young dragon responded back. I understand, human. It'll come back after destroying it. Cal looked toward the largest and darkest golem. He could see a tiny person climbing up that golem's body. It was Choi Han. The swordsman wearing a black helmet effortlessly climbed up the golem's body. This was a fight between giants. However, a single human suddenly became involved. Choi Han heard the voice of a reliable partner in his ear. Choi Han, a human said to help you. Choi Han started to smile. He lifted his head up. He could see the large golem's body. He could feel how sturdy and strong this black body was as he climbed up. However, his reliable partner, the young dragon, told him what to do. The back of the neck. Aim for the back of the neck. Wang. Choi Han could see the golem's hand moving to catch him. It was so big and scary that he could hear it cutting through the air. Choi Han, the source of its power, is there. However, Choi Han did not stop. Our human said to destroy that. He had no reason to stop. He only had reasons not to stop. Chapter 299. The back of the neck. 2, Your Highness. It is that man. The mage who led the magic brigade in the first battle shouted while looking toward Imperial Prince Adden. The tip of his finger was pointing to the largest golem. That man is the one who wounded Duke Houghton, the swordsman with the black helmet, the man who brought down the sword of the Empire without using aura. Adden's gaze shifted over to the golem that the mage was pointing at and saw a person running up the golem. It was a presence so small that it seemed insignificant. Is he a sword master or a swordsman with special abilities? Adden was curious. However, it was not a particularly important issue. I'll find out if I catch and torture him. It was a simple issue. He opened his mouth and spoke to the grey orb. Number 1, capture the helmeted swordsman. Number 1. The golem that Choi Han climbed on was the first golem that the alchemist's bell tower recreated. The golems were named by size. Number 17, 18, and 19 will assist. The rest will advance toward Maple Castle. Boom, the golems began to move again, according to their orders. Golem number 1 was the first and largest golem created since their extinction during ancient times. The alchemist sitting in the cockpit of the giant golem began to steer. This fly-like nuisance. Tusk. The alchemist frowned and couldn't contain his irritation because he had missed his chance to act. A huge fist flew towards the fly that was stuck to its body. The fist opened. A large palm struck down towards the human that was coming up its thigh. Boom! The golem smacked its body like a human would when trying to catch a mosquito. Choi Han couldn't help but scoff. It's like I'm a mosquito or a fly. He looked at the palm that hung above him and kicked the ground. Tap! His body shot up between the golem's fingers in a flash, right after that instant. Boom! The loud sound of an impact was heard. The sound wasn't merely at the level of a palm smacking the body. Choi Han, behind you. I know, Rayan. Choi Han twisted his body. Another golem's hand surged through the air towards him. Choi Han could see the cockpit of the slightly smaller golem. The alchemist within that cockpit sneered at Choi Han as if he had already caught him. Stepping into this fight is way out of your league. Golem, no. 17's palm flew towards Choi Han. Choi Han, there's one on the right, the left side too. Huge black golems blocked all sides of Choi Han's path. Darkness enveloped him as if it were night. All he could see when he lifted his head was the black face of a golem. One of the alchemists in the cockpit shouted, "We got him." Well avenged, Duke Houghton. Why were humans afraid of dragons, monsters, and wyvern knights? The alchemist thought the answer was simple. It's because humans are infinitely small existences in comparison to them. That was why the alchemists that steered the golems tried to trample the insignificantly small human. At that moment, you don't seem to know. Grin. Choi Han let out an uncontrollable laughter. It was hilarious to see those who struck out only believing in their large size. They're all humans in the end. It was humans that manipulated these things in the end. Why were dragons and wyverns terrifying? Just because they were big? No. It was because they were living creatures like humans who could emit such overwhelming pressure or murderous intent. An empty object is an empty object in the end of the day. Choi Han twisted his body. From the right first, boom, the golem's fist struck the empty ground. The ground shook from impact. Tap. Choi Han stepped on the golem's shoulder and sprung up into the air. Now behind you, Choi Han's body spun once in the air. Tap. His feet lightly stepped on the back of the golem's hand that came from behind him. This bastard. The alchemist saw it. The alchemist saw a person kick off the back of the golem's hand and surge into the air like a butterfly, no, like a bird. He looked free. The alchemist had a gut feeling. No longer could he know. The alchemist controlled the golem's other arm. Its huge hand quickly headed towards the air where Choi Han was floating. He avoided it. However, Choi Han avoided the fast and strong hand. He avoided it extremely easily. Looks like there was a reason why the sword of the Empire fell. Sweat formed on the pilot's forehead. Meanwhile, he could clearly see the being that stepped on the hands and feet that attacked him to soar higher upwards. The alchemist in Golem now. 17 gulped at that moment. Our eyes met. The black being stepped on the golem's shoulder where the cockpit was and continued moving up. He had a black helmet, a plain iron sword, and wore a light black attire. There was only a small red glow in the midst of all the black. No, there were red eyes. Our eyes met. He definitely saw red eyes between the slits of the helmet that covered the man's face. The alchemist felt a terrifying chill down his back at that moment, and his hands and feet went numb. He felt fear for that one man. However, that man just passed by the alchemist. The alchemist in Golem no. 17 realized something and shouted, "Number one, we have to protect number one." Choi Han was already treading on number one's shoulders when the alchemist's voice reached the grey orb in Imperial Prince Aden's hand. He then passed no. One's cockpit. Choi Han saw the bewildered alchemist beyond the half-transparent glass. Golem number one's body twisted around at that same moment. Then its hands went towards Choi Han, who was on its shoulders. No. One's pilot realized something as he saw Choi Han keeping his balance and avoiding the golem's hand. He knows, this bastard knows. The helmeted swordsman headed towards the back of the neck. Your Highness, that man knows where the core is. No. The core was reduced to a very small size and deliberately hidden on the back of the golem's neck, instead of in the heart, stomach, or head. The alchemist knew, statistically speaking, that the helmeted swordsman couldn't possibly pinpoint the core's location in one go since even the back of the golem's neck was several times larger than the size of a human being. Besides, he doesn't even have aura. How does he plan to destroy the golem's body and core when it's difficult to even cut the golem's body with aura? Aura can't destroy the core anyways. Something at the level of aura couldn't destroy the core. Only something that held the same attribute as the core, or something that was several grades higher in strength, could destroy the orb containing the core. However, the alchemist had a strange, no, terrifying conviction. He knows where he is going. He's certain about the location of the core. His unhesitating strides and movements said it all. It was a big problem if that was the case. He shouted without even knowing, "Don't touch the core. It's dangerous to even touch it. The Vice Tower Master could even kill me." The shout resounded like a scream, but it didn't even reach the helmeted swordsman. The golem's body was shaking. Choi Han's body headed towards one place. Choi Han. It's in the lower central area on the back of the golem's neck. You just have to go a little farther. He could hear Rayan's voice. Choi Han firmly grasped the handle of his sword. Rayan spoke in a curious voice at that moment. Choi Han, are you hurt? Why are your hands shaking? Your body seems tense. Choi Han's fingertips were trembling as Rayan pointed out. He put strength into his trembling hands. Strange. Badump, badump. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. Why was his heart acting odd like this? He felt the aura in his body start to fluctuate at the same time. Then he headed towards one direction. Choi Han's eyes looked to one place. The lower central area on the back of Golem, number one's neck. The place Rayan said that the orb containing the source of the golem's power was located. That was where Choi Han's undivided attention and senses were focused. Thud, thud, his heart beat harder. Choi Han drew his sword. His sword in his hand desired the source of the golem's power. He realized it instinctively. I can get stronger. The thing inside contains the last piece that I need to make my perfect darkness. I don't have to stand up against despair if I absorb this. Choi Han thrust his sword into the back of the golem's neck without hesitation when he realized that. Stab, black aura spewed out from the embedded sword. The imperfect darkness that others couldn't see penetrated into the golem's body. Thud, thud, thud. Choi Han's heart was pounding. Golem number one's body shook even more violently. No, don't touch the core. Number one's pilot's face contorted as if he was about to cry. In the end, the golem began to fall backwards. It was a last-ditch effort to get rid of Choi Han. Golem no. 17, 18, and 19 attacked from above. However, Choi Han did not see them. He thrust his sword deeper and deeper. Then he heard it. Tang! It was the sound of glass. Choi Han immediately concentrated his aura to the tip of his sword and stabbed forward as if he were possessed by something. The black aura, the imperfect darkness, broke the orb. Crack! It was at that moment. He broke it. No. One's alchemist's eyes widened as he watched the control panel turn black. His lips trembled. There would have been a warning alert if it was a higher-grade conflicting power. However, it must have been something with the same attribute as the core since the alert didn't occur. A human has the despair attribute, and deep despair at that. The alchemist's face turned white with fear. I am dead. The core was broken. I am so dead. It occurred when the alchemist jumped out of the cockpit. Ki, a chilling sound filled the battlefield. Then everyone saw it. They saw the black smoke that was rising from the back of the golem's neck. Ki, a terrible cry rose together with the smoke. Choi Han couldn't move as if he was frozen. Black energy flowed through his sword using his imperfect darkness as a medium. Pain, anger, despair. The despair of those who have been deprived of their lives. Choi Han could feel the despair of others. No, he was bombarded by the despair of hundreds of people. Choi Han, his eyes stopped at where his sword was embedded. Something began to flow up through the sword. Drip, drip. A liquid spilled out from the orb within golem number one which had stopped moving. Black liquid. It was dead mana. However, it was different from the dead mana that he had encountered so far. He could feel despair within it. Darkness, extremely deep darkness, flowed out. It was a mass of despair. Choi Han, drip, drip. The liquid that flowed out a drop or two at a time dyed Choi Han's ordinary iron sword black. That thing is similar to dead mana. I should avoid it, but... Choi Han was aware that he had to move, but couldn't move at all. His body wouldn't move as if it was frozen. He realized it instinctively. How to obtain perfect darkness. An easy way out when I don't want to personally suffer despair. It was to become a monster that fed on the despair of others. Choi Han's heart and the aura within his body kept urging him to become a monster. No, this it was as Choi Han's face turned white. Choi Han, you stupid bastard, gasp. Choi Han gasped as he felt an invisible round body pushing him away from the sword. He also felt someone's hand grab him by his collar. Rayan. It was Rayan who pushed him away from his sword. Clope. Clope was the one who grabbed him by the collar. Choi Han was separated from his sword and flew up with Clope holding his collar. He felt the cool yet oddly warm and soft touch of reptilian skin on his cheek. It was Rayan's front paw. I must have gone crazy for a second. I think I went crazy for a second. It happened right as Choi Han was about to say that. Kia. The terrible cry grew louder and louder. The black smoke could be seen spreading farther as well. Black smoke covered the sky like a sky during a fire. The Empire's soldiers and the Whipper Kingdom's soldiers that were not on the battlefield probably saw one giant puff of smoke. However, that wasn't the case. They were extremely dark droplets of liquid that would not be visible to people outside the battlefield. The total amount of liquid was small enough to be contained within a person's two hands. Choi Han started to speak. We have to get rid of that liquid. They had to get rid of that black liquid that was more terrible than dead mana. That thing should not exist in the world. Rayan, we have to inform Kalnim. They had to let him know that there was something more terrible than the golems. He needed to know that the Empire and Arm were truly crazy. And that hell will really begin when that thing comes out into the world. Choi Han's eyes turned to the Empire's side instead of the Whipper Kingdom's side. He was looking for the person with red hair standing among countless other people on the dirt wall. The red hair was hard to find. However, numerous amounts of the Empire's troops could be seen moving around. The golem was destroyed. Who is that person? He was the one who defeated Duke Houghton. The Empire's side fell into chaos. All they could see was golem number one that stopped moving abruptly and a lot of black smoke. There was also the chilling sound. Want all the golems be destroyed at this rate. The strangely contorted expression on the imperial prince's face could be seen the moment the fear-filled nobles looked towards him, and there was a certain red-haired person watching the imperial prince. Young Master Nim. This. Although Vice Captain Hilsman wanted to cheer at the sight of the golem being destroyed, he patiently suppressed such emotion and spoke to Cal while carefully looking at the imperial prince. Young Master Nim. He was taken aback. Cal was clutching the area over his heart. Young Master Nim, are you feeling ill again? Do you feel like you're going to throw up blood? Vice Captain Hilsman's voice could be heard. Human, what is it again? Choi Han and I found these terribly sad things. Rayan's urgent voice was heard in his mind. Human, you have to hurry. This is a big problem. I think it'll be hard for even me to handle. Do you think Gramps can do it? Young Master Nim, is your heart hurting? However, Cal couldn't properly hear them. There was a lot going on in his mind. Kia, a terrible cry and black smoke. It was the moment he could only see and hear those things coming from the stopped golem. Thud, thud, thud. His heart began to beat madly. The inside of his body rocked violently. What's going on? It was then that the always quiet voice rang in his mind. It was the vitality of the heart. It's the same as that time. That time. Cal breathed in deeply at the beating of his heart and questioned what was going on. This time the indestructible shield, the gluttonous priestess voice was heard. We had to fight thousands of golems back then. Golems are existences made of dead mana and suffering souls. The core's liquid is a terrible and horrible thing. Next, the sound of the wind, the thief, chimed in. Golems. If you want to run away together from that, then use my power. If you want to protect your people and your home, then use the power of the earth. Use the wind to run away together, or use the earth to protect everyone. And lastly, another voice stepped in at that moment. It was the sky eating water. And if you want to destroy them, our names aren't just for show. Cal thought over her words. If he wanted to destroy, then. The sky eating water whispered while he was thinking. What would we need to eliminate both the golem and the black despair within the dead mana? There was only one answer. Cal said the answer out loud. Fire, the fire of destruction. The super rock's voice could be heard. Do you know why that cheapskate ended up setting fire to the northern area of the western continent? Of course, it started for a different reason as well as to help the sky eating water. And there was also the fact that this nutjob went crazy, but the time when the northern area of western continent was set on fire. It wasn't an easy ordeal no matter how crazy you were. However, the fire of destruction was only able to save it by going mad. He was able to save the western continent. This cheapskate was the one who eliminated the greatest amount of black despair and golems in the western continent. That was why he was a hero, at least to all of us. Fire and light. The one who surrounded himself with the fiery thunderbolt and used fire and light to fight against despair. The true power of the complete fire is to destroy or purify everything. Destruction or purification. Nature's element of fire was somewhere that contradictory existences coexisted. Cal heard the voice of the fiery thunderbolt that had been quiet until now. Its voice was serious for the first time. Golems and black despair are existences containing the despair of those who have been deprived of their lives. Their deaths weren't natural, but the result of black magic. Black magic, not alchemy. The voice that lost its lightness was infinitely low. The fire of destruction spoke its will and beliefs for the first time. We need to get rid of that damn thing. No one's lives should be taken away like that. People need to protect their lives. Cal could feel the 5 ancient powers roaring together for the first time. They all shouted at the same time. Get rid of that. Cal relaxed his grip on his chest. Young Master Nim, are you all right? Human, are you okay? Rayan and Hilsman saw the expression on Cal's face. One side of Cal's mouth crookedly crept up. To think that these damn ancient powers, and I have the same thought. He liked it very, very much. Yeah, we have to get rid of that. It's not in my character to let that go. One of the powers that Cal had gathered started to lift its restrictions after seeing that his new owners will match his former owner, the hero's will. Those powers were originally ones that didn't need a plate. The flame of the one called the greatest ancient warrior began to rise again within Cal's body. Chapter 300. The Back of the Neck 3 Teaser. Goku instant teleportation to choke someone boom boom. The inside of Cal's body was pounding. Cal could hear a loud cry coming from inside his body. Something was happening to the fiery thunderbolt tattoo over his heart. That thunderbolt was slowly being absorbed into his body. That was the only tattoo that disappeared from his body. Black magic. The Birth of a Hero only had one sentence about black magic. Necromancers and black mages. It was a story about when the necromancers met their end at the hands of the Church of the Sun God. Although both necromancers and black mages use dead mana, one moves within the boundaries of nature while the other rebels against nature. Black magic that is said to have disappeared after ancient times is something that goes against rationality. Cal looked toward the creatures that was created while going against rationality. Golem. The chaotic voices of the Margaru Empire's forces reached his ears. Just who is that man? Does that mean he can destroy the other golems as well, since he managed to destroy the largest one? The soldiers were crouching in fear while the nobles and leaders were shouting. Screech, screech the black smoke and the eerie screeches. The golems seemed to be strong war machines created by their empire, but there were terrible things flowing out of it. What is that? It was disgusting. Furthermore, the people who were attacking those golems seemed to be a priest and holy knights of the Church of the Sun God. Something is weird. I know, something's definitely weird. The soldiers started to be wary of what their leaders might say next. Cal heard Imperial Prince Aden's voice just as he realized this. Meet Ilona. Vice Tower Master Metalona raised her hand and started to shout. Attack that swordsman and the birds that destroyed the sword of the Empire and our golems, the holy relics of ancient times. The mages and alchemists started to attack in unison. Hundreds of magic spells flew into the sky again. Ha ha ha, Cal started to laugh. You scummy bastards. Choi Han, Clope, and the white skeleton birds were now close to the golem brigade. But the Empire was launching their attacks toward them right now. What they were doing was obvious. They're trying to cover it up. They were trying to cover up the black smoke and the terrible screeching. It was probably a method to calm the chaos in the minds of the soldiers and nobles. Bearing, bearing. Rosalind and the Whipper Kingdom side cast spells as well. She had no choice. They had to protect the white skeleton birds. Bearing, bang, bang. The black smoke and terrible screeching were being drowned out by the sound of the spells exploding. Human, Choi Han and I destroyed the golem and saw the black liquid flowing out of the orb. We need to destroy these things, but I don't know how to do it. We need to call Goldie Gramps. Cal could hear Rayon's voice through the loud explosions. He raised his head up at the same time. He could see a white skeleton bird flying up to dodge the spells. There was a helmeted swordsman on top of that bird. And something was weird about Choi Han. He seemed to be bewitched by that black liquid. Choi Han became weird. But what do we do with those 30 or so golem cores? This is bad. Who will destroy them all? We need to save everyone, but I am great and mighty, but have not learned everything yet. Cal repeatedly opened and closed his fists. Do I need to step in? I don't have a choice. I can't let that linger behind. I need to get rid of it. However, his act of pretending to be on the Empire's side would become useless if he did that. He needed to have Sir Rex as well. Stepping in would make that extremely difficult. Furthermore, his stepping in would mean the Roan Kingdom would be involved in this battle as well. But the Roan Kingdom did not want to see their citizens shed any more blood. It was at that moment. He could hear the fire of destruction's voice at that moment. There were others who could purify the black despair as well. Does that mean I don't need to step in? Dark elves and necromancers. Ha! Cal was flabbergasted. The dark elves who had to live in hiding because humans loathed them. And the necromancers who were destroyed by the Church of the Sun God and the other light affinity churches. They are still a part of nature. Nature has never thrown away the dark elves and the necromancers. Cal recalled someone's voice at that moment. It was someone from the Black Desert, that land of death. That person had lived in that underground city their whole life. It felt as if all of the veins in my body were going to explode. I needed to learn to control dead mana in order to survive through that pain. That was why I chose to be a necromancer instead of a black mage. The 10-year-old Mary had chosen to become a necromancer in order to survive, and she was now needed to save the people on this battlefield. Cal couldn't help but laugh as he continued to think. Human, are you okay? Did you go crazy because you are so angry? You can't become like Clope. Black magic was being covered up as alchemy right in front of the Church of the Sun God's eyes. There was nothing more comical than this. Boom, boom, the rumblings in his body became even stronger. Cal felt his body starting to heat up. The fire was starting to get bigger. Human, I will contact Goldie Gramps for now. Cal didn't stop Rayan. It was something that a Ruhaben needed to know. The Empire's base was currently loud. Cal started to speak as he stood with Crown Prince Valentino in a spot away from the others. Go bring Mary. Cal gave an order toward the video communication device in Vice Captain Hilsman's pocket. Young Master Cal. Cal ignored Rosalind's voice and continued to speak. Don't destroy the golems for now, just block them. Cal's gaze quickly moved through the Imperial Prince, the battlefield, and Maple Castle. I will contact Prince Albaru right away as soon as Rayan finishes contacting Iruhaben. I'll make my move after that. Cal had made up his mind. It was at that moment. Human, Rayan's urgent voice could be heard. Cal felt his heart drop. Did something happen to Iruhaben Nim? He could hear Rayan's voice. I can't contact Goldie Gramps. Ah, damn it. Rayan hesitated and continued on as Cal started to frown. Human, there is a message that was just left on the video communication device. Message? From who? It's from the jungle. Litana sent the message. Litana, the queen of the jungle. What does she need? She was currently leading the jungle's warriors to the section of the jungle that was close to the Empire's southern border. Cal and Litana had changed their plans from the jungle helping the Whipper Kingdom to the jungle aiming for the Empire's southern region. Once the Empire lost this second round to the Whipper Kingdom. Furthermore, that was when Crown Prince Valentino and the Caro Kingdom would make their move as well. Rayan quickly recited the contents of the message. Young Master Cal, the jungle is under attack. The Empire is attacking Section 7 of the jungle, is what she said. Cal felt his mind go blank. Section 7 of the jungle. Of the 14 sections that made up the jungle, Section 7 was at the center of the jungle with a large river flowing through it. That was also where the head of the jungle, the king's palace, was located. It was pretty much their palace. The Empire attacked that area. That was bad. There's probably not that many warriors in Section 7 right now. Litana isn't there either. Damn it. Cal looked toward Imperial Prince Adin. He was certain that this bastard made his move knowing they weren't there. He made the move knowing Litana and the warriors would not be in that section. She also said, Young Master Cal, I think there is a spy within our jungle. Cal clenched his fists. Spy. That made Cal recall when the jungle had started the fire in Section 1 of the jungle. Yes, that had to be it. There was no way for the Empire to set that fire without a spy. But the spy can't be a leader since they don't know about the alliance between the 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe. I was too complacent. No, I was stupid. Young Master Nim. Vice Captain Hilsman cautiously called out to Cal, whose face suddenly stiffened up. However, Cal did not hear him. The birth of a hero had told him about the spy on Tunka's side. However, it did not say anything about a spy when it discussed the Pillar of Fire in Section 1 of the jungle. That was why he had believed the Empire had done it on their own. But Cal suddenly had a question. How did the Empire directly attack Section 7, the center of the jungle, without running into the jungle's warriors? Ah, Cal realized the answer as soon as he asked that question, and Rayan answered it as well. Litana had left the answer. They say that a flying object has appeared. It had the Margoru Empire's flag on it, is what she said. The Empire had a way to dominate the air as well. As expected, Aden was not an easy enemy to defeat. They would openly attack the Whipper Kingdom while also dealing with the jungle that was aiming for their back. Bang, bang. The spells continued to crash against each other while the white skeleton birds and the golems continued to smash at each other. The Whipper Kingdom did not attack the golems and just focused on defending. It was because of Cal's order. Cal knew that as well. It was at that moment. Rayan told Cal about the last message Litana left. Young Master Cal, I'm sorry, but I am retreating. I need to save Section 7. According to the reporting warrior, alchemists appeared on the deck of the flying object and are trying to summon something. I have a bad feeling about this. I will contact you as soon as I know what they are summoning, is what she said. Human, that thing they are summoning. Rayan hesitated before adding on. What if it is something like that golem? There were probably only a few warriors left for defense, and Section 7 of the jungle was filled with regular people. What would happen if golems or that black despair covered up that land? The fire of destruction gave Cal the answer. The black despair is the same as poison to the living as it originated from dead mana. In fact, it is an even stronger poison than dead mana. They have cursed abilities. Hell would break loose there. Cal opened his mouth to speak at that moment. Duck it all. Vice Captain Hilsman and Crown Prince Valentino, who were looking at him, looked completely shocked. However, Cal just continued to speak. Call them over. Cal's hand wrote a name in the air. Push. He then pushed Hilsman, who was supporting him, away. Young Masternim. Ha! Young Masternim. Why are you leaving? Hilsman tried to catch Cal in shock, but Cal ignored him and nonchalantly started to walk. He was walking toward Imperial Prince Adden. He slowly headed to the center of the battlefield where Adden was standing. The battlefield was chaotic. Oh, Commander, why aren't you resting? Commander Nim, please get some rest. The nobles and the Empire's forces all commented with concern as he headed toward the center of the battlefield. However, Cal's gaze was only focused on one spot. It was focused on Imperial Prince Adden, who was calmly standing at the center. The relaxed Adden turned his head and made eye contact with Cal. Commander, what is it? Is your body? Oh, it was the moment he started to speak. Wind rose up at the tip of Cal's feet. It only took a split second. His body shot forward like an arrow. Cal reached his hand out. He then grabbed Adden. Okay, the Imperial Prince gasped for breath. Pale hands were choking his neck. Adden realized something at that moment. He's not in pain. There was a lot of strength in Cal's pale hands, contrary to how they looked. The Imperial Prince's head was tilted back, and he could see the reddish-brown eyes looking down at him. Cal, the owner of those eyes, smiled extremely brightly as he started to speak. Your back is so open. All of this only took a few seconds. Eek, Commander, Your Highness, what the hell? The Empire's side turned into a mess. However, Imperial Prince Adden looked toward Cal and started to smile. I knew, that I should be suspicious of you. There was a reason he had not let go of that 1% chance. There was also a reason he was smiling. Can you act so brazenly? Could the Roan Kingdom, could Cal Henitus act like this? Adden could see that Cal Henitus was smiling even brighter than he was smiling. Cal whispered in Adden's ear. Hey, Adden. Cal's joyful voice reached Adden's ear as he let out a groan. I will definitely kill you myself. Adden flinched. Cal's eyes really seemed to be full of anger and desire to kill him. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment. My magic is not working. My goodness, this is magic. It's at Goldie Gramps level. It's the same as me. Human. Shield. Cal immediately activated the indestructible shield. Black wind arrows suddenly shot toward Cal from the right side. Cal's body jerked back from the shock and couldn't hold on to the Imperial Prince anymore. He was okay thanks to the shield and Rayon's shield around it, but the shock shook Cal up. However, Cal continued to smile as he looked toward the person standing in front of the Imperial Prince. Haunt, the Tower Master's disciple. Cal spoke toward Haunt's eyes that were full of vitality unlike his body. You're the Tower Master, aren't you? Haunt started to smile. You bastard, you're saying some funny shoot. I was wondering what was going on, but you even have a dragon with you. Wow, he's not even denying it. He even realized the dragon by my side. The final red star must be a black mage. Cal looked around. He could see people who were in shock and could not decide whether to attack him or not. Meet Ilona, the alchemist's bell tower's vice tower masters, shouted at that moment. She figured this was a good opportunity. It was a chance to capture Cal and justify attacking the Roan Kingdom. Catch the bastard who attacked His Highness. Someone dared to touch the Imperial Prince. This person dared to kill the Imperial Prince. He deserved to be executed for his actions. Midalona could not figure out why Cal suddenly attacked the Imperial Prince. She believed it was his error or improper decision-making. Catch him right away. We cannot forgive him. Her continued orders made the soldiers, knights, and mages surround Cal to attack. Heh. Cal let out a quiet laugh. It's a ruined. He had ruined the plan to move in the darkness while pretending to be on the Imperial Prince's side with his own hands. He needed to remain in hiding to do that. No way I can hide anymore. How could Mary get rid of these golems and the ones in the jungle alone? Cal had to step in as well. And it was only a matter of time for the Roan Kingdom and Cal to be revealed if Mary stepped in anyways. What do I have to lose to do it out in the open when these bastards are doing the same thing? And beyond all of that, after seeing this situation, knowing the origin of the golems and all of the Empire's dirty tactics, I'm so angry. His instincts as a trash popped out. Let's flip everything over. It was the moment something sparkled in the mumbling Cal's eyes. Boom, boom, the rumblings inside his body stopped. Meet Ilona shouted at the same time. What are you all doing? Capture that bastard who is standing there like an idiot. However, her voice was drowned out. Cal had shouted in a louder voice. The regular citizens of the Empire and any believers of the Church of the Sun God stepped back. What? The people approaching him, especially the Sun God believers, flinched at the unexpected statement. Believers of the Church of the Sun God. That was approximately two-thirds of the Empire's citizens. They could see Commander Cal Henitus shouting so loud that his neck veins were showing. He was someone who had said something similar to the tenets of the Church of the Sun God, while he received the Medal of Honor from the Empire. He continued to shout, "Did you see the black smoke and the black arrows? They are people who use dead mana, dead mana." The light affinity priests and believers flinched this time. The Vice Tower Master, Imperial Prince, and Haunt all looked toward Cal. Cal continued to shout with eyes full of vitality. I got a clear look at His Highness' eyes just now. Rayan spoke in his mind. Human, they will be here soon. Cal continued to speak. He has been captured by black magic. Black magic. That term made Vice Tower Master Metalona flinch. How did he know about the black magic? She believed that nobody would know about black magic that was said to have disappeared in ancient times. Even a dragon would not be able to realize it right away. That was because a dragon's life lasted only 1,000 years, while the ancient times were over 10,000 years ago. Stop with the nonsense. Immediately catch this heretic. He is a person from the Rhone Kingdom, not the Empire. Metalona shouted, and a few knights pointed their swords toward Cal. It was at that moment. Human, they're here, Pad. A bright light surrounded the battlefield. A teleportation magic circle appeared next to Cal at the same time. Ha! Ah, the knights stopped moving. The name that Cal had written in the air earlier. Jack. Call Saint Jack over. He was someone any of the Empire's Church of the Sun God believers would recognize. The man with the innocent and gentle expression appeared. The saint and the holy maiden. The people who had ran away after being called terrorist and murderer. However, the Empire's forces could not open their mouths while looking at Jack. Shara, a strand of light was coming out of Saint Jack. It was divine power with healing qualities. The light injuries on the knights and soldiers slowly healed as the light surrounded them. The soldiers' pupils shook as they watched what happened. Jack had the pure and warm touch of the sun that there was no way he could be a terrorist. Clang. Tang. The knights who were believers stopped their attacks, while the soldiers who were believers dropped their weapons. Cal continued to speak. We will move forward. It was close to what the Church of the Sun God had shouted when they got rid of the necromancers. We will head toward the light. Something similar, but not exactly the same as what they had said, came out of Cal's mouth. It was obvious. The Rhone Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, the jungle as well as the necromancer and dark elves would head together from here on. It was just a new history to be written by multiple kingdoms, many churches, many tribes, and all humans. They would focus on a new enemy different than how the necromancers and dark elves were suppressed in the past. Their enemy was the Imperial Prince and black magic. I just need to create a new plan if I need to reveal myself. He just had to fight with a new plan. Cal attacked the Imperial Prince's neck. Then the saint appeared. Those shocking images will be etched on everyone's minds. Cal looked toward Saint Jack. Jack could not figure out everything that was going on because he was suddenly called over. However, he subconsciously knew what to say after seeing Haunt and the black smoke in the sky. We will overcome it together. It was the new will of the world that he had learned while being with Cal until now. Right after that, P.I., they heard the sound of a flute. The Empire's forces lifted their heads up. The largest white skeleton bird was flying above them. The white-haired priest and the helmeted swordsman reached their hands out toward Cal and Jack. The birds of the people who looked like holy knights surrounded them. It was as if they had come to rescue to Saint. They all saw something at that moment. Light, that is. A different light than the one that had been healing the Empire's forces' injuries appeared. It was so bright that it made Saint Jack look dull. It was gold in color like the sun, but a blood-red color that instilled fear was mixed in with it. Rayan was honestly shocked as he shouted out, Human, you look so freaking strong right now. The rose gold light started to surround Cal's body. It was a mix of the blood-red color of destruction and the bright light of purification. Cal could hear the voice of the fire of destruction. Destroy the despair, please. The flame that was known to have burned brightly before disappearing reappeared in the world. Cal climbed onto the white skeleton bird and shouted out. He made eye contact with the Imperial Prince and Haunt. Destroy the golems that were made with black magic. Hell, destroy them all. His instincts as a trash kicked in for the first time in a long time. Chapter 301. Following your instincts. 1. They're flying back up. The Caro Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino. He watched as the white skeleton birds that were floating above the Empire's forces fly back up into the sky. He could also see light shining down on the faces of the Empire's forces again, as the birds had been covering up the sun. Your Highness, I will be on my way as well. What? Hilsman. Crown Prince Valentino watched Vice Captain Hilsman floating up into the sky. Vice Captain, the human said to make sure I don't leave you behind. Hilsman listened to Rayan's voice and thought about his lord that was looking for him. It was time for him to get involved in the war as well. This Crown Prince Valentino and his knights blankly watched Hilsman fly away. The vice-captain no longer had the silly expression on his face, as it was replaced with a serious expression fitting a highest-grade expert. Please take care of the rest. Crown Prince Valentino returned to his senses as Hilsman quietly whispered to him and quickly started to shout. Capture that person. He is a subordinate of the bastard who tried to kill Aden. He then looked around. He made eye contact with Imperial Prince Aden. Valentino walked toward him with a concerned expression on his face. He needed to remain as Aden's close friend for now. It was not yet time for Valentino to stab Aden in the back. Clang, clang, follow His Highness's orders. He could hear his subordinates playing along as he urgently rushed toward Aden. He looked around as he did that. People looked shocked at this unexpected development. However, that shock was slowly disappearing from their faces. Valentino paid close attention to the soldiers, knights, and nobles. He could see the changes in their expressions. Fear and disbelief replaced shock. Black magic and Saint Jack. The people of the Empire slowly started to suspect and question things after seeing both of them. Amazing. Valentino could not hide his shock toward Cal's side. At the same time, he could not help but loathe the Empire even more. They've done too many dirty things. He started to speak to Aden, who was touching his neck. Are you okay? Aden slightly nodded his head and started to shout toward the other side. Do not let the enemy's words shake you. The Empire's forces looked toward him, even though his words could not stop their shaking hearts. Why is alchemy black magic? It is the pillar that has supported the Empire for hundreds of years. Don't forget that it was the only place to reach out to help the children of the slums. The chaos died down a bit. The children of the slums and Haunt, who was the evidence of the program's success. Haunt was alive, and well as he shouted from next to the Imperial Prince. I just used regular magic. The mages here would have felt an evil aura if it was black magic. The people could see the mages nodding their heads. The captain of the mage brigade spoke up. It was not black magic. It was a black arrow, but it did not have that unique evil aura of black magic. He also did not detect any dead mana. The testimony of the mage brigade captain who had been nearby calmed the chaos down. I came here to repay the Empire for the grace it has shown me. Haunt continued to shout. The Imperial Prince had a rare look of urgency as he started to shout. His shout woke everyone up from their shock. We are currently on the battlefield. We must get rid of them in order to survive. In order to survive. That phrase jerked people out of their shock. Knights, raise your swords. Soldiers, pick up your weapons. Aden actively moved around to rally the troops. The Empire's forces returned to their original alert selves thanks to his efforts. However, the questions and suspicions had not disappeared. Aden continued to shout. Golems and mages obliterate those evil enemies. Enemies. He was talking about Cal's group up in the sky. At the center of Cal's group, Cal was standing on top of the largest white skeleton bird. Crackle, crackle. Fire and light were clashing around his body. It prevented Cal's group from approaching him as well. Choi Han got goosebumps on his arms. He could feel a strong power coming from Cal. He subconsciously asked a question. Cal Nim, are you okay? Cal looked toward the pale Choi Han. He was almost bewitched. Rayan had told Cal that Choi Han was almost bewitched by the black despair. Cal tried to nod his head to say he was fine. Someone interjected at that moment. Cal Nim, that must be a new power. Calnim, I really can't figure out your limits. Look at this beautiful flame. It is more beautiful and marvelous than the sun. Ah, Clope. Cal ignored the voice of the crazy bastard. He could see that Saint Jack looked shocked after hearing what Clope just said, however. He ignored that as well and started to speak. Golems will probably appear in the jungle as well. The smile on Clope's face quickly disappeared. Jungle and golems. A terrible sight filled his mind already. That is why Miss Latana is currently retreating to their capital, Section 7. Choi Han responded first after Cal was finished. He recalled the black liquid and urgently added on. Cal Nim. A large number of people will die if that black liquid or golems sweep away the jungle. The jungle did not have many mages or alchemists. They had a majority of strong warriors who were strong in close combat rather than distance attacks, meaning they would probably get hit by that black liquid if any of the golems' cores blew up. Furthermore, there were a lot of citizens there as well. We need to stop that first. Choi Han flinched after shouting with a state of urgency. Of course, it is important to capture the Imperial Prince right now as well. It was important for his side to win. However, Choi Han was listening to the voices of the people within the Black Despair. That was why he said the following. We cannot allow that thing to attack people or reach the forest. We need to save the people first. He could see a cold gaze in Cal's eyes at that moment. He was giving off a vibe that was hard to approach as he stood there surrounded by fire and light. Was I too emotional? It was the moment Choi Han had that thought on his mind. Calm down. Cal calmly responded back. Do you think I don't know that? Ah, he's his usual self. Choi Han noticed that Cal was his usual self even though he was giving off a different vibe. That was why he was looking forward to what Cal would say next. Cal started to speak as soon as Hilsman landed on the white skeleton bird. I will now give out the orders. Cal's voice would be heard on the white skeleton birds as well as on Maple Castle through the video communication device. Cal started to smile as he knew that would be the case. Human, what are you going to do? What do I have to do? What am I going to do? There was just one thing Cal was planning on doing, a shoot show. Excuse me, Calnim. Young Master Cal, what do you mean? Human, you're going to create a shoot show. I want to do it too. Everyone responded differently. However, the majority of them were confused. On the other hand, Cal was putting things in simple terms. He would properly destroy everything. Cal was someone who accomplished the things he planned on doing. That was why he changed roles with his group for the first time. Cal had always been at the back. He always left other people to launch the attack. However, it was different this time. Cal continued to speak. Support me. He would be at the center of this operation. They should have all understood as they were all intelligent people. Young Master Cal. Rosalind called out to him with concern while Choi Han's mouth opened and closed multiple times as he didn't know what to say. Cal patted the pale Choi Han's shoulder and calmly continued to speak. This is something I have to do. Choi Han was almost bewitched by the black despair. That meant that he needed to keep Choi Han out of the battle. It would be great if Mary could help, however. She would only have a low impact. He needed something that would make a great impact. Fire that burns evil. All of the Empire's citizens, as well as the Whipper Kingdom's citizens, needed to see it. This could end up becoming a continental war in the end after all. Calnim, the group looked toward him. Cal started to speak as Saint Jack looked at him with his hands together to pray. Everybody dodge. Excuse me. Cal calmly added on when Vice Captain Hilsman blankly asked back, I don't think I can control myself today. Excuse me. Cal kicked off the ground while everybody stood there in confusion. Rayan. Sigh, all right, human. The human surrounded in rose gold light started to freely fly in the sky. It was thanks to Rayan's magic. Cal could see the white skeleton birds flying as he did that. They were not flying toward the golems. Smart bastard. Cal started to smile while thinking about Clope. He slowly headed down. Tens of spells were flying over his head. As I expected, Rosalind was smart as well. The spells that she had the Whipper Kingdom's mages launch were moving in the same direction as the white skeleton birds. Barang, barang, bang. The hundreds of spells from the Empire headed toward the white skeleton birds and the Whipper Kingdom's spells. It was only possible thanks to that. Cal could peacefully get face to face with the golems. He looked toward Maple Castle. He could see an angry Rosalind as well as Mary, Tunka, and Harald next to her. They were supporting him as he had ordered. They were making it so that Cal could take on the golems alone. Cal commented as if he was sighing. I told you to support me. Guarding you is my way of supporting you, Calnim. He's right. I will support you like that too. Weak human, I can't help it because I am worried. Choi Han and Rayan were in the air with Cal. Cal sighed and looked down. He then started to laugh. Those large golems were looking up at him. No, they were aiming for him. He could see the pilots as well. They were the ones who made these golems. Cal slowly opened his arms. Can you hear it? The fire of destruction asked. I can. Cal could hear it as the golems got closer. It sounded like the cries of a large number of people. They were stuck inside the large golems' bodies and unable to leave. There were the cries of Sir Rex's siblings, the children from the slums, and even the Roan Kingdom's citizens who were sold as slaves. They were all here. The fire of destruction continued on. I had to hear my parents cry like this in the past. My parents were captured inside the golems as well. My parents had given their everything for me. The fire of destruction had received so many things from his parents. He had to pay back as much as he had received. That was the reason he had gone crazy, as well as the reason he needed to save the Western continent. He needed to become someone his parents could be proud of. I am someone who needs to burn up and disappear. The fire continued to speak. But I will not burn alone. Boom, boom, boom. Cal slowly felt his heart beating faster as he closed his eyes. The last thing he saw were the concerned expressions on the faces of his friends before his eyes fully closed. He could only see darkness. The voice of the fire appeared in his mind again. The things that need to burn with me are in front of me. Use me. Cal decided to run wild for today. He didn't know the limits of the fire of destruction just yet. But why would a trash need to think about something like that? I just do whatever I feel like doing. Sometimes, doing what your heart told you to do was the right answer. Ruyumble. The sky started to cry. Choi Han looked up at the clear sky and clenched his sword on instinct. He could hear Rayan's voice. It's coming. Choi Han, the fire is coming. The real fire is coming. Rayan's voice was shaking. Rayan subconsciously shouted in everyone's minds. Dodge. We need shields. Cal's group heard the cry of the sky as they flinched at Rayan's warning. Roo-wumble, roo-wumble, it was extremely loud. The entire sky seemed to be rumbling. Follow me. Clope quickly led the white skeleton birds away while Rosalind started to shout. Shield. Create as many shields as possible. A silver shield was created in front of Maple Castle at that moment. It was Rayan's shield. Cal slowly opened his eyes at that moment. He could hear the fire of destruction's voice. Give it all you got. Cal started to speak. Destroy it, destroy it. It was at that moment the sky became dyed red. It was as if the sky had become dyed in blood. However, it was not that the sky had changed color. What is that? The Empire's forces had plopped down on the ground. It was the moment a beautiful gold light touched on the red thing in the sky. A fearsome and holy light appeared in the sky as if a guard was punishing them. The sky split open. No, that rose gold light struck down to the ground. The light that was faster than sound flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The sound soon followed. Barang, barang, barang. Tens of fiery thunderbolts landed on the ground. It covered the battlefield where the golems were standing. Our Rosalind subconsciously stepped back and grabbed onto a pillar on the tower. She could not breathe. She could feel the pressure through the dragon's silver shield. That is the true power of young Master Cal's fire. Fire was the only thing she could see. A fire with a gold tint to it. That fire burned strong as it shot up toward the sky. Barang, barang, he then saw it. The large black golems were starting to break. They were being destroyed. They were disappearing without leaving any traces. Ah. The pilots in the golem's cockpits tried to activate the emergency eject plan. However, everything was already melting. How did the golems melt by fire? These strong existences that were even strong against aura were being melted by a fire. The golem pilots were trying their best to escape. It was at that moment they started to hear something else. Screech, 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 screech. Then the black smoke shot up. The fire melted the golems and their cores. Neither the Empire's forces nor the Whipper Kingdom's forces could see the enemy formation anymore. All they could see was fire. They could not even tell where the sky ended and the ground began as they could only see fire. The golems were burning inside that fire. How terrible. Plop. One of the Empire's nobles landed on their butt. Screech, 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 screech. A cry that was worlds apart from earlier started to appear again as the golems melted. The black smoke caught people's attention at that moment. People, people. The soldiers started to shake in fear. The black smoke took the shape of a skull. The alchemists in the cockpits could see this as well. It felt as if the eyes of those black smoke skulls were looking at them. They heard the cries of the people who died by their hands, while they saw these black smoke skulls staring at them. The pilots could not help but plop down on the ground. The fire spread to their bodies, but they could not move. They could see a devil looking at them from behind the skull's eyes. No, they could see the destroyer. It was a man with hair as red as blood. Cal Henitus. He was looking down from the sky with a cold gaze in his eyes. One of the pilots started to mumble, "Aye, it's over." The Empire and the Whipper Kingdom. Neither could see the enemy anymore. All they could see was a suffocating sea of fire. There was also the rising black skulls and the terrible screech. But most importantly, there was Cal Henitus, the person at the center of it all. Chapter 302, Following Your Instincts to Fire. He has become fire. That was the thought in Choi Han's mind. The young dragon's voice reached his ears as he blankly watched the burning fire. Choi Han, snap out of it. It's not over yet. That fire is not the end. Choi Han, who was surrounded by multiple layers of silver shields, flinched and started to shake. He then lowered his head. Scree boom, boom boom, the approximately 30 golems. They were slowly melting down one by one. He could see something that wasn't melting within the fire as well. The black liquid. The thing that had dyed Choi Han's sword black had not disappeared yet. Is Kalnim's fire useless as well? Choi Han's eyes clouded over. Is it impossible to destroy that chunk of despair in the end? It was the moment Choi Han asked that question to himself with concern. Someone from outside, the sea of fire, started to speak. It's bad if the fire goes out. It was Imperial Prince Adden. The black despair will appear if the fire goes out. The Empire's forces will feel even more chaos and become suspicious. It would also make this area around Maple Castle desolate, forever turning it into a land of death that the living would have to avoid forever. However, he could not help but want to smile. He rubbed the back of his neck. Cal Henitus, shield, earth, water, fire, the same number of ancient powers as the White Star. He couldn't tell whether the power Cal used to quickly approach him was an ancient power or a spell, however. He knew Cal had at least a minimum of 4 ancient powers. Cal Henitus managed to remain healthy while having 4 ancient powers. How entertaining. It really was entertaining. He also wanted to kill Cal. He figured something else out as well. It was you. It was Cal. The unknown power that had foiled all of the Empire's plans until now had to be Cal. Cal Henitus and the Rhone Kingdom. They pretended to be on good terms with the Empire while aiming for their necks. The pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place. He started to speak. Immediately launch magic spells toward Cal Henitus. He didn't care about the destroyed golems, the dying pilots, nor the screeching despair. All he was thinking about was the damage control he needed to do once the Black Despair was revealed. Even Cal Henitus will not be able to get rid of the Black Despair. The Black Despair was still wailing from inside this sea of fire. Screech, screech, the dead were still crying. Even formidable powers could not destroy the Black Despair. Then I will kill Cal Henitus and blame it on him. There was a way to solve everything as long as he killed Cal. Vice Tower Master, Mage Brigade Captain, 2 people quickly became alert as Adden called for them. However, the other nobles and soldiers were all still out of it. Adden emphasized his order. Aim for Cal Henitus. He is currently standing still. Cal Henitus was currently floating in place without moving. Can't you hear the screams of the dying golem pilots? We must quickly get revenge for them and the Empire. Follow His Highness's orders. Everybody use the magic stones and launch your strongest attacks. Midalona quickly ordered the mages and alchemists. Our target is Cal Henitus. There was only one target. It was the person who had created this amazing situation. Ooh, the mages started to cast spells with shaking hands. Only death awaits us if that fire reaches us. This comment from the Imperial Prince made everyone start to move. They quickly prepared to launch their spells and were waiting for the command to launch their attacks. Midalona peeked toward the Imperial Prince, who raised his hand up. Adden's hand coming down would be the signal to launch their attacks. His hand slowly went down. He then smiled as he looked toward the battlefield. Why? Haunt is smiling. Haunt, the Tower Master's disciple, was smiling. He seemed to be enjoying it. That was why he was certain. The Empire was currently not in danger. Cal Henitus would die. That was the reason Adin could smile while looking at the fire. However, something happened at that moment. Adin heard someone's voice as he lowered his hand. It was someone who had not said anything until now. Haunt. Haunt started to speak. I need to inform the White Star. Haunt continued to speak. This is that power. The power of the Forgotten Ones. The true ancient powers. The Imperial Prince's eyes opened wide at that moment. Things were changing. The sea of fire was changing. He heard Haunt's voice again. We must kill him. We must kill him before they are all gathered together. He heard another voice at that moment. One of the mages who were preparing to attack sat down and shouted out, I can't do it, sir. I can't do it. I can't attack while looking at that. The mage looked at the sight in front of him and grabbed his shaking hands. His eyes were focused on Cal. Things were gathering toward Cal. The black smoke, no, the black smoke skulls headed toward Cal. Screech, screech, they shrieked as they moved toward Cal. Cal didn't care about that as he stood there with his head down. He had this thought every so often. How would it feel to cause a shoot show and flip everything over as a munchkin? Would it be refreshing, entertaining, fun my ass? It felt like shoot. He looked down at the ground. He could see the melting golems. He could also see the alchemist pilots who were burning to death or just blankly sitting there. Furthermore, he could see the disgusting and sticky black despair. The ground became dyed black as that despair touched the ground. The black smoke and the shrieks became even worse. Cal lifted his head up. He could see Choi Han standing there in shock as the black smoke surrounded him. Cal let out a chuckle. He then got started. He decided to properly use this power that he could not control. Screech, screech, Cal, who was covered in black from the black smoke and surrounded by shrieks, slowly landed on the ground. He stepped in the middle of the golem pilots, the black despair, and the ground that was filled with fire. Calnim. Choi Han tried to run out of the silver shield in shock. That liquid, the black despair, that sticky liquid gathered toward Cal. They gathered together next to Cal, who could not be seen because of the black smoke and shrieks. Cal slowly disappeared into that black swamp. He looked as if he would drown in it soon enough. No, he can't become bewitched like me. He can't be tricked by that power. Choi Han tried to run out of the shield. However, there was an invisible presence preventing him from doing so. Rayan, don't stop me. Stupid Choi Han. Did you forget what the human said? Choi Han, who had been shouting, flinched. The young dragon repeated what Cal had said to Choi Han. The human said that he might not be able to control the power, but the human is still okay. There's no issue with his plate either. Rayan was calmly assessing Cal's status right now. The human is just starting. The black dragon could see it. He could feel warmth coming from Cal, the person he called our human. Warmth was one of the reasons people sought out fire. It was something that consoled the cold and the lonely. The cold and lonely things were currently gathering around that power. The black smoke and the shrieks. The despairs of the dead people were gathering around Cal's warmth. Rayan shouted once they had all gathered together. They're going to disappear. They will disappear. What? Choi Han's vision turned red as he questioned Rayan's comment. Pat, a red light shot out. This rose-gold-colored light blasted out from the center of the sea of fire. The black things, the skulls, and the sticky black liquid were all burning. The black swamp was burning. This sight didn't give off as much pressure as the initial sea of fire. However, nobody was able to say anything right now. Screech, screech, the terrible shrieks, the grotesque cries of unknown origin. They disappeared. The black smoke turned white while the black liquid was slowly eaten up by the rose-gold light. They could hear something else as that happened. Ara, 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 ara. They could hear people. They could hear lots of different voices of people crying. Those voices slowly floated up into the air with the now white smoke. The sea of fire started to die down as well. The fire was going out on its own. The golems disappeared without a trace. Everything had disappeared without a trace. The screeches and explosions were all gone. Rosalind, who was on Maple Castle, raised her head. Drip, drip. She could see rose-gold dust on the silver shield. No, they were ashes. Fire only left smoke and ashes once it burned up. She opened her mouth to speak. Purification. It was a beautiful sight, as if dust was falling from the sun. Plop, plop. The rose-gold ashes fell on the burnt black ground like snow. They also landed on someone's shoulders. The rose-gold ashes gently landed on Cal Henitus's hair and shoulders. Cal lifted his head up. One of his knees buckled. Cal Nim. Choi Han caught Cal as he was falling forward. Choi Han's eyes were opened wide. Drip. A strand of black blood was running down the corner of Cal's mouth. Choi Han was frowning, although the falling rose-gold ashes looked beautiful. This beautiful and peaceful situation that did not have any loud explosions nor noises required a lot of strength. This silence required a sacrifice in order to attain it. Choi Han knew that this was the case. See, Cal Nim Choi Han's hands were shaking. He tried his best to support Cal in standing up straight. It was at that moment. Cal's mouth started to move. Choi Han felt an invisible round front paw pushing his hand away at the same time. Choi Han, move. Choi Han's eyes opened wide once more after seeing something appear in front of his eyes. It was a piece of soggy apple pie. It floated in the air before landing inside Cal's mouth. Choi Han heard a sniffling voice in his mind. Human, human, you're hungry. I know you're hungry. That's your I'm hungry look. I'm relieved. The human feels like he has starved for 3 days, but he will not die. Ah, Rayan. Choi Han was shocked, but soon saw Cal happily eating the apple pie. Cal's face was filled with fatigue from hard work. Cal chewed on the apple pie while his body was slumped over without any strength before shouting out loud. Aim for the monsters on land. Choi Han flinched. He had heard this at the beginning of the battle. Clope had said the same thing as he got on the white skeleton bird. Fly up. And then, aim for the monsters on land. People believed that Clope was talking about the golems when he said monsters. Choi Han started to smile. He was finally relieved. Cal was okay right now. Pee, he heard the sound of a flute. The white skeleton birds that had escaped high up in the sky had returned. They all headed toward a single direction like an arrow. Clope started to shout. The commander has given us an order. Keek, kahaha. It is finally time to capture the monster on land. The beaks of the white skeleton birds and the swords of the knights were all pointed toward the same spot. The monster on land. Imperial Prince Adden. The truth behind the order Cal had given to Clope was aimed at the Empire like an arrow. Cal then smiled brightly before speaking to Choi Han, who was looking at him. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal's head was spinning right now. He had used too much power. Slap me. Silence filled the area for a moment before it finally broke. Excuse me. Are you okay? You seem confused. Human, are you okay? Your plate is fine. Do you go crazy when you use your power now? Cal calmly answered back when Choi Han and Rayan were truly concerned. I feel like I am going to faint. It would be bad if he fainted right now. 1. Munchkin is a term for an overpowered MC that can do everything on their own. Chapter 303. Following your instincts. 3. However, Cal soon flinched. He responded naturally after seeing Choi Han's injured hands. No, never mind. He felt as if he would have a one-way ticket to the afterlife if he was slapped by Choi Han right now. As someone who had a strong attachment to staying alive, Cal just chewed on the apple pie and put some strength into his shaking legs as he stood up. Cal Nim, will you be okay? Choi Han bit down on his lips as he asked. I'm sure he'll say that he is fine. That was how Cal always answered. Choi Han slowly supported Cal while avoiding his gaze. He heard a grumbling voice at that moment. You think it's okay? Excuse me. Does he mean that he's not okay? The expression on Choi Han's face turned extremely serious, as this was the first time Cal had ever responded like this. Cal continued to speak at that moment. I can't fathom what might have happened to the jungle right now. Do you think it's okay there? Adin, you ducking bastard. You ducking trash that's a waste to even burn to death. Cal was getting angry as he thought about the Imperial Prince, Haunt, and the jungle. His insides were boiling as if it was lava. Ha, Calnim, you really Cal, who didn't know what Choi Han was thinking about as he shook his head, looked away from Choi Han and pointed his hand toward the sky. Screech, one of the white skeleton birds, landed on the ground. It caused the rose-gold ashes to fly up once again. Commander Nim, please get on. The Perun Kingdom's knight on top of the white skeleton bird got off. The dwarf handed the reins to Cal as well. Both of them had looks of reverence on their faces, however. Cal was extremely annoyed and ignored them as he quickly started to move. Hey, Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal got on the white skeleton bird and grabbed the reins before pointing behind him. Get on. Excuse me. Cal nonchalantly responded to Choi Han, who blankly asked in confusion. They had no time to lose right now. Aren't you going to fight? Ah, Choi Han immediately came back to his senses. He turned his head and saw respect in the eyes of the flame dwarf and the Perun Kingdom's knight who were looking at Cal. He then looked back toward Cal. Rayan said that Cal's plate was fine, however, he had bled a little and his legs were shaking quite a bit. Yet he was still saying, "Let's go fight. I will fight." Choi Han immediately jumped on top of the white skeleton bird. The white skeleton bird quickly started to flap its wings as soon as he landed on it. It was not the largest bird, however. This medium-sized white skeleton bird quickly flew up into the air. It was the fastest of the white skeleton birds. It was obvious why this was the case. A voice that others couldn't hear could be heard on the white skeleton bird with Choi Han and Cal. "Human, I will fight as well." Rayan was levitating the white skeleton bird. Rayan and Choi Han could clearly see the Empire's dirt wall once the bird was in the air. Barang, barang. The white skeleton birds, the Perun Kingdom's knights, and the flame dwarves were all fighting against the Empire's forces. They were also all aiming for one person, Imperial Prince Adden. "We will go there as well." Choi Han had made up his mind. "We're moving." Choi Han nodded his head at Cal's comment. He then became flustered. Calnim. Human, Choi Han and Rayon both became anxious after seeing the quickly moving white skeleton bird and Cal's fluttering red hair. "Human, are you suddenly really hungry? Do you feel like you're going to faint?" "You can't faint. I will destroy everything," Rayan shouted with anxiety. "Why? Human, why are you retreating?" Cal was moving toward the Whipper Kingdom instead of the Empire. He was moving very quickly toward the Whipper Kingdom. Choi Han and Rayan were shocked, as well as Rosalind, Harol, and Tunka, who had to greet them. "Young Master Cal, are you in pain?" Rosalind almost ran toward the edge of the tower as she shouted before flinching. Cal, who had approached on the white skeleton bird, shouted toward her. "Miss Rosalind's sword." Choi Han realized that he didn't have a sword in his hand at that moment. Cal reached his hand out as well. "Mary, let's go." She had been on this tower the whole time. Mary, who was covered by her usual black robe, walked over to the ledge. She had to just sit back and watch everything during this battle. Cal needed her more than anybody else on this battlefield. Cal started to speak to Mary, whose face was not visible as it was covered by the robe. "It is black magic. I think you are the most knowledgeable about it here." Mary reached her hand out past the ledge. Cal grabbed her hand as soon as the hand with the spiderweb-like black lines appeared outside her robe. He then became anxious. His hand was shaking. "Rayan, sigh, human, all right." Rayan sighed before pulling Mary on top of the white skeleton bird in order to help Cal, who did not have the strength to do so. "Mary, I don't know anything about black magic, but I can fight really well if you teach me." Rosalind stood at the edge of the ledge and reached out as Rayan whispered in Mary's ear. "Choi Han." She then threw the sword. Clack! Choi Han easily caught the sword. "You managed to bring it so quickly." Choi Han smirked and touched his sword. It was his sword. It was the same sword Kel gave to him in the Hennetus territory battle after telling him to create a legend. That sword was in Choi Han's hand again. Screech. Choi Han took off the black helmet and threw it away. Everything had returned to normal. Cal confirmed that everyone was ready before pulling on the reins again. They needed to head to the battlefield now that they were ready. "Young Master Cal." Cal turned his head toward Rosalind, who called out to him. Rosalind smiled and continued to shout. "I will let the jungle, the Roan Kingdom, and the Alliance know about what is going on." She really is smart. This was why Cal could move without worrying about his back. Rosalind would thoroughly explain the changed situation to the rest of the Alliance. "I will coordinate the attacks. Open the gate. Warriors, follow me." Chief Harol and Commander Tunka also came back to their senses and started to do their parts. Cal turned back around without any hesitation. He then clenched on the reins and informed those on the bird. "We will move quickly." They needed to quickly take care of things here. They had to go to the jungle. They could not allow the black despair to spread in that vibrant jungle. Everybody find your balance. "Rayan, all right." Screech, screech, the white skeleton bird quickly headed toward the enemy leaders. Cal felt the cool breeze brush past his face as they approached the other white skeleton birds in the sky. He could see the current state of the battle. Barang, barang, an endless array of spells continued to come from the Empire's side. Second Mage Brigade, aim for the dwarves and knights on the birds instead. The birds. Third Mage Brigade, destroy those bones. The knights surrounded the imperial prince. "We must protect his highness. Lift up your shields. Soldiers, at least throw stones or something. It is over if we are caught by those birds' talons. Protect his highness no matter what." Haunt and the vice tower master were right next to the imperial prince, and the alchemists were surrounding him as well. The lions had already stepped back long ago, while the nobles were busy fighting or retreating with their knights surrounding them. "Block them, protect me first, assist his highness. We can only win this battle if his highness survives." There were shouts and screams throughout the empire's base. The wings of a white skeleton bird cast a shadow over them at that moment. Screech, screech, the noise made by the wings that were made with bones instilled fear in the hearts of the empire's forces. The person commanding the white skeleton birds could not hold back his laughter. "Kehe, he, Clope Seca." He felt chills on his back. The Empire fought well even without the golems. That fact was giving him the chills. The white skeleton birds had not managed to completely destroy the shield created by the Empire's mages. Barang, the beak of his white skeleton bird pecked at the shield. Ah! One of the mages coughed up blood as the shield broke. However, a different mage appeared in his place and created a shield around the imperial prince. Hundreds of people's shields were gathered in one spot. Adin was surrounded by the alchemists and royal knights underneath those shields. Clope and Adin made eye contact. Clope could see Adin's mouth moving. "It's you, isn't it?" Adin was looking at Clope with a relaxed expression, as if he had figured everything out. "Guardian Knight Clope Seca. Your guardian knight Clope, aren't you?" Adin could see the corners of the lips of the white-haired priest, whom he was certain was Clope, starting to move as he silently asked. The white-haired priest started to speak. "You stupid bastard." The priest could not help himself. Sword Master Clope, lifted his head as soon as he noticed a person approaching him. "Cal Nim, you're here. Cal Henitus." Clope smiled at Cal's appearance. He then quickly moved his white skeleton bird to the side. Swoosh, a rough and fast wind brushed by Clope's cheek. The white bird that Cal Henitus was controlling flew past him extremely quickly. That was enough for Clope to realize it. "It's starting." He quickly started to shout. "It's time for the full assault. Slam into them with everything you have. Slam so hard that the bones break down." He was telling them to slam into the shields. It was the moment he shouted at the others. Cal was only looking down at the eyes of the monster as he started to speak. "Mary." "Yes, sir, I have been waiting." Black mana started to flow out of Mary's hands. It then landed on top of the white skeleton bird they were on. The white skeleton bird slowly turned black. No, it removed the white paint that was covering up its original color. The white skeleton bird turned back into a black skeleton bird. It returned to its true appearance. Everything was bound to be the strongest when it was in its true appearance. Mary's black mana seeped into the black skeleton bird's black bones, making it shine even in darkness. Clope gave another order at that moment. "Open up a path." Cal lowered his body. He raised the speed of the black skeleton bird even more. The black skeleton bird was turning into a black arrow. He made eye contact with Imperial Prince Adin at that moment. Clope shouted from behind him. "Destroy everything in the Commandernim's way. Open up a path. Block the enemy attacks so that Cal could move forward without worrying about anything else." Bang, bang, barang. The white skeleton birds used their bodies to crash into the spells. "Cast more spells. Fortify the shields even more. We can't let them through." The captain of the Empire's mage brigade gave the orders before finally asking the Imperial Prince, "Shall I prepare for you to teleport?" Teleport. That was different than retreating to the back. Teleporting would mean escaping from the battlefield. It would be something that would bring down the dignity of the Empire. However, there was a limit to what they could do as the golems had disappeared while the white skeleton birds were continuing their attacks. "It's fine." However, the Imperial Prince refused to retreat. The captain felt that Adin was acting like the Empire's future emperor as he raised his voice again. "Create more shields." He could now even see Cal's face as the now black skeleton bird approached them. That was how close they were now. The only thing the captain could rely on was the shield. He put all of his strength into the shield. It was at that moment. Cal charged toward the shields created by hundreds of the Empire's mages without stopping. Barang, bang. The white skeleton birds helped create a straight path for him. Cal clenched his hands that were holding onto the reins. He had no strength in his body. He felt extremely tired. He didn't have the strength to use any ancient powers anymore. He would faint, or who knows what else could happen if he used any of them once more. However, he could not stop. He knew what he had to do. The Empire's shield was right in front of his nose now. Everybody believed that the black skeleton bird would crash into it right here. However, Cal's decision was different. Rayan. Cal started to speak to the invisible existence he couldn't see, but knew was always by his side. Pierced through. He didn't even need to hear a response. Ha ha, the shield. No, the Empire's shield started to melt. It was just a small dot at first. A small dot appeared on the shields made by hundreds of mages, including some high-grade mages, before the hole gradually became bigger. No, the shield's been breached. The mage brigade captain shouted as Cal led the black skeleton bird through the spot where the shield had melted. The Imperial Prince was right in front of him now. Attack! Attack the black skeleton bird. The mages whose shield were dispelled urgently started to launch spells toward Cal. Cal made eye contact with the Imperial Prince at that moment. Adin had a relaxed smile on his face as he was protected by the Empire's forces. Cal didn't know what was making this bastard smile like this, however. He smiled back as well. He then started to speak. Choi Han, that was it. Cal could see someone kick off the head of the black skeleton bird and shoot forward. Choi Han. There was a black aura coming out of his sword. The swordsman, who no longer had any restrictions, rushed toward the Imperial Prince. It's you who is coming for me. Imperial Prince Adin opened up his arms and welcomed Choi Han. He then sneered at Choi Han. Choi Han responded to that sneer with a stoic expression as he swung his sword. Dodge. Your Highness, please dodge. The black aura left his sword and shot down. Barang. There was a dent in the dirt wall. However, Hit's attack had been too obvious. The Imperial Prince had been surrounded by knights and alchemists and had already dodged. The smile on his face had not disappeared. This is my level. Adin was someone who could aim to take someone's life while being protected by others. Why wouldn't he be excited? However, the Imperial Prince's expression quickly changed. You bastards. Choi Han mumbled toward the Imperial Prince at the same time. Where are you looking? He was smiling. He then activated his aura as he charged toward the Imperial Prince. However, Adin did not look at Choi Han. No, he could not look at him. The black skeleton bird had not stopped once Choi Han had gotten off. Cal had been moving toward a single goal since the beginning. Choi Han's aura was being used to make the Imperial Prince dodge to one side. As the knights needed to surround him, Adin had no choice but to move away from someone in order to dodge Choi Han's attack. The Imperial Prince shouted, Haunt! Haunt, the Tower Master's disciple. Hurry up and protect Haunt. Adin shouted with urgency for the first time. Cow. However, the black skeleton bird's beak had already opened up toward Haunt. The necromancer Mary was inside that beak with her black mana pointed at the enemy. The only necromancer on the continent started to speak. Young Masternim, I am ready. Cal started to think. The Imperial Prince cannot stop the jungle's golems. Golems were made with black magic by the alchemist's bell tower. In that case, shouldn't they capture the leader of the tower, the monster on land, that was talking about Haunt? Cal looked down at the lifeless Haunt's eyes, the only things that were filled with life. Haunt gently started to speak as he got ready to face Cal. How entertaining. A black presence started to appear around Haunt. The alchemist leaders were protecting him. Unlike the knights and low-grade alchemists who had moved to protect the Imperial Prince, the alchemist leaders were protecting Haunt when Choi Han's aura had struck. Cal started to smile. He clenched onto the reins even tighter and raised the speed of the bird as he started to speak. Mary Rayan. A dark blue light mixed in with Mary's black mana at that moment. Human, I will help Mary. The two of us can do it. The necromancer and dragon's powers combined in order to turn into a small and sharp dagger. Cal looked toward Haunt, who was activating his black mana, and gave the order. Fire. A dark blue arrow, the size of a person's arm, shot out from the beak of the black skeleton bird. Chapter 304. Following your instincts. 4. The dark blue arrow instantly engulfed Haunt's body. No. The Empire's knights flinched at the fierce shout. Imperial Prince Adin shouted with a rare sense of urgency. We have to save Haunt. He then paused and raised his voice. He is one of the pillars of the Empire's future. Mages, go help him. However, his shout was in vain. Cal broke out into laughter at Imperial Prince Adin's shout as he looked at Haunt. It's too late. The dark blue arrow struck Haunt. Bam! The deafening sound of the impact was heard. Dust, grey smoke, and light burst out from the explosion. The scale of the smoke was large enough to engulf not only Haunt, but also the black skeleton bird. Ah! The smoke slowly subsided, and a collapsing person could be seen. Cough. Ah! Some of the battle leaders of the alchemist's bell tower, who had been near Haunt with the intention of protecting him, were unable to withstand the explosive power and threw up blood as they collapsed. The captain of the Empire's mage brigade's hands were shaking. It was because he felt the vibrations of mana from the explosion that just unfolded. He shouted to Imperial Prince Adden as he saw the smoke start to subside. Your Highness, Haunt is important, but you must escape. The enemy's attack is beyond our expectations. I think the necromancer can even use magic. The captain thought that Imperial Prince Adden should escape before the smoke completely subsided and before he ran into Commander Cal. The fire that Cal used felt like divine judgment delivered by a god. It was at that moment, as I thought, it's too soon. Your Highness, Adden drew a smile and the mage captain could see it. Ha! Someone could be seen cutting through the subsiding smoke. The person had black mana around him. It was Haunt. There wasn't a single scratch on his body as he shot up into the sky with his hand outstretched and got rid of his shield. That wasn't all. There was also another existence that cut through the smoke now, that blew it away. It was the black skeleton bird. It seems like that wasn't enough. Cal drew a smile on his face that was pale from being driven to his physical limits. His hand moved and the black skeleton bird headed straight for Haunt. The black skeleton bird shot towards Haunt, who was rising into the air. A battle began in the sky. Young Masternim. Human, Cal let out a laugh. Fine, it'll do as you guys want this time. Cal began to move in accordance with Mary and Rayan's will. Mary immediately straightened herself up on the black skeleton bird's spine. She revealed her hand that was laced with black spider web-like scars. Haunt and Mary. Both of their hands were aimed at each other. The corners of Haunt's lips curled up. He stared downwards and opened his mouth once he knew that nobody else could hear him. The thing that had been extinct has reappeared. Black mana rose up from his hand. Black mana also rose up from Mary's hand at the same time. Haunt spoke in an amused tone as he saw Mary in her black robe. You necromancers have had that hideous appearance since long ago. How foolish. He then looked toward Cal. I was barely able to get rid of the necromancers and the dark elves, you know. I thought that I had annihilated them all. Cal's eyes widened. A chill rose in the air at the same time. There were many hidden happenings that were going on in the background regarding the punishment that the Church of the Sun Guard carried out against the necromancers, as he had expected. Cal realized something at the same time. That bastard is the Tower Master, the Tower Master who had lived for a long time. He was probably able to live so long by taking over other people's bodies. Haunt spoke cheerfully despite receiving Cal's sharp gaze. The Queen of Death must be very sad. She would have been glad to see someone following the path of a necromancer once again. The cheerfulness then disappeared from Haunt's face. Contempt took its place instead. Too bad you're going to meet your end and die like her. He continued to look at Cal as he continued to speak. I suppose that wind is also one of your ancient powers. Haunt had not missed the power that Cal had used to grab the Imperial Prince's neck. Your plate is weak, but very big, very, very big. He then licked his lips. Cal felt uncomfortable seeing Haunt's expression. What is with this bastard? Could it be? Haunt started to speak when Cal's eyes caught his moving corpse's body. His eyes contained bloodthirst as he gazed at Cal. I want it as my next body. Is he crazy? A chill ran down his back the moment Cal thought that. Behind me. Is he crazy? He is crazy. Cal ducked the moment he heard Rayan and Mary's voice. Another small arrow grazed past him again. Bang! An explosion occurred. Cal raised his head. He saw a black arrow flying towards Haunt once again. It was from Mary. She started to speak calmly. Please be quiet. She spoke with her usual calm and composed voice. However, the energy from the black arrow that came from her outstretched hand was anything but that. Woong, the dead mana gathered together again and again. Cal looked at Haunt, who was unscathed. Human, that guy is as skilled as I am. Cal could hear Rayan's serious voice as Haunt's mouth opened. Ha ha ha, you just keep firing those arrows. However, necromancers can't use dead mana just like magic, isn't that right? All they can do is move things that are already dead. Cal flinched. Boom, boom, boom. His heart pounded again. His heart was pounding despite the fact that he couldn't afford to use any more of his ancient powers. This is dangerous. Human, his power is no joke. Rayan felt it as well. But I don't understand the principle behind it. It's just different from magic that is from nature. I don't know what kind of spell he is gathering his energy to cast. Rayan did not know the purpose of the energy that Haunt was gathering. That was how Cal was able to realize what that energy was. It was an energy that deviated from the laws of nature that dragons understood from birth. It's black magic. Haunt shrugged his shoulders. I don't have to control the dead like that hideous girl there. I can use magic and can just kill instead of just using the dead. His shoulders shook as he laughed. Then he continued to speak. I'll get rid of the dragon, the necromancer, and you. I'll get rid of all of you. The wind was blowing. Cal could feel the wind that was slowly gathering in the air. A great force was gathering towards Haunt. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating harder and harder. Mary, Rayan. Cal called out to them. He also motioned to Clope to have the white skeleton birds withdraw before continuing to speak to Rayan and Mary. Hurry. They needed to kill Haunt before the spell was completed. However, Cal realized his parties were the moment he spoke. The black skeleton bird began to move, but it wasn't because of Cal. That's right. I handle bones the best. Mary was making it move. She continued to enlarge a black arrow as she controlled the black skeleton bird at the same time. Then she threw out a remark. My teacher once told me this. What? Your teacher? Cal asked and flinched. A puzzle arose in his mind. The last necromancer before Mary was a person who was known to have made the desert of the Caro kingdom into the land of death before disappearing from the world. Mary was someone who was born again as a necromancer in the land of death. Could it be? Cal had a thought briefly graze through his mind, but Mary refuted that thought as she continued to speak as calmly as ever. She was merely talking about the necromancer book that she had received from the mayor of the Dark Elves, Tasha's father. I think of the former owner and author of the book that I self-studied from as my teacher. Cal was hearing all of this for the first time. Perhaps these were the stories, no, the lives of the characters that Cal didn't know of because he had only read up to Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. Woong Haunt's magic continued to grow larger. However, the body of the black skeleton bird also started to shine more and more with a black light. The black arrow was also growing larger at the same time. The black skeleton bird quickly shot toward Haunt. Mary started to speak to Cal. My teacher wrote on the first page of that book that necromancers were weaker than black mages and that necromancers would suffer their whole lives due to dead mana. Necromancers had to live a life of suffering despite being weak from dead mana. However, black mages stop feeling pain the moment they take in black magic. Black mages were stronger than necromancers and didn't feel pain like them. The Dark Elf Mayor had read the contents of the first part of the Necromancer book to Mary when he had first explained about black mages and necromancers to her. That information still lingered in Mary's mind. The reason why she chose to become a necromancer came out of her mouth for the first time. She had already suffered through a lot of pain and even death when she was just 10 years old. That was why the words left by the owner of the book were deeply imprinted in her mind. To accept dead mana is to bear the sufferings of the dead and the yearnings for life that they have. That is why necromancers are always in pain, and also the reason why necromancers. Mary still couldn't forget her mother's voice telling her to run first through the desert. Are grateful to be alive and feel gratitude toward the dead. It is something that necromancers will remember forever through the pain. Mary chose to become a necromancer as soon as she heard that sentence. She has never regretted her decision since then. She then heard Cal's voice. Your thoughts are the right answer. Do as you please, I know. Mary replied inwardly and started to move her hands. Her hands swung beautifully through the air as if she was a conductor. Cal heard a scream-like shout from down below at that moment. No, save Haunt. Cal looked down. It was the Imperial Prince's voice. It was such a strong order that Cal flinched, but he soon turned away. It was because Imperial Prince Adden couldn't afford to only look at the black skeleton bird. A person appeared before the Imperial Prince as Cal expected. Did you forget about me? He saw a black aura. The black envoy approached Imperial Prince Adden as he easily cleared through the knights and mages. The corners of Choi Han's mouth curled upwards as he approached the Imperial Prince. Your Highness, you must escape. Activate the shield. However, Imperial Prince Adden continued to speak to the voices that told him to escape. Save Hont. Your Highness, you must save him. Adden did not look at Choi Han. He only looked up into the sky. He stared into the sky despite the chaos around him from his subordinates collapsing after trying to block Choi Han. Uwang Hont's massive spell looked like it was about to strike. The large black skeleton bird and the large black arrow approached the spell at that same moment. Ha ha ha. Yes, come. Hont stretched out his arms as he summoned more and more black mana and condensed it. Woong, Cal leaned down. The surrounding air vibrated as Merry and Hont approached closer to each other. Something happened at that moment. Human, don't use your shield. I know you're a weak. I'll do it. A silver shield surrounded the black skeleton bird. Merry started to speak at that same moment. We're about to crash into him. Go. Hont's black mana transformed into a nine-headed snake and shot towards them. Hiss, hiss. The snakes' heads hissed threateningly and tried to devour the black skeleton bird while revealing its sharp fangs. The black skeleton bird's beak and claws aimed at the snake's neck. Boom, boom, boom. Cal frowned at the explosion. Black smoke and light burst from all over. However, the black skeleton bird gradually approached Hont without being stopped. Crack! Parts of the shield broke off while the black skeleton bird's bones began to crack and break. However, it did not stop. It was at that moment. Human, something strange. Something isn't right. What? Merry and Rayan spoke at the same time. Cal's eyes widened. The beak of the black skeleton bird could bite and rip off Hont's neck if it went a bit farther. However, he saw something strange. He's still wrapped in black mana. He still had a lot of black mana despite having made the nine-headed snake. It was as if he was about to cast more spells. It was at that moment. Hont opened his mouth. See you at the capital. What? It happened before Cal could even ask back. The black mana flashed and the spell activated. Woong, the spell soon appeared. Imperial Prince Adden, the area around him began to glow. Hont had used magic on the Imperial Prince. Cal shouted out of reflex. Teleport. That is teleportation magic. Rayan. I know. Rayan moved to block the teleportation magic. Rayan could cast magic faster than anyone else after learning the fast casting skill during his battle with the dragon Half-Blood. Choi Han hastened his speed as well. It was because he noticed the glow of the teleportation spell. Cal shouted at the same time, Merry, speed up, shoot the arrow. They just had to kill Hont who was casting the spell. Then the spell would stop too. It was the fastest method. The black skeleton bird would soon bite Hont's neck. It was at that moment. Cal and Rayan heard a scream that caught their attention. It was from a person who felt that something was strange a bit differently than Rayan. She shouted as she was the only one who realized the source of the strangeness. It is an explosion. Merry shouted emotionally, unlike her usual emotionless self. Her voice was full of fear. We must not attack it. Merry realized that. We must not attack that. It's suicide bombing. Rayan flinched. Choi Han, who was on the ground and couldn't have known the happenings of the battle above him, also flinched as he passed by the Knight Captain. The Imperial Prince was now right in front of him. He could see the Imperial Prince's expression change. Ah, what a shame. Imperial Prince Adden felt that it was a shame as he stood above the teleportation magic circle. His demeanor changed as if he had never shouted for Hont to be saved. Choi Han could also see that some other people had received Hont's teleportation magic, in addition to Adden. The leaders of the Empire, the leaders of the Lion tribe who had escaped far away, and the people of the Caro Kingdom all received Hont's teleport magic. What is this? This suddenly appeared. Did Hont do this? This is on the level of an archmage. It was teleportation magic that simultaneously teleported a large number of people standing in different locations. It would have been considered extremely difficult even if only a few people or people standing in the same area were teleported. However, Choi Han did not flinch because of that. Oh well, it was because of Imperial Prince Adden's strange reaction. What a shame. What is? Choi Han had several questions, but still tried to catch the Imperial Prince. It was at that moment. Stop. Cal's voice could be heard through the amplification magic that was on him. He heard Rayan's voice in his mind at the same time. How could this be? The young dragon was astonished. What is it? What is going on? However, Choi Han did not stop, and he could see Imperial Prince Adden mouthing something. What a shame. They're all going to die. It'll take a lot of time and money to raise them all again. Adin looked at Choi Han and laughed while saying that it was a shame. However, his expressions showed that it wasn't his business despite what he felt. What? Everyone will die. Raise them again. Raise what? Choi Han turned his head and looked up at the sky. He then saw the black skeleton bird suddenly retreating. Cal looked at Haunt as Mary retreated the black skeleton bird. Haunt was laughing. Kiwahaha, not bad for a beginner necromancer. He spread open his lifeless body. I am in the capital. This is just a shell. Then his body started to fall. It plunged downward like a puppet whose strings were cut. The body was dropping toward Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom's forces who had come to support Cal, as well as the Empire's forces who were holding them back. The body was falling without stopping. The life that had been in Haunt's eyes slowly started to grow dim. That thing spoke to Cal one last time before the life completely extinguished. It's a gift. It's a gift for your necromancer. Consider it just a taste. He then snickered. I'll give you this gift of dead mana from all of the people here. Crack. The last glimmer of life vanished from Haunt's eyes, and his heart area started to open up. Something black could be seen through the crevice. Two beings responded to that. No, it is immense. No, that's similar to a golem's core. It's actually more dangerous. Rayan and Mary's voices. Cal saw the scene on the ground as he watched the body of the real Haunt, who had died unfairly, plunged downward, along with the disappearance of the Tower Master. He could see the escaping Imperial Prince. He could also see the Whipper Kingdom's forces and Empire's army. Damn it! Cal grasped the reins of the black skeleton bird. He then flew straight downward. He turned his head to the side. A lifeless corpse. He could see tears of blood streaming down from Haunt's eyes. His body shook at the same time. Damn it! Cal stretched out his hand downward as veins bulged on his neck. A silver light started to pour out. The bomb within Haunt's body exploded at the same time. Boo-oom! People went momentarily blind and deaf in that instant. An ominous black light struck down like Cal's fire of destruction, except it was aiming for people instead of the golems. Chapter 305. From the bottom one, it was right before everyone's ears went numb from the loud explosion. Only Cal, who was the closest, could hear it. It happened a few seconds before the explosion. Ah! He could hear someone screaming. He assumed that it was Haunt. Then the explosion covered the world. Black light came blasting out of Haunt's heart at that moment and started to spread to the surrounding area. Boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart going wild. That black light. That must be true black magic. Cal's heart was beating wildly for some reason. It was fine when he had seen the black despair, but it was running wild now. It was like when he had first seen the monsters that appeared on Earth as Kim Rock-Soo. His body had shown an adverse reaction toward that disgusting monster he had seen for the first time in his life. He had been scared at that time. You want me to be scared again? Cal clenched his fists. His eyes were currently bloodshot. He twisted the reins with one hand. His other hand was creating a silver light at the same time. That silver light headed down to the ground. It's not enough. The shield was talking to him. The super rock chimed in as well. Do not sacrifice yourself. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to. Cal was getting extremely annoyed. He could feel his body going past its limits. His sight started to get blurry. Cal saw someone rushing past him at that moment. We must save them. He could see a human jumping toward that black light, no, that black swamp, while speaking with a stutter. It was Mary. The black robe was heading toward the black light. Her instincts as a necromancer were telling her something. This is a darker and more terrible power that is at a completely different level than the golem's cause. This is dangerous. The people below would die, and even Rayan might struggle. Cal also had no strength right now. Black magic ... can be purified. A necromancer could purify it. Mary was relying on her instincts to bring up the memories that were deep inside of her as she started to move. She then reached her hand toward the black light. Sizzle. It happened in a split moment. The back of her hand started to burn the moment it touched the black light. Mary could feel the tips of her fingers starting to shake. An immense power was coming to her. It was something that was stronger than her. She could feel the true strength of not Haunt, but the person connected to Haunt. It was immense. It was like when she had first met Rayan, no, when she had first met Iruhaben. However, Mary kept her hand out. Necromancers are weaker than black mages. She recalled the line she read in the book. However, we are able to purify their powers. Unfortunately, it comes at a price. It was not free. There was a cost to purify it. It was the moment Mary saw the back of her hand burning and realized what that price would be. Are you crazy? She withdrew her hand after a weak hand grabbed her. A hand that was shaking as it did not have enough strength had grabbed her. Cal started to speak the moment Mary saw the red blood coming out of Cal's mouth. Don't hurt yourself to do that. Mary could see a silver light surround her and Cal at the same time. A small black dragon also appeared in the area that was surrounded by the black light. Mary, I'm sorry. I can't save the black skeleton bird, too. Rayan had covered Cal, Mary, and himself with a silver shield. 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. He covered them in 4 layers of shields as he continued on. We are too close to the explosion, so the 3 of us is my limit. I'm sorry, black skeleton bird. Mary could see Rayan supporting Cal's back. Human, I put a shield under us as well. You are an idiot. You are more of an idiot than the talkative Hilsman. You're more of an idiot than Tunka. Mary could see the silver shield getting eaten up by the loud explosion and the black light. Mary subconsciously supported Cal and Rayan's back. Thanks, Mary. She could faintly hear Rayan's voice through the explosion and could feel Cal leaning on her. Mary recalled something else that was written in the book at that moment. However, we are able to purify their powers. Unfortunately, it comes at a price. But we are already in pain for all of our lives as necromancers, so is there a reason to feel more pain than needed, especially when purification is a good deed for the world? That is why I found a way to do it without paying a price. Aren't you curious? You just have to be almost unrivaled in strength. Like me, the Sage of Death. Mary could suddenly see something. She could see it even though everything outside the silver shield was dyed black. The shield was shaking and then breaking, and Rayan was recreating the shields. She could see something from the black thing outside. I hope you become even stronger than me, my disciple who will be reading this book. Mary saw the path she needed to take. She would become stronger. She would become unrivaled in strength. She did not close her eyes even as she heard the explosion. However, the majority of the people plopped down on the ground and blinked. Barf, barf. Some of the people could not help but barf. They felt the need to barf after seeing Haunt, the Tower Master's disciple's body, glow black before exploding. They felt an unknown sense of nausea and repulsion. They also felt fear. Ooh, the black light shot down along with the explosion as if it wanted to attack the people. People had dropped their weapons long ago. The soldiers were putting their hands on the ground or clasping their shaking hands to pray. The black light was still not disappearing. It looked ready to come down at any moment. Shield, however, they could see a faint light that was blocking that black light from coming in. It seemed extremely thin and weak compared to that overwhelming black light. Bang! Bang! The silver shield shook over and over. The silver light weakened and strengthened over and over again in order to hinder the black light. Cal. Tunka, the Whipper Kingdom's commander, was blankly staring at the sky and the large silver shield. The shield was created with the Empire's dirt wall at the center. The black light looked ready to gobble up the dirt wall. Furthermore, he was certain that he had seen Cal and Mary, who were the closest to Haunt, being swallowed by the black light. Tunka slowly started to walk toward the spot Haunt would fall. The remaining Empire's forces, as well as the valiantly charging Whipper Kingdom's forces, had all forgotten about the battle. The black light slowly disappeared. Finally, they could see the clear sky again. The silver shield slowly became faint before it disappeared. Plop. Tunka let go of his club. Screech, screech, a large white skeleton bird cut through the clouds in the sky and quickly fell down once the darkness disappeared. It stopped once in the air before coming all the way down. Everybody moved aside to let it descend. Clope, the commander of the white skeleton birds who had escaped to the sky while the black light covered the ground, put the people who were in the white skeleton birds' beak down on the ground. Huff, huff. Cal sat down on the ground and tried to catch his breath before looking up. He could see Tunka's face. He had that expression of a children's cartoon protagonist again. However, Cal didn't even have the strength to frown at that. Rayan had turned invisible at some point, and Mary was supporting him. He had no strength left in his body. You should have just left it to the dragon. Why did you use the shield? The Super Rock's concerned voice could be heard. Then what do you want me to do? You want the Whipper Kingdom's forces, the Empire's forces, and everyone else on the continent to know about Rayan just because Arm realized the existence of a dragon. He couldn't let that happen. That was why he pulled out the last remaining bit of his strength to use the ancient power. The super rock continued to speak. Why don't you just be honest? He sounded full of pity for Cal. Just say you moved while following your instincts. Cal bit down on his lips and ignored him. It was annoying to listen to the nagging when he had no strength. Plus, I'm fine. He had no strength left, but he was fine. Human, you're going to die like this. It's not an issue of your plate now, but you'll die from a lack of strength. He let Rayon's comments in one ear and out the other. However, there was a different concern on his mind. It was an extremely serious concern. That concern soon revealed itself to Cal. Calnim, Clope Seca. That bastard got off of the white skeleton bird and approached Cal. Calnim, you were truly a hero, a legend. No, you were even more than that. Ah, he's driving me nuts. It was slightly awkward because the fire of destruction had been stronger than he had expected. But he ended up using the shield as well. This was something even he had not expected. His goal was for Mary to capture the Tower Master and for Choi Han to capture the Imperial Prince. He had thought that would have equally spread the merits of this battle. But now he might end up as a hero among heroes at this rate. He needed to prevent that from happening. I need to become just a small hero so that I can retire without any issues before I go live in a remote corner of the world. Cal had a small hope like that again as usual. However, everything turned dark in front of him. Cal. Tunka was looking at him. The Whipper Kingdom's forces were looking at him as well. Furthermore, the Empire's forces that had lost their commander were looking at him. The soldiers were watching Cal's weak appearance before turning away. That led them to see the empty area that was swept with the black light, as Cal's shield was not around it. They believed that this would be what hell looked like if hell was to be visible from the world. The soldiers turned their gazes back toward Cal. Cal was debating what to do about this. I didn't expect that Imperial Prince bastard to throw his soldiers away. No, I didn't expect him to make them into sacrifices for the explosion. Cal never expected Aden to try to kill them all. He really was a thoroughly crazy bastard. However, that bastard had teleported, and Cal was too busy protecting the people from the explosion to catch him. Furthermore, he had thought that Haunt was the Tower Master. He had been tricked there as the Tower Master's true body was somewhere else. He was angry. Cal's sight was getting blurry, and he felt his mouth becoming dry, but he still could not help but be angry. It was at that moment. Calnim, I'm sorry. He could see Choi Han through his blurry vision. Choi Han had his head down and seemed to not know what to do. Who, for what? It happened as Cal took a deep breath and barely managed to ask. He saw something fall to the ground. Plop. Cal's eyes opened wide after barely managing to see what it was. He suddenly became fully alert. Ha! This is. Choi Han lowered his head and started to speak once Cal turned toward him. I hesitated during the explosion and did not manage to catch the Imperial Prince. Ah, well, that's fine. It's fine since Rayan couldn't help either. The corners of Cal's mouth slowly started to go up. That is why I caught this person who was the last one to teleport. Vice Tower Master Metalona was tied up on the ground. Choi Han lowered his head again. Plop. Something else fell to the ground. He continued in an apologetic tone. I apologize. I couldn't capture or kill the Imperial Prince. Cal couldn't help but laugh at what he could make out with his blurry vision. Instead, I cut off his right leg. I also cut around the right side of his heart with aura. Choi Han was apologizing while dropping Aden's leg on the ground. This viciously crazy bastard. Cal was flabbergasted at this unbelievable main character of The Birth of a Hero. He could also see Clope walk over and hand him something. What's this? Clope quietly answered his question. It is a video recording orb I had on me to leave a record of the legend. Perhaps. Clope opened his shoulders up a bit and responded back to this rare look of anticipation on Cal's face. The explosion of the golems and Haunt. All of it is recorded here. Clope's eyes curled up like a snake as he continued to speak. You will not be at a disadvantage in the battle for justification. No, the battle for truth on the Western continent in the future. This smartly crazy bastard. Cal raised his head. He could see the clear sky and hear Mary and Rayon's voice. Human, Goldie Gramps called back. I think I can find the answer now. Let's become stronger to protect everything. Cal continued to laugh. He lowered his head back down. He felt the world shake for a moment. The ground and the sky were spinning as if he was lacking blood. Human, a small front paw supported him. Mary supported him as well. Cal lifted his head up. He could see the Empire's forces and the Whipper Kingdom's forces looking at him, but he saw his group first. He started to speak. He focused his blurry vision and tried his best to get the words out. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Cal spoke quietly but firmly. It was the most important thing right now. He could not allow something like the golems or haunt to happen again. That was the most urgent situation. We will head to the jungle first. Yes, Calnim, I understand. Cal closed his eyes as Choi Han respectfully answered back. Calnim, Cal, young Master Nim. Human, you good but idiotic human, this is not okay. Cal could hear the voices but could not open his eyes. He started to think. Ah, I am fainting, damn it. Everything then turned black. Chapter 306. From the bottom to tap tap. Cal started to frown after feeling someone slapping his cheeks. Tap tap. This hand that was rudely slapping his cheek made him upset. I remember fainting, but who is slapping my cheeks? Ha! Cal slowly opened his eyes after letting out a deep sigh. He then became anxious. What the hell? Kim Rok-soo. You bastard, hurry up and snap out of it. Ha Young-soo, why are you here? Cal flinched and touched his neck. This voice is Kim Rok-soo's voice. The person in front of him was Choi Young-soo, someone who started work at the same time as he did, and he looked younger than Cal last remembered. This clueless face was definitely when this punk was in his 20s. Cal felt his hot forehead and rubbed his cheeks. His forehead was bleeding. He lowered his head to find that his black work outfit that was made from advanced materials was ripped in multiple places and that he was bleeding. Ah, Cal remembered this moment. Choi Young-soo lifted him up at that moment. Hey, let's go. Why would someone who uses their head like you come to the battlefield instead of staying in the back? You stupid bastard. Did you think you coming here would help us? Move. What? You bastard, I told you, this is not the time to be out of it. I know it's not the time to do that right now. Cal lifted his body up and turned around. He could then see it. He could see the few buildings that they had barely managed to rebuild being destroyed, while monsters were coming out of a black hole in the sky. He could see the burning Korean sky. Damn it. It's that moment. It was something that happened when he entered this company. It was something that happened during his first year. Grade 1 monsters suddenly appeared in Section C-1 of Korea. The Abilities Users Guild responsible for the area and the Hunter Bastards had all run away, leaving the company employees to come hold out until someone showed up from the government. Team leader. Kim Rok-soo. Cal could see his team leader and Sunbees from his first year at the job. They were all focusing on defense to stop the monsters. He had been weak back then. His ability had activated properly later, but he was just a green newbie at this time. That was why he could do nothing before having to run. Cal naturally realized it. I am dreaming. But it had to be this damned dream. Why did I have to have this dream after fainting during my fight with the Empire and Haunt? Hey, hurry up. You stupid bastard who hasn't even fully activated his ability. If you weren't my one and only fellow first year. Sigh. Cal remembered what he had said in the past when Choi Young-soo had supported and dragged him out of here. Kim Rok-soo in his 20s had said the following. I'm going to kill all of those damned bastards and be a slacker for the rest of my life with my pension. I'm definitely going to do it. I'm going to kill all the monsters. I'm also going to kill the Ability Guild members who got all the advantages we gave them to protect the citizens and defend against the monsters, but ran away when we actually needed them to do something. I'm going to kill them all, and then live peacefully in a peaceful world. Cal repeated those same words again. I'm going to kill all of those damn bastards and then rest. I will definitely live a peaceful life. The Empire and Arm. Why were there so any damn bastards in the world who don't even deserve to be called humans? Why are there so many more people who are even worse than I am? When Kim Rok-soo in his 20s had shouted that, he saw that Choi Young-soo was looking at him. Choi Young-soo had responded back, Shut up, you bastard. Just take better care of yourself. Heh. Cal laughed as he casually commented to his fellow newbie, Choi Young-soo, You should do that first. I'm better than you at that. Cal could not help but laugh at Choi Young-soo's response. So why does someone better than me end up dying first? Cal was extremely annoyed. He knew it was a dream from the moment he saw Choi Young-soo, his Sunbees, and his former team leader. It made no sense. It was something that Kim Rok-soo, who was in his 30s and was now the team leader, could not imagine. Choi Young-soo had responded back, Hey, don't you know our team leader's motto? How could I not? Cal knew it too well. Being alive is the best. Why don't you take that word to heart? Huh? He had indeed taken it to heart. Hey, the team leader says he's going to own a farm once he retires. I'm going to own an orchard next to him. He had scoffed at Choi Young-soo back then. How can you say something so relaxed in a situation like this? That made Choi Young-soo let out his unique, clueless laugh as he answered back. He said the same thing he was saying in this dream. What do you want to do? What else could it be? I want to be a slacker. Damn it. Cal felt his annoyance and anger filling up along with the hidden emotions deep within him, making him even more angry. He closed his eyes. He then shouted, "Damn it, I'm going to destroy it all." He then opened his eyes. He couldn't help but blink. The surroundings had changed. The falling buildings, the company employees, and the running citizens were all not there. He saw something else instead. Cal subconsciously started to smile. Human. He could see round, dark blue eyes in front of him. He could also see a front paw shaking from shock. That front paw had stopped while trying to put a towel on Cal's forehead. Cal started to think, I finally woke up. It was at that moment. How vicious. He heard a familiar voice. Cal first tried to figure out what he could see. First, he could see the shocked Rayan, as well as Vice Captain Hilsman, who was holding the basin of water with a cloth in it. He turned his head to the side to see a small, round table. Saint Jack and Clope Seca were sitting there with Crown Prince Albaru connected through the video communication device. What amazing sleep-talking. Albaru seemed very calm. Most people would think he looked like a benign grandfather who had come with his grandson on a field trip. Albaru started to speak with that benign smile on his face. Damn it, I'm going to destroy it all, is what you said, right? I said that out loud. Cal calmly nodded his head. It's been a while, Your Highness. I seem to have spoken the truth in my sleep. Crown Prince Albaru could not hide his shock. He had seen the video from Clope and heard about the situation from Rosalind and Choi Han. However, the one responsible for all of it woke up after fainting and casually said, "It's been a while." The Crown Prince subconsciously asked, even though Clope and the others were in the room as well. "What are you going to do after destroying it all?" Cal looked around. Everybody was fine. That was the important part. They were inside a small barracks. Cal responded back, "A slacker, Your Highness." Silence filled the area. Even Clope shook his head at Cal. "You seem to be still half asleep. I guess Calnim is still human as well. I suppose heroes are humans as well." Ha ha ha. Vice Captain Hilsman chimed in as if he had been passed the baton. He's like that every so often. Cal ignored all of their gazes. Crown Prince Albaru, who knew about Cal's long-desired hope, was smiling with a too-bad type of expression, but he ignored that and started to speak. "Did Choi Han, Mary, and Miss Rosalind go?" Rayan responded back. "That's right. The three of them headed to the jungle first. Cal had let them know before he fainted. He said that they needed to go to the jungle first. Cal felt satisfied that the best combination for this moved first. The three of them would prevent the worst-case scenario from playing out. His eyes headed toward Albaru, who was on the other side of the video communication device. Albaru immediately started to speak once they made eye contact. "You've only fainted for 3 hours. It's already been 3 hours, I see." Albaru smiled at Cal's description. It was obvious to him what this punk was trying to say. The Breck Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, Roan Kingdom, and the three northern kingdoms will all make a declaration tonight. As expected, Cal was certain that Albaru would have done something during these past 3 hours. "We will announce that black magic has returned to the world." Cal sat up on the bed. Albaru continued to speak. "We are contacting the churches as well. They will help us out if it is revealed that it actually is black magic. I assume that'll take some time, Your Highness." "Yes." The Empire would adamantly deny it. It will be difficult for the Church's forces to join right away. And most importantly, Albaru stopped speaking for a moment. Cal got off the bed and stood up. He then fixed the hems of his clothes, the thing that was most important above all else right now. The thing that the Crown Prince was about to say. Something that was more important than the declaration that black magic has returned, destroying the Imperial Prince and the Alchemist's bell tower, and getting the help from the churches. There was just one thing. I will head to the jungle now. The place with a battle going on right now was the most important. Albaru opened and closed his mouth a few times without saying anything. He had seen what Cal had done on the battlefield. Furthermore, he could imagine the toll that took on this punk without even seeing it. However, They needed Cal's strength in this battle, especially that power to destroy the golems. The Crown Prince had something he wanted to say, but didn't know what he should say right now and could only open and close his mouth. He could see that Cal was looking at him. Cal nonchalantly asked a question. Is the Roan kingdom okay? Roan had chosen not to go to war. However, they were now in the middle of one. The Crown Prince had no choice but to become the center of this war. This was because the Roan kingdom was the strongest nation after the Empire on the Western continent right now. Albrew chuckled and responded back. Just worry about yourself, you stupid bastard. Cal just nodded his head and motioned to Rayan. Rayan immediately activated a teleportation magic circle. Saint Jack jumped on as well, and Cal flicked his finger toward Hilsman. He then looked toward Clope and asked, "You know what to do, right?" "Of course, Calnim." Chief Harol and Commander Tunka apologized for not being able to see you out. Clope stepped away from the teleportation magic circle as if it was obvious. I will take care of the Maple Castle business properly. Cal felt iffy after seeing Clope smile. Harol should be able to deal with Clope properly, but he was a bit worried as he never knew what Clope would do next. It was at that moment. You don't need to worry about Maple Castle, as representatives from each of the Alliance kingdoms will go there as well. They will all arrive there in about an hour. Albrew casually added on. Cal was relieved. It should be okay then. Albrew said a couple other things, and Cal asked for something as well. You thought that far ahead. Albrew was amazed and happily obliged. I will prepare it right away. Cal was about to suck up to Albrew for the first time in a while after hearing Albrew had taken care of things so well. Contact me at the jungle. See you then. Drip. However, Albrew hung up. Human. The Crown Prince is always the same. Exactly. Cal sighed and motioned for Rayan to activate the teleportation magic circle. Rayan looked at Cal's face and body once before nodding his head with a look of satisfaction. Here we go. Yes, let's go. Let's go back to the battlefield. Cal closed his eyes after seeing the scenery change. He felt something odd happening to his body and soon opened his eyes. He could then see it. Rayan, where is this? The sky. They had teleported to the sky. Cal felt the emptiness under his feet. The smart Rosalind told me to come here. Cal asked once more after seeing what was in front of him. Where is this? He heard a different response this time. He knew it was the sky, but which sky was this? Section 8 of the jungle. She told us to come here. It was not Section 7 that the Empire invaded, but Section 8, which was underneath it. Cal could hear Hilsman and St. Jack's voices behind him. My goodness, what is that? Oh, Lord. However, Cal didn't have the time to look at the two of them. He could tell why Rosalind had told him to come here. Those ducking black magic bastards. Different parts of Section 7 were on fire. However, what caught Cal's attention were the black human-shaped golems that were shooting up through the trees of the jungle. There was a total of 4 golems. These golems that were close to 20 meters tall were guarding Section 7 in the north, south, east, and west directions, as if they were gatekeepers. Furthermore, in the sky of Section 7, there was a castle-shaped airship located above the palace at the center of Section 7. It was looking down at Section 7 from the center of the area as if it was keeping an eye on everything. You're here. Cal could see Rosalind flying up from down below. She quickly flew up next to Cal and started to speak. The jungle's forces, and we have currently stopped attacking. Cal could understand why they stopped. Rosalind continued on with a bitter expression on her face. The citizens of Section 7 are currently being held hostage. The citizens of an entire section were being held as hostages. There would be no way for the regular citizens to get past the 4 golems in each direction or the careful watch of the airship in the sky. Section 7 of the jungle has turned into a fortress. It was a closed-off fortress that nobody could go in or out. It was also like hell. That was the current Section 7. Rosalind could hear Cal calmly responding back at that moment. It is not a fortress. There is a path. Rosalind observed Cal's clear eyes. There was bound to be a path somewhere. Chapter 307. From the bottom 3. Young master, Cal, there is a path. Rosalind thought about that phrase and slowly called out to Cal. Cal gave a short response back to her. We just need to find a path. They just needed to find a path into Section 7. There was bound to be a path for them to use. A smile appeared on Rosalind's face to remove her bitter expression. She slowly started to speak. I've been waiting for you to say that. There is a path, isn't there? Cal immediately followed up with that question. His gaze was saying something to Rosalind. I'm sure that you would have found one. Rosalind's smile became even bigger. Of course, as expected of Rosalind, Cal started to smile as well. The smart Rosalind and the human are smiling like when he is chatting with the crown prince. He ignored Rayan's comment. He just petted Rayan's bumpy back as he started to speak again. But it looks like there is an issue. They had found a path, but there was a problem. Rosalind nodded her head and pointed down to the ground as she responded back. Let's head down first and then chat. Section 8 of the jungle. It was located right under Section 7 where the palace was located, but not that many people lived in this section. However, there were more people here today than ever before. SHHHH, SHHHHH. Cal turned his head after hearing someone sharpening their sword. One of the warriors was leaning on a tree while sharpening his blade. Vicious. It was not just him. The jungle was a place where there were a lot of trees, as well as many vines and branches intertwined throughout. There were small paths for people to walk through, but the majority were not proper roads, but were instead covered with trees and foliage. The jungle people were able to easily traverse through those rough terrains, and the jungle warriors were the strongest of those people. Many warriors were giving off a vicious presence as they leaned on the trees or sat on the dirt or grass as they were maintaining their weapons. Ruwar, Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr He could hear the invisible Rayan's voice. Human. Everybody here is angry. They look ready to destroy everything. Venomous aura seemed to be coming from many places. Cal couldn't help but cower whenever the brown-skinned jungle warriors showed their vicious eyes from the shadows of a tree. It's over here. Cal turned his head after hearing Rosalind's voice. Rosalind opened the flap of a tent. He could see what was going on inside. Cal Nim, young Master Nim, Choi Han and Mary both jumped up. Grrrrrrrrr, a large black panther rushed over and rubbed his head on Cal. It was Latana's Black Panther, 10. Ah, so scary. Cal lightly patted the Black Panther 10's head before approaching the person who was sitting at the table and looking at him with a sad expression on her face. Long time no see, Miss Lena. Young Master Cal. Latana, the queen of the jungle. She seemed so worn down and pale. Are you okay? I heard that you fainted. I'm sorry to call you here right away. Latana asked with an apologetic expression after seeing Cal's pale expression. The black-robed Mary moved next to Cal and observed him. Choi Han was just being quiet and biting down on his lips. The other leaders of the jungle could not say much either after seeing Cal's pale complexion. Only a single existence was speaking quite a bit. But human, your complexion seems to be getting better ever since you made that water spear. It's just that your strength is at the level of a gnat. Hey, lot. Cal ignored Rayan and started to speak. The more important question is about the jungle. That made Latana close her eyes before opening them back up. She brushed her face as if she could not hide her sorrows before starting to speak. It's my fault for being late. Your Majesty, one of her subordinates called out to her, but Latana raised her hand and stopped him. Cal watched her eyes slowly open back up. He could see anger and magnanimity within the sorrow, but at least her eyes were clear. Latana started to speak. I headed for Section 7 as soon as I left you those messages. It was the call that had come right before Cal had grabbed Imperial Prince Aden's neck. Latana explained what had happened after that. I thought about sending just a few people to Section 7 first, using teleportation, as we did not have many mages with us. But our teleportation got rejected by the destination. No, they created a magic circle in order to prevent teleportation. Where were you trying to go? Latana started to frown. The palace. Cal immediately understood. The Empire's spy must be in the palace. The Empire must have taken over the palace first. Do you have any idea who it might be? Latana nodded her head. It is most likely one of the mid-grade leaders responsible for the defense of Section 7. She did not need to say anything else for Cal to figure out the rest. A mid-grade leader responsible for the defense of the capital was neither a high nor low position. They wouldn't be able to know about extremely secret affairs, but would still easily be able to notice large numbers of warriors moving around. Latana let out a laugh of disbelief. Section 7 fell into the Empire's hands easily. She had immediately moved to the outside of Section 7 after the teleportation was rejected. She then saw the golems. She saw those large monsters that made her feel uncomfortable. Those things were blocking all four entrances into Section 7. The sight of the gates that were made with the unique trees of the jungle being trampled upon and replaced by those black giants had given Latana quite the shock. Furthermore, she saw the Capitol defenders dying on the castle walls as they were killed by their fellow Capitol defenders. She had immediately shouted once she saw that. Do not resist. She had a mage-use amplification magic so that everybody inside Section 7 could hear her voice. She was feeling emotional but had remained rational, but most importantly, her instincts were strongly warning her. Don't attack those golems nor that airship. That was what her instincts were saying. This is an order from me, Latana. Don't throw your lives away for no reason. They were all people of the jungle. The jungle was somewhere that was difficult for people to farm. You needed to hunt and gather food in order to survive here. The terrain was rough as well, since there were no flat areas. The natives and citizens of the jungle had their own level of stubbornness. That was why even those who were not warriors might try to fight against the Empire's forces. I, Latana, will soon. The jungle warriors will soon save you. Trust us and wait. Latana wanted to prevent the people of the jungle from dying for no reason. Cal responded to her after hearing everything. That was a wise decision. I feel that way about it now as well. Latana had a bitter smile on her face. She had heard and seen everything that the Empire had done through Clope's video and Rosalind's descriptions. Something similar to dead mana, but even more deadly. Terrible things would have happened to the jungle and our citizens if they had attacked. The Black Despair was an issue in a desolate plain like the one Maple Castle was located in. But it would be even worse in a place like the jungle with many plants and animals. Latana touched her spear as she continued to speak. I also think I know why the Empire is staying within Section 7 without moving. Cal nodded his head. It was easy to tell why the Empire was remaining in Section 7 while keeping the golems as gatekeepers. It's because of the contents of the battle with the Whipper Kingdom. Furthermore, Adin had been injured thanks to Choi Han. Finally, their use of black magic had been revealed. They could not attack the jungle right now when they had to worry about their relationships with the other kingdoms, as well as the churches. That was probably why this fortress was created. This was a chance for the jungle. This was a chance for them to flip the situation around. Cal immediately got down to business. Where is the path? Latana looked toward Rosalind. Rosalind approached the table next to Latana and Cal and opened up a piece of paper. Tweel. It was a map of Section 7 and the surrounding area. Rosalind put her finger on the map and started to explain. After the jungle warriors went out to patrol many different times, we estimated the observation range of the golems and airship to be about this wide. Her finger drew a circle around the entire Section 7 and a bit outside of it. Vice Captain Hilsman slowly chimed in as she did that. So, the only way to reach there by land is to do it openly. He hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding on. He hesitated because the range of the enemy was the entire Section 7. That meant that it would be an open confrontation. However, with the entire Section 7 in the Empire's hands right now, doing that could lead to a terrible situation. But if we openly confronted them, isn't it possible that the Empire will use that black liquid in order to prevent us from approaching? Don't they also have the dead mana bombs? The jungle would become desolate, and the warriors would not be able to approach. Hilsman continued to speak. Furthermore, the hostages, the citizens in Section 7, will be in danger as well. They had no way of knowing what the Empire would do to those hostages if Latana approached. I know, St. Jack slowly asked after hearing Rosalind's response. Then are we going through the sky? Hilsman shook his head at Jack, who was thinking about the white skeleton birds. Saint Nim, the airship is in the sky. Ah, right. Then is an open confrontation the only option? Jack's expression did not look good. He looked toward Rosalind with concern before flinching. She was smiling. She responded back to his question in a calm voice. No, we will proceed in the stealthiest way possible this time. Her finger pressed down at the center of Section 7. Our goal is to infiltrate Section 7 with a small number of people, destroy the golems, and aim for the airship. The jungle warriors in Section 8 could then get in and fight the enemies. And there is a route to conduct that raid. A new finger appeared on the map as Hilsman and Jack stood there looking confused after hearing Rosalind's plan. It was Cal. His finger drew a line from north to south in Rosalind's place. The river. There was a river where his finger moved, A river cut through Section 7. Ah, Cal looked toward Latana and Rosalind as Hilsman let out a gasp. The reason you are here in Section 8 is so that you can go up the river and aim for Section 7, right? Both women started to smile. Rosalind started to speak. It is possible to use magic to go up the river while underwater as long as it is a small number of people. They were not going to move on top of the river. They would not be using boats. What she was talking about was moving stealthily underwater. That was why it needed to be a small number of people, and naturally, these people had to be strong. They needed to be strong enough to destroy the golems. Rosalind started to speak. Currently, Queen Latana, Choi Han, and Miss Mary are planning on going. Latana too. Cal flinched for a moment before understanding. Latana was someone who was just under Choi Han in terms of skill, as well as strong spear user who could keep up with Choi Han for a while. She was perfect for this task. It was reliable having her around in the chance that Choi Han ended up bewitched again. I will lead the operation from the rear, and Rosalind would be supporting them from here. But there is a problem. Rosalind finally got to the issue they had with this plan. It is the purification. They could destroy the golems. But the problem came after that. The golem's core. Miss Mary says that she can purify them, but it will be hard for her to do it alone. The issue is that we need to get rid of them extremely quickly, but we can't ask young Master Cal to do it. You know why, right? Cal nodded his head. We can't let the forest burn, the jungle. Cal could not use his fire of destruction here given the terrain. It could easily lead to the trees and buildings catching fire and harming the innocent citizens. Furthermore, a fiery thunderbolt was not stealthy enough for a raid. Rosalind continued to speak. Correct. The other issue is the remaining dead mana, even if Miss Mary purifies the black liquid. Miss Mary said that it would be difficult to quickly get rid of it at once. Mary chimed in at this moment. I haven't tried to purify it, so while I know that I can do it, I can't be certain about how long it will take. Purification, as well as absorbing dead mana. It was too much for Mary to handle on her own when time was of the essence. Is that what's worrying you? Cal asked, and Queen Latana nodded her head. Yes, that is the concern. However, Rosalind asked instead of nodding her head. Young Master Cal, you have it, don't you? You have a solution. Rosalind had seen it. She saw that Cal was smiling. Cal nodded his head. Rayon's voice appeared in Cal's mind at that moment. They're here. It was what Cal had asked Alberu for before coming to the jungle. Pat. A light flashed inside the tent. It was the light of teleportation magic. Cal turned around after feeling someone pulling at his sleeve. He saw a black robe. It was Mary. Cal seemed to have figured out what she was thinking as he smiled at her and approached the teleportation magic circle. He recalled what he asked Alberu to do. Your Highness, Mary cannot do it alone. He could not use the fire of destruction. There was no way Cal would not have thought about this in advance. That was why he was relieved to find out that Mary had gone to the jungle before realizing what else was needed. Cal looked at the person in front of the group that just teleported and started to speak. Tasha, long time no see. The dark elf, Tasha. She had a refreshing smile on her face. Dark elves who were darker than the people of the jungle and had skin the color of black pearls had appeared. The ones that were here were all highest-grade dark elf warriors. All of the others other than Tasha had clothes covering their skin, leaving only their glaring eyes visible. Only their eyes were showing, but the pressure coming from there was strong. Necromancers and dark elves, black despair and dead mana. They were people who could take care of both of those issues. They were extremely necessary for the jungle, no, for the future. It really has been a long time, young Master Cal. Tasha reached her hand out to shake Cal's hand. As I expected, Rosalind realized what Cal was thinking and nodded her head. Latana and the leaders of the jungle gasped at the team of dark elves and could not hide their joy. They had realized Cal's plan as well. However, one person, young Master Cal. Rosalind could see that Cal was stiff. It was Cal. He was stiff as he looked at the team of dark elves. His pupils were shaking. Human. He could hear Rayan and feel Rayan shaking him. However, that was not the issue. Cal could see a brown-haired man within the group of dark elves who had a slightly lighter skin tone than the rest, and also had everything below his eyes covered by clothes. What the? Why is he here? Cal recalled what that person had said. Contact me at the jungle. See you there. He meant it when he said see me here. You're the man behind Tasha walked over and put his hand on Cal's shoulder as Cal started to speak in shock. He spoke in a voice that was extremely low in order to prevent people from recognizing his regular voice. Long time no see, little brother. Albaru Crossman, why the hell are you here? Cal was at a loss for words. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Those who only knew of Albaru's fake appearance would never be able to tell that this was the true appearance of the quarter-dark elf Albaru. It was far from his usual majestic self. Furthermore, it was even harder to tell as he had his face covered other than his eyes. It was only Cal and Rayan who had seen this appearance before who recognized him. Cal was flabbergasted. Why is the person who said that they are making a declaration tonight over here? No, is it even okay for him to be here? In this form, what about the Roan kingdom? Cal pushed away the hand that was on his shoulder in shock. He bluntly responded back while playing along with Alberus' story. Hyang, don't you have work to do? The brown eyes that were visible on the covered face curled up like crescent moons. Chapter 308. From the bottom four, why is he smiling? Cal held back a sigh at Alberu, who just smiled without responding as he started to speak. Miss Lena. Ah, yes. Queen Litana flinched before responding. She was looking at Cal and this dark elf who were calling each other little brother and Hyang with curiosity. It was not just her. Saint Jack, Hilsman, and even Rosalind were feeling the same way. Rosalind seemed to have the most questions out of everyone. First of all, this dark elf had a skin tone that seemed to be between the brown color of the southern jungle people and the regular dark elves. She was curious as to who this person was. This was especially the case as the fact that he was with Tasha and Cal meant that he was someone they could rely on for this operation. However, they all realized that they didn't have the time to be curious about this right now after hearing Cal's statement. You can explain the rest of the operation to Miss Tasha here. She is the representative of the Dark Elves. Sure, I will do that. Have you determined when we will commence the operation? When would they be heading into Section 7? Litana smiled at that question. Tonight. We plan on starting right away after Crown Prince Albaru makes his declaration. Cal peeked toward Albaru before nodding his head. Sounds like a good time to do so. It was the perfect time to do it. Many kingdoms, including the Breck Kingdom, were going to stand together with the Roan Kingdom at the center in order to reveal the reappearance of black magic and their goal to destroy it. That will naturally cause chaos within the Empire, affecting the Empire's forces in Section 7 as well. Then please chat with Miss Tasha for now. I will head out first as I have somewhere to go. Ah, sure. Latana nodded her head without hesitation as she immediately understood where Cal needed to go. Cal started to speak as he headed out of the tent. Choi Han. Yes, Calnim. Cal then hesitated before adding on. Hyung, you come too. Sure thing, little bro. Ha, so annoying. Cal headed out with just the two of them. Human. It's hard to recognize the crown prince like this. Of course, I recognized him because I am great and mighty. Rayan was naturally with him as well. Cal turned his head toward Choi Han, who followed him out. Choi Han was looking at Albaru with an odd expression on his face. He then mumbled to himself with a confused expression. This person feels familiar. The extremely low voice responded back. What is it? Do you want to be my little brother too? The slightly lighter dark elf leisurely smiled and asked, making Choi Han frown immediately. He then shook his head from side to side. You've disguised yourself, your highness. He was being respectful now. He's quite smart. Albaru could not hide his interest about Choi Han, who was always following behind Cal. Although he was being overshadowed by Cal, Albaru was thinking that Choi Han was stronger than Cal and quite smart. Although he thinks that this appearance is just a disguise, how could Choi Han know that Albaru's usual appearance was a disguise when even an amazing mage like Rosalind had no idea? In fact, the fact that Choi Han realized that it was him and thinking this was a disguise was already quite impressive. At the same time, that makes that bastard even more amazing. Albaru started to smile again while looking at Cal, who realized the truth from the first time they met. Of course, Cal was looking at Albaru with an expression that seemed to be saying, "Do you want your secret to be revealed running around like an idiot like this?" Albaru just shrugged his shoulders at Cal's gaze. He casually walked over to Choi Han and put a hand on his shoulder as he asked, "Aren't I handsome like this as well? Egu, what a mess." Cal just looked away and started to speak. Lead the way. Yes, Calnim. SHHHHH. Choi Han moved away from Albaru and started to walk. Cal looked back with a blank expression as Albaru was looking at the two of them with shock. Hyang, aren't you coming? He sounded quite annoyed and frustrated. Albaru laughed at Cal, whom he couldn't tell was being serious or just acting, and followed behind them. But why are you here? Albaru responded back to Cal's question. I thought I should experience it myself too. Experience what? Albarus' gaze headed toward the sky. He could see something standing in the distance above the trees. It was the golems. He could not know everything by just watching the video. The aura of the people on the battlefield, the strength and wickedness of the enemy. He couldn't tell any of that through just a video. He needed to see it in person in order to tell. He could feel it through the air. He could feel the choking nervousness, as well as the urgency on the hearts of the warriors and soldiers. Albaru smiled before responding back. Do not worry. He'll return before night time. He would not have time to come even if he wanted to starting tonight. Cal stepped into a tent. The outside of the tent was covered with Rosalind's magic so that nobody could enter or leave without permission. It was a space that was made to imprison a single person. Cal walked toward that person. Only the lamp lit up the tent once the tent flap closed so that not even a single strand of light could come in. I didn't expect to see you like this, Vice Tower Master. Cal sat across from the tied-up person. MMPH, MMPH. The Vice Tower Master twisted her tied-up limbs and tried to shout through her taped-up mouth, but nothing came out. Cal just quietly observed Vice Tower Master Metalona. He was looking just at her eyes. Metalona stopped resisting after seeing Cal's gaze that was only looking at her eyes. Tap, tap. Cal started to tap on the armrest of the chair. Metalona frowned while looking at Choi Han, who was standing behind Cal. Ah! She remembered how Adin had screamed, and blood had shot out from his chest before this man ran over to her while covered in Adin's blood and started to choke up. Choi Han was the man who had done that. She avoided Choi Han's emotionless gaze and turned to the side. She could see a dark elf standing there. Metalona bit down on her lips. I will never say anything. She had made up her mind like that. It was at that moment. Are you done looking at everyone? She heard a laughing voice. Metalona flinched and turned her head back only to see Cal smiling while looking at her. Cal thought that it was the right decision for Choi Han and Rosalind to move to the jungle with Metalona. If she had been left at the Whipper Kingdom, then the leaders of the respective kingdoms who were gathering there would want to see her, making it difficult for Cal to have the time to deal with her. That was because Cal didn't have the time to play politics about who should get to talk to her first. Metalona, what should I ask you? Metalona was ready to not say anything, even if that meant that she would die. Tap, tap. Cal stopped tapping on the armrest and started to speak. Metalona, you're going to die. The Vice Tower Master flinched while her body started to shake, but she did not say anything. She was prepared for death. However, she was feeling that something was odd. He was too relaxed. The other side didn't seem to want to interrogate her. Cal Henitus's demeanor was too calm. He continued in a calm voice. It's because you are useless. What? Vice Tower Master. Cal was saying that the second in command for the Alchemist's Bell Tower, one of the top 5 power players in the Empire, was useless. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind the moment Metalona's mind became chaotic. He's coming. Cal had been waiting. Our Gramps is coming. Pat. A white gold light appeared in the empty air inside the dark tent. The light soon disappeared, and someone appeared. Iruhaben, the current eldest dragon on both the eastern and western continents. That dragon's white gold eyes were frowning as he looked toward Cal. He then walked past Choi Han and Albaru and headed toward the Alchemist's Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Metalona's body was shaking. Her eyes were so full of shock that she didn't know what to do. The ancient dragon Iruhaben, that dragon and Cal Henitus. It was a combination that she could have never expected. She felt fear at the same time. White gold dust was floating around Iruhaben. A stronger aura came flowing out of the dragon as those dust particles became brighter and brighter. It was not dragon fear. He was just angry. Iruhaben Nim. However, there was someone who broke through that anger within the silence. Cal looked at the ancient dragon and casually asked, as he always did, "Who is it? Who is it?" Iruhaben had heard about the Tower Master from Rayan. Cal was asking the wise ancient dragon who had lived for close to 10 years. Who is the Tower Master? What kind of being do you believe it is? Iruhaben slowly closed his eyes before opening them back. Golem. Black magic. Haunt that the Tower Master was controlling. Furthermore, someone who seemed to know about the fall of the necromancers. Finally, someone with black magic skills at the level of Rayan's magic. He opened his mouth to speak. A black mage. He was not finished, and probably someone who has avoided death. Someone who has avoided death, or had gone against the laws of death and chosen a different path. Lick. A being who threw away their human body and placed their soul into an orb called the life vessel and lived on as a skeleton. They could live forever unless their life vessel was broken. Am I right? Iruhaben looked toward Metalona and asked. However, his expression seemed certain, as if he did not need a response. Why? He didn't know how strong the White Star was, however. It made sense if he had a Lick as a subordinate. The White Star needed to have someone as strong as a Lick as a subordinate. That's the only way he could have killed dragons. Not one, but many dragons. Iruhaben started to frown. The Vice Tower Master could not make eye contact with him. Iruhaben started to speak to Cal next. I will take part in this operation as well. He could see Cal flinching, but he had no plan on changing his mind. Beings that went against the laws of nature were continuing to appear. A fake dragon slayer, a dragon half-blood chimera, golems. The problems were that the majority of these existences were the result of pain and suffering. How could he just let this be? I don't have much time left to live anyway. I might as well finish all of these things as my last act. Iruhaben started to think about the invisible Rayan, Cal, the other young ones, as well as his dead friend Olian, and made up his mind. Even if I am to die, shouldn't I die after making this a better world? I am their Gramps after all. He needed to do at least that much as this rude little kid's grandpa. He continued to speak to prevent Cal from saying something. Of course, I do not wish to be visible. You all have done everything until now, so this is something that needs to go down in human history for all of you. Got it. Cal didn't know how to deal with Iruhaben's serious expression. It could not be helped. How awesome. He was planning on asking for Iruhaben's help anyway, so it was awesome that Iruhaben had brought it up first. Iruhaben then spoke into Cal's mind, so nobody else could hear. But I am unable to purify those black magic items. Keep that in mind. Yes, sir, of course. All you have to do is use your magic to slice the bell tower in half, or use that mighty attribute of yours to turn it all into dust or sand. Cal had to struggle to not say that out loud, as he just nodded his head. Iruhaben felt bitter after seeing the pale bastard nod his head, and smile after hearing that he could not purify black magic. Dragons were strong, but they were not omnipotent. That was a part of the laws of nature. Nothing in the world was omnipotent. Iruhaben could see Cal clap once as he thought about the laws of nature again and created his goal for his remaining life. All right then, this is the end. Iruhaben looked toward the Vice Tower Master with a confused expression. You're not going to interrogate her. Why would I? I don't need to. You don't need to. Cal nodded his head. Not at all. We pretty much have figured out the identity of the Tower Master. We just need to destroy the Alchemist's bell tower and the Imperial family as planned. Why would I waste my time with this Vice Tower Master? She's already made up her mind to die without saying anything. Something is weird. The Cal that Iruhaben knew would not let it go so easily. Cal looked toward Metalona with a contemplative gaze. Metalona was the most anxious one here right now. Am I just going to die like this? Is this it? She found this situation to be odd even though she had prepared to die. She suddenly felt chills on her back. What is this? An invisible force was starting to suppress her. It was something that gave her the chills. It was different than a dragon. It was different than the force she felt when the dragon was angry. This was a deeper and more persistent force. There was also an aura of dominance as well. It felt similar to dragon fear. She heard someone's voice as her body froze up from that aura. What kind of painful death should I give you? What? It was Cal's voice. She could see Cal's cold yet calm eyes. The corners of his lips were curling up. He looked like an emotionless person. He looked like Imperial Prince Adden. Metalona suddenly couldn't breathe once the corners of Cal's lips curled up. Gasp. There's no hand. There's no hand choking me. However, she could not breathe, as if something was choking her. That pressure that was choking her was coming from Cal Henitus. The Vice Tower Master's body started to shake, and she started to groan. She had to curl up and moan in order to breathe and to survive. This pressure and aura, dragon fear. It was similar to dragon fear, but different. Just what is this power? Is he really human? This was someone with multiple ancient powers. He also had an aura that was at the level of dragon fear. Mitalona's pupils started to shake as she looked at Cal. The dominating aura. Cal had activated it to its highest level as he looked only toward the Vice Tower Master. Mitalona felt as if she was standing in front of a giant tsunami by herself. She then heard Cal speak again. No, no. Mitalona, they said that black mages hate pain. That was the truth. They had to face pain from dead mana in order to become a black mage. That had been terrible. Should I find a way to make you feel a pain similar to the pain you felt from dead mana so that you die a painful death? The Vice Tower Master's pupils continued to shake. They were shaking even more frantically now. Her eyes that had become bloodshot from the suffocating pressure were aimlessly roaming the empty air. Unlike mages, black mages could reach the middle grade level of black magic once they absorbed dead mana. They then don't feel any pain even as they die. That was why she was prepared to die. She knew that it would not be painful. Of course, there was a price to pay for that, but at least death would not be painful. But he wants me to experience that terrible dead mana pain again. She had thought that Cal Henitus was a good and brave person. However, the statements coming out of his mouth were not good. He was speaking like Adden. He was speaking in a relaxed manner while smiling. He used rationality in order to lead his enemies into a corner. She then recalled how Cal had been the one to grab Adden by the neck. Cal was also the one who had charged toward Haunt. Or should I have the Saint of the Sun Guard use his divine powers? Ya'll probably feel pain for the first time in a long time. Don't you agree? She realized something at that moment. No, the Vice Tower Master, who could not think properly because of the overwhelming pressure, had made a mistake. It made her believe everything he was saying. Vice Tower Master, I see. This person, Cal Henitus, I want to kill you, but I don't know how I should do it. He doesn't need me because he was planning on killing me anyway. The Vice Tower Master's face and body were full of sweat. Her entire body was shaking. She imagined herself suffering in pain until she died. She could see Cal speaking with a stoic expression in front of her. All right, speak if you want to die peacefully. Cal crouched in front of Metalona and made eye contact with her. He did not need Metalona. There was no way that was the case. He desperately needed her. She had information he could use. That was why Cal was pretending to be Adden and used the dominating aura. How could he shake the Vice Tower Master, who was a core player in killing a ton of people to create the Black Despair and the Golems? There was something he wanted to ask. He was just curious about one thing. He could not put the pieces of the puzzle together no matter how much he thought about it. Black magic. Why did that existence that should stay in hiding, why did you disguise it as alchemy and hide within the Empire? Why did they place themselves at the center of the Western continent? What were they aiming for? What was the reason? Were they trying to swallow the Empire? If so, why were they keeping Adden alive? Vice Tower Master, flinch. The Vice Tower Master subconsciously opened her mouth. The cloth covering her mouth fell down at that moment. Plop. The Vice Tower Master said something once that cloth left Cal's hand and landed on the ground. Div. The Vice Tower Master urgently continued to speak as Cal stared at her. A divine item. Cal immediately understood. A divine item. An item of a god. The Vice Tower Master was being suppressed by the dominating aura and felt fear as she continued to speak. She did not want a painful death. She hated dead mana even more. She had been through that pain once already. Cura. She had also seen many experimental slaves die from being poisoned by dead mana. She didn't want to die like those experimental slaves. There was no reason for her to die like that. That was why she urgently continued to speak. We needed to find the divine item of the Sun God. That is why we went to the Empire. Cal let out a gasp. He thought about the spatial pocket bag inside his inner pocket. If it is the Sun God's divine item, then I already have it. Cal forgot that he was in the middle of threatening someone and started to smile at this new clue. However, that smile looked like the smile of a devil to the Vice Tower Master. Chapter 309. From the bottom, 5. What did you need the Sun God's divine item for? Cal asked her another question. He could see Vice Tower Master Metalona shaking in fear as she shook her head. I don't know about that part, sir. The Tower Masternim said that he has been looking for it for a long time because he needs it. Metalona flinched in the middle of her response after seeing Cal's cold gaze before she quickly continued to speak in desperation. I'm not completely certain. But I remember the Tower Master once saying that the real lights needed to disappear. Real lights? Cal thought about the sun god's divine item that he had with him. The condemnation of the sun. Was that compact mirror really the real light? However, Cal had heard the Vice Tower Master clearly. He approached her a little closer and calmly asked, "Lights, not one, but multiple lights." Meet Ilona nodded her head. Cal started to frown again at her response. "Yes, sir. The divine item, and the people the sun god bestowed his power upon. The condemnation of the sun and the half-Saint Jack." Cal started to frown as the pieces that he had were falling into place one by one so that he could prevent himself from letting out a gasp. He felt as if he would start laughing if he didn't do that. However, there was a single person in this tent who got scared by that frown. The Vice Tower Master quickly continued to speak. "That was why we captured the Saint and the Holy Maiden in order to figure out the location of the divine item. Unfortunately, we couldn't capture them because both of them ended up escaping. Of course, Commander Calnim, you managed to get Saint Jack hold on." Cal stopped Metalona. "The Saint and Holy Maiden. It's both of them. But one of them is a half-saint, only with healing powers, while the other is a fake without any divine abilities, no." It was at that moment. Someone let out a gasp. Cal turned his head. It was Crown Prince Alberu. He started to speak as soon as he made eye contact with Cal. He continued to speak in that extremely low voice. "I know a bit about the Sun God. It was because he was a quarter dark elf. It was also because he was the crown prince of the Crossman royal family who was said to have received the blessings of the Sun God. He knew quite a bit about the tenets of the Sun God that was both his enemy and the source of blessing for his family. But he knew most about the Sun God as a dark elf. The Church of the Sun God was the greatest enemy for the dark elves to avoid. The Sun God always said to defeat the darkness. The Church is more suited as one focused on crusades rather than healing. That was why the Sun God always told its believers to defeat the life forms with the darkness attribute. He also split his power to the children who could follow his will." Cal flinched. "Perhaps. In that case, the chances of the Sun God's divine item being a weapon are very high. The Sun God twins. There was the half-saint who could not handle any weapons and only had divine powers. Then there was Hannah, who didn't have any divine powers but had the talent to turn herself into a sword master. One had the Sun God's power, while the other had the talent to become a warrior." "Ha!" Cal subconsciously let out a laugh. He thought about the compact mirror in his pocket. Yes, condemnation is a better fit for a weapon. Cal finally realized it. Both of them are real, Hannah and Jack. Both of the twins had been real from the beginning. And the Tower Master, the Lick, tried to get rid of the divine item and the Sun God twins. The image was drawn in his head. Cal stood back up. There was nothing else to discuss with Metalona anymore. He nodded his head to the ancient dragon, Aruhaben, who motioned with his eyes that he would stay here a bit longer before asking Metalona one last question. "Do you know about the plans for the jungle?" The Vice Tower Master flinched and shared what she knew. It was focused on conquering the jungle. The current situation with the jungle is different than the Empire's original plan. It was likely that the Imperial Prince, or the Tower Master, returned to the capital and gave a new order to the Empire's forces in the jungle. That I was responsible for the Whipper Kingdom, while the Tower Master and His Highness personally took control of the issues related to the jungle. I know a bit about the operation, but not any of the specific details. The Vice Tower Master could see Cal nod his head and turn around after hearing her response. Gasp. She felt the pressure disappear as he did that, allowing her to breathe again. Huff, huff. Midalona clearly realized her situation and felt fear as she watched Cal leave the tent with the dark elf and Choi Han, even though she no longer felt that suffocating pressure. On the other hand, Cal headed to the edge of Section 8 with the others. He could see a large number of warriors standing there while glaring at the golems. "They said that we might get noticed by the Empire if we head any closer to Section 7. Cal nodded at Choi Han's report and turned toward Alberu. "Is this enough? Your tone with me gets worse and worse, you damn foal." Alberu let Cal's disrespect brush past him as he jumped up on a tree and observed a golem. Cal observed Alberu, who climbed that tree so easily, with an odd expression. He really is like a dark elf. He looked like an elf while doing something that Cal knew he couldn't do. I guess I can use him for battle in the future. Cal, who was thinking something anybody else would think was extremely disrespectful, made eye contact with Alberu. What is it? Cal, how the hell did you destroy that? Alberu could see Cal smirking at his question. It made him recall what his aunt, the dark elf Tasha, had said to him earlier. The black despair. I didn't think that terrible thing would appear in the world again. It is said that we can purify that, but I'm not confident because I've never done it myself, as it is just recorded in our history. Tasha had hesitated before looking at Alberu and continuing on. Did young master Cal really purify that along with the dead mana? Is that something a human can do? Tasha was serious as she asked that question. Alberu also recalled what some nobles had said to him before he came here. Everything about the Empire and black magic had been revealed to them before Alberu made the declaration. Your Highness, aren't you putting too many responsibilities on Commander Cal Henitus? If it is as you say, and young Master Cal truly did reveal all of this and is currently fighting in the vanguard of that war, then is it okay to leave him alone to do all that? The Roan Kingdom's nobles were finally able to see that the flow of war was changing because of Cal, along with the foundations of the continent. This was especially the case for what they heard about how Cal had figured out it was black magic and started to respond to it. All of it seemed almost impossible to be true. That was why the number of concerned nobles was growing. It was their wariness at something special that Cal had that they didn't have. You were bound to be scared about something that was extremely overwhelming. The crown prince looked at the golem as everything Tasha and the nobles said floated through his mind. He got rid of that alone. He knew about the terrible powers of the golem because of his identity as a dark elf. He could only say a single thing toward Cal, who had gone up against these monsters. Stupid idiot. What? Cal couldn't help but ask. What the hell? However, Rayan chimed in at that moment as well. The invisible dragon who had been quiet was speaking again. The crown prince is right. What, you ducking moron? Excuse me, it was a two-hit combo. Cal had a baffled expression on his face, but the crown prince was being serious. What was the thing that people who wanted power valued most above all else? It was their lives. They wanted to live a long life in power. The crown prince shared his honest sentiments with the pale Cal. You are the craziest of all. Excuse me, Hyang. Alberu just ignored Cal and turned away. Choi Han, yes, sir. You've suffered quite a bit. Thank you very much. Choi Han respectfully bowed his head. What the hell? What kind of conversation are they having without me? Cal looked toward them with a shocked expression, but Alberu jumped off the tree and patted Cal's shoulder as he continued on. Work hard. Otherwise, I will make you a prime minister or the chairman of the nobles' meeting. What terrible things to say. His life as a slacker in his 30s to 50s would turn to dust if he became the prime minister, and he would have to work until he died of old age if he became the chairman. How could there be such an evil prince? Cal looked toward the crown prince as if he was ready to silently shout. However, Alberu continued to speak as if he understood what Cal was thinking. However, little bro, I promise on my name that I will let you live your life as a slacker if you successfully complete everything. Hyang, you really know how to say something so strong and wise as the sun in the sky. Alberu shook his head after hearing Cal immediately turn to flattery. He recalled one of his subordinates' question. Your Highness, aren't you afraid of Commander Cal Henitus's strength? Why should I? The corners of Alberu's lips that were covered by the cloth were going up. He was not that kind of person. Looks like I need to head back now. Alberu calmly added on after seeing Cal looking at him. I need to land a punch as well. Travel safely, I suppose. You really talk like a drunk fool. Alberu shook his head and used teleportation magic in order to head to where he originally needed to go. He was headed to the Whipper Kingdom's Maple Castle. Tonight, the declaration from Alberu and the respective leaders of the other kingdoms would rattle the western continent tonight. It was a dark night. Neither the moonlight nor the starlight could make it through the trees of the jungle. A person's voice could be heard through a small video communication device. The Roan Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, and the three northern kingdoms all declare that black magic has resurfaced on the western continent and that we will do everything we can to destroy it once again. Cal turned the video communication device off as soon as Alberu finished speaking. Rayan's voice could be heard in Cal's mind. Human, is it our turn now? He looked around. He did not see that many warriors. He only saw Tasha. A few dark elves who were as dark as the night: Rosalind, Queen Latana, Choi Han, Iruhaben, and Mary. Shara, Shara, Cal started to speak, while the river that cut through the jungle was next to him. Let's get started. It was at that moment. The dark elves and Latana all turned toward Iruhaben. It was someone that Cal had suddenly brought with him. The dark elves had their fists clenched and were looking at him with shaking pupils, while Latana was full of questions. He had been introduced to her in the past during the meeting of the Four Kingdoms and one tribe as Cal's guard knight. However, Cal introduced him differently this time. He is an archmage. He was someone who was beyond the level of Rosalind, a highest-grade mage. His white gold hair was shining even in the darkness. Iruhaben moved his hand. Gold dust quickly surrounded the group. They all disappeared into the darkness once that happened. Rosalind had a relaxed expression on her face as she started to speak. I will be waiting for you. She could hear the sound of the wind once she said goodbye to them. Russell, it was the sound of the group starting to run. There was no reason to use the difficult path under the water now that Iruhaben was here. They were all running next to the river toward Section 7 while being invisible thanks to Iruhaben's magic. Share, share, the sound of the wind surrounded Cal's feet. Human, they're all so fast. Right. Cal lifted his head up. They had quickly arrived right outside the range of the Empire's surveillance. However, they could not see the castle walls of Section 7. There were no walls around the river that cut through Section 7 from north to south. Instead, they saw a large number of the Empire's soldiers. Soldiers were stationed on both sides of the river without leaving any gaps. They would crash into them if they tried to run by, even if they were invisible. Of course, they had enough skills to stealthily jump past them. However, they needed to get to the center of Section 7 as quietly as possible without leaving anything to chance. Snap, snap. It was the moment Cal snapped his fingers. All right, human, we will get started. He heard Rayan and Iruhaben's voices. Cal jumped into the river after hearing their voices. They were still far enough away not to be seen. Splash, share, share. He could hear the sound of people walking through the water. They were now underwater. They were surrounded by transparent orbs. Cal started to speak. A speck of gold dust moved by his neck. He was able to breathe normally and speak in this orb that the dark elves and Latana thought Iruhaben had created on his own, but was actually the work of two dragons. His group could hear his voice clearly even though they were underwater thanks to the magic spell. We will move straight forward. The transparent orbs started to move on the bottom of the river. They were now within the range of the Empire's surveillance, but nobody could see them. Shara, Shara, Cal, and the others were walking up the river. They would go from the bottom to the top. Cal's group finally made it to the center of Section 7 through the calm river water under the night sky. It was at that moment. Cal could hear Rayan's voice. It was the voice of the only one who had been moving above the river instead of underneath the water. Human, human. Cal flinched. The dragon sounded worried. Cal noticed something odd at that moment. He was not the only one to stop moving. A couple of the other transparent orbs had stopped moving even though he had not given any type of signal. Human, the Empire is crazy. Cal raised his head after hearing Rayan's voice. He could see the water swaying. Rayan's voice was swaying just as much. Inside Section 7, human, there are many large bombs inside Section 7. What? Bombs? They are all dead mana bombs. They are huge in size as well. They all located all throughout the residences. There are hundreds of them. Cal heard a snap as everyone became visible. The ancient dragon Iruhaben had removed the invisibility magic. Cal could now tell who it was that had stopped once he had stopped. The dark elves, Mary, and Iruhaben. All of them had stopped. They all had serious expressions on their faces. They could not see above the river as Rayan was doing, however. They had all felt the presence of dead mana. They had felt an extremely large and terrible presence. These hundreds of bombs. Everyone in Section 7 will die if they blow up. No, Section 7 will just become a land of death. Nothing will be able to live here anymore. These trash bastards. Cal finally figured out what the Empire was thinking. They weren't done with just taking hostages. Their plan was to completely destroy Section 7. They might even be planning to kill the jungle warriors who would come to rescue the hostages as well. Human. The entire Section 7 is pretty much an enormous dead mana bomb. This is bad. The golems and soldiers on guard were all there in order to hide this from being noticed. They were not to prevent jungle warriors from charging in, but so that nobody could see what they were doing inside Section 7. Ha, 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 Cal was shocked. It is not something merry and the dark elves can handle. Someone will die if all of these exploded at once. That someone would most likely be the innocent jungle citizens. Anger could be seen in Cal's eyes. His mind became complicated as well. But it will be even worse if Gramps or I destroy them all. We can't leave them alone either. Cal was about to respond after hearing the urgency in Rayan's voice before stopping himself. Human. He ignored Rayan's voice. It was because he heard a different voice through the young dragon's urgent voice. I'm hungry. The voice was coming from the glutton priestess, the owner of the indestructible shield. Why is she popping out now? The glutton added on before Cal could even ask the question. I can eat it. What? Eat what? The dead mana. Don't you remember? The glutton asked. Remember where we first met. Remember the tree where you fed me bread. Don't you remember? He remembered it. He remembered the man-eating tree at the top of the slums in the Henitus territory. He remembered that black tree. It was the spot where he got the indestructible shield and started on this odd journey. Hold on. Black. Cal recalled how the tree turned from black to white once he earned the indestructible shield. Perhaps. Was the glutton not the reason the tree turned black? The people of the slums said that everything underneath the black tree was desolate and avoided that area in fear. Cal had been moving alone at that time without Rayan. He then thought about how the ground becomes desolate from dead mana. The super rock chimed in at that moment. Living beings were able to live and breathe underneath the shield when the black rain came down in the past. Although it still couldn't be purified, the glutton's indestructible shield, which had the wood attribute added on, it was a slow but sure voice. I'm good at eating everything. What a cool glutton. Cal started to smile. This is the jungle. It was the place with the largest number of trees. 1. It's a Korean thing that doesn't really make sense in English. Basically saying there's no respect in the way that Cal is talking to him. Chapter 310. From the bottom, 6, Cal then heard Tasha's voice. The voice that made it through the water sounded worried. This is bad. We can't handle this much. Tasha looked toward her subordinates while standing between Latana and Choi Han, who did not know what was going on. Although some of them were left behind in Section 8, the best of the Dark Elves in the entire Dark Elf city were by her side right now. All of them had stiff expressions on their faces. Tasha bit down on her lips. There are so many. She had smelled a sweet yet bitter fragrance as soon as they entered Section 7 underwater. That was the fragrance of dead mana that was like a fountain of strength for them. She was happy to smell it at first. However, she started to feel suffocated the farther they walked up the river. There was too much dead mana for them to absorb. Just how much death had to have happened for this much dead mana to be here? Tasha subconsciously looked toward Mary. Her father, the current mayor of the Dark Elves' underground city, had told her a little bit about black magic. Protect Mary. Excuse me, father, what do you mean? It is an order as the mayor. Mary might. The dark elf mayor, who had lived for over 500 years, blinked before continuing to speak. Yes, this may all just be nature taking its course. It is finally time for someone to receive the will of the Sage of Death. The Sage of Death. Who is that? Tasha was confused, but the mayor continued to speak in a serious tone. Take our best warriors with you. I'll send some more as reinforcements as well. However, you must protect Mary. We must protect the only necromancer in the world. Tasha had planned on protecting Mary, even if the mayor had not said to do so. Albaru was her nephew by blood, however. She felt just as close to Mary. Tasha had still not forgotten about when she had saved the 10-year-old Mary. This is bad. Tasha flinched and turned toward Iruhaben. She knew the true identity of this ancient dragon, unlike the other Dark Elves. The other Dark Elves were probably debating whether this was real right now and questioning whether Iruhaben really was a dragon. Tasha tightly clenched her eyes after hearing the stiff ancient dragon's comment. It looks like the Empire's goal from the beginning was to destroy the jungle. An urgent voice shot out through the water after a moment of silence. Just what? What do you mean? Litana, the queen of the jungle, responded back in anger. Tasha slowly started to explain the power that they were feeling from throughout Section 7. Both Latana and Choi Han's pupils started to shake after hearing Tasha's explanation. So, what you're saying is, there are currently dead mana bombs throughout Section 7, And although the Dark Elves may eventually be able to absorb all the dead mana, it will be hard to deal with it at the moment of explosion. Latana's voice was shaking as she stood there with a blank expression while trying to calmly assess what Tasha had just told her. That is why we might not be able to save everyone, and Section 7 might be destroyed as well. She could hear the low voice of the mysterious Archmage, who started to speak as if he was responding to her. They plan on creating hell. Hell. Latana felt chills on the back of her neck as soon as Aruhaben said that word. She tightly clenched onto her spear. Her gaze headed toward a specific person at the same time. Cal Henitus. Her gaze had subconsciously headed toward this man. Why am I looking at him when he probably can't give me any answers? This was not something any of us expected. Who would have known that the Empire wished to destroy Section 7 instead of taking it over out of greed? Should I have told them to run and resist? Latana recalled how she had ordered her people to not resist and remain still. She also thought about her decision to wait at Section 8 instead of barging in right away. Damn it. She noticed Cal's expression as anger started to fill her eyes. Young Master Cal, she then subconsciously called out to him. It was because he was smiling. He had no other choice. One of the ancient powers was continuously talking in his mind. I'm hungry. I can really eat and eat and eat non-stop. It was the glutton saying that her appetite was endless. Remember what the wind told you. The wind said to use her if you want to run, and the super rock if you want to protect your home. Use me for this. The glutton was serious. I am the only one here who can grow fire, water, wind, and earth. Those were things that had existed from the beginning. However, wood was different. Wood is a living being like humans. It is born and it dies. It is alive. And I am the indestructible wood. Normal woods break. However, the glutton was an indestructible existence. That was why she could grow without stopping. She could lower her roots into the ground, absorb the sunlight, air, water, warmth. She could eat everything over and over and continue to grow. She couldn't survive on her own, but she could reach anywhere and everything as long as she had a sill to connect her. And that sill had been created for the glutton. Everything she needed existed inside this plate called Cal. Do you know why I died in the land of boulders? The glutton asked Cal while laughing. She then soon answered her own question. There were not enough trees there. There are only boulders. Cal quietly chuckled. It could not be helped. I was born in the jungle. He couldn't help but laugh after hearing what the glutton had to say. The jungle was dark back then. The trees were all black. That was why this was called the Forest of Darkness as well. Cal recalled the conversation he had when he had first gained an ancient power in this world. This was what the owner of the indestructible shield had said to him. There weren't tasty things like this during ancient times. The things that the bastards in the Forest of Darkness gave me while saying that we were people who served a god were tasteless. Of course, I was kicked out of there. They said that I was too greedy for food. What nonsense. My friends came out with me. We planned on fixing the issues of the world. He had thought that she meant the Forest of Darkness that Choi Han had come from, but apparently he had been wrong. There was a different Forest of Darkness during ancient times. Do you remember what I told you in the beginning? Cal nodded his head at the glutton's question. Of course, he remembered. It was the moment he first gained an ancient power. It was what the glutton priestess had said when the shield was etched on top of his heart. I will protect you. The shield had been protecting Cal ever since that moment. It would protect him this time as well. Cal started to speak to those who were looking at him. We will proceed with the original plan. He then started to think about the layout of Section 7. He had seen it before when he visited because of the Sun God twins. All of the people and buildings, including the palace, coexisted with the trees. The buildings were built between or on top of trees, making the entire city seem like one large forest. Young Master Nim, then the Empire can detonate the dead mana bombs and destroy Section 7. Tasha urgently shared her opinion, and Cal nodded his head before responding. Please don't worry about the explosion. Excuse me. Cal smoothly repeated the shield's words to Latana, who asked in confusion. I will eat everything up so that nobody gets hurt. He prepared to head above water. The dead mana will not hurt the forest nor the people. Please trust me. All of the group members heard Cal's statement. We also do not have many opportunities. We do not know what will happen in the future. It is not time to look back. Young Master Cal. Latana bit down on her lips and started to contemplate things in her mind. She trusted Cal, however. A lot of people's lives were on the line. It was at that moment. Calnim, the quiet Choi Han finally chimed in. Will you be using an ancient power? Ancient power. Those words made Latana flinch. She had heard from Rosalind and Choi Han about how bad Cal's current situation was, but that he continued to push himself regardless of what was going on to his own body. It made her think about how Cal had almost fainted after putting out the fire in Section 1. She looked toward Cal, who was thinking Choi Han was smart, as he answered back. Yes. Latana bit her lips at this casual answer of a single word. Many people lived here in Section 7 of the jungle. One person was putting his own life on the line in order to save these people. We have no way of knowing how the Empire would act. They might destroy Section 7 and run even if the jungle did not do anything, because the declaration from the other kingdoms would put them in danger. They would do it so that the jungle would be too busy dealing with this situation to be able to participate in the war, or at least delay their entry into the war. It was possible that the Empire would aim to do that. Latana calmed down. Shall we go? Cal heard Rayon's voice once the decision-maker made up her mind. There are no guards here right now. Cal kicked off the bottom of the river. He soon shot out of the water. Chhhhhhhh gold dust covered Cal and the others who cut through the water. Iruhaben had turned them invisible once again. That was why nothing was visible even though they shot out of the water. Ha! Cal let out a small scoff as soon as he came out of the water. It was as Rayan had described. There were hundreds of cylindrical water tank-looking things throughout Section 7. Beep beep, they each had a beautifully shining orb on top of them. However, these beautiful orbs were giving off some odd noises. Tap. Cal, who landed on the ground with a quiet noise, could hear Latana's voice that was full of despair. However, there was no other way to describe them. They were bright. Although all of the houses in Section 7 were dark without even one lit light. Although the people of the jungle were probably curled up inside while being too afraid to even breathe. The light from hundreds of these beautiful orbs, the light from the palace that was taken over by the Empire, and the light shining down from the airship floating above the palace, were all making Section 7 brighter than ever before. It was as beautiful as a fancy city. Cal quickly gave the order after taking a quick look. Please move to your positions. He couldn't see any of them, but he could feel them starting to move. Cal looked at the four directions and the center before continuing to speak, and destroy them. There was no need for a response. Tap. He soon heard footsteps. The group had split into the four directions and started to move. Human. They are all moving quickly. They will all get to their spots soon. Queen Latana and some dark elves were headed east. Tasha and some dark elves were headed west. Mary and some dark elves were headed south. Choi Han and some dark elves were headed north. Cal heard a voice behind his back. I'll head over as well. You and the little kid make sure to do a good job. The final person. The ancient dragon, Aruhaben, slowly started to float up into the air. He was headed for the center. He was aiming for the airship. Aruhaben was in charge of dealing with it. Cal opened up his hands. The group would no longer be invisible as soon as the attack started. They would all be revealed to the enemy. A different operation would commence as soon as all of the gazes were focused on them. Boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Shara, he could hear it. He could hear the sound of leaves fluttering in the wind. He could feel it. He could feel that this was a forest, that this was the jungle where a significantly large number of trees existed. Cal could hear a very quiet sound. Shhhhhhhh. It was the sound of the leaves. However, it was different than before. Shhhhhhhh. 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 It was coming from the trees that were located in places where the Empire's fancy lights could not reach. The branches of the trees that were touching the buildings where the jungle citizens were hiding were slowly starting to move. It was at that moment. Bararang. Cal opened his eyes. He could see what was going on in the north. Human. It has started. He could see a black-haired swordsman flying up to the top of the golem. The black aura was destroying the golem. Choi Han was the first to make a move. Barang, 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 barang. He heard noises from the east, west, and south as well. Cal lowered his head. He could see himself turning visible again. Wee-ang, wee-ang. An alarm started to sound from the airship above Section 7. The silence of the night was destroyed. Cal started to smile as he looked toward the airship. I will create hell for you. Tonight would be a nightmare for the Empire's forces. Shhhhhhhh. The trees started to cause a breeze in the area. Chapter 311. Night 1, however, nobody else realized that the wind was caused by the trees. The area was too chaotic already for something so trivial to be noticed. Those people are. It is an emergency situation. The Queen of the Jungle has launched a raid. Wearing voices shot out along with the sound of the alarm. The Empire's forces near the four gates were the most chaotic. That person is the Roan Kingdom's sword master. It is the Necromancer. The Necromancer has appeared. Dark Elves. They are the Roan Kingdom's forces that appeared during the battle at the Caro Kingdom. The strong individuals from the jungle and the Roan Kingdom had suddenly appeared and started to ruthlessly attack the golems. What the hell? The palace at the center of Section 7 of the jungle that was similar to the heart of the jungle. An alchemist who had been sitting on Latana's throne quickly headed toward a window in order to see what was going on outside. He could see darkness cutting through Section 7 that was shining brightly under the Empire's influences. None of them seemed to have any light about them. How did they get here? Black aura cut through the sky. The Necromancer's black mana rushed toward a golem like spider webs. The Dark Elves and their elementals were using black mana in order to eat up the Empire's lights. They just made the declaration moments ago. The Roan Kingdom had just declared with the other kingdoms that they would resist black magic, which was really just a way of declaring war against the Empire. But the Roan Kingdom and the jungle have already allied with each other. The alchemist who was responsible for this jungle invasion got the chills. Just how far does the Roan Kingdom's reach go? How long have they been allied that they could respond this quickly? The alchemist recalled Crown Prince Alberus' stern but confident gaze that he had seen through the screen. It was not the gaze of someone who thought that he was going to lose. Beep, beep. The alchemist took an orb out of in his chest pocket after hearing the sound of an alarm. It was a grey orb. Black mana started to come out of the tip of the alchemist's finger. He was a black mage as well. The black mana lit up the grey orb and delivered the message. Destroy the jungle. Use the airship to withdraw once you do that. It was the voice of Adin, the next generation son of the Empire. He sounded weak and tired but also focused and cold. The nervousness disappeared from the alchemist's eyes. This is actually better. He started to speak. We can currently see the Roan Kingdom's forces. The Roan Kingdom, yes, your highness. The sword master and necromancer, the commander should be there as well. The alchemist looked toward the person who showed himself at the center of Section 7 after hearing Adin's comment. Cal Henitus. He could clearly see Cal's red hair. Yes, your majesty, he is here as well. I see. Adin sternly gave the order. Follow the original plan. The alchemist nodded his head and responded back. Yes, your highness. We will proceed as planned. They would pour dead mana into Section 7 and turn it into a land of death. A variable named Cal had appeared in that plan. Of course, the Dark Elves and Necromancers had appeared as well, however. There were not enough of them to instantly block the dead mana bombs. It would be difficult to purify all of that dead mana as well. It would take them some time. And it would be even better if Commander Cal used that power I heard about. He had heard that Cal Henitus used a fiery thunderbolt in order to purify the golems, black despair, and dead mana. Section 7 would be destroyed just as the Empire wanted if he used that thunderbolt in the jungle. That would be enough. That was why he headed out of the throne room and gave an order to his subordinates. Get ready. His subordinates quickly started to move. He then added on, gather at the airship as planned. The alchemist quickly started to head toward the airship located at the center of Section 7 as he continued to speak. Detonate the bombs starting from the edges of Section 7. The edges of Section 7. Those were the residential areas for the citizens of the jungle. They were also located close to the four gates into Section 7. Beep, beep. The beautiful orbs installed on top of the bombs started to shine even brighter than before. The alchemist started to sneer while looking at them. It was at that moment. Bararararararang. He heard an explosion that was much stronger than before. It is coming from the north. The alchemist turned toward the north after hearing his subordinate's voice. It was breaking. The golem that was close to 20 meters in height was slowly kneeling onto the ground. He could see a sword that had gone through the golem's heart. Choi Han, the Roan Kingdom's sword master. His sword had cut through the golem's right chest, where the core was located. Screech, screech, terrible shrieks could be heard. That sound made even the alchemist's body shake for a moment. Although he had participated in the experiments as well, that black despair really was dirty and terrible. However, the shrieks soon ended. Dark elves. The alchemist, no, the black mage, bit down on his lips. Two dark elves pushed Choi Han to the side as they activated their mana and called their elementals to help them. Ah, ah. The two dark elves put their hands inside the hole left behind by Choi Han's attack. They then let out groans and bit down on their lips. Ah! They could hear it. The terrible shrieks were slowly disappearing for the others, but the dark elves were able to hear a different kind of screeching in their minds. It was the cries of the people who had turned into dead mana and the black despair. See-izzle, they felt as if their hands were burning. Their hands looked fine on the outside, however, their insides were churning. The two dark elves both recalled what Tasha had said to them. Endure it even if it is painful. I'm sure that you have seen the people who died while passing through the desert in the land of death. It is the cries of people who died an even more painful death than those who were running to live a better life. So endure it. The dark elves bit down on their lips and continued to endure the pain. They had no other choice. Huff, huff, huff. They could see Choi Han pointing his sword at the Empire's troops around them, even as his body was shaking. Choi Han's entire body was shaking. He was biting down on his lips quite hard. You plan on participating in this operation? Cal had asked this question once Albaru had left, and only the two of them were there. Choi Han had seriously answered Cal's nonchalant question. Yes, Cal Nim, I will participate. I am the best at locating the golem's cores, and I can destroy them. He had added on after that. I will not act like an idiot again to cause trouble for the others. Please trust me and leave it to me. Choi Han had faced shock and fear the first time he fought against the golems and the black despair. He would have probably caused trouble for his allies and done something terrible if Rayan and Clope had not been there. That was why he was participating this time as well. It was something that he would have to face eventually, even if he ran away from it now. He had to end up facing the same enemies again in the forest of darkness, even if he originally ran away from them in fear. He had faced failure many times each time, however. He had defeated all of them in the end. Choi Han clenched the hilt of his sword. There were still voices speaking to him in his mind right now. Eat that. You'll get stronger if you eat that despair. Choi Han bit down on his lips even harder. Drip. It was the moment blood started to flow from his lips. Choi Han, are you okay? The human said to go check on your condition. Rayan's voice could be heard in Choi Han's mind. Choi Han also recalled the last thing Cal had said to him when he said that he was going to participate in this operation. You've paid plenty for your meals already, so take care of your body first. Don't act like an idiot. The person who always acted like an idiot and never took care of his body was telling him not to do that. Oh, one more thing. People can't be perfectly strong. So just remember one thing. Choi Han slowly stopped biting down on his lips. Being alive is the best. Preferably it is living peacefully and happily. Got it. He wiped the blood on his lips with the back of his hand. Bleeding helped him come back to his senses a bit. Choi Han started to smile. He heard his allies speaking to him at that moment. Both of the dark elves reported in one after another. The core and the black despair have both been purified. I just need to absorb the dead mana now. Choi Han, you seem okay. I knew you could do it. Still, be careful. I'm heading back to the human. Rayan's happy voice made Choi Han have to hold back his laughter as he nodded his head. His hands were still shaking, and there was something still trying to seduce him, but he was okay. He kept hearing his friends' voices and saw them moving about every time he felt his mind letting its guard down, and this night air was cooling him down as well. I need to move as well. Choi Han quickly started to move again. The restrictions placed by the lure of the black despair didn't seem too bad right now. Boom! The first golem fell to the ground behind Choi Han as he started to move. The two dark elves jumped past the golem in order to follow behind Choi Han, with one of the dark elves having a much stronger presence of black mana around him as they moved. That made the alchemist in charge bite down on his lips as he turned toward his subordinate, who immediately reported in. Sir, the preparations are complete. That made the alchemist quickly turn to look at the edge of Section 7. The soldiers who were stationed at the edge of Section 7 were running toward the airship. What the alchemist didn't know was that there was someone else who was as aware of this fact as much as himself. It was Cal. He could see the soldiers running away from the edge of Section 7 as he stood there looking at the Empire's knights and soldiers who were looking at him but unable to attack. It's starting. The explosions will happen soon. The glutton chimed in once Cal realized this fact. I can't purify the black despair. She could eat dead mana, but could not purify the black despair that was with it. Cal recalled what the fiery thunderbolt had told him last time. He had said that the only ones who could purify the black despair were necromancers, dark elves, and himself. Of course, even priests could take care of the dead mana. Beep, beep, loud noises could be heard coming from the orbs located on top of the bombs. The noises coming from these orbs were changing, starting from the bombs at the edges of Section 7. Beep, beep, the orbs were becoming louder and brighter. All of these changes were starting from the edges of Section 7. Cal looked toward the residences that were still quiet. He was certain that everyone had woken up already. He knew that the people of the jungle were currently laying low in their homes without even being able to turn on some lights. He understood what they must be going through right now. Cal had done the same thing when he was Kim Rak-Su, running away from monsters and crawling into the debris of a destroyed building and remaining as quiet as possible. He had not even been able to sleep as he was scared of the strong monsters outside. That was why he understood what they must be going through right now. He closed his eyes even though the enemies were in front of him. Human, I am here. It was because he had Rayan. Cal heard the voice of the glutton again. That was why I could only eat it and die after being dyed black. Although I can't purify it, I couldn't watch the ground turn black and do nothing about it. Cal recalled what the glutton had said the first time he met her. I don't think I can give up on this taste, even if I get fat. It's so unfair that I had to die while eating dirt. He had originally thought that she had just starved to death. But now he understood what she meant by having to eat dirt. What would she have died eating in the land of boulders that did not have trees? Why had the ground turned black? Cal slowly started to get angry. Why did they all live such sad lives? The glutton, the cheapskate, they all had sad lives. He thought about the single black tree on top of the desolate area in the slums. Although nothing was there, that ground had not been a land of death poisoned by dead mana. All I could do was be a shield. The glutton priestess had to lay low inside that black tree for over 10 years. I can't do anything on my own. The glutton priestess was different than the scary giant cobblestone. The super rock was able to attack. However, the glutton had no way to attack. The only powers that she had was the power to defend and protect. This was the reason she always needed allies. She needed allies in order to grow, just like how a tree cannot grow on its own. Shield, the power to protect something. This power was only able to get stronger when it had someone to protect, the indestructible shield. She was able to finally find a new ally after over 10 years. Cal Henitus. After waiting for such a long time, she finally found a new person to protect. Plop, plop, plop. Very quiet noises could be heard through the explosions. Ha! The people of the jungle who were hiding away and looking at that state of things outside flinched and opened their eyes wide. Things were falling. Cal heard the glutton's voice. The trees said that they will help. Branches from small trees were starting to fall from the trees one by one, and soon, boom, 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 branches from large trees were starting to fall as well. All of the trees throughout Section 7 were lending parts of their bodies to help. That was only visible to the people of the jungle who were quietly hiding in their homes. The branches stabbed into the ground. It was at that moment, at the center of Section 7. The alchemist who had boarded the airship at some point shouted to one of his subordinates who was holding a red orb. Detonate them starting from the edges now. Yes, sir. 3. It was as the subordinate holding the red orb started to count. It was as the few remaining soldiers by the edges of Section 7 started to run. 2. Beep, beep. It was as the beautifully shining orbs slowly lost their lights. Click. It was as a small click could be heard from the bombs installed on the large cylindrical tanks. Cal felt an odd sensation at that moment. He could feel everything. It was as if his senses could reach all four corners of Section 7. That was why he was able to say something the glutton told him to say as if it was the obvious thing to say. Grow. The ground started to shake. Something happened to the branches that all of the trees in Section 7 dropped for him. The branches that had stabbed into the ground started to grow. They became alive at Cal's orders and started to move. What the? What the? What is going on with the trees? Boo 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 woo woo. Large vines appeared between the Empire's soldiers. They started to move faster and faster as they grew larger and larger. Shhhhhhhhh, the leaves were starting to shake. The trees were crying. No, the trees were shouting. Cal could hear them. Protect them, because I have given you a part of my body. Cal's two hands responded to the trees that were asking him to protect them. He looked toward the large vines one. It was the moment the subordinate alchemist shouted that number. Crack! The red orb in his hand exploded. People could see what happened at that moment. The large vines divided up and wrapped around the dead mana bombs. It was as if they were shields. No, it was as if they were prisons. The vines completely caged in the dead mana bombs. It was the moment that could be seen. Beep, beep. The orbs lost all light and the sound stopped. The dead mana bombs located at the edges of Section 7 started to detonate one by one. Barang, barang, barang. Black liquids shot up to the sky. However, they could not reach the sky. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The vines were destroyed by the explosion, but grew back, were shooting up toward the dead mana. All of the Empire's forces looked toward a single person. The vines were growing around that person. Cal looked toward the Empire's forces and started to speak while laughing. Eat up, eat and eat some more. The vines that had turned black were eating up the dead mana bombs as if they had become snakes. The vines became as dark as the night the more they ate. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh beginning of hell for the Empire's forces. Chapter 312, Night 2 Drip. A drop of the black liquid fell to the ground. The ground was about to turn black. Crack! A tree trunk pierced into the spot. The originally brown trunk turned black, while the ground returned to its original color. Just what is this? One of the Empire's knights subconsciously shouted out before his body started to shake. He raised his head after feeling an odd sensation. Ara. Shhhhhhhh. A large black trunk brushed past above his head as leaves fluttered. Crazy. The trees have gone crazy. He plopped down on the ground. He could see all of Section 7 as he sat there and looked out. It was alive and moving. This large area called Section 7 was roaring and moving. It was all because of the large tree trunks that suddenly started to grow. Bang! Bang! The Empire's forces could not run toward the airship even as the dead mana bombs were going off. They could not do so even if they wanted to run. Shhhhhhhh. Their bodies curled up in fear every time they heard the leaves rustling. There were trees that were darker than the night by their feet and above their heads. They wanted to run, but the trees were faster than them. These trees that should be staying in one spot were freely running wild all over Section 7. What kind of tree is that? The alchemist in charge looked pale as he held onto the railing of the airship. All he could see were the tree trunks following the red-haired commander's hands in order to gobble up the dead mana bombs. I must inform the superiors. He gave an order to one of his subordinates next to him. I immediately contact the Tower Masternim and His Highness. And he started to think as his lips were shaking. However, he could not think properly after seeing this unexpected variable. Trees that ate up dead mana had appeared. There were no areas of Section 7 that were becoming desolate. In fact, black tree trunks were appearing by all residential buildings in order to protect the homes from the explosions. Boom! The alchemist turned his head after hearing a noise. He looked to the south. The golem at that entrance was falling down. He could see someone looking at him from that area at the same time. He couldn't see the gaze to be specific. However, he could tell that the person there was looking in his direction when he saw the black robe facing toward him. That was Mary, the famous Rhone Kingdom's necromancer. She was the only necromancer on the Western continent, the last of her kind. This alchemist cum black mage could not hide the scorn and disgust he had for the necromancer. He could see the black mana shining around the necromancer. She had probably absorbed the remaining dead mana after she purified the black despair. The necromancer soon swayed and had to be supported by a dark elf. She's still much weaker than the Tower Masternim. Thinking about that fact cleared the alchemist's mind. He turned away and looked forward as he gave the order. Detonate the bombs as quickly as possible. The subordinate's gaze became serious. Detonating the bombs faster meant that the airship would depart faster as well. The alchemist nodded his head at his subordinate's gaze and continued to speak. And the person at the center of this change. He pointed to the person that the tree trunks had gathered around to protect. And attack Cal Henitus as much as possible. No, get in his way. The mages and knights quickly started to move after hearing his order. Prepare to attack. Cast fire attribute spells. The mages on top of the airship started to draw large magic circles in order to launch fire spells. It was because they had determined that smaller scale spells would be useless against those black tree trunks. The knights charged toward Cal, who was at the center of Section 7 at the same time. You think you can stop all of us on your own? Cal sighed after hearing that from one of the knights. He's using such a stereotypical expression. It was exactly the type of thing the bad guys fighting against the main character said in fantasy or martial arts novels. Cal felt like he understood how those main characters must have felt experiencing the same thing. I'm alone because I can handle all of you. Can't you even think that far? Cal ignored the corners of his lips going up as he leisurely started to move his hands. He heard Rayan's voice in his mind as well. Our human is not alone. I, the great and mighty Rayan Meru, am here, but Rayan had more things to say. But human, you look scary right now. Cal's smile became thicker. I know how I look right now. It wasn't hard for Cal to imagine how vicious he looked as he smiled while being surrounded by these black tree trunks that were moving like snakes. He moved a couple of these snake-like trunks. He then thought about what the glutton priestess had said to him earlier. She can only defend. I don't know about that. Cal was thinking that the glutton actually had a stronger weapon than the fire. That weapon headed toward the enemies who were approaching from all directions. Dodge. That tree has eaten dead mana. Dodge it. Bang. Bang. The knight heard the explosion of another dead mana bomb and the sound of a tree trunk that was probably gobbling it up. However, he made himself ignore it as he shouted toward his subordinate knights. Cut them using your aura smokes. It should be fine as long as you don't touch them. Move in groups of twos. The knight raised his sword and slashed down. Slash, the black tree trunk that was heading toward him was easily sliced. Plop. The sliced tree branch dried up and fell to the ground. The knight's eyes sparkled after seeing this, and he quickly shouted to inform the others. They are easily cut. They are normal branches other than the fact that they have dead mana in them. They do not have that much attacking strength. The size of the large tree trunks alone could be used to attack. However, there were almost 100 knights surrounding Kel right now. Slash, 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 cut them. Cut and cut again as you move forward. The knights sneered at Cal, who was surrounded by the black tree trunks, and continued to advance. The other knights followed his lead and slowly advanced as well. Cal looked like a rat caught in a jar. He had looked scary while commanding the black trees from the darkness. However, it was not as scary as the knights had originally thought. We will pay you back for what happened during the battle with the Whipper Kingdom. The morale of all of the knights was going up. Slash. They were even able to cut through multiple branches using a sword covered in aura smoke. These trees really were regular trees. There was no need to be afraid. The knight in charge started to smile. The Empire's knights suddenly heard some soldiers shouting at that moment. The shouts became louder and louder until the knight was able to hear it clearly. It's the enemy. The jungle has invaded. What is he talking about? The jungle and the Roan Kingdom are already in here. The knight heard a sharp noise cutting through the night before he even had a moment to ask his question. Weaving. He heard a siren going off from the airship. It was at that moment. Boom, boom. The remaining two golems broke down. The knight peeked toward the direction of a golem before his eyes opened wide. He could see brown-skinned people who were faintly visible in the darkness. He could see warriors climbing over the castle wall and the destroyed golem. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. He could also hear the growling beasts whose eyes sparkled even in the darkness. He could see the jungle warriors entering Section 7 on foot, or on these beasts with their weapon in their hands. There were a lot of them. He could see something within the group of warriors that climbed up the tall castle wall. Roo-hoo-hoo-hoo. A large black panther roared while underneath the moonlight and the starlight. That large yet agile body soon started to run. It was heading toward where the last golem was falling. 10. 10 lowered his body after hearing his name, and a woman jumped on his back. There was a large spear in her hand. None of the people climbing over the castle wall, and the golem were shouting in order to raise their morale. They were slowly and stealthily moving in. The knight subconsciously gulped after seeing the enemies that were moving in like a wave. He heard someone's voice at that moment. "Weren't you aiming for me?" The knight jerked his head back. He could see Cal Henitus's smiling face. He heard another noise as he felt chills after seeing Cal quietly smiling at him. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The sound of the leaves that he had been hearing since earlier was much louder now, as Cal's sleeves started to flutter. The knights rushing in flinched before slowly retreating backwards. The knight urgently shouted, "Retreat!" Hundreds of tree branches suddenly shout out with Cal at the center. They started to grow as they shot out. The black trees were becoming thicker and stronger. Ruor, the Black Panther 10, jumped up into the air. Tap. However, a new ground was soon created under Ten's paws. It was a black tree trunk. A large tree became the ground for Ten to step onto. A mage shouted from the airship at that moment. The magic circles are ready to activate. The alchemist in charge had veins popping out of his neck as he gave the order. Immediately activate the magic circles. Kill Cal Henitus. The black tree trunks around Cal were weaving together with each other as if they were a spider web. They were above the ground and in the air. They did not care about where they were as they weaved together in order to create a path. The branches were heading toward one location, the palace. The branches were rushing toward the spot right underneath the airship. Bang, bang. They also gobbled up dead mana bombs along the way. Nothing seemed to be able to stop them. Hurry up. The magic circles activated as the alchemist urged them on. Ooh-ooh-ang, the magic circles, and the magic stones above them started to shine. However, the alchemist on the airship started to frown. He was looking at the castle wall. There was something flying up into the sky from underneath the castle wall. It was someone whose hair was as red as the fire spells that the Empire had prepared. Rosalind was flying toward the airship. Red mana was swaying around her as if it was a cape. Damn it, just how much did they prepare? The alchemist slammed down on the railing. His gaze then turned toward the person at the center of the approaching enemies. He could see the red hair above the now black Section 7 ground. Cal, the owner of that red hair, started to speak. He gave an order to the tree trunks. Grow, keep growing. Grow to the point that the enemies will fear you. Stretch out. Keep moving forward. Move to kill the enemy. Cal shouted while looking at the spiderweb-like path made of tree trunks. Charge. Roo-woo-war. The Black Panther 10 roared as he kicked off the tree trunk. He then started to run. Litana aimed her spear forward with one hand. Let's go. Choi Han stepped on the tree trunks that reached toward the north and started to run toward the center. The two dark elves followed behind him. It was the same for Mary and Tasha. All of them were running along that wooden black road. They heard Cal's voice once more. All units, charge forward. North, south, east, west. The jungle warriors who were used to running on trees more than anybody else all started to run across the tree trunks. They weren't the only ones. Some of the people of the jungle who had been quietly hiding started to climb the tree trunks that had been shielding their homes like shields. Some of them were riding animals, while others were running toward the same location. They were all running toward the airship that was located above the palace at the center of Section 7. No. The alchemist subconsciously took a step back after seeing all these people running toward him. He felt a pressure as if a black tsunami was headed toward him. Screech, the airship, clunked at that moment. What the? We've been captured. Leader and him were caught. What? The alchemist urgently looked down after hearing the desperate voice of the pale subordinate. He looked at the bottom of the airship. There were black tree trunks grabbing onto the bottom of the airship. Cal started to smile. Got you. Everything within Section 7 was caught in Cal's hands. Chapter 313, Night 3, Cal's open palm clenched into a fist. Crackle. A black tree trunk dug deeper into the bottom of the airship as he did that. No, this can't be happening. The hands of the alchemist in charge were shaking. He bit down on his lips so hard that they were bleeding. Drip. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to that. Leadernim, it is tilting. Screech. A chilling screech could be heard as the airship started to tilt to one side. The alchemist grabbed onto the railing to maintain his balance as he glared at Cal. Tap, tap. Cal was slowly walking. The knights charged toward him like bugs being drawn to a light. However, none of them could reach Cal. Shhhhhhhhhh. Cal took a step into the air. Black tree trunks flew over one by one to create a staircase for him. Cal stepped onto this spider-web-like path of wood that he had created. Human, are you going? He then started to run. Swoosh, the sound of the wind created a gust at the tip of his feet. Cal quickly followed the wind toward the airship. The alchemist, who had been watching with bloodshot eyes, immediately started to shout. Activate the magic circle. Ooh-wang. The magic circle that had been prepared for a while started to light up. A red aura was gathering on top of the large magic circle. The alchemist then waved his hand. Black mana covered his neck, and his voice that was amplified with black magic rung out to the Empire's forces. All soldiers should cut through the tree trunks. Aim for the enemies. Shoot the arrows. He quickly said a couple more things. Go inside the homes and find some kindling. Burn all the trees. The soldiers, who had been blankly staring at everything, finally started to move. It was because they felt as if they could really lose if things continued like this. This was especially the case for the regular soldiers who did not know much about the dead mana bombs. What they saw was both amazing and scary, but they still had to find a way to survive. The soldiers took out their weapons. Let's go fight. We need to go. We need to get to the airship before the enemies get there. The soldiers cut through the trunks and started to shoot arrows at the warriors who were running across the path of trunks. The alchemist turned off his amplification magic and gave his subordinate an order. Call in the knights. Have all of the mages who are not handling the magic circle prepare to attack. Call in the knights. The alchemist whispered to his subordinate, who seemed confused. Throw the remaining dead mana bombs and magic bombs underneath the airship. I am sure it will at least stop the tree trunks and prevent the enemies from approaching. Furthermore, the alchemist had a cold gaze in his eyes. We will lift off immediately. The confusion in the subordinate's eyes disappeared. He figured out what they were calling in the knights and leaving the soldiers behind. They were going to escape while the soldiers tied the enemies down. The alchemist used amplification magic once more as he started to shout again. Resist. Hold them back until the last moments. The three most skilled mages who were handling the magic circle raised both of their hands up in the air as the alchemist said that. There was a bit of rumbling as flame shot up into the sky. Crackle. This flame that looked like a snake with its mouth open twisted its body as it continued to shoot up. There was a pressure coming from it, as if it would burn everything in its path. The alchemist felt that thrilling sensation from the flame as he turned his gaze. He could see a woman smiling. The alchemist pointed to her and continued to shout. This was the reason he had told the mages to prepare to attack. Launch the attack toward Commander Rosalind. That was the signal. The flame snake that rose up from the hands of three Empire mages turned around and started to head down. The alchemists who had received the orders started to throw bombs out of the airship's lower windows at the same time. They were throwing both dead mana bombs and regular magic bombs. They were heading toward the black tree trunks that were grabbing onto the airship and the enemies who were running up those trunks toward them. Shoot the arrows. The soldiers' arrows headed toward the jungle warriors as well. Uwuang, the remaining Empire's mages, cast spells toward Commander Rosalind as well. The alchemist in charge's eyes sparkled as he watched all of these attacks being launched. Yes, it'll destroy everything. His original order had been to destroy everything. It should be fine as long as the results were as planned, right? The noises he had been waiting for could finally be heard. Bang, bang, bang. It was coming from underneath the airship. The bombs were detonating. We are lifting off. Ooh-wang. The airship slowly started to activate. Alchemists in the cockpit were holding onto highest-grade magic stones as they prepared for liftoff. Good, we just need to continue like this for a bit longer. The alchemist turned his head and made eye contact with Rosalind. He started to laugh while seeing her covered by the Empire's attacks. Kahaha, I'm sure you can't block all of these attacks even if you are a highest-grade mage. This is the end for you too. He saw as the flame snake miss Rosalind and charged toward the ground. It should burn up all of the trees. Kahaha. The alchemist could not hide his laughter. It was at that moment, smirk. The corner of Rosalind's lips started to curl up. Why are you smiling? The alchemist instantly stopped laughing and started to frown. The Empire's spells reached Rosalind at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. Light appeared in the night sky as if fireworks were going off. The alchemist could see Rosalind curled up with a shield around her once the explosions ended and smoke started to appear. I expected that. Yes, Someone at Rosalind's level should be able to defend against attacks from other mages. But she should not be able to stop that flame snake after having to defend against all of those attacks. The alchemist was thinking that way before his face turned pale. Ha! The flame snake that had been heading toward the tree trunks suddenly stopped. What the? Why aren't you attacking? He heard the response from the mages behind him. Just what gasp? Well, they weren't really responses. They were screams and moans. The three mages above the magic circle were groaning. He wanted to turn his head to look, but he was unable to do so. Unbelievable. Crackle. He was looking at the burning snake. It stopped in air before changing directions. The mouth of the snake that had been aiming for the tree trunks down below were turned around. It was now pointing toward the airship. The target of its attack had changed. Is there such a spell? Then there was someone patting the head of that flame snake. Who is that person? The alchemist could see a man with white gold hair. He had white gold aura around his body and shined like a star. That man was the one trying to turn the Empire's attack into his own. Rosalind, are you okay? Rosalind removed the shield, stood up straight again, and nodded her head. She then moved to stand behind Iruhaben, the man with white gold hair. Her role today was backup. It could not be helped. A dragon, a being at the peak of magic, was going to take charge. Furthermore, it was the oldest dragon on the continent. Iruhaben lightly snapped his fingers. Snap. The large flame snake disappeared from that small noise. That devil-like flame snake turned into gold dust and disappeared. How is this? The alchemist got chills after seeing that calm attack. That was not regular magic. He could not help but be full of fear. It was at that moment. Bararang, an explosion cut through the night. Grab on. The airship violently started to shake. The alchemist looked toward his subordinate, who urgently started to shout. It is useless. What? What is useless? The subordinate shouted back with despair on his face. All of the attacks are useless. Screech, the bottom of the airship shook once more. The Dark Elves are destroying everything and climbing up. The subordinate quickly recited the information he had received. The Dark Elves were blocking any dead mana bombs that the alchemists were throwing down. They just absorbed the dead mana as they ran wild. Tasha, who was covered in black liquid and dead mana, shouted from the middle of the group. Absorb it all. Show them the strength of the people who use dead mana as a source of strength. Litana and the Black Panther 10 were then using the path they created for them to attack the airship. The black tree trunks weren't stopping their attacks either. The subordinate handed over the video communication device where the others were reporting in as he continued to shout. Most of the jungle warriors have almost arrived as well. What about the soldiers? Shouldn't they have stopped at least some of the... The subordinate shook his head at the alchemist's question. Apparently the trees are shielding them. What? The Empire's soldiers were shooting arrows or slashing their swords toward the warriors who were climbing the tree trunks to approach the airship, but nothing could reach them. Block everything. Don't make them stop. Cal's orders reached all of the tree trunks in Section 7. The tree trunks and the indestructible shield started to move. The shield was protecting the Allied soldiers. It's blocked again. Damn it. Those damn tree trunks. The Empire's swords and arrows could not pierce through these trunks weaved together in the shape of a shield. That was why the jungle warriors could run without worry. They had realized the existence of these shields that were protecting them. That was why the enemy was afraid. They had no way to pierce through. All of their attacks were useless. This was the true strength of defense. An enemy who realized this shouted toward their leader. Leader Nim, it is difficult to lift off because the bottom of the airship is stuck. Damn it. The alchemist's face turned white. He then saw that the grey orb he received from his subordinate was glowing. Your Highness. Imperial Prince Adden was contacting him. The order he had given earlier to contact the Imperial Prince had finally gone through. He connected the video communication device with shaking hands. This rat in a jar needed somewhere to lean on. The call soon connected. How is it going? Why did you send an emergency call? He could hear Imperial Prince Adden's voice. Why, pull it together. First tell me what is going on. Adden consoled the alchemist with a pretty gentle tone and urged him to relax and describe the situation. Why, Your Highness, however, the alchemist was still unable to speak. He could not speak. The things he was seeing in front of his eyes were making him unable to say anything. Screech, screech. That was the only noise that could be heard on the silent airship. The noise was coming up from something rising up from the bottom of the airship. It was as dark as the night. It was a large bird made of black bones. The black skeleton bird's black eyes flashed as it glared at the people on top of the airship's deck. There was someone standing on that black skeleton bird. Choi Han's sword was glowing with his black aura as he pointed toward the enemies on top of the airship. Crackle, crumble. Black beings jumped up to the deck as the railing started to break. The dark elves who were covered in dead mana were climbing up the side of the airship with their elementals to get to the deck. The large Black Panther and Latana, as well as the jungle people, soon climbed up as well. The black beings who had crawled up from the bottom did not say anything. They just stood there pointing their weapons at the enemies. Why is it so quiet? Aden's voice, coming from the video communication device, rang out across the deck. All he could see was the face of the alchemist who made the call. This was because the alchemist had the video communication device in his arms and urgently connected it without setting it up somewhere. Aden could not see the battlefield or even anything around the alchemist. Turn the screen toward the battlefield. Aden's voice lowered, and he coldly gave the order. However, the alchemist's hands were still shaking, and he was unable to move. Why, Your Highness, all he could do was call out Aden's name. The alchemist's eyes turned toward the video communication device. Although he could hear Aden's voice, the only thing he could see through the screen was a black screen. Aden was covering the video communication device with a black cloth, either because he could not show his injured self or because he couldn't show what he was doing right now. However, Aden should be looking at him right now through his screen. The alchemist slowly moved his shaking pupils to the side of the video communication device, knowing that Aden was looking. It all happened in a moment. A man was standing next to him. It was the mage with white gold hair. The alchemist's body stiffened up as the man's white gold mana surrounded him. Only his face is free to move. He could see that the mage with white gold hair was smiling. The alchemist gasped. He could see that those eyes were same as any regular human's eyes. However, those eyes instantly turned into the eyes of a different creature. He's not human. He started to feel fear. He heard Aden's voice once more. Did you not hear my order? Aden was about to end the call in anger after only seeing the alchemist's stiff expression. It was at that moment. I can hear you loud and clear. He heard a familiar voice. The video communication device soon started to shake, and Aden could see someone's face. Cal Henitus. It was the last person to climb onto the airship. Cal joyfully greeted Aden, who was calling his name. I heard you lost your right leg and that you were injured by your chest. I'm glad you somehow managed to live. However, his eyes were colder than ever before. He continued to speak to the video communication device that only showed a black screen. Aden, let me take a look at your face. Are you really okay? I was worried that you might have died, you bastard. Cal's voice sounded as if he was really worried. However, that bright smile instantly twisted into the face of a jackass. I will definitely kill you myself. Cal recalled what he had said to Aden last time. He would not forget everything the Imperial family and the Black Mages tried to do. Cal almost whispered toward the video communication device. It would be a shame for you to die like that, since you need to die by my hands. Cal's smiling face seemed like a fitting expression for a trash. Chapter 314, Night 4, Silence Fell. It was because Cal looked so vicious when he stated that it would be a shame if Aden died before he could kill him. However, that silence was soon broken. Ha, laughter poured out from the video communication device. The bemused laughter fit very well with the refreshing coolness of the spring night. Ha. However, the one who was laughing was Imperial Prince Aden. Who? Cal Henitus? You really? Imperial Prince Aden looked as if he was struggling to suppress his laughter as he took a few deep breaths and gently called Cal's name. You're really an amusing person. It was a friendly voice. He didn't seem to mind Cal's impolite speech and threat. Several people frowned at Aden's voice. He was speaking with a tone that would make someone think that he was treating Cal as his close younger brother. In addition, he was relaxed. The people who realized that fact weren't able to stop frowning. Rosalind and Choi Han in particular did not have pleasant expressions. It was because the Imperial Prince had hit them from behind several times. No, it's a needless thought. Rosalind shook her head. What can the Imperial Prince, who is in the Empire and not here, possibly do? She needlessly got anxious, but she shook off her useless worry. Aden's voice was heard at that moment. Cal Henitus, what is it that you want? Flinch. Rosalind, Latana, and Choi Han flinched. In particular, Latana, the queen of the jungle, immediately knew what Aden was trying to do. Appeasement. The imperial prince was trying to appease the leader of the enemy now that the empire's army and his soldiers were being held captive. I want to know what you want. I thought about it carefully, you know. What does Cal Henitus want? Money, authority, fame, power. Aden spoke in a pleasant voice that was characteristic of him. No, you don't want those things. However, you definitely want something. Latana could see Cal staring silently at the video communication device. Meanwhile, Aden continued to speak. You earnestly want something like I do. Ha ha. Aden briefly let out a burst of low laughter and soon spoke with pleasure or perhaps excitement. I know the truth. The world may call you a hero, but you don't look like a hero to me. You're not even a good person. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Latana subconsciously stepped forward at Aden's words. Cal's mouth opened at that moment. That's right. What you say is correct. Latana's gaze shifted from the video communication device to Cal. She saw Cal staring at the video communication device with a peculiar smile. Right. I knew that my judgment was correct. I've been seriously thinking about you this time. Swish. The black cloth that was displayed in the video communication device was slowly drawn back. Then Aden's face, which seemed to have a pretty good complexion, came into view. Nothing else was visible except Aden's face and the black wall behind him. Aden's yellow-tinted brown eyes met Cal's dark brown eyes. Cal Henitus. Aden and Cal. The corners of both these people's mouths went up. You're someone similar to me, similar to Aden. Latana ended up taking another step or two. Young Master Cal was nothing like Aden. The Cal that she knew from the first time she met him in the fog-filled forest had put out the fire in Section 1 and has always been a righteous person. He was someone quite different from Aden, even though it couldn't be claimed with certainty that he was a good person. You're right, we are similar. Latana stopped. Cal acknowledged Aden's words once again. He agreed that they were similar. He himself stated that he was similar to Aden. Latana looked around. There were those like the dark elf Tasha who were just as confused as she was. Even the enemies looked taken aback. They seemed to be at a loss on what to do while witnessing the friendly atmosphere between the two leaders. However, Latana gripped the spear in her hand tighter the moment she saw the expressions of Cal's group. Ha ha ha! Aden burst into laughter at that moment and proceeded to ask Cal a question. So, what is it that you want? Can you tell me? Of course. It's not like it's something that I can't share. Cal nodded. He then looked at the imperial prince who was laughing in delight as if he was happy to meet someone like him and bluntly answered back. I want to be a slacker. It was the sincere truth. What? I said I want to be a slacker. I want to wipe out all the people like you and comfortably enjoy the peaceful world as a slacker. I want to live comfortably as a slacker without harming anyone else. Cal was being serious. It was a dream that he could confidently say in front of anyone. Are you mocking my words? As if. It was an earnest answer that was far from mockery. Hey, don't you know how hard it is to achieve my dream of becoming a slacker, huh? Are you dismissing my dream right now? Latana was at a loss for words, seeing Cal acting like a classless delinquent for the first time without his usual charisma and elegance of a noble. She could also see the mage Rosalind, who was shaking her head back and forth. In addition, she could see Choi Han and Aruhaben silently nodding their heads. Hey, being a slacker is an even better job than being an imperial prince. It's been a long time since I met a person so similar to me, so I told you about my dream, but you're dismissing it. Ha! Aden let out a sigh-like gasp. It looks like you don't plan to converse with me at all. Ah, seriously. I'm being honest with you here. Aden's eyes grew colder and colder as Cal pounded his chest in frustration. Are you saying that the person who controls everything from behind doesn't want anything? No, I said I want to be a slacker. Why can't he ducking understand? Cal was genuinely frustrated, but everyone aside from his group simply viewed it as Cal completely mocking the imperial prince. Yes, yes, I get it. The smile on Aden's lips did not disappear even then. Good, thanks for understanding. Cal nodded and bluntly added on, then sit tight and wait for me. His laughter disappeared. He took in Aden's image from the video communication device and continued on. I'll be there soon. Aden was still smiling the same as ever. Sure, war is a battle against time, so you should hurry. Let me know if you decide on what you want. Adden spoke light-heartedly as expected. "I'll give you a present for now. A present." Cal's eyebrows rose slightly. Imperial Prince Adden's palm appeared on the video communication device's screen at that moment. There was a small orb in his hand that let out a cracking sound as it began to break. It was at that moment. Woong, Cal turned his head to one side. He looked toward the source of the tremor. One of the dark elves nearby shouted with wide eyes. The magic stones in the cockpit are acting strangely. The dark elves that had entered the airship's cockpit and were binding the alchemist pilots were anxiously looking at the cockpit. Oolong, the airship's power supply. The magic stones began to vibrate crazily and radiate heat. Cal started to frown as he heard Adden's voice. "You know, I feel good when everything is in the palm of my hand. Didn't I tell you that?" Adden was laughing. "My order was to destroy the jungle. Could it be? I'm also always prepared for any kind of situation. I always keep in mind the possibility of my proud army failing to carry out my orders." Screech, screech. Oong, oong. The magic stones continued to spew out more heat, and the hull of the airship trembled. Crack, crack. Cal heard the tree trunks that he had tied up breaking. This was because the tree branches that had entangled with the airship's power supply units were shaken off due to the excessive movements. The whole ship began to slowly heat up, as if the ship didn't care if it broke. The source that caused the heat and vibrations were the many magic stones in the cockpit. Each of the magic stones served as the central control and steering mechanism, as well as the switch to activate all of the different devices on the airship. Cal made eye contact with Adden. "Guess whether the airship has a self-destruction device or not." Ah, Rosalind and Choi Han started to frown. They were reminded of the Whipper Kingdom War. Adin was someone who didn't care if his own army died or not. He was someone who didn't care about the means as long as he got the desired results. It was Adin who brought Haunt as a suicide bomber during the war against the Whipper Kingdom. He even pretended to dearly value Haunt. What did he value the most this time? The airship. Rosalind urgently shouted, "We have to stop the magic stones." Oolong, red mana rose around her at that moment. She immediately approached the cockpit and started to frown. Damn it! The magic stones were violently rotating, vibrating, and expelling heat in a way that was impossible to stop after the invocation of the self-destruction device. ... It looks like they'll explode if we handle them the wrong way. Rosalind was not confident that she could easily maintain the balance of the volatile magic stones with her current magic skills. The current situation of the cockpit was one where the magic bomb that were counting down would immediately explode if one accidentally mishandled the magic stones. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter rang out from Imperial Prince Adden. Cal turned his head to his side at that moment. "Why, Your Highness," the face of the alchemist in charge was white with fright as he trembled. His body that he couldn't move was full of fear. "Why, Your Highness, I need to live, ha 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 ha." The alchemist's plea to be saved was buried under Adden's laughter. However, the Imperial Prince's voice was buried under Latana's voice as well. "Everyone get down from the airship. Evacuate. Follow Her Majesty's orders. All dark elves immediately call your elementals and move the people." Tasha followed up quickly with an order. Cal slowly shifted his gaze with a frown on his face. "It's a great gift, isn't it?" Adden saw Cal start to frown even more. "You're a trash. It's always fun to see an angry face like that. After all, you're the one who suffers and gets hurt every time." Cal's current actions were similar to when he rushed to block the Tower Master's disciple Haunt's explosion. Adden believed Cal was always on the losing end. "I'll be waiting for you, son of a beach." Adden could see Cal trembling as if he couldn't contain his anger to the point that the video communication device's screen was shaking. "Young Master Cal, what should we do?" "Commander, let us escape for now." Imperial Prince Adden could hear Rosalind and Latana urgently calling out to Cal. He started to speak cheekily while putting on an even more pleasant expression. "You can try saving the others like you did last time. Ah, is it a bit difficult to open up a shield for this? Good luck." He then burst out in loud laughter at Cal's subsequent actions. Ha ha ha, crack. The video communication device was thrown to the floor and started to crack. However, the sound was buried under the airship's tremors and the sound coming from the magic stones. Ha ha ha. Only the sound of Adden's laughter continued. He couldn't contain his laughter at Cal, throwing the video communication device down in anger with a frown on his face. Crack, crack. Cal stomped on the video communication device. The video communication device lost the visual connection, but Aden's laughter didn't stop. He continued to speak rather happily. Your angry face is quite amusing, very amusing. Ha ha ha, crack. The video communication device broke in half, and the connection completely broke off after Cal violently stomped on it one last time. Ha 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 ha. The Imperial Prince's laughter also stopped abruptly. All connection with Aden was over. There were no longer any other video communication devices that could reach Aden. Young Master Cal. Rosalind flinched as she looked at Cal, then approached him with a solemn expression and put a hand on his shoulder. Woom, the airship heated up more and more and began to turn into a bomb on the brink of explosion. Young Master Cal, I know that you are angry, but we must evacuate everyone right now. I'll also open up a shield so it's fine. Rosalind stopped her urgent words at Cal's voice, which could be heard even as his head was bowed, as he stared at the broken fragments of the video communication device. Rosalind's urgent expression changed in a peculiar way. Young Master Cal. She could see Cal slowly lifting up his head. He was laughing quite refreshingly. He was laughing as if he had never been angry and as if his rage just now was all an act. An act. Rosalind could hear Cal's blunt statement the moment she slowly lowered the hand that she put on his shoulder. He's a bastard who doesn't understand the value of things. That's why guys like Aden are wrong. Excuse me. Rosalind was bewildered by Cal's sudden remark, but her eyes widened as Cal's gaze turned to one place. Cal was looking in a direction as he started to speak. Wouldn't it be nice if we were able to make use of this airship? It would be a waste to throw it away. Cal's gaze went beyond the shaking alchemist who couldn't move an inch. Cal was looking beyond the alchemist towards another being even during the time when the alchemist was earnestly calling Imperial Prince Aden's name. He asked the being who was still chuckling like he had been doing since then. Isn't that right, Iruhaben Nim, the ancient dragon, Iruhaben? He started to smile at Cal's following words. Iruhaben Nim, I am sure that the Imperial Prince thinks that this airship is destroyed by now. Cal could see Iruhaben slowly raising his hand. He recalled the conversation he had with Iruhaben before this operation began. Cal Henitus, I'll take care of the center where the airship is. Of course, you humans will take all the credit. Ah, Iruhaben Nim, what is it? I'd like to reuse it if it's possible. What a greedy bastard. It was obvious even if he didn't bother saying what he wanted to reuse. The airship, that was it. The ancient dragon leisurely added on, then all that's left is for you to have it. Yes, so what should we do now? Cal, who was excited to obtain the airship, was ready to put up his shield. He seemed ready to do anything. Rosalind admired Cal, who coveted the airship, as she approached to help Iruhaben after understanding the whole situation. It was at that moment. Cal saw the relaxed ancient dragon respond with arrogance. No, I got this. Excuse me. The ancient dragon snapped at that moment. Snap. White gold mana surged from Iruhaben at the sound of the light snap. Ah, Cal subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands. It was bright. An extremely bright white gold light burst out from Iruhaben. Everyone would think that this light was an explosion if a sound that could pierce the eardrum accompanied it. Flinch. A very small sound was heard when Cal took a step back despite himself. PSSSSHHHH, it was breaking. The sound of something hard turning to dust could be heard. Human. As expected, Goldie Gramps is great. What? There was sincere admiration in Rayan's voice. Cal slowly opened his eyes. He looked around him. Everyone who had taken a step or two back like him or sank to the group and had their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes one by one. Wow, human, look at the sky. Wow, Rayan's exclamation could be heard. What Cal saw immediately after opening his eyes was a cockpit soaring high into the sky. The airship and the cockpit that contained the magic stones and several other devices. The metal-lined cockpit turned to dust, while the magic stones that were within it began to climb up very high into the sky. Those magic stones will explode if you recklessly tamper with them and break the balance. Rosalind's astonished voice was heard. However, Iruhaben maintained the balance within the magic stones and sent them far up high into the sky, contrary to her concerns. Then soon after, kaboom, boom, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky. The shining white gold dust embroidered the sky and slowly fell down. Cal could hear Rosalind's genuinely bewildered voice. That was no simple task. They were volatile magic stones. He couldn't respond to Rosalind. Cal looked at Aruhaben instead. In front of him was the alchemist who had fainted while standing up. The ancient dragon was looking sourly at the alchemist, but grinned as he made eye contact with Cal. That was easy. That was easy. Maybe it was because I tried it before long ago. How long ago was this? 500 years ago? 1,000 years ago? Cal heard the voices of two dragons in his mind at that moment. Human. You really are a weak human. Goldie Gramps is super strong, but I think he overdid it. But as expected, he's a dragon. He's still fine. He is the greatest being after me. The other dragon's words were very simple and heavy, unlike the fuss that the excited 6-year-old was making. I am a dragon. As expected from a dragon, Cal couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were twitching upwards. Weak human. Can I steer this airship? Let's go destroy the Imperial Prince. The corners of Cal's mouth ended up going up as another voice was heard in his mind at that moment. I am full. It was the glutton. I'll leave the purification of the dead mana to you. You have to hurry. Cal turned his head. Black tree trunks filled the entirety of Section 7. Then there was also Mary, whose black robe dragged behind her as she climbed onto the airship. He burst into laughter after seeing those two sights. Ha ha ha, human, are you excited about destroying the Empire? I'm excited too. Cal bent over and laughed refreshingly at the center of Section 7 in the middle of the night. Chapter 315. I'm hurt, one. It was nice to happily laugh like that. Cal continued to laugh after seeing Rosalind laughing loudly like he did, Iruhaben chuckling, and everybody else looking confused. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly once more before suddenly stopping. His body then curled forward. Huff! Cal subconsciously took a deep breath. Neither blood nor groans came out of his open mouth. Human, what is it? Are you okay? Rayan's concerned voice could be heard. Rosalind started to support Cal right away. Young Master Cal. Are you? Rosalind's gaze that had been observing Cal's complexion quickly focused elsewhere as she stopped speaking. Her gaze was looking past Cal's shoulder. The sky was slowly turning brighter as night was coming to an end. The blue sky was lit up enough that the black tree trunks that filled Section 7 were now clearly visible. Rosalind bit down on her lips. Nothing in life is free. Section 7 was filled with large tree trunks that were linked together. However, there were no buildings that were destroyed by those tree trunks. They just took up the space between the buildings, people, and the trees. She looked back at Cal after looking around for a few seconds and focused on supporting him up again. Young Master Cal. She could see Cal's hands. The tips of his white hands were shaking. The corners of Rosalind's lips were shaking. Yes, young Master Cal always pays the price like this. She tightly grabbed onto Cal's strengthless body that wanted to fall down. However, she was not strong enough to hold him up on her own. The two of them made eye contact, and she could see that Cal's pupils were shaking. He was opening and closing his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he was unable to say anything probably because he had no strength to speak. He looked so terrible, almost as if that person who had been happily laughing seconds prior had never been there. He had never looked so bad before. Rosalind, ill do it. Choi Han had approached them at some point and was reaching his hand out while saying that he would support Cal. Rosalind sighed and was about to hand Cal over to Choi Han when someone else stepped in. Iruhaben Nim. The ancient dragon Iruhaben easily supported Cal. No, he picked Cal up and put him over his shoulder. Iruhaben Nim. Cal Nim is in a dangerous state right now. Choi Han's shocked shout reached both the enemies and the allies. Litana was approaching the pale Cal. I will carry him. It is my job as his guard. It was as the dark elf Tasha tightly closed her eyes and opened them back with a bitter expression on her face after seeing Choi Han's concerned and worried expression. Is he crazy? Why is he carrying me? I'm not in danger. Cal tried to fervently shake his head while being carried on Iruhaben's shoulder. However, his body shook for a moment before his head weakly fell. Ah, so annoying. He was extremely annoyed right now. Cal barely managed to open his mouth, but he could not speak properly. He only managed to weakly say a few words. I am hung. The ancient dragon was able to hear that quiet voice clearly. Tusk, you poor bastard. You seem to have been possessed by a ghost who starved to death now that your plate is better. Hooray for dragons. Cal was extremely happy. Iruhaben had instantly figured out his condition. He truly did have a starved ghost possessing him. I'm hungry because I used my powers. The glutton was continuously nagging Cal in his mind. We used our power to make the tree trunks grow. I have no strength left. There really was no strength left in Cal's body. He was also really hungry. He felt as if he needed to eat something in order to be able to do anything. Human, I have a lot of apple pies. Cal ignored Rayan's comments. He'll eat it because a child was giving it to him, but he wanted something greasy right now. B. Yes, beef. He, yes, well, get you some pork too. Ah, this is truly the wonders of experience. Cal lowered his head after admiring how Eruhaben could understand what he was trying to say. Rosalind and Choi Han were looking at Eruhaben. They seemed to be asking him to explain. The ancient dragon nodded his head and started to speak. Let's finish things up. Excuse me. Eruhaben put a smile on his beautiful face as Rosalind asked back in confusion. We all need to finish our tasks since the night is ending. Cal was thinking to himself while drooping on Eruhaben's shoulder. Ah, the wisdom of the old. Eruhaben was right to say that they needed to finish things up. Pat, pat. Cal could feel someone patting his back. Get some rest, you unlucky bastard. He's right. Human rest like Goldie Gramps is saying. No, Cal wanted to shake his head. No, give me some food first. I'm hungry, damn it. Cal closed his eyes. He felt as if he should just get some sleep. There were talented people and dragons present, so they should be able to take care of the rest. Cal instantly fell asleep. That was why he did not manage to see the look on the faces of the jungle warriors who were quietly thinking about their victory rather than cheering out loud. They had always lived difficult lives in nature as warriors. All of their gazes passed by the passed out Cal at least once. Litana, the queen of the jungle, she quickly started to walk as she asked one of the dark elves a question. Young Master Cal has woken up. Yes, your majesty. 1 hour. Cal had supposedly woken up after just 1 hour. How worried must he be about the situation to wake up after 1 hour when he instantly lost consciousness like that? It weighed heavily on Latana that Commander Cal was so worried that he could not even relax properly. She quickly started to walk toward the tent that Cal and his group were in. The palace was in a chaotic state right now, so they had needed to quickly set up this tent by the palace. Necromancer. She could see a black robe crouching down by a black tree trunk and putting her hand on it. She wondered what Mary was doing crouching there, but she just walked past Mary as she was in a hurry. My stomach, Latana, didn't pay attention to what Mary was mumbling as she reached the tent. Latana's expression turned odd as she stood in front of the tent. She heard an unexpected sound coming from behind her. Screech, screech. Latana turned around after hearing something moving on wheels. Ah, you're here, your majesty. The sword master Choi Han. He approached her while pushing a cart. There was a lot of food on the cart. It was similar to the smell of food coming from inside the tent. Shall we go in? Choi Han smiled brightly and guided Latana into the tent. Latana slowly entered the tent. Oh, Miss Lena, Cal stuffed a large piece of beef into his mouth as he greeted her. Young Master Cal, are you okay? Yes, I am perfectly fine. Cal answered back as he continued to stuff more food into his mouth. He was somehow able to elegantly stuff his face. Choi Han, Vice Captain Hilsman, and Saint Jack were next to him for anything he may need. Ho, 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 looks like I need to give him some food money. Litana turned her head after hearing someone laugh. Crown Prince Albaru. Long time no see. Albaru had a look of disbelief through the video communication device. He looked toward Latana and continued to speak. I heard the news of your victory. Congratulations. Thank you. It is all thanks to your assistance. Not at all. Allied nations should help each other. I want to inform our other allies about this great news, but I am unable to do so. You haven't let them know yet. Litana had delivered the news immediately to Albaru through a dark elf. He was pretty much the central figure in their alliance, so she thought that he would inform the other leaders as well. But he hasn't let the others know. Why? Albaru continued to speak as if he was answering her question. Commander Cal prevented me from doing so. Commander Cal did what? Wasn't he the one who was most adamant about being victorious and saving the jungle? So why would he say remain quiet about the victory? Litana and Albarus' gazes both headed toward Cal. He sort of wiped the sauce off the corner of his mouth and looked at the two of them. I'm currently unconscious and on the brink of death. What? Excuse me. Cal rubbed his still hungry stomach as he continued to speak after seeing Albaru and Latana's confusion. The airship exploded, and I tried to defend against the explosion with my shield. but I only managed to defend a part of it, destroying a portion of Section 7 of the jungle in the process. Cal could see the corners of Crown Prince Alberus' lips starting to curl up. And you overused your ancient powers, so you are unconscious and at the brink of death. Nobody is certain whether you will make it or not. That is indeed the case. Coughing up blood and shaking like that video last time, that sounds perfect. Then Cal Henitus will not be able to come to the battlefield for a while. The corners of Cal's lips were slowly curling up as well before he had a serious expression on his face. We found a spy in the jungle. He put on an apologetic expression toward Latana because he had to talk about something that was both painful and shameful to the jungle. Latana nodded her head and motioned for him to continue. Cal quickly added on. There is no way we can guarantee that there are no spies in the Roan Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, or any of the other allied nations. He had not thought about a spy being in the jungle because he had just relied on the information from The Birth of a Hero. Cal now knew that the novel was not the answer for everything. That was why he was moving according to the experiences he had as both Kim Rock-Soo and Cal. He was moving stealthily. He was moving so that he could flatten his enemies. The person most similar to him here immediately understood his words. So you are saying that we need to trick both our allies and our enemies? Alberu quickly thought of a rumor to spread throughout the western continent, even without hearing Cal's response. Cal Henitus is teetering between life and death. Is that good enough? He then added on. But I will claim that rumor to be a lie and pretend to be ready to go to war against the Empire at any moment. If there was a rumor that says Cal is hurt, but the Crown Prince runs wild claiming that it wasn't true, the Empire might really be tricked and think that you are hurt. Cal looked toward Latana instead of responding to Alberu. Section 7 was destroyed by the explosion and fire, and Commander Cal received serious injuries in the process. That is the truth. Is that good enough? Cal smiled and nodded his head. Latana really was a wily one as well. She had quickly determined what she needed to do. Don't worry about information leaking out of the jungle. We will put surveillance at the border with the Empire, the sky, and anywhere else that might need it. I will trick our allies in the western continent, Alberu added on before asking Cal a question. Then what will you be doing? Cal heard the young dragon's voice in his mind at that moment. Human, we have a call from the Empire. There was only one place in the Empire that would be calling him. The Empire's capital, the small butterfly Cal planted at the capital. It is from the assassin who sculpted the rabbit that looks like the Devil's Guard dog. It's a message. The assassin, Frisia. She was currently responsible for gathering information under Ran. It says, Young Master Nim, when will you be coming to the Empire? It also says, Sir Rex and Miss Hannah are waiting for you. The butterflies he planted in the Empire. These butterflies will flutter their wings and cause typhoons. Cal's information network was currently pretending to be priests in the slums, with Frisia leading the group. The Cat Knight, Sir Rex, and the alcoholic alchemist Ray were there as well. There was also the Caro Kingdom's crown Prince Valentino. And finally, there was Hannah, who did not know that she was a real holy maiden. They were hidden inside the imperial prince and arms pocket without their knowledge. They would only be expecting enemies to come from the outside. They would be expecting enemies from the Whipper Kingdom, Roan Kingdom, and the jungle. They would only be wary of anybody coming into the capital. However, the enemy was already within the capital. The sharp nail that was stealthily mixed in with the other stuff in their pockets will stab them to death, and I am the only one who can move that nail. He was the one connected with all of them. Cal looked toward the rulers of the jungle and the Roan Kingdom as he started to speak. His role: I will go destroy the alchemist's bell tower. Latana closed her eyes as if she had been expecting this response. Cal continued to speak. Both black magic and dead mana are extremely dangerous in large battlefields. That is why I think that it will be most efficient to move with a small group and strike at the enemy's core. Latana thought about the word sacrifice that was hidden underneath the word efficient. He was saying that he would be pretending to be hurt, but was actually going to the most dangerous place. The Crown Prince has nothing to say either. Crown Prince Alberu was silent as well. Only Alberu Crossman had the power to approve or deny Commander Cal Henitus's plan right now. However, nobody was saying anything. Litana opened her eyes and looked around. She could see the look in the eyes of the people behind Cal. It was the gazes of the people who would go into the Empire with Cal. Litana started to speak. Car young master Cal. However, before she could call out his name, cough, Cal suddenly coughed. No, he seemed to be choking on something. He then jumped up. Cal Nim, Commander, young master Nim. Cal heard a voice in his mind as the others called out to Cal in shock. Looks like she's trying to purify it now. It was the glutton. The only thing here to be purified were the black tree trunks. One moment. Cal shouted out before quickly heading out of the tent. He could see someone rushing toward the tent. She seemed extremely shocked as she continued to run even after stepping on her black robe a few times. Cal was now face to face with the person who had run over. Mary. The black robe bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry, young master Nim. Mary bowed and responded with a shocked voice that was different than her usual GPS-like voice. Cal's gaze headed toward the tree trunk behind Mary. Mary did not see this as she continued to rattle on with her head down. She was shocked by this as well. She didn't want to cause a scene while Cal was injured. I didn't do it on purpose. It just Mary hesitated for a moment before telling Cal the truth. I felt oddly hungry. I was hungry, so. Mary's speedy response reached Cal's ears. Mary, yes, young Master Nim. So you did very well. Mary lifted her head up. She could see that Cal was smiling at her. Human, that smile doesn't suit you very well. Cal completely ignored the 6-year-old dragon's comment and continued to speak. Mary, you are hungry. He looked at the black tree trunk. There was a spot the size of Mary's small palm that was a different color than black. Yes, sir, I suddenly felt really hungry. The shocked Mary almost mumbled the response. The black robe was moving up and down because she was so anxious. Cal pointed to all of Section 7 with a satisfied expression on his face. You can eat it all. Mary could see the black tree trunks, no, the dead mana that was covering Section 7. It's yours. She looked back at Cal. Do whatever you feel like doing. You can do whatever you want. Cal's gift was delivered to Mary. Chapter 316. I'm hurt, too. However I want. Cal nodded his head at the GPS-like voice that had returned to its normal calmness. Yes, I don't care whether you take it all or share it with others. Do whatever you want. Mary looked back and forth between Cal and the tree trunks. The glutton was talking in Cal's mind as he watched Mary. It needs to be purified. There's a limit to how long the trees can hold it in. The man-eating tree in the Henitus territory. People had avoided the desolate area around the tree, however. That area had not become a dead area from dead mana. Everything would just dry up over there. Dead things that do not return to nature and instead remain in the world start to cause issues for other life forms. Just like the man-eating tree, it could have a negative effect on the surrounding area. Everybody is out here. Cal raised his head after suddenly hearing a voice. He looked above a black tree trunk that had grown tall. The dark elf Tasha was looking down from the top of the tree. The dark elves were currently assisting the warriors in restoring the jungle after the battle. It was because the elementals with different elements were quite helpful for the restoration projects. I'm rushed here, so I am happy to see you right away. Tasha had an awkward expression on her face as she jumped off the tree trunk. Cal looked toward Tasha instead of the quiet Mary. No, to be more specific, he was looking at the man behind Tasha who had an extremely shocked expression on his face. Why is he here? Cal had a questioning gaze on his face, while Tasha could only smile apologetically toward him. Well, once I reported the situation, oh, my goodness. Oh. The man behind Tasha cut her off and continued to exclaim in admiration. Egu. Cal was starting to get a headache. However, his body quickly started to move. He had no other choice. This worthless fool does not dare to see such a revered being's face while standing on my 2 legs. Mayanim. Grandfather. Please. Cal and Tasha quickly grabbed Obante, the mayor of the Dark Elves' underground city, as he tried to kneel. Tasha's grandfather was still the same. This dark elf is acting like this again. Cal did not have the time to listen to Rayon's excited voice. Oh my goodness. Grandfather, please. Tasha tried to stop him, but the dark elf mayor was completely astonished after seeing the person standing right outside Cal's tent. It was a man with white gold hair. It was Iruhaben. The last person to come out of Cal's tent had a video communication device connected with Crown Prince Albaru in his hand. He was the only one who remembered about Albaru when everybody else had forgotten about him and rushed out, as well as the person who had been quietly observing everything from a corner of the tent. The current mayor of the Dark Elves, who had lived for over 500 years, could not think about anything after feeling a cold presence. This level of presence. The other Dark Elves, who had never met a dragon before, and thus could not accurately pick up on Eruhaben and the invisible Rayon's presence. However, Mayor Obante, who had seen a dragon in the past, was immediately able to know Eruhaben's true identity. He also got chills after realizing that he could not feel Rayon's presence. Rayan Nim has gotten much stronger. Obante could tell that Rayan had gotten much stronger than him because, unlike last time, he was unable to feel Rayan's presence while he was invisible. Mayanim. Obante turned his head after hearing a low voice calling for him. He could see Cal Henitus looking at him. He's gotten stronger. He could feel the presence of nature flowing out of Cal. His elemental was circling around Cal without knowing what to do. Has it been 1 year now? It had been about a year since they had first met. Just what could have happened to Cal's group during this time? The war made them this much stronger. That was nonsense. He believed that there was a different reason that they got this much stronger. Although that reason was important, it wasn't very important to Mayor Obante. His gaze then brushed past Mary. She was like a granddaughter to him. At the same time, he thought about the land of death, as well as the underground city underneath where he was mayor. He thought about the circle of fate that had been passed down for generations. That fate was finally starting to appear during this generation. He peeked toward the dragon with white gold hair. The two of them made eye contact. Ignore me. He could hear the dragon's voice. Obante put strength into both of his legs and stood up straight. Cal flinched after seeing the way Obante was looking at him. Forget passionate, it looked a bit crazed. What's up with this old man? Cal felt chills on his back after seeing this dragon maniac looking at him with such a fierce gaze. Pat Obante put a hand on Cal's shoulder and whispered in his ear, I will put everything on the line as well. What is he talking about? What nonsense is he spewing after just showing up here? Cal looked away from the fiery gaze of the mayor and looked toward Tasha. Ah, seriously. Mayonim, how can you put it like that? Tasha looked toward Cal with an annoyed expression and started to speak. I informed the Mayonim about the Dark Elves' battles last night. The Mayonim then said that he had something to say regarding Mary and rushed over. He also said that he had something to give to you, young Master Cal. Mary. Cal's gaze turned back toward the mayor. The mayor started to speak at that moment. Mary. He gently called Mary's name. Yes, grandfather. Obante looked toward Mary, who was responding calmly as usual, and recalled when she was 10 years old. I prefer the hurting necromancer. She had chosen to become a necromancer when given the option of becoming a black mage or a necromancer. What kind of necromancer do you want to be? Obante asked a question he had not asked back then. Mary closed her mouth after hearing that question. Obante's gaze was too serious for her to give an answer without thinking about it. Although he might be goofy, this was the wisest dark elf in the world. He was also the nice grandfather who had opened up the path for her to become a necromancer. Mary looked toward Cal. She could hear Rayon's voice. Good little Mary. Answer however you want. I will even give you permission to use the words great and mighty in order to describe yourself. Mary started to smile underneath the black robe. She had made up her mind about something during the last battle when she fought against the Tower Master who was controlling Haunt. It was similar to the author of the book she had studied from. You just have to be almost unrivaled in strength. Like me, the Sage of Death. Mary shared her thoughts with Obante. Unrivaled. She was hungry. She became hungry after seeing the trees that were filled with dead mana. Hungry was the only way Mary knew to describe this feeling. It was because she had never felt this type of greed or desire before. It was different than when all she wanted to do was to see the outside world. It was a greed that dug as deep as a swamp. She wanted to get stronger. That was her greed and desire. She was hungry because she had not reached the level that she wanted to be at. I want to become strong enough to be unrivaled. Mayor Obante continued to gently ask. Like who? Mary did not hesitate to answer. Like the Sage of Death. That was the author who had taught her about the path to becoming a necromancer. I hope you become even stronger than me. My disciple who will be reading this book. She wanted to be like her. Tasha flinched after hearing Mary's response. There was something her grandfather, Obante, had told her before she came to the jungle while telling her to protect Mary. Yes, this may all just be nature taking its course. It is finally time for someone to receive the will of the Sage of Death. She had questioned who the Sage of Death was at that time. Tasha's gaze automatically turned toward Obante. However, Obante was looking at Cal instead. He opened his mouth to speak, the Sage of Death. Obante took a book out of his clothes. It was a story that had been passed down to the mayor of the underground city for generations after generations. The Sage of Death. She is death itself. She had embraced death. Furthermore, she was the only queen of the dark beings. Both light and darkness were part of nature. She had been the one to gather together the beings who could only live in darkness. The Queen of Death. Cal recalled what the Tower Master had said during the battle once the Dark Elf Mayor said that title. The Queen of Death will be so sad. She would have been happy that another necromancer had appeared. The Sage of Death was the Queen of Death. However, Obante was not finished speaking. She was the one who turned the Caro Kingdom's desert into the land of death of the 5 forbidden regions. The land of death was the only one of the 5 forbidden regions where a person was the main focal point of the legend. It was a desert that had red sand during the day and black sand at night. She had created that desert. She was the final necromancer, the sage, queen, and the final being. She was called the Queen of Death, as she was the only necromancer to overpower black mages. She was someone who had reached the zenith of darkness with overwhelming and unrivaled power. She was also the person who created a place for the Dark Elves to live. A place for the Dark Elves to live. She had created that large underground city that was called the City of Death, or the City of Life. Cal recalled something else that the Tower Master had said. I barely managed to get rid of all of them. The Dark Elves as well. I thought I had dried out their seeds. The alchemist's Bell Tower's Tower Master had thought that the Dark Elves were gone as well. However, they were living underneath the land of death. Obante started to smile. It's a long story to explain, but the black mages tried to kill the dark elves as well. Grandfather, is that true? Tasha asked in shock, while Obante just shook his head while saying that it was ancient history. The dark elves were responsible for making the underground city beautiful. However, the Sage of Death was the one to originally provide that place for us. Obante closed his eyes as if he was thinking about the story that was only passed on from mayor to mayor. The Dark Elves did not hate the humans who despised them generation after generation. Why? It was because each Dark Elf in charge of the underground city had said something to them since a long time ago. Humans are similar to us. Do not hate all of them. There are humans who are suffering like us. They could not hate all humans as it was a human who had provided the Dark Elves a place to live. Obante looked toward Cal and continued to speak. I will put our full force forward in order to help all of you, and the old man's wrinkled hand went up to Mary's shoulder. We will help Mary. The Sage of Death was said to have said something before her death. The next King of Death can only be a necromancer. The Dark Elf Obante could not disagree with that. Why? It was because both Dark Elves, Black Mages, and other beings of darkness did not know the pain that darkness could bring. They were especially clueless about death. However, necromancers always kept pain and death by their side. The position of king is something that only someone who has experienced rock bottom and the lowest point can achieve. Obante thought about the word fate. 10 years old, a child had escaped from a human city and ran across the desert in order to survive. That child had ended up a necromancer with a disgusting appearance. And then, black magic reappeared in the world once that child came back out to the world 17 years late. Many things that Obante had never even imagined would happen were happening. The position of mayor of the City of Death. The Dark Elves never had a king, even though the Whale tribe, who were fewer in number, had a king. The majority of Dark Elves did not know the reason behind this, as it had been too long, however. The mayor knew the reason. The position of king was already taken. Obante patted the blankly staring Mary's shoulder before handing the book in his hand to Cal. This is the book the Sage of Death had left behind about black magic. He had offered this book to Mary along with the Necromancer book. The sage said that there would be different owners for this book and the Necromancer book. Cal received the book that was covered in black. There was no title on the black book. The sage said that the rightful owner of this book would know it belonged to them once they read the first page. Obante was telling Cal to read this book similar to how Mary had chosen the Necromancer book after reading through it. Cal opened the black book with an odd expression on his face. Flip. He could see what was written on the first page. Oh, would you look at this? Cal started to smile. There was a phrase written on the black book, "Find the mirror, the mirror." He thought about the condemnation of the sun. It was a divine item. Cal suddenly got the chills. He started to wonder just how much story was not in the first 5 volumes of The Birth of a Hero. How were things all connected? Maybe everything had changed as a result of cause and effect now that this was the real world. Cal had an image appear in his mind after he read the next phrase, "Pull out the sword." It would start at the center of the empire. The image in his mind would start from the bottom of the alchemist's bell tower and hand it to your warrior. Cal's gaze turned toward Saint Jack. Warrior, move forward without hesitation. He then turned toward Mary. The Queen of Death will create a path for you. The Sun God twins and the Queen of Death. Cal got chills while thinking about the image that they would create in the Empire. It was the good kind of chills this time. He could see the fall of the alchemist's bell tower, the tallest tower on the western continent. Chapter 317. I'm hurt. 3. Cal's gaze that had been on the black book turned toward Mary and Obante. Mary started to speak. I am hungry now. I wish to get stronger. There was only one response Cal could give to that. Get started. It was time to go purify things. However, there was a voice that stopped him at that moment. One day, Cal turned around. It was the video communication device in the ancient dragon Eruhaben's hand. The crown prince said one last thing before ending the call. Head to the Empire 1 day later. Cal, who was planning to immediately head there after Mary was done, thought for a moment before nodding his head. I will do that. The call ended with his response. Cal looked around him. There were tree trunks woven together like black spiderwebs underneath the bright sun. In front of Cal's tent, Obante, the dark elf mayor, caressed a black tree trunk. They're huge. The black trunks seemed to be endless. He could feel the dead mana inside of them trying to escape. There was so much that he could not tell how much dead mana was inside all of these black tree trunks. Mary will become significantly stronger if she absorbs all of this. Of course, it was impossible for her to absorb all of it because of the sheer amount. Obante was disappointed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Strength was not something that you could gain as much as you wanted just because you wanted it. It was similar to how there were tiers in sword art and magic. A beginner swordsman would be useless, even with aura. Everything was only in balance when you had just enough strength to match where you were at. You were bound to get sick if you ate too much at once. That was why he was both satisfied and worried about the hesitating Mary. Cal had told Mary to have all of this dead mana. That was why Mary was hesitating. She's probably concerned about taking all of the dead mana by herself when the dark elves worked with her last night. Obante thought that it was very much like Mary as he approached her. Mary. She looked toward him once he called her. We are fine, so take as much as you want, no, as much as you need to become full. Mary could see Tasha and the dark elves nodding their heads behind Obante. They had all gathered outside Cal's tent at some point. Yes, we have elementals too. We already absorbed a large amount of dead mana while purifying the Black Despair last night. All of them nodded their heads as they chimed in. Mary, you can have it all. You've suffered quite a bit in all those battles up until now. That's right. You are the most famous of the people from our city and the one who worked the hardest. You deserve something like this as a reward. That's right. The Dark Elves all played off of each other while urging Mary to quickly absorb all of the dead mana. The Dark Elf warriors were all at least 100 years old. The struggling 27-year-old Mary was like their youngest sister or niece to them. Mary's gaze moved past the dark elves and toward Cal. He just nodded his head for her to do whatever she wanted. Mary slowly started to walk after seeing that stoic expression. Tasha started to shout once Mary started to move. All warriors disperse. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The dark elves quickly started to climb the black tree trunks. Tasha continued to give them orders. Go around Section 7 and tell people to move away from the vicinity of the black tree trunks. She then added on. Let them know that the purification is starting. Russell, the dark elves, started to move, leaving behind the rustling of leaves in place of a response. Their voices could be heard coming from all around them. The purification is about to start. Please move away from the black trees. The voices became quieter as they moved away from the tent, however, that showed that they were reaching all parts of Section 7. Mary took a deep breath while hearing their voices. Huwu. Cal pointed to a spot as she did that. Your mark is still visible over there. Her mark. Mary started to walk toward the mark that she had made. It was the spot she had accidentally absorbed the dead mana from earlier. She raised her head once she got there. Large tree trunks were covering the sky. The spring sky was beautiful, however. She could not enjoy it because it was covered up by the woven tree trunks. She was touching that tree trunk right now. Mary put her hand back on the side of the tree that had been purified about the size of her palm. She then closed her eyes. She was hungry. She wanted to get stronger. Living with dead mana was painful and difficult. That was why Mary had chosen that path. However, a voice kept echoing in her mind. Don't hurt yourself to do that. She remembered the seriousness in Cal's reddish-brown eyes and his weak hand that had grabbed onto her, as well as the silver shield of the small dragon who was protecting her. They were all things that she had faced after making up her mind to go see the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. Mary could feel her heart beating wildly inside of her. She was shaking in joy and fear. Boom, boom. She was cheering toward the large amount of dead mana inside the tree trunks. Boom, boom. She was afraid of the necromancer's life of pain that would probably still continue even after she absorbed all of this. These emotions were mixed together inside her mind. However, Mary knew that it was impossible for only good things to happen in the world. Ooh, Cal lifted his head up. The black tree trunks started to shake. No, they started to cry. He lowered his head back down. Black smoke started to appear around Mary. The smoke surrounded Mary as if it was a shield. That sight was shocking, however. The people around Cal could not focus on that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The rumbling cries of the trees started to get louder. The cries that started only around Mary were stretching throughout Section 7. What is going on? What the? The people around Section 7 all stopped what they were doing. The dark elves who had been telling people to move away from the black trees stopped walking as well. They then looked underneath their feet. Shhhhhh. A black tree trunk was shaking. One of the dark elves asked in shock. All the way here already. He looked around. He was at the northern end of Section 7. The large tree trunk he was stepping on, as well as the small branches around him, were all crying. Just what is Mary trying to do? He turned his head. He looked toward the area around the palace where Cal and Mary should be. It was at that moment. Ooh, the trees suddenly stopped crying. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh To be specific, he was looking at the tree trunk that she was touching. The black trunk was changing colors as she absorbed the dead mana from it. It was turning white. The small area the size of Mary's palm had turned white. The indestructible shield. The black tree had changed when Cal had received the ancient power. It had turned white. It had turned green. It had turned beautiful. The appearance had changed. Cal was waiting. He was waiting for Mary to show him some changes. At the end of that waiting, shhhhhhhhhh, it was the moment the spring breeze stopped and the leaves stopped rustling. Cal felt chills throughout his body. It's changing. The black tree trunks were turning white, starting from where Mary's hand was touching it. Ah, Litana let out a gasp. However, Cal was only looking at Mary. Green leaves started to grow on the white tree trunks that she was touching. They then started to spread. What the? Plop. One of the jungle people dropped the shovel in his hand. The black tree trunks that were the remains of the past battle were turning completely white and filling with green leaves. It was beautiful. The jungle citizen and the warriors who were restoring things to normal raised their heads with blank expressions. The black threads covering the sky had disappeared, changing them into white threads that were even brighter than the sky. The changing speed continued to increase. North, south, east, west. The tree trunks were quickly turning white without caring for whether they were by the palace, the business district, or the residential district. One of the people watching this started to speak. It's too fast. The voice of concern was coming from the dark elf Tasha. Obante shouted after her. This large amount, it's dangerous. Obante quickly looked around him. Mary was absorbing dead mana too quickly. Furthermore, she was absorbing too large of an amount. This was dangerous for Mary. There were bound to be levels in growth, so greed was not good. Tasha could tell the current situation after seeing Obante's serious expression. She looked toward Mary and walked a bit toward her. She could then clearly see Mary, who was surrounded in black fog. Her hand that was on the tree trunk was shaking. Her black veins that resembled spiderwebs looked ready to explode. Her entire body was shaking. Tasha could see that sweat was falling from Mary's face that was covered by the hood. Mary was sweating a lot. She's overdoing it. Tasha quickly reached out toward Mary and started to speak. She could not let Mary get hurt. Mary had gone in and out of death quite often ever since she was young. She did not want to see Mary get hurt anymore. However, her hand stopped before it reached Mary's shoulder. I see Mary's voice could be heard through the black robe. I can do it. It was not her mechanical voice. It was a voice that was extremely shaky, but full of will. Tasha took her hand back. She heard a different voice at that moment. You remember what I said, right? It was Cal's voice. Mary closed her eyes after hearing Cal's voice. Don't hurt yourself to do that. She remembered what he had said. Mary could feel the dead mana flowing toward her like water. These things that were tied up inside the trees were full of despair and sorrows. She could feel the souls of the people who had faced unjust deaths, even though it was not the black despair. I'm at my limit. Mary felt her veins that were feeling as if they would burst from the dead mana flowing through. Her entire body was shaking violently. Mary could hear a voice once she closed her mind. Mary, keep running without looking back. It was her mother's voice. Her mother had told her to run as she was dying from being poisoned by dead mana. Mary did not remember anything before she was 10 years old. The only memory she had was of her mother's voice telling her to run and the soft sand being pushed by her feet. She finally felt like she could understand the reason for that. It was because it was in the darkness. They were in the desert at night when the sand had turned black. She had also seen the black dead mana smoke. Everything had been black. That was why she could only remember her mother's voice and the feeling of the sand, even when she tried her best to remember her past. That was all there was to remember about that day. Mary bit down on her lips. There were times that she had thought that she could not enjoy the beautiful sky because of these black tree trunks. However, it was different now. Good little Mary, I will show you the night sky. The human will go with us too. Sigh. Human, don't sigh. Smile. Today is a good day. She was able to feel and learn so many things because of the decision she had made. These black tree trunks, the black spider web, these veins that cover my body, they could not hinder her from taking in the world. Mary received all of the dead mana being pushed to her, the sound of the wind around her ears, the sunlight shining through the cracks in the trunks, the scent of the forest by her nose. She accepted them all. Mary opened her eyes. She could see the tree trunk. The black tree trunk had turned white. She took in the now white tree as well. I'm alive. I'm able to take everything in even though my veins have turned black. Ooh-wong, the black smoke around Mary started to rumble. The others took a few steps back so that they didn't get in her way. It was at that moment. Shhhhhhhh, the green leaves on the white tree trunks started to rustle. There was no wind. However, the leaves were rustling. And once that rustling stopped, ooh, all of the black smoke was absorbed inside Mary's body. They disappeared without a trace. Silence filled the area. Latana raised her head. She could see the beautiful white trees through the silence. They were shining in a pure white color, as if it was a beautiful scenery created for them by nature's blessing. No! Latana urgently turned her head at Cal's shout. Cal hugged the staggering Mary. Her body was shaking inside the black robe. Cal could see Mary raising her head toward him. He could see her eyes through the mask that she was wearing to cover her face. The corners of her eyes curled up beautifully, unlike the black veins around her eyes. Her GPS-like voice could be heard. I'm full. Cal couldn't help but laugh. He could then hear voices coming from the distance. The purification is done. Purification complete. Section 7 has been completely purified. The dark elves were shouting as they ran toward them. The jungle people that they passed by all started to cheer. Cal heard Rayan's voice at that moment. Human, Mary is a good girl. She is great, mighty, and beautiful. He ignored Rayan, who was saying something so obvious as he tried to support Mary up. However, Rayan was not done just yet. Oh, the dragon let out a short gasp of admiration. Mary is really strong now. Yes, yes. Of course, she needs to get stronger after eating that much dead mana. Choi Han will lose. What? Cal suddenly flinched. Mary will probably beat Choi Han 6 out of 10 times if they fought. Mary is amazing. Wow. Cal gave a thumbs up to Mary, who was looking at him. The next day, Cal's face looked like a flat pancake as he finished preparing to head to the Empire the next day, as Crown Prince Albaru had told him to do. What the duck did this damn Crown Prince manage to do in a day? It was when Cal shouted in anger. Beep, beep. There were constant emergency calls inside the tent. Human, we have another call. Rayan started to read the messages left on the video communication device. Cal, it's Tunka. Are you really dead? No, right. Pick up the call. The Black Dragon read the messages without stopping. Young Master Nim, it's Billows. I heard this weird rumor. You're alive, right? I am worried because I can't reach you. The Whipper Kingdom's commander Tunka, and then the Flynn Merchant Guild's Billows, who should be in the Empire. Young Master Nim, my goodness. I threatened the guard of death and said nothing better have happened to you. You're okay, right, young Master Cal? Please give me a call if you are fine. It must be a lie that you are dead. And even the crazy priestess Cage. He received a few more calls after that as well. The one that Cal couldn't believe the most was the message from his father, Count Deruth Henitus. Pretending to be dead, huh? I will cheer you on. I will also help you. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Why am I dead? Human, we keep getting calls, driving me nuts. Cal could see Rayan tilting his head in confusion. Our human is still alive. Why are people saying all these weird things? Rayan then chuckled as if it was funny. The ancient dragon was chuckling next to him as well. The frowning Cal finally managed to get something out. The Crown Prince. What the duck did he do in one day? The rumor about Cal being dead instead of being hurt was driving him nuts. Chapter 318. Oh, where are you hiding? 1. I can't even contact him. He was unable to contact Crown Prince Albaru right now. It was not that he was avoiding Cal's calls on purpose. It just kept saying that his line was busy. Just what the hell is he doing that his video communication device is constantly busy? Cal pushed this issue back by leaving a single-lined message. It was easier for him to move if people thought that he was dead anyway. Rayan, pretend to be me and send messages back to the people who left messages. All right, human. The snickering Rayan cutely nodded his head, and Cal got up and looked at the group of people inside the tent. Iruhaben, Mary, Choi Han, Saint Jack, Vice Captain Hilsman, and the Dark Elf Tasha. Rosalind and Latana were not here. The two of them were going to remain in the jungle to restore it and to help make the rumor more believable. Of course, the Dark Elf Mayor Obante was going to stay behind and help them out with the Dark Elf warriors as well. Young Master Cal, doesn't it seem like His Highness caused quite the scene? Tasha mockingly smiled as she walked next to Cal. Mary followed behind her. Cal shook his head after seeing Tasha smile even more each time he said something negative about the Crown Prince. She's making fun of us. Tasha was definitely enjoying making fun of Cal and her nephew, Albaru. Cal brushed this off before looking at Iruhaben. What is it? Iruhaben bluntly asked when he saw Cal's gaze, leading Cal to respond in kind. Please put a disguise on me. Hara. Iruhaben let out a deep sigh before touching his forehead. He then mumbled, what an unlucky final year for me, before channeling his white gold aura. What and how should I change it? Just let me know. Oh, Cal felt as if he was facing the true majestic nature of a dragon and decided to thoroughly put this ancient dragon to work. He pointed to Hilsman, Choi Han, and himself. Please give us brown eyes and brown hair. To all three of you. Cal nodded his head without much thought as Iruhaben asked back. It was best to not stand out as much as possible because they would need to move through the slums as well as different places in the Empire's capital. The Empire had a lot of people with brown hair. Yes, sir. That will catch the least attention, don't you think so? True. Snap, snap, snap. The ancient dragon snapped 3 times. Cal's eyes and hair changed color instantly. It was a much faster casting speed than Rayan. He heard Rayan's voice as he was satisfied with Iruhaben's work. You look like siblings. What? Cal turned his head. An oddly excited Hilsman started to shout. Young Master Nim, having our hair the same brown color like this makes us look like siblings. Ha ha ha, I am the great and mighty Shield enough. Cal wanted to shut Hilsman up. He didn't know what this punk had been up to, but the jungle people who had been with Hilsman were all now looking at him with odd gazes. Cal turned away from Hilsman and looked toward Choi Han. He was quietly looking at a mirror and touching his hair. I guess he probably never really dyed his hair since he came here during his high school years. Cal stood up from his seat. Iruhaben Nim, what is it? Teleportation, please. Ha! Iruhaben let out a deep sigh and then got up from his seat as well. He then started to create a teleportation magic circle. Young Master Nim. Cal, who was watching Iruhaben work, turned toward someone calling for him. It was Saint Jack. Is it fine for me to go to like this? Yes, it is fine, I see. Jack slowly stepped back after hearing Cal's response. He had spoken much less since the battle at the jungle. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. He had become even quieter after Cal told him about the first page of the black magic book. Cal observed Jack for a moment before touching his inner pocket. Now what to do with this book? The black magic book. Mayor Obante had said that the owner would know that the book was for them after reading the first page. That's none of my business. Cal took the book even though he didn't think he was the owner. There was a simple reason for it. It has information I need right now, and I can always pass it on to someone else. Other than the first page, the rest of the contents contained a boring manual about how to become a beginner black mage. Young Master Nim. Cal turned his head after hearing someone else calling for him. It was Mary this time. Cal looked at the black robe that was squirming as if she was hesitating, as well as Hilsman and Choi Han, before starting to speak. You don't need to disguise yourself either. Let's just change the color of your robe later. It was impossible to use disguise magic or dye magic on necromancers. That was why they had to live without hiding their spider web-like veins. That's not it. Mary shook her head. Cal then tilted his head to one side and thoroughly observed the black hood. It's not that. Then what is it? He hesitated for a moment before asking. Mary had been talking less mechanically these days. Do you think that the Queen of Death, do you think that I will be important in the Empire this time? That was it. Cal lightly nodded his head. Mary slightly clenched her fists after seeing Cal nod his head. The Sage of Death, the Queen of Death, the underground city. She had heard too much information from Mayor Obante. She wasn't able to think about it yesterday because she was busy absorbing the dead mana. However, she had a lot on her mind now that she was thinking about going to the Empire and defeating black magic. Mary paid attention to what Cal was saying as he nodded his head. When have you not been important? Mary unclenched her fists. Cal didn't think there was anybody who was not important during the wars until now. Why is she asking something so obvious? Aren't we all here because everybody played their part? He couldn't believe that someone who could now even defeat Choi Han was saying something like that. And what does the Empire have to do with the Queen of Death? Some of the information in the black magic book about the Queen of Death helped prepare the new plan, however. That was just a bit of help. Cal thought about yesterday while looking at the still silent black robe. The stories that Mayor Obante had shared with them passed through his mind. He then nonchalantly added on, "Do you wish to become the Queen of Death?" Mary started to think about the existence that was pretty much her teacher. The person she knew as the Sage of Death was also the Queen of Death. That was the person who needed to understand everything about the darkness attribute, suppress black magic, and rise to the zenith of those with the darkness attribute. Such a person was the author of the book she had learned from. Mary had not known about that at all. Do I want to be that kind of person? No, I do want to be unrivaled in strength, though. Mary shook her head. Okay. Mary could see Cal just nodding his head. Is that okay? Of course that is okay. Cal answered without any hesitation. It was true that Mary was able to become a necromancer thanks to the Sage of Death, however. Hasn't she already done enough to satisfy her teacher? Furthermore, what more did you need in life in order to live while saving others? Cal casually waved his hands. Just take the Mayernim's stories and think, oh, such a thing happened in the past. It was coming from a dark elf who exaggerated even more than the regular elves when it came to dragons and legends. It was smart to just listen to it and take what you needed from it. Mary's fingers underneath the robe were twitching. Tasha, who was standing next to her, patted Mary's shoulders as she added on. He's right. This is the first time I heard those stories from grandfather as well. It is an old story, a very old story. It's also a story only the dark elves who become the mayor get to know about. Tasha recalled the legend of the necromancer who died during the final battle in the land of death. She then thought about how her grandfather had said that Mary had carried on that person's power. There was only one thing on her mind right now. I'm very thankful for the things that the Queen of Death did for us, but I can't let Mary become like that only to die while being attacked by everybody. That was the only thing on her mind. It could be considered selfish and make her a terrible person to pick Mary over saving the world, but she couldn't help it. Why had she destroyed the mayor's office to make her grandfather help her nephew Albaru, who was left alone in the palace? And why was she helping Mary now? She didn't know what anyone else might be thinking, but she just wanted to live happily with them. She smiled brightly and waved her hand similarly to what Cal had done. Who cares about all of that now? Just let it in one ear and out the other. There was no reason to burden a child who had worked so hard already by talking about a queen or whatnot. That was Tasha's belief. Mary remained silent for a moment before nodding her head. Her mechanical GPS-like voice came out again. I just like our city. I like my neighbors as well. Cal nodded his head and showed his agreement. He thought that the underground city was a nice place as well. A very nice place at that. Someone else interjected into their conversation at that moment. That's right. The underground city is great. It was a dragon. Rayon flew over and fluttered his wings next to Mary. Our house is great as well. Mary, you can't become queen. Rayan was saying this with a solemn tone. Look at the crown prince. Kings are busy. The good Mary still has many things to see with me. You promised to see them with me. You are right, Rayan Nim. Although this queen and that king are different, I still have many things to see and many things to do with everyone. The black robe moved up and down more vigorously than ever as Mary nodded her head. Mary had things she wanted to do, as well as her own future to look forward to. I want to prevent them from using black magic to create despair as much as I can. That's right. I agree with you, Mary. Rayan seemed excited as he took a piece of apple pie out and handed it to Mary. We will destroy the alchemist's bell tower. That's right. Mary, you're so smart. Egu. Cal shook his head at the excited Rayan and let out a sigh. He then made eye contact with Aruhaben. Are you really making me wait? The gaze of the ancient dragon who had finished activating his magic had a look of shock after feeling disrespected. Cal quickly started to speak. Ahem, let's go to the Empire. Cal slowly walked above the teleportation magic circle and whispered to Mary, who was now next to him. Do you want the black magic book? I do not need it, Cal Nim. I'm already great and mighty. Cal could see Mary standing with her shoulders puffed up as things became blurry from the teleportation. That's right. I, Rayan Muru, am great and mighty too. Cal let out a chuckle as they teleported to the Empire. And once he arrived. See, Cal Nim, what's wrong with him? Cal had a shocked expression while looking at the hands that were shaking while holding his arms. See, Cal Nim. However, he understood why this person was acting like this. Billows, long time no see. It was the Flynn Merchant Guild's bastard son Billows, who looked like a piggy bank. Cal's group had not teleported to the Empire's slums, nor Valentino's residence, but to Billows's secret residence. Cal recalled how Billows had left him a message asking if he was really dead and calmed him down. It's fine. Didn't you see my message earlier? Of course, Rayan had been the one who actually sent it. I am not hurt. That is all a rumor, that's not it. Cal looked at Billows, who cut him off with confusion. Billows had an extremely concerned expression on his face as he explained himself. That, in the last message, I heard that you were coming to capture the Imperial Prince. You said that you would destroy the bell tower. Ah, Rayan Muru. It was now blatantly obvious what Rayan had said to Billows. It was as Cal was about to frown, but something is weird. Weird. Cal looked at Billows to urge him to explain. He was the person on Cal's side with the most information about the Empire. Billows quickly added on. He's not in the capital. What? Young Masternim, the Imperial Prince. No, only the Imperial Prince cannot be found in the capital. What the heck? Cal felt his mind going blank for a moment. Chapter 319. Oh, where are you hiding? 2. The Imperial Prince can't be found in the capital. Cal motioned to Billows with his chin. Explain. He had not had any time to look through the information about the Empire. It was now time to carefully listen. So, what you are telling me? Cal, who was sitting on a couch in a room that Billows had guided him to, started to get an image of the current situation in the Empire after hearing everything that Billows had to say. He then explained it in one phrase. The information in the capital is being controlled right now. He brushed back his magically brown hair. Yes, young Master Nim. That is why there are soldiers from the Empire undercover and monitoring myself, as well as the other merchants of the Empire. Billows thought about the Flynn Merchant Guild's building as well as his other residence that was publicly known as his official residence. There were currently people he believed to be the Empire's soldiers and knights stationed undercover to watch his every move. Cal thought about what Billows had just explained to him. Furthermore, the number of soldiers at every gate heading into the capital has been fortified. The true reason for the increased number of soldiers was to control the information going out. However, The regular citizens would just think that they were doing this to prepare for war. There already seems to be many merchants from other nations who have been captured by them. Billows gulped at Cal's stoic expression before continuing to speak. All of the video communication devices that do not belong to the royal family nor the nobles have all been confiscated as well. The official video communication device belonging to the Flynn Merchant Guild has been confiscated as well. But there should be others like you who have a secret video communication device. No. Yes, sir, I'm sure that there are. I believe a few people, including myself, know about the situation outside the capital right now. Cal pointed out the most important thing in what Billows just said. Controlling the gates, controlling the merchants, confiscating the video communication devices. The result of doing all of those things. The citizens of the capital must not know about the current situation with the war. Billows nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. Yes, sir, he quickly added on, and the people who do know are not able to easily open their mouths, because they might be captured. That is the case. Cal thought about Imperial Prince Adden and commented, trash really is trash. Billows flinched at Cal's extremely annoyed voice. Tasha, who was next to them, interjected, then the citizens of the capital must know nothing right now. Billows looked toward Tasha and nodded his head. Yes, the only thing that the royal family said was that the war was going to go longer than expected. He thought about the current situation in the capital, the elongation of war. That made the citizens gather in different spots in the capital while hoping for the empire to win and for the imperial prince to save the empire. The majority of people do not know about the empire's defeat, about how the imperial prince and the nobles ran away, nor about the reappearance of black magic. Billows peeked to look at Cal before continuing to speak. That was why Sir Rex, Miss Frisia, and I focused on figuring out the current state of things rather than spreading the truth. It would have been bad if any of them had ended up being captured while blabbing about the truth, especially while Cal was not there. Then what do you mean by the Imperial Prince not being here? Billows turned his head toward the source of the voice. Choi Han, who was standing there with brown hair, was looking at him. Ahem. Billows let out a fake cough before resuming his explanation. You should already know that I have connections with the purchase of goods for the soldiers. The group nodded their heads. That was how they had been able to tell when the Imperial Prince would head to the Whipper Kingdom and how large his force would be. I was able to figure a few things out using those connections. Billows lifted up one finger. First, the amount of goods entering the Imperial Palace has gone significantly up ever since the Imperial Prince's group ran away from the Whipper Kingdom battle. Choi Han commented on this. The number of mouths to feed in the palace suddenly went up. That is the case. Billows could see Choi Han saying the things he had deducted after hearing that information. That means that the nobles, mages, knights, and others who ran away with the Imperial Prince are most likely staying in the Imperial Palace right now. He's very smart. Billows showed his agreement with Choi Han's deduction and added on. Second, the amount of goods heading to the Imperial Prince's palace and the Imperial family has remained the same ever since the Imperial Prince headed out to war. The amount of goods going into the Imperial Palace had gone up while the personal goods for the Imperial Prince and the Imperial family had remained the same. Choi Han started to frown. That alone is not enough to confirm that the Imperial Prince is not in the capital. He then added on. In fact, it is probably more likely that the Imperial Prince is hiding with the others in the Imperial Palace. Billows nodded his head and responded back. That was what I believed at first as well. But Choi Han, yes, didn't you say you injured the Imperial Prince? I did, why? The final piece of information came out of Billows's mouth. Third, the Imperial Doctor has disappeared ever since leaving the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Doctor. That word made Choi Han's expression change. Billows quickly added on. Sir Rex, Miss Frisia. And I tried to figure out where that doctor went after hearing from our information network that the Imperial Doctor and his students had all left the palace. It had been the night after St. Jack had headed to the Whipper Kingdom's battlefield. Billows had stealthily followed behind the doctor who was leaving the palace. Of course, we did not have too many people, so we had to be far away from others as we made our move. That was why we weren't able to see everything, but Billows recalled what he saw outside the capital's palace. The last thing we saw were the footprints and carriage tracks of the people who we believed to be the doctor and his students outside the northern gate. Choi Han and Tasha started to frown. The Imperial Prince had been seriously injured, and the Empire's best healer had headed north out of the capital. That is why two of Frisia's subordinates are currently following the carriage tracks and heading north. One of my mages is with them as well, so that they can check in very frequently. Tasha started to speak. You have done very well, even though I'm sure that there have been a lot of restrictions in the capital. Billows had done as much as he could with the limitations that had been set around him. Tasha complimented Billows before biting down on her lips. Do you think the Imperial Prince headed north then? The chances of that being the case seemed high based on the information. However, she hesitated before adding on. I don't think that is the case. Her intuition that had been developed for hundreds of years was telling her that that was wrong. She made eye contact with Choi Han as she raised her head while thinking about what her intuition was telling her. She could tell that Choi Han felt the same way and started to speak. I believe that the Imperial Prince is still here. The capital. The Imperial Prince was in the capital. Her intuition was telling her that. The person who had been silent all this time finally started to speak. Billows. Yes, young Masternim. Cal started to smile. Did you know this? Excuse me. The heavy atmosphere changed with Cal's action, making Billows flinch as he looked at Cal. Cal didn't care and just said what he needed to say. There's something I've been curious about for a while. Do you know what it is? I'm not really sure. Cal really was curious about something. He had become even more curious after seeing the golems and the dead mana bombs in the jungle. How many people must have died by the alchemist's bell tower for them to have this much dead mana? He had a single question, as an emotion that was beyond the level of anger filled his mind. The alchemist's bell tower brought the people from the slums and forcibly made citizens of other kingdoms into slaves and brought them here, right? Yes, young Masternim. Even the citizens of the Rhone Kingdom's Gyra territory were turned into slaves and almost sent to the Empire by their merchant guild in order to be used as experimental fodder. Then those people who were captured as slaves. How did those people come into the capital? Did they openly bring them in through the gates and delivered them to the alchemist's bell tower? Were they brought in with teleportation magic? That large number of people, especially when it was for over tens of years. In addition, I don't really want to say this, but how did they hide their bodies? Choi Han and Tasha jumped up. St. Jack was clasping his shaking hands together. Young Masternim, are you thinking Billows could not say anything else? The thought that was going through all of their minds was flowing out of Cal's mouth. Don't you think that there is a secret passage going outside the capital? He thought about the call he had with Adin. He had only seen black walls and Adin's face, but his complexion had been good. He didn't seem hurt at all, even though Choi Han's sword had cut right by his heart. The Imperial Prince is probably getting healed at the place he considers to be the safest place for him. Then where would that place be? The person who had not said anything until now finally chimed in. The alchemist's bell tower. It was Mary. Cal nodded his head and added on, it is where the tower master would be. Cal stood up from his seat and gave an order to Billows. The northern gate. Guide me to the place where the tracks ended. Billows looked at Cal's cold gaze and also stood up. He heard Cal's voice as he did that. Tell Frisia to have her subordinates cautiously continue tracking the carriage. Cal thought about Adin, who treasured his life the most. Such a bastard would leave the place he has the most influence. The one who wants to control everything would leave his bedroom empty. What if someone else took it over? He would also leave the bell tower behind. Looks like the chances of that carriage being empty are very high. It was more likely that the carriage was a trick. It was a bait that he put out while hoping that people like Billows, foreign spies within the capital, would get caught. Of course, Cal could be wrong. Tell them to observe it from as far of a distance as possible. Shall I do that now? It was the moment Billows was hesitating. Billows's video communication device started to go off. He quickly tried to call in the mage who was waiting outside the room. However, before he could even leave the room, snap! White gold mana surrounded the video communication device, and the call immediately connected. Frisia's face appeared on the screen. Young Masternim, you're here, Frisia. The assassin who sculpted the rabbit that resembled the Devil's Guard dog and who was currently the leader of Cal's information guild under Ran. She started to speak with urgency. I'm not sure if you heard yet, but my subordinates have found the carriage. And There were only regular soldiers wearing healer outfits inside, while the Imperial doctor was not there. She quickly added on. Furthermore, my subordinates were discovered by the soldiers and knights and are currently on the run. Billows started to mumble. It really was a decoy, a trap. Cal started to speak to Frisia. Do you think they can get away safely? If not, I can send someone over. It doesn't look like they will get caught. They have Mr. Billos Mage with them as well. We plan on sending reinforcements if they are in danger. Tap, tap, tap. Cal started to tap the table the video communication device was sitting on. He then started to speak. You're currently in the slums. Yes, sir. I'll send Vice Captain Hilsman and St. Jack there, so stay there with Hannah. Also, Cal looked at how Choi Han, Tasha, and Mary, who were standing there, and added on. Tell Sir Rex to come to support us here. Have him bring as many video recording orbs as possible with him. Yes, sir. The call ended. Someone started to speak as silence filled the room. It was Choi Han. He looked toward Cal and asked, The Alchemist's Bell Tower, the Cat Knight, Sir Rex. Video recording orbs. Sir Rex remembered a bit of the internal layout of the Alchemist's Bell Tower after escaping from it in his youth, and recording orbs that could record anything you want. Not just one, but a large number of them. Choi Han could see the image in Cal's mind and asked Cal about it. Are we infiltrating the Alchemist's Bell Tower? Cal nodded his head. Choi Han asked another question. What are you planning to do with the video recording orbs? Cal started to speak. What else? We have to stealthily spread them around the capital. Cal recalled the golems and Haunt from the Whipper Kingdom's battle. The explosion had been strong even though it had happened on a wide plain. Furthermore, it also had enough power to blow up the entire Section 7 of the jungle, the Empire's capital. What would happen if a battle started in the capital where entry was being controlled right now? What would happen if a battle started in the place where golems and dead mana bombs were all gathered together? Would the battle only happen around the Alchemist's Bell Tower? Cal started to speak to the group who was looking at him. They need to run away. He needed to inform the citizens of the Empire's capital about the danger and have them run. It might be the most terrible battle ever. Something even worse than a golem might even appear. You always had to prepare for the worst. That is why we have something we need to do as we go to hit the Alchemist's Bell Tower. He couldn't allow the Imperial Prince, who did not care for the lives of others, to have the option of taking people as hostages again. Destroy the walls and gates surrounding the capital. Then assist in the evacuation. Make it so that everybody can run. Make it so that they can see the battle between Cal's side and the Imperial Prince through the destroyed walls and gates. They needed to make that happen. But there are a lot of things to prepare before that as well. Cal started to think about everything that he needed to prepare. It was a way to overwhelm his enemies while having the least number of casualties. Cal's mind was moving without rest. Choi Han watched him for a while before blinking once and nodding his head. It was very Cal-like to think about the lives of the Empire's citizens. I understand. Billows cautiously started to speak at that moment. Young Master Nim, how do you think we can find that secret passage? Cal slowly looked toward one side. The person receiving his gaze sighed before shaking his head. It's a problem when you are too great and mighty. Iruhaben slowly got up from his seat. Human, I'm here too, Rayan shouted with excitement in Cal's mind. He nonchalantly gave an order to Billows, who was looking at him. First, lead me to the spot they disappeared. Imperial Prince Adden, where could he be hiding? He would slowly start to lose everything once Cal found out. Cal, who had become it in this game of hide and seek, started to smile. Human, you haven't smiled like that in a while. Sigh, you unlucky bastard. He ignored the comments from the dragons. Chapter 320. Oh, where are you hiding? 3. Quality and translation check. The road leading to the north gate. Cal looked around at his surroundings. Human, there are soldiers everywhere pretending not to be soldiers. It was definitely a loud and lively marketplace in the capital. Rayan could see people that he suspected to be soldiers and knights as his eyes shifted past the market road towards the north gate. Everyone's expressions look good except for the disguised people. Their expressions don't look good. They're stiff. That's likely so. Cal fully understood the fearful hearts of the Empire's army that was surveying the market while disguised throughout the capital. The Empire's capital. That place was in the midst of a strange tranquility. Cal looked at Choi Han, Mary, Tasha, and Aruhaben, who were following him at a distance. but turned his attention to his side as a sudden thought arose. The noisy market. It was a vantage point where there weren't any disguised soldiers yet. It was a good place to talk comfortably. He covertly asked a question. "How did you hear the news about me?" He caught Bilos' trembling eyes that were staring at him. This damn crown prince. Cal wondered what Albaru Crossman possibly did to make Bilos' eyes tremble so much like that. How the hell did he start the rumor about that? The news came from the north. Huh, the north. Wait a second. He's probably not referring to the northern part of the empire. The north of the western continent. Yes, young Masternim. Billows nodded with a serious expression on his face. The news has been secretly spreading around the merchants from the north, and now a good number of people know it. The news will probably spread amongst the people of the empire soon. Cal's expression grew more and more peculiar. There was one guy who came to mind when he thought about the north. That guy still hasn't contacted him now that he thought about it. I wouldn't have believed it if this rumor had started from the empire or the Roan kingdom. Billows shuddered as if just thinking about that time was terrible before he continued on. It was also rumored that the Northern Alliance that was defeated by the Roan kingdom was preparing to attack again in response to Commander Cal Henitus's absence, so I couldn't help but be concerned. Cal's expression grew more and more strange. My absence? Yes, I heard that you vomited blood, and Billows spoke with difficulty as if the news he heard about Cal was gruesome, that you couldn't steady yourself because of your shaking limbs. He looked toward Cal with concern. I heard that your current state was like the majority of the people in the past who possessed multiple ancient powers and had collisions occur inside their body which resulted in. I heard that there was a history of a lot of these types of people dying. That can't all be possibly true, right? That's true. Excuse me. Bilos' piggy bank-like face grew pale. Regardless, Cal didn't have time to pay attention to Billows at that moment. Human, a message came from the Crown Prince. It was because of Rayan's words. Rayan read the Crown Prince's message in Cal's mind. I am busy. I'll call you later. What? Aren't I busy as well? Cal stopped walking at the next message which followed as soon as he started to frown. It became like this after I accepted Commander Clope's suggestion. What a shame. What? Whose suggestion did you listen to? Young Masternim, or are you by chance not feeling well right now? Billows approached a bit closer to Cal with a pale expression on his face. However, Cal couldn't hear his words. Only Rayan's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. A message also came from the crazy Clope. Oh God, I will leave Calnim's name in history. I will make your path to become a legend into a great one. God damn it. This crazy bastard, excuse me. I was just trying to help. Billows stiffened in fright. It was because Cal's expression was that contorted. The memory of the 16-year-old Cal of the past, who was famous for being the trash of the Henitus territory and known to have thrown an empty wine bottle at a group of gangsters, came to mind at that moment. The current expression on Cal's face looked as trashy as it had back then. Why, young Masternim? No, it's nothing. Cal waved his hand and made a gesture that beckoned Billows to hurry up and keep going. Billows wasn't sure why Cal was behaving in such a way, but thought that he shouldn't annoy Cal right now and thus quickly led the way. Cal followed him and started to think to himself, what did this crazy bastard do? Ultimately, the truth was that the full account of the horrible news regarding Cal was created through the collaboration of Crown Prince Albaru and Guardian Knight Clope. It was a wise choice to spread the rumor starting from the north, but it started from the three northern kingdoms that were outwardly cooperating with the Roan kingdom since they had no choice but to submit to them. Thus, it would be easy for third parties and their allies to believe it if the rumors regarding Cal's life or death came from the north. Human, I think Clope has really lost it. I know, right? He said that he's sending over the Holy Knights. We don't have Holy Knights, though, do we? What? Cal recalled Clope and the Wyvern Knights who had fought against the Empire during the Battle of Maple Castle. This bastard, the corners of Cal's mouth crookedly crept up. Clope was truly crazy in a smart way as expected. It was at that moment. Meow. A cat meowed. Cal turned his head after leaving the marketplace and arriving far from where the north gate could be seen. It was one of the quiet residential areas that were not necessarily close to the gate nor the marketplace and the main street. A figure, crouching in the dark and narrow alley, was gazing at Cal. Meow. Cal grinned as he approached the cat. It was a cat with short red fur. A small pouch was tied to his back. The cat leapt into Cal's arms once he opened them out. It's been a while, Sir Rex. Rex was able to sneak around the Empire's capital by taking the form of a cat despite still being the wanted criminal who had attempted to murder the Vice Tower Master. Mew. Sir Rex slowly tapped on Cal's shoulder with his front paws a few times as if to greet Cal. Cal took the pouch that was tied to the cat form Rex. Human. It's a spatial pocket bag. The spatial pocket bag, undoubtedly, contained the video storage devices prepared by Frisia. Cal entered the dark alley where the cat had been while holding the cat and pouch in his arms. Then he gave a signal with his eyes to his group who was farther away. Let's go. Mana then started to rise up from Eruhaben and Rayan, instantly turning Cal and the group invisible. Is that it? Outside the north gate of the capital, the invisibility spell on the man was lifted the moment his voice rang out from a particularly sturdy-looking tree that stood amongst a dense group of trees. Yes, that is it, young Masternim. Billows, who crossed over the castle walls thanks to Rayan's flight magic, was awkwardly nodding his head while holding onto the tree trunk as if it was his lifeline. Cal ignored Billows, who was startled by the rapid flight movement as he stared at one place. It was the forest that could be seen when one left through the north gate. There was a small open area inside the forest. Beautiful and modest wild flowers filled that area because it was springtime. Some hunters also happened to be getting some rest against the bottom of some trees. It was a peaceful sight, no matter how one looked at it. Cal heard Eruhaben's voice as he remained hidden some distance away from the area. There are not hunters. Those are knights. That is correct. Choi Han also agreed. Their bodies are tense, as if they're alert for any intruders, even though they look like they're relaxing. The corners of Cal's mouth crept up furtively. He looked at Billows. Billows turned his gaze away from the hunter he was looking at and hurriedly started to speak. That face, that face. He pointed at one of the 5 hunters. He was definitely the knight that was with the doctor. Billows whispered with an excited expression. I think this is where the secret passage is. The secret passage. The face of the cat, Sir Rex, who was on Cal's shoulder, quickly stiffened up after hearing those words. He had escaped the alchemist's bell tower through the sewers. There was an unknown secret passage there. That fact alone made the fur on Sir Rex's body stand on edge. I wonder what is there. What was going on inside the alchemist's bell tower that he was visiting for the first time in 15 years? My older sister and brother, Rex, couldn't handle thinking about it any longer. I can see it. Rex turned his head. The beautiful man with white gold hair calmly continued to speak. The secret passage is covered with highest-grade illusion magic at least 3 times. That's right. Goldie Gramps saw it correctly. There's also alarm magic, in addition to the illusion magic. Someone set up the alarm magic in a way that would inform those in the alchemist's bell tower if someone tries to break the illusion magic. Gramps is right about that too. Cal quietly listened, then bluntly asked a question. That doesn't matter though, right? He heard the voices of 2 dragons in his mind at that moment. I am a dragon. I am the great Rayon Muru. Human, do you still not know that? Cal grinned and gently made a gesture to Sir Rex, who slowly leaped into Cal's arms. Cal stroked the cat's fur and started to speak. Then shall we try to go peacefully? Rex and Billows could see it. A crooked smile was on Cal's face. I don't like anyone getting hurt, you know. The cat and the plump merchant gulped. We're in a state of emergency. You can't let your guard down even for a moment. Next to the field of flowers, the 4 hunters who were gathered under the largest tree trunk and were laying down, eating, or doing maintenance on their hunting bows looked at the speaking hunter and replied with expressions that showed little concern. Of course, it'll strike their neck in one go if anyone comes rustle. Rustle. The hunter who was answering while lying under the tree's shade flinched. He shifted his gaze as he grabbed the sword that clearly belonged to an Empire knight but was covered and disguised in worn leather. Rustle, rustle. 1, 2, no, 3 people. Rustle, rustle. Ooh, this place looks like a nice place for flower viewing. Ah. The young man who had excitedly entered the area flinched and his eyes opened wide. The young man that looked as if he was startled by the appearance of the hunters had brown hair and brown eyes. Mew. The red cat that was in his arms kept tilting its head left and right. Behind him came a plump man carrying an unknown number of apple pies. What is it? The last person, a man who looked a few years younger than the young man in front and had the same brown hair and brown eyes as him, entered the flower field as one of the hunters curtly threw a question. No, just. The young man in the front scratched his brown-haired head and shifted his eyes here and there as if he was scared. The 5 disguised knights stared at the 3 who had just entered the flower field as they continued to lie on the ground or sit down while pretending to be a group of hunters. Only the knight captain stealthily stood up and curtly spoke. Children should get the duck out of here. This is not some flower viewing place. It's a rest area for hunters, so don't bother us. SHHHHH. The leaves fluttered from the spring breeze. Excuse me. Oh no, we don't plan to bother you. We were just within the city, and the weather was nice, so the hunter ignored the scrawny young man who tried to refute the hunter's statement with a tearful expression while holding a cat in his arms. Are they even properly managing the gate? They let these frolicking bastards outside the city. Well, they probably let these ordinary people out, since they weren't merchants nor high-ranking officials. The hunter shouted as he was full of annoyance. Shut up. Don't test a hunter's patience and duck off, all right. This is not some place for you to watch the flowers. Then can I watch a fight here? What? The hunter saw the young man's expression change in an instant. It occurred the moment he felt that. SHHHH, as the leaves started to flutter. Ah, ack. White bones shot out from beneath the soil and grabbed the hunter's ankles. More bones shot out in an instant and blocked the hunter's mouths. Ack, MMFH, SHHHH. A person appeared on top of the large tree that the hunters were leaning against. She was hanging upside down on a tree branch as she grinned at them. Whoosh! 4 large wind arrows were knocked on a bow and pointing at the 4 hunters. And the last person, the man who had talked to Cal, the young man with the brown hair. He was already knocked out. Cal looked at the knocked-out man and tapped the shoulder of the man with the same hair color as him. You really are fast. It's nothing, Cal Nim. Choi Han smiled gently. The hunter that seemed to be the representative passed out after being struck once by Choi Han. Cal approached the 4 hunters who were either lying or sitting down and crouched as he faced them. He heard a GPS-like voice at that moment. There are a lot of corpses under this tree, so there were a lot of bones that could be used. Cal felt a surge of irritation at those words and proceeded to ask the hunters a question. You must have killed a lot of people to protect this place, right? Mary had controlled the bones that were under the tree, as this place, where the hunters were resting, was the grave for the people they had killed. MMFH. Ma'am. Cal took his eyes off of the hunters who were trying to say something, and he stood up to give out an order. Knock them out and tie them up. Mary, Tasha, and Choi Han would take care of it. Cal then looked to the other side and continued to speak. I leave it up to you, sir. He saw white gold dust covering the flower field. The white gold dust scattered in all directions whenever Aruhaben flicked his hand. Ha! Oh! Bilos' eyes widened as he was handing the apple pies back to Rayan. It was melting away. The landscape that was touched by the white gold light was melting away. The illusion magic spells were melting down one by one. The alarm did not go off. Il maintained the alarm. The enemies would think that the secret passage is still safe since the alarm won't ring. Thave installed it quite deeply too. Iruhaben looked at the sight of the flower field melting away. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers were removed. Cal made eye contact with the gold dragon the moment the 3-layered scenery melted away. ... It won't be easy. The ancient dragon spoke bluntly as he tried to determine the skill level of the tower master who could be a lick. However, he grinned and stepped back after seeing Cal smiling at him. The white gold mana disappeared from the spot he stepped away from. Tasha, Mary, and Choi Han gulped, but they couldn't say anything as they saw the revealed landscape. Tasha was the first to open her mouth. There's so much presence of death coming up. The flower field had disappeared, while a large dark entrance appeared on the ground. It was an entrance that led underground. The entrance was pitch black. I also smell something similar to the black despair. Tasha turned away from the dark underground that made her feel like she was facing something disgusting and looked toward Cal, who was looking at Mary and Choi Han. I'm all right, Calnim. Choi Han replied as he grasped his scabbard, and Mary followed up with her GPS-like voice. I'm strong. Cal nodded his head. Then that's fine. Cal looked around at the group once more. Tasha, who would stay behind and watch the hunters, and the entrance while waiting for the soon-to-arrive Vice Captain Hilsman, gave a slight bow and stepped back. The cat Knight Rex and the merchant Billows nodded at Cal's gaze. They had come with the intention of following him. Of course I am coming. Cal looked at Aruhaben after hearing Rayon's response, and the ancient dragon's fingers started to move. Snap! Everyone's body slowly turned invisible. Rex and Billows gulped as they looked toward the dark entrance heading down. They heard Cal's voice at that moment. They heard the words that he was humming. Alrighty then, where are you hiding? They could see Cal's face as he was turning invisible from the foot up. He was smiling. You'll die if I catch even a strand of your hair. The cat and the merchant flinched. They saw Cal's eyes curling up in a smile as he turned fully invisible before they heard his voice again. Cal's joyful voice echoed in the area where only the unconscious hunters were visible. Oh, where are you hiding? Rex and Billows gulped. It was because they were afraid of Cal's eyes that had curled up as he smiled.